Chelsea, this was a great decision. It's all in your hands and not the casinos. Like, what am I doing? Like, I understand it's stupid, but it does feel like you have like some level of control. This is why I'm not a big like scratch offs person, because it
Yeah.
feels like you have zero control over that because it's literally just whatever card you're handed. So at least we feel like we have some level of control when you have strategy, when you have numbers in front of you, and this is why we bet on sports, because we think we have control.
Well, let's see how much control you have when it comes to this game. Let's go. Eastern Conference semifinals, game one. Knicks, Celtics in Boston. Celtics laying 8.5. Now 9.5. So money coming in on Boston. The Celtics are minus 400. The Knicks are plus 300. Your total sitting at 212 and a hook, Chelsea. Series price, if you're interested, Celtics minus 800. The Knicks are plus 550. I like Boston here. Money coming in on the Celtics. Talk me off of it.
Yeah, it's very dependent on what the Celtics put out there. Because the only sabotage factor with Boston is that we talked about this earlier. Sometimes it feels like they don't have any urgency. They know they're the better team on the court, and sometimes they play with their food. But for the Knicks, they're coming off a really hard-fought series win over the Pistons. This is going to be a huge step up in competition. So especially for a team that's not great at defending the three-point shot, now you're playing the Celtics, make like 23s a game. Good luck on that regard. For a team that's been really inconsistent defensively, I think you either go Celtics, on the spread here, laying the 9.5, or you go team total route here. Celtics team total is you can get 110.5 for minus 125 or 111.5, hitting the over for minus 110. I think either of those plays are pretty smart.
I like those. I would lay it with Boston, honestly. I mean, 9.5 is a massive number, but we've seen chalk covered during the playoffs. I just think that, and we were talking about this with Sean Devaney in our previous segment, this is just a bad matchup for the Knicks because the Knicks have had issues with their defense as the season has gone on. Boston is so very deep, and Boston has been waiting around while the Knicks are kind of banged up and had a tough series against the Pistons. I think Detroit sort of took it out on the Knicks a little bit. Like, the Pistons were very close to winning that series. Jalen Brunson went off, full credit to him, but they've got to do more than just play Jalen Brunson hero ball, and certainly they have talent on that roster. But if you look during the regular season, the Celtics handled the Knicks. Like, the Knicks won late in the year in a game that didn't really matter much because at the end of the year, the Celtics were just cruising, right? But the Celtics also won during the three previous meetings by 23, 27, and 13. So if you're talking about a Knicks squad that has struggled defensively, that is going to be bothered by the Celtics' depth and defense, and we have sort of a pattern of the Celtics dominating the Knicks, especially earlier in the year, I kind of like the Celtics here.
Yeah, that's what we saw in the regular season. And this is the knock on the Knicks, is that they beat up on bad teams during the regular season, and even like the mediocre teams, like the mid-level teams. But the Celtics are not a mid-level team, and these are the type of teams that the Knicks struggle with during the regular season. And going back to the three-pointers, the weakness it feels like the Knicks have on the defensive side of things, the Celtics made 29, 19, 17, and 19 threes in the 4 regular season meetings. So one would think we're probably going to see a lot of three-pointers made by the Celtics in this game. So unless the Celtics can't hit the broadside of a barn, which sometimes we do see this in basketball, if you're a team that relies heavily on the three-point shot, sometimes there's some volatility there, but it's just too good of a team. So if I were to pick a side, it would be the Celtics laying 9.5, but I think I'm going to go team total route and just depend on the Knicks defense not being very good and the Celtics offensive wagon continuing to roll.
I think that's a good call to make. Okay, let's go to the West now. Game one of the Western Conference semifinals. Nuggets, Thunder. Thunder laying 9.5 points. Thunder are minus 450. The Nuggets are plus 333. The total is 225 and a hook at BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Same series price as we're seeing between the Celtics and Knicks. Thunder minus 800. And then the Nuggets are plus 550. I feel like I'm being such a square here, but I like the Thunder laying the 9.5 too.
Yeah, especially since The Thunder have had some time to like relax and
That's the thing.
recover. And it does feel like they're going to be the more rested squad here because they made quick work of the Grizzlies in the first round. Meanwhile, the Nuggets had to go toe to toe with the Clippers, had to play game 7 over the weekend. So I do think that this series, the Nuggets are going to win a couple games, but I just feel like game 1, all the advantages go to the Thunder. Like overall, the advantages go to the Thunder. It's just, I think what we need to see is the role players from the Nuggets have a big game. And usually that's not the case when you play on the road. And especially when you're coming off a game where you had to really play a lot of minutes. So I just feel like it's a bad spot for the Nuggets. So I feel like this is the best time to take the Thunder laying a big number.
Yeah, I think so as well. If you look at that Nuggets series, like you were saying, I feel like the Nuggets are going to need some rest, right? They just need a little time to recoup. Going 7 games, and especially, I know game 7 wasn't particularly competitive, but that series, especially early on, was just hit and miss. I mean, it was just nip and tuck the entire time. Really, really close. Could have gone either way. And when you're talking about an older club in the Nuggets coming off kind of a grueling 7-game series while the Thunder have just been sitting around, I just think, not that the Nuggets can't make this competitive. I think the Nuggets can get a couple dubs in this series, and they split the season series 2-2. But here at this point, with Oklahoma City sitting around and just waiting at home, I just feel like this is when Oklahoma City does its thing and they close.
Yeah. Is this going to be a parlay piece for you? Like either of these teams on the money line? Because I'm looking at the soccer schedule today. Well, it doesn't look like anybody's playing that you might want to bet on, but I just did the parlays of both the teams on the money lines, minus 190, so I don't think you can really go there. But do we think both of these teams win outright? Like, let's throw the spread out the window. Do we think it's the Celtics and the Thunder that roll?
No question. It's so funny you said that because I did the exact same thing, and I got like minus 187. I was like, I can't do that. I mean, you can. You probably shouldn't. You could. You absolutely can. It's not the worst bet I've ever seen. These teams are going to, the Thunder and Celtics are going to win outright. You know what I mean? Aren't they?
Yeah.
Like, I would be absolutely stunned. I mean, stunned if the Nuggets pulled an outright upset or the Knicks pulled an outright upset. So I do think that if you don't want to lay a big number, and I get it, even in the playoffs, even when you feel like one side has the advantage, even if you're leaning chalk, I get it. It's still a big number for both games. So I think that's probably the way to go unless you're looking at a player prop or a total or something like that. Maybe use one of these games or both as a parlay piece. But I did the same thing. I looked and I thought, I'll do both of these games. Then I was like, I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, even though if I was going to be shocked at like one upset, the more shocking of the two would probably be the Knicks. Just because, like you said, in the regular season, the Knicks didn't win a single game against the Celtics. A lot of them were blowouts. Meanwhile, if you look at the Nuggets and the Thunder series, that series was pretty tight throughout the regular season. Each team winning 2 games apiece. But again, it's more of the rest factor for me. But I'm not going to be shocked if Nikola Jokic goes off, if Jamal Murray has a huge game. Like, I don't see it happening. But of the two, I feel like that one's the more evenly matched.
Yes, I agree. Also, I was looking at something to add to this parlay piece. I mean, if I want to wait a day, I can add a WNBA game. This is the first time I've ever said in my life, oh man, the Sparks play tomorrow instead.
Darn.
Taking on the Valkyries expansion club.
Who are the Valkyries?
That's Golden State's new WNBA team. Come on.
This is news to me.
Oh yeah.
Did not know that.
Yes. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to add this to the card and we'll just wait a day for it to come home. That's what I'm going to do. Why not? Coming up next on the show. How things have changed for the Washington Commanders. The NFL draft coming to D.C. in 2027. We'll bring you Commanders insider John Keim from ESPN to talk about it next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show on a Monday, Double D. Great to have you along with us. I'm Michael Jenkins, live in the nation's capital. She is Chelsea Messenger, live in Nashville. Coming up on the show, I can't believe it. The NFL Draft is coming to the nation's capital in a couple years. We'll talk about what it means when we bring in John Keim, Commanders Insider for ESPN. Before we get to John, Chelsea, thank God, an update on Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson, my favorite. We're slowly becoming the Belichick-Hudson show. So, according to Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk, Belichick is now seeking outside PR help because currently, as we know, it's Jordan Hudson doing PR for Bill Belichick. That has not gone great. So now Belichick reaching out to a professional. And his PR guy currently works for Bill O'Brien at Boston College. Bill O'Brien and Bill Belichick go back a long way. Finally, Chelsea, maybe our national nightmare is going to come to an end. And Jordan Hudson can just step back a little bit. And then old Bill can go back to focusing on football.
Yeah, stepping back a little bit. Sounds like Jordan Hudson is definitely going to do that, right? Like with the personality that she's given us. No, I don't see her going down without a fight. So I understand that now he's bringing new PR, but I feel like she will strategize a way to still be in the equation. Like she's gotten so much attention lately. I don't see her wanting that to stop. Like she's going to find a way. She's going to be like the Aaron Rodgers of like girlfriends and keep her name in the conversation for as long as she can.
You know what I love is that Julian Edelman came out and defended Bill Belichick and was like, well, you know, in Jordan's defense, she's doing PR for Bill right now. It's like, yes, she's doing a terrible job. That's the whole point.
But that's not her career path. Like she didn't major in PR.
No. Doesn't she call herself like the CEO of Bill Belichick Productions and it's not even a real title? It's remarkable.
Right. Was that cleaning the house?
It's not good. So maybe that will temper some of the headlines we keep seeing come out of Chapel Hill. One of the headlines that popped up yesterday that was so exciting was that the NFL Draft is coming to the nation's capital in 2027. Who would have thought this was a possibility just a few years ago? So let's bring in the great John Keim to talk about it. He is the Commanders Insider for ESPN. John, first of all, always great to hear from you. Thank you so much for waking up with us. And what was your initial reaction? Because I thought this was a possibility down the line. I didn't expect this announcement so soon.
Yeah, first of all, who could have seen the Belichick situation going awry like that?
Oh my God.
That's really hard to believe. Anyways, as far as this goes, I wouldn't say I was surprised by this because, you know, you heard a little bit of talk about it, and obviously with the stadium agreement, I don't think it was a necessarily just because of that. I think, you know, it sounds like this is something that has been discussed for a while because you can't just do this, you know, a week after you announce a stadium deal to go back to RFK or agreement on the deal, then and just announce this. So this clearly had been something they had been working on. So I don't, you know, again, I think it's a natural byproduct of a lot of the changes here over the last, let's say since July 2023 with Josh Harris taking over for Dan Snyder, that this city is kind of going to get some things from the NFL, and this is one of them. So, but I was not surprised by this, and not really by the timing either, because it was the next available time or, you know, slot to fill, I guess, for the draft. So in a lot of ways, it certainly makes sense.
Yeah, how bright is the future for the Commanders right now? Because it feels like one of those stocks where it just keeps climbing. Like we've already seen the dip where we saw the last few years for the Commanders where the ownership people didn't like. They didn't know who their quarterback was going to be. But now you have a franchise quarterback. You're getting the NFL draft in your city. Should fans be excited about the next few years?
Yes, and dip is a polite way to describe it. Yeah, that was quite a dip. It was kind of like about the size of the Grand Canyon. So yeah, I think it's amazing how different it is, again, compared to 2 years ago. When you look at like the transformation that's taking place, not just, they were 12-5. You have Jaden Daniels, right? Like one of the most exciting young players in the NFL. But it goes beyond that. Just the money that they're putting into the infrastructure of the practice facility, which, if you are listing as a real estate thing, it would have been listed as a charming residence, right? It's small, but they're putting a lot of money in there to make it better. They're putting the crown molding in there to make it a much nicer place inside, something that hadn't really been done before. So little things like that, I think, are also, the details are part of the transformation. Under Dan Snyder, there are a lot of times I know coaches would come here. The Shanahans came here and they thought this guy's going to spend, because look at the money he spends on players, and they get here and they realize that's not taking place in the infrastructure. And so it's the big things that are visible, the success on the field. You have the right coach in Dan Quinn, a general manager that a lot of people respect, clearly respect, in Adam Peters. So that part is transformed, but then it's also the infrastructure, I think, just makes it a better situation top to bottom. And so I think for long-term success, I think that's the way you have to approach things. So what they do this year, who knows? But over the next 5, 6, 7, 10 years, they're going to probably be better more often than not.
We're talking with John Comm. He is the Commanders insider for ESPN. John, you touched on it a little bit, talking about how, there was a dip for this franchise, which, again, is putting it lightly. But can you sort of give us some perspective? And, we both covered this team for a long time, but
right.
This would have been the fact that we're talking about a stadium at the RFK site, and the fact the NFL has said we're coming to the nation's capital. This would have been unfathomable just 3 years ago.
Correct. Yeah. Mayor Bowser, I talked to her in December, and at that point she basically said, like, this wasn't going to happen. She didn't say it like this, but the clear implication was it was never going to happen with Dan Snyder in charge. And so that people didn't want to be in business with him at that time, with all the investigations going on, the approach they took. It wasn't until Bruce Allen was out that some people here, had started finally, when he left, they started finally meeting with the council members, because you have to convince them that this is a good deal, but that wasn't happening before. So there are a lot of things. And again, just Dan Snyder himself was a major hindrance in all sorts of deals. So it just, that's the biggest thing. And again, it's the most visible thing, but I also think it's just, there were good people in this organization prior, but you had enough that were, I think, not quite what you'd want to run your franchise. And, his hiring practices weren't very consistent or good. And the result is what we saw. And, it's funny because I tell people always say it's like a night and day difference. I'm like, that doesn't even describe the difference. So it's my way of saying it's almost like the difference between the sun and the moon. That's how far apart the organizations are. It's like, it really feels like I'm covering a new organization. Very much so. Definitely feels like that.
Yeah, so set the stage for us, because, just an outsider looking in, this does look like it's going to be one of the more iconic locations of the NFL draft, because it's going to be the National Mall, right? Like the source of all of these, historic scenes. So just how cool is it going to be?
I'm sure, I'm sure it'll be, if you've seen like the 4th of July stuff at the Capitol, like they can put on a production. So there's a lot, like you said, there's a lot of iconic sites that you can feature when you're down there, and just the shots of it, right? And it's funny because I'll extend that to the stadium. And one reason why when you talk to people here about why they want to be back down in the city, obviously the RFK site means something to them. But what they also will talk about is the vision. And the vision is like, hey, picture this, it's a Monday night game, and you have the crowd pans to the monument, the White House, the Capitol, and then you're right at the stadium. And it's all right in that range, right? And I think you get the same thing with with the draft. That those are sites that it's hard to match that, for any other city, right? So I think that will be kind of cool and very good for the city for sure.
John, how much does Roger Goodell have to do with the stadium and also the draft coming to D.C.? Because it feels like when you listen to him, you get the real sense, and even he's sort of said this, he has a real, I feel like, initiative to make football relevant in the nation's capital. Again, it's good for the league, and I think he kind of has a soft spot for the history here.
Well, he definitely does. I mean, he used to go to games at RFK, so he definitely understands what it means to this area and what it means to be back in the city and to have a good franchise here again. A competitive, not just, there were years where they were competitive or had, there were, fringe playoff teams under Dan Snyder. It wasn't like they were always 4-12 or 4-13, but we all know how the fan base reacted to it, right? You were losing customers even as you were flirting with 500 and flirting with a playoff spot. Your people were dropping off because they were tired of a lot of things. And so I think the NFL knows how important it is to have a strong product here, and because of the history of that franchise to, and what it means. And I think the other, how involved is he? Well, clearly there was an effort by the league and the team. They did a lot of lobbying up on Capitol Hill to get a provision in that continuing resolution bill back in December that would transfer the land to D.C. because without that, this isn't happening. So the league and the team was doing that. Now it's up to, in terms of the draft, but clearly the league has a big say in that. So that's definitely part of it. Now with the from here forward, it's really on the team to convince the team and the mayor and her staff to convince the council members that this is a good deal. So I don't know that Goodell would be involved in that. I'm not sure that would be a great idea. I don't think you need to bring in muscle. I think you need to play ball with them, right? And so I think that would be better from a local perspective. But I think to this point, clearly the league wants a strong product here. And so, yeah, there you go.
All right, so a couple minutes left here. I understand it's May 5th. It's probably early to be talking about the season, but the Commanders made such a big jump from a team that was not really super relevant to a team that now is kind of in the spotlight. So now going into this next season, what are the expectations for this team? Because obviously they still play in the division with the Philadelphia Eagles. Right. What's the expectation for the team this year?
17-0. What do you think? Yeah, you know how fans are. No, I think the expectations is it's funny because when I hear from fans, I don't think they have unrealistic expectations about now the next step is you got to get to the Super Bowl this year. It's not a Super Bowl or bust type year. They're not at that point yet, right? However, I think what you want to see with the expectations is to continue string together a back-to-back playoff season. To be the first time since 91, 92. Do that. Then I think fans will know, okay, now it wasn't just a one-year blip. I mean, I think we can sit here and talk about how different it is, and it is, and how much better it is, and Jaden Daniels, et cetera. But if you somehow slip to 7-10, well, that's, then people say, oh, okay, same stuff. But I think if you can build on the success, which is get to the playoffs again, right? That would be the start, because if with Jaden in the playoffs, I think any team is going to be scared to play them, and just continue to show that you're building something that is sustainable long term, and that to me would be the goal. And it's hard. You look at the schedule this year, on paper, it's tougher. Now it's tougher for every team in the NFC East, but it's tougher. So. You win 12 games last year, some of those in the fourth quarter, right? And you have all that success. Can you win double-digit games against this schedule? Like that, if you do that, to me, that's a good year. And again, that would put you in the playoffs in back-to-back years for the first time in more than 30 years.
He is the Commanders insider for ESPN, also host of the John Keim Report podcast. It is the great John Keim. John, we really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
My pleasure. Always enjoy coming on. Thank you.
You bet. Man, he knows his stuff. No one knows the Commanders like John. And he's absolutely right about everything, this is just unprecedented. It's hard to explain, and I think because this has been such a shock to the system for Commanders fans, he's right. There are high expectations, but people are still kind of getting over the PTSD of the last couple decades, where even now people have to be convinced, like, are you sure this is real? Are you sure? You sure about that? You sure about that?
Sure about
Like,
that?
you sure about that? Like, people still are sort of like, I think so, but they're kind of coming around finally. It's taken a while.
Yeah, and I do think it's hard to make the jump from like bad team to good team to great team, within the span of 2 years.
Oh, that's absolutely true. You just have to temper your expectations and say, hey, last season was amazing. Now let's just continue to build consistency, and then you can always become great. But you're right, it takes time. Coming up next on the show, the betting slate is clean, and it could not come at a better time, my friends. We'll reset, take a breath, and then hand out our favorite plays of the night next to the Daily Tip on a BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Monday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. And nothing gets me going like a good instrumental guitar solo. Tear it up, studio guy. Great to have you with us. Thanks for starting your week here on the show. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Coming up on the show, we will have our favorite bets of the day. Chelsea, tell me something interesting. What else you do this weekend? Anything exciting? I don't know. I'm up for a good story. I assume everything.
Story time, huh?
Story time, yeah. Give me something.
Well, I was going to save this for a streaming corner tomorrow, but I actually got to sit and watch some shows because it was raining all weekend. So we watched Another Simple Favor with Blake Lively, which I know a lot of people don't like her anymore. But let me tell you, this was the role that she was born to play, because a lot of people think that she's not really acting because she's like the villain in this movie. She's very condescending. She's very sarcastic. And she's like married to a billionaire, which what a stretch. That's what she is in real life. And then I watched The Four Seasons with Tina Fey. I don't know if you've heard of this.
I have.
It's one of those shows where it's not like there's nothing you can describe about it that's like really amazing, but you find yourself continuing to watch it.
Okay.
It feels like one of those shows that you watched on HBO like 5 years ago, where it's very realistic. And I think that's why it's good, because you can see yourself in a lot of these situations. And plus the acting's really good. Steve Carell's in it. Obviously Tina Fey. I think it's Will Forte. It's a guy that was on Saturday Night Live, so I have trouble like taking him seriously, but it's been good.
Oh, that's good. That was a nice little streaming corner. What are we going to talk about tomorrow? Nothing. Maybe how you went on a Star Wars binge tonight. You came back.
No.
You're doing C-3PO impressions. No, maybe not.
Jinx. We got too many bets on the card. We're going to be in game tracker mode.
Game tracker. Oh, that's exactly right. We started watching. Well, I'll talk about it tomorrow in the streaming corner. We'll finish it tonight, I feel like. We'll get into it. You're not going to believe what it has to do with. Maybe a killer. Murder. I got to watch something lighthearted. I got to get on something different. Double D, all caps, Matlock. Honestly, before we go to our bets, has anyone here, look, we all love Kathy Bates on this show. That's been very well established. Does anyone on this show, has anyone ever watched, and I'm not talking about Andy Griffith, I'm talking about the new Matlock with Kathy Bates. Anyone but Double D? I knew the answer to that. Crickets.
Ooh,
dead air.
From the chat, from the top rope.
Oh, Max from the top rope with the elbow. Love Matlock. Holy Jesus. Got a couple there is a mutiny. A couple of Matlock stands on the show. President and vice president of the Kathy Bates fan club. All right, let's go. You might be talking me into it. Coming up next on Bet Sweats. Bet Sweats. Joe and Sammy P will recap a great weekend of playoff action in both the NBA and the Stanley Cup playoffs, and a big loss for journalism. God, another L. This time in the Derby, Rick Camp will join the crew to talk NBA playoffs at 10 in the morning in the East, of course, and he's followed by Kenny Ducey of Covers.com at 11. Okay, so last week was not our best week. Who cares, right? It's over. Happens to the best of us. New week, new us. Let's do it.
Time to place your bets.
Well, what do we have here? Chelsea also with a pretty fat card. Let's hear it.
Yeah, I was thinking of all of the many ways to play these NBA games tonight. And I thought to myself, Chelsea, stop getting cute and just play the plays that you want to play. Because I was like, what if I do the money line and this and the No parlays for my best bet. We are simply going with the Oklahoma City Thunder, laying the 9.5 at home against the Denver Nuggets. If you look at this matchup and the rest advantage, the advantage hugely goes to the Thunder, who have had 9 days off. Meanwhile, the Nuggets had to go toe-to-toe with the Clippers in a Game 7 over the weekend. It feels to me that they're going to be worn down. And plus, the Thunder were the younger team from the get-go. Plus, if you don't think Mark Dagnall is not going to come up with ways to scheme against Nikola Jokic, I feel like you've got your work cut out for you, because this is the guy that tried to have a go sub during a game so Nikola Jokic could not do those quick passes off the inbound. He had a guy standing at the scores table the entire time. And in fact, he got I think a foul taken against him for delay of game. But these are the lengths that he's willing to go to stop the Thunder. Stop the Nuggets. So I feel like this is a game that's going to go in the favor of the Thunder. Maybe we get a good series, but I think game one belongs to Oklahoma City at home. So let's take them laying the 9.5 against the Nuggets.
Chelsea, I think that's the right call. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to start with a little baseball. Let's go Cubs on the money line. You can find it at minus 144. It's already at minus 150 at BetMGM. I think this number continues to go up. They're hosting the Giants today. Landon Rupp going up against Matthew Boyd. I'm also playing the under in this game. Right now it's 7 and a hook. I'm going to play it up to 8 and go under at minus 130. So the Cubs just have a much better offense, right? We're talking about the best offense in the National League, one of the best in baseball. And Matthew Boyd has been solid on the mound this season, but also when you look at his numbers, I think they can be better because he's had to face the Dodgers and the Padres twice this season. Now he gets a Giants lineup that has started to cool off. Cubs on the money line, minus 144. And then also wind blowing in today at Wrigley. It's going to be cold, windy. I think that keeps this a lower scoring game. We're going to go under 8 as well.
Ooh, I like it. I'm going to jump on the bandwagon for the Cubs. They've been a nice little surprise this year. I know that you could say that about the Giants as well. But they've been much better at home as opposed to on the road. So we'll go with the Cubbies. Matt Boyd, like you said, I think the better pitcher in this one. The other plays that I'm going to add, or the play I should say, this is when I'm getting cute. Like I talked about earlier, which I probably shouldn't be doing, but let's throw in another play in the NBA. So I'm going to go Thunder in the first half on the money line. One would think if you're banking on a rest advantage for the Thunder and the Nuggets are coming in tired, and the Thunder were the best first half team in the NBA this year, one would think they'd be leading in this game at halftime. So first half money line for the Thunder against the Nuggets. Then we're going to go the Celtics on the money line just to win against the Knicks. Same goes. The Knicks had to go toe-to-toe with the Pistons, and their defense against the three-pointer is not good. The Celtics shoot a ton of threes. They made at least 17 three-pointers in each of the 4 matchups against the Knicks this year, which they won all 4 of. So Celtics money line, Thunder first half. That is a parlay that's minus 145.
Okay, let's go. What else do I have here? Okay, I talked about Cubs money line. Talked about Giants Cubs under 8. I'm going to go Dodgers on the run line. It's only minus 115 against the Marlins. So, look, Sandy Alcantara is going for the Marlins. And this is a former Cy Young Award winner. But thus far this season, he's 2-3 with an 8.31 ERA. He faced the Dodgers last time out. This was in L.A. He got crushed for 7 earned in 2 2/3 innings in a 15-2 Dodgers rout. Now, you don't want to use a single game as your sample size, but just look at what he's done in his past few appearances. He's given up in his last 4 appearances. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like 12 runs in 16 2/3 innings. He's just been off the mark, has not been able to put it together. The Marlins have also lost each of his last 3 outings by at least 3 runs or more. Dodgers have covered the run line against the Marlins in 8 of their last 10 games overall. So it's pretty square, but I'm going to go Dodgers on the run line at minus 115. And am I being too much of a square here? I feel like I am.
Whatever.
Whatever.
Just do it. It's
Just
fine.
do it. Finally, okay. Celtics money line, Thunder money line. I think both of these teams went outright tonight, no question. They might cover as well. But if you put those two together, it's minus 190, which is too juicy. So hopefully they win tonight. And then tomorrow, we're going the Aces. That's right, WNBA. Aces money line at home, taking on the Mercury. It's Vegas's home opener. They're the second favorite to win the WNBA title. They have the best player on the planet in Asia Wilson. So Celtics money line, Thunder money line, Aces money line, plus 111. Why not?
I love how we go against our own advice all the time.
I know.
We're like, don't do parlays. And here we are doing stupid money line parlays.
I got to tighten it up at some point. I just got to tighten it up and be smarter. Before we get to, or maybe not, Donster! Oh my gosh, the Donster is not even sitting here. Hold on. We're getting the Donster. Watch this.
It's still
This is
his
gonna be-
weekend.
It's his weekend. This guy is just chilling, relaxing.
Oh, it's Cinco de Mayo. Like, the Donster probably has a big day. He's probably going to
Okay.
wear a sombrero.
Oh, Donster,
He's
okay.
a burro today.
A burro. Yes, he is. Okay, Donster, get on in here. You're locked in, ready to go. Oh, there he is. He made it. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm ready for Cinco de Mayo. Also, the most important thing is that I haven't been getting the attention I deserve, so I've hired a PR person myself, like Bill Belichick.
Oh, yeah? Anyone we know?
Of course, I'm bringing in Brad Evans to give me signature catchphrases. And so far, we have 3.
Okay. Well, let's hear him.
Number 1, why are you being so stupid?
Little harsh.
Groundbreaking.
Number 2, biscuits and gravy.
Ooh.
No, well,
I like
okay,
that one.
Maybe.
And number 3, well, isn't that a kick in the nads?
I don't know. I feel like that's not something you want to say on a regular basis. Okay, how about a bet?
Thunder, minus 9.5, hosting the Nugs.
Okay,
Here we go.
here we go. What's up next on Bet Sweats? To find out, we bring in our good friend Joe Ostrowski. Joe, good morning.
I think the last catchphrase can work. No?
In the ad.
We've
all been there, right?
And then ads. Yeah, I think it could be his thing. Yeah, I like it. Of course, NBA playoffs, everything that occurred over the weekend. We'll talk some baseball. You mentioned Alcantara. Would you trade for him? He was viewed as one of the top guys, and now he's a fade.
I mean, in a big way. Like, it's
Yeah.
amazing. It's
Yeah,
hard to
sometimes
watch.
you need
'cause-
to change the scenery, but I don't know. That feels like a lot of risk right now.
Yeah. Maybe you take a flyer on him. That's a good idea. Joe, thanks for being with us. Have a great show. That's it
guys.
for us on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger and the entire crew, I'm Michael Jenkins. Hope you have a great Monday. We'll see you.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Hassan Hour, a full week that kept me on the air. I don't know how. I don't know why. I mean, I like to tell myself it's because we did a halfway decent job for 3 shows last week. So let's try a full week, and we'll see how it goes. The Hassan Hour in full effect here on the BetMGM Network. I am your host, Jake Hassan, with you Monday through Friday from 1 p.m. Eastern until 2 p.m. Eastern here on the BetMGM Network, which you can find on Twitch, on YouTube, on Twitter, across all of those platforms, the BetMGM Network, or myself at Jake_Hassan on Twitter. It's a Monday, so we have a lot to go through. It was a wonderful weekend of sports. It was a wonderful weekend of betting. Went pretty well for yours truly as well, so that was pretty awesome across the diamond, across other sports. We'll get into all of that in just a little bit, and of course, we will get to everything on the diamond in the second half of this hour when we flip over to Bet Slips and Bet Flips. But for now, this is the Send It In portion of the hour. And on Mondays, you know what it usually is. We go to the Glasser guest line pretty much right away here without further ado and bring in our guy, my guy, Johnny Venezia at Johnny VTV. You know him. You love him. I love him very much. What's up, buddy?
Dude, I'm so happy that me and you are able to do this today. Our boy PJ, I love PJ. But you know what, man? We haven't really been able to do this that much this year, and we're getting into that time of the season where it's going to be a lot of us, too, going back and forth with college baseball. So it's a good little preview to what's to come.
It's awesome, and we are coming down that home stretch as we start to get into postseason play, and it's going to be a lot of fun. The last couple series here over the next couple of weeks, but let's talk about what happened over the weekend, and I think we have to start with Texas getting swept by Arkansas. Number 1 Texas finally it stumbles for the first time this season, it feels like. Arkansas gets back on track. They were awesome. Zach Root was amazing on Friday night, so I want to start there, Johnny, and granted, it was at Arkansas. It was Texas's first real road test in the SEC this year. But, I mean, what do you do? Like, did your opinion change on Texas at all or on Arkansas at all? Because Arkansas hadn't been playing good ball, and now it seems like they get it together and they sweep number 1 Texas.
Nah, I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. Because listen, here's the thing. Like, the problem is, and this is not just for college baseball, it's every sport. If you're going to be a handicapper, if you're going to be somebody that analyzes the teams, the game, the sport in general, you can't change your opinion every single week. And we're at the point in the season where Texas's body of work speaks for itself. The fact is, if you struggle one weekend, especially in an SEC schedule when you've been the number one team for the last 2 months, that's not that big of a deal. And you didn't go into Mizzou and get swept. You went to Arkansas. Arkansas is a top 5 team this year. They played really good ball. They were in desperation mode, lost 3 series in a row. They really needed a win to stay in that top 8 national hosting seed conversation, and they delivered. And the truth is, Texas, I still have high hopes for this year. But the fact is, I think we've kind of seen some stuff that's been swept under the rug. Their offense has not been great this year. They've lost Max Ballou. That's their best player, a guy who's going to be a first-rounder. They're going to get him back, hopefully, for the stretch run in June. But, they've been winning because of their pitching. That's been so dominant. And you lose your Friday ace and Jared Spencer. Now, everybody's got to move up the spot. All your bullpen relievers are shortened a bit because the fact is you lose one of the better pitchers in the SEC, and that completely changes the way things are going. So the fact is Texas now, their formula of winning needs to be a little bit more balanced because the timely hitting has really been what's helped them on offense, but the pitching is what's carrying this team. And the fact is I still think Texas is the number one team. They needed a loss like this. They needed to get humbled. It's good for them. So that way they can gear up for the month of June.
What do you think about the Arkansas part of this equation? Because I've been on Arkansas all year. I grabbed them at 10-1 a few weeks ago. I thought that was way wrong. They jumped up to number one for a little bit. Then they started to play worse baseball because, of course, they did. But they get back on track. I mean, they won this series like pretty convincingly, Johnny. Like, this was not close, especially the first game. They win 9-0, just absolutely smack Texas in the mouth. So I don't know about you, but I think Arkansas needed this as well. They needed a bounce back spot. They were really kind of drowning a little bit. And I don't know if you feel this, but I still think that Arkansas, I think the Hogs are still title contenders.
I mean, on paper they are. Listen, I'm going to take away the fact that they burned me last year because they went 2 in barbecue in their own region by losing to SEMO in an elimination. I'm going to ignore that. I'm going to take my personal hurt and feelings out of this equation. The fact is, Arkansas has proven that they are not a team that delivers in the postseason. I think their roster top to bottom is better than it was last year. Their offense has certainly been a lot better. The home run is really what's driven this offense. They're top 3 in the nation in home runs. But the truth is, I think something's missing from Arkansas. I mean, their pitching is good, but when push comes to shove, do they have the guy in June? Do they have the guy in an elimination game that you feel confident that can go out there and get it done for them? I personally don't know. I mean, it's weird to say like, oh, hey, their pitching is so deep, but I just don't know if they have the guy. Can they deliver in the clutch moments? I think there's some holes in Arkansas's game, man, and we've seen that over the last month. And yeah, they had a big series, but I don't know if I buy Arkansas as a team that's going to win it all. If they made Omaha, obviously it's not a surprise, but I think there's some of the other teams in the SEC that are a tough matchup for them.
Well, a team I do know you're buying because we've talked about it, and they've continued to play really well. I mean, Texas A&M, man, they take the series from LSU. This team looks like they have the juice again. Your preseason number one. They get off to this atrocious start. Me and you have talked about this team pretty frequently, especially over the last couple weeks. And then they just go handle business against number 2 LSU, who I've been very high on. I know you were very high on as well coming into the year. A&M, man, they're making the push. They're going to make the postseason when it looked like they were dead in the water 2 months ago.
Bro, can I tell you, so they get the win on Friday. Great win. Okay, now you had to get at least one. And now, hey, you have 2 chances to get one more game to take the series. So Anthony Ianson shuts them down. I mean, that kid's just been awesome coming over from UC San Diego. That's given LSU a gigantic shot in the arm to provide some stability in their starting rotation, especially with the uncertainty on Sundays now because our boy Chase Shores, first year off Tommy John pitching it's not been what we were hoping for. But Sunday, it just couldn't work, man. Their offense just leaves too many ducks on the pond. Even when their offense is starting to heat up, too much meat on the bone, and it drives me crazy. And here we are, Miles Patton's throwing a really good game, and they just got done leaving their 10th runner on base. I'm sitting there drinking a bleach martini double shot because I'm like, here we go, it's over. And Caden Sorrell, IFO, instant effing offense, comes up with the most clutch hit of the entire Texas A&M season. This kid has got it. A lot of guys don't have it, but Caden Sorrell has it. Just that unquantifiable clutch factor that players dream of having. He might have saved their season because not only did they get their 10th SEC win, which you need realistically 13 to make the SEC or to make the NCAA tournament standalone before the SEC tournament. Now they have 10 and they have 6 more games to go with Mizzou on deck next week. But aside from that, that boosts their RPI. I think their RPI is total crap, but committee takes it into consideration heavily. So now Tennessee, Arkansas, and now LSU, all top 2 teams at one point, Texas A&M takes down. That is huge. The Aggies, man, don't let them get in. If they get in, they are going to be making a lot of teams sorry.
And you mentioned, like, you didn't even mention Jace Lavalette there either. Like, speaking of guys that can get it done in June and guys that can carry you, they have that guy. We saw it. We just saw it a year ago, and they have that guy that can carry. I think you're right. Like, the A&M is going to be dangerous come tournament. Obviously, we have to see the draw, but I'm already assuming that they're just going to get in. Like, they have Missouri next. I think they'll be okay.
They got to sweep. Like, I'm talking about this with my buddy. Me and him have a lot of on A&M this year. He's like, yeah, they're going to sweep Mizzou. Let's see what they do against Georgia. I'm like, no. A&M has shown us one thing this year. We can't automatically assume that they're going to do anything positive. We have to wait and see them sweep the Missouri Tigers before I start writing it in as a W on the schedule in the win column.
I want to ask you what you did on the weekend because I played them in every game. I was betting the hell out of Auburn. We bet them at 3-1 in the first game, which then it got delayed and we had to wait like 16 hours for that to come home. But that comes home. Auburn, speaking of RPI, Auburn's been a sneaky top 10 team in RPI all year long. I don't think anybody is realizing they have a legit ace on Friday nights with Samuel Dutton. And they just seemingly have the juice that nobody is talking about because they win the series against Tennessee, too. And everyone was picking Tennessee going into that series in Knoxville, and Auburn just takes care of business. What do you think about the Tigers, and what do you think about Auburn?
Yeah, so, Auburn is a team that I highlighted earlier in the season in my RotoWire articles as a team that was like 85-1 to take a nibble on. And, the truth is this. Auburn has been terrible on the road this year coming into this Tennessee series. They couldn't beat a legitimate team on the road. So them being a host was realistic for the regionals. But now after a huge win at Knoxville that boosts their RPI and gets them in a respectable position in the SEC with a win total, it's not outrageous to think they might be a top 8 national seed. If that happens, they have a really good chance to make it because they're a much better team at home. And I still think the pitching is a little bit of a concern after Samuel Dutton. It's a lot of mix and match and like who's going to step up here. They don't have anybody reliable after Dutton, I would say, but the offense is really good. And Butch Thompson's just got this team ready to go, man. They believe they can beat anybody. And in terms of actually playing this series, I thought Tennessee was going to bounce back because they lost 3 series in a row coming into this week. But unfortunately, I wanted to see how game 1 would go. In my podcast on Thursday night, I originally said, I think Auburn plus 2.5 would be a good bet because, Auburn on the road has just been something that really doesn't come home. But the weather kind of threw everything off. Then you really couldn't bet this series the entire weekend if you didn't get in pre-show or pre-game on Friday. So it was tough to bet that series all weekend.
Yeah, and Auburn, that first game, they go up 2-0 top of the first game, gets delayed until the next day. It was very, very stupid. Last question about the SEC, and speaking of your podcast, Breaking Bet, Johnny VTV is the host of that show, and he is on with us right now on Send It In, and, sometimes has really handsome and cool guests. I'm hard to say who, but that's neither here nor there. But last question about the SEC, Johnny. This is more self-serving for me because I was big on Florida early in the year when they were just destroying everybody. And then everybody on that roster gets hurt. Everybody on that team gets hurt. They're dropping like flies. They play awful baseball the entire mid-year. But now they're starting to pick it up again. And granted, South Carolina is almost as atrocious as Mizzou. But Florida sweeps them and takes care of business there. Is Florida back? Like, if they're healthy and they get into the tournament, are we talking about a third straight year where Florida makes a run?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm so sick of it because this is the second year in a row Florida had 9 toes in the grave. Last year they got in because their daddy's golf buddy was a member on the committee that brought them in as the last team. Guess what? They go to the Final Four because Jack Caglione is the best player in college baseball. And then this year they're 1-11 in SEC play, and then all of a sudden you blink, and now they're 11-13 after going 10-2 in their last 12 SEC contests. It makes no sense, but I got to be honest, man. Florida looks like they're going to get in, and guess what? They're going to be a similar threat to what they were last year. They don't have Caglione, but they just have a bunch of guys that can contribute. And Liam Peterson's a really good arm. He's going to be one of the top arms off the board next summer. Aiden, the freshman Aiden King. It was Aiden King. You got to.
Yes,
I forgot the kid's name. I think it's Aiden King, if I'm not mistaken.
It's Aiden King.
There's an Aiden Hall. There's Aiden Hall for UNC. I get them confused. And then Pierce Capola is coming back. So you have a legitimate pitching rotation with an offense that finds a way to get it done. And Colby Shelton's missing a few weeks, but he should be back supposedly. I think Florida's going to get in, man. They're probably going to be a 3 seed in a regional, most likely. Their RPI, I don't think, is better than an A&M right now. But I mean, an SEC team with postseason pedigree, with good pitching and a great head coach is something you can never count out. So, Florida's a 3 seed in, like, say, an Oregon type of regional or something along those lines. It's something that I'll be looking to bet, and especially if you're able to get it like 250, 3-1.
Yeah, it'll definitely depend on the draw, and I'm excited for when the bracket comes out because there's going to be teams that we're looking for. If they get a favorable draw, we're going to be betting the hell out of them. Let's switch conferences because I want to – do we know who the best team in the ACC is? Because this has been a while. Like, I have a feeling I know who you're going to say, but, like, this – conference has been so stupid over the last 3 weeks.
Dude, I got to be honest, man. Clemson was a team I really liked coming into the year. I didn't have them as a winner. UNC was the team along with Virginia that I liked. And I still maintain hope that UNC is right in that conversation. But I think Clemson has kind of shown some ugly colors. And in all fairness, dude, Clemson, FSU, if Clemson doesn't implode on Friday night, and they get that win and they win the series, we're looking at them in a completely different light. Just for context, they were up 4-2 in the bottom of the 9th with 2 outs, a runner on third, and the best closer, Lucas Malstead, in the country throwing. And what happens? Third baseman Josh Pano boots a routine ground ball to end the game, and that opens the doors, and FSU walks it off in the 11th. Clemson comes back, wins game 2, and then FSU obliterates them in game 3. So I think Clemson's still good, but they're missing something now, and it's happened in the last couple of weeks, and it's kind of changed my opinion on them a little bit. But I still don't think FSU is that good. Their bullpen's not good. Their offense is hit or miss. They have a couple guys carrying the load to a big degree. NC State is frauds. Miami's playing well, but I can't really buy them as serious contenders. I think honestly, in all fairness, it's got to be between UNC and FSU right now as the top 2 teams in the ACC. But the thing is, UNC is not as good as they were last year. I mean, you have superstar Vance Honeycutt. You don't have that it player this year, but their starting pitching is a little bit more balanced than it was. And Jason DeCaro starting to come get it back together. And you have 3 legitimate arms coming into the postseason with some good bullpen pieces. I think it's between FSU and UNC right now.
I'm with you that I've wanted to believe in Clemson all year, but it still feels like we're waiting for it. Cam Cannarello really hasn't done anything all year long. He made the home run robbery a couple weeks ago. That was awesome. And Aiden Kadak is so volatile, hit or miss. When he's on, he's awesome. But when he's not, it's home run city. So I'm with you. And NC State, I mean, what an end to the hot streak that they've been on recently. Johnny, last thing, and just who are we not talking about, or what was your biggest takeaway from the weekend in college baseball that we haven't hit on yet?
Yeah. Well, I got to be honest, man. I think we're looking at a lot of these teams that are in other conferences. I don't see a legitimate contender in any of those. I think it's really, again, going to be SEC or ACC driven primarily, but let's call it what it is, man. I think the best non-SEC ACC team right now is probably going to be Oregon. I like what I'm seeing from Oregon. Grayson Grinzel on their Friday night guy has been amazing this year. He got outdueled by Joseph Jarrow of Michigan State, but that was an unbelievable pitcher showdown. But Oregon has just found a way to deliver even in a softer schedule, but they've beaten every good team on their schedule. They beat UCLA. They swept Oregon State. They beat Michigan State, who's got some good pitching. And, I think the fact is the Ducks are probably going to be in the same spot that they were last year. They might even be a top 8 national seed and host a super regional. Maybe they get into Omaha. Maybe this is their year. But I think it's fair to say that they're probably the best non-SEC ACC team at the moment. So it's a team that is definitely worth considering of betting to make the College World Series right now.
That just made my heart grow 3 sizes like the Grinch, because I bet Oregon to make Omaha at 5-1 before the season and took an outright on them. So I appreciate that. Johnny, you're the best, man. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for coming on. Even though PJ's out, I love talking college baseball with you. Johnny VTV, host of the Breaking Bet podcast. You're the man, dude.
Thanks, my friend. Appreciate it. Talk to you soon.
Of course, always. There he goes, Johnny Venezia at Johnny VTV on Twitter, where you can find his show, The Breaking Bet Podcast, which, again, has some really cool and fun guests that you should check out. And, of course, the information is awesome as well. But that's your college baseball update. We'll hit it a little bit more in the Bet Slips and Bat Flips portion of the hour coming up in just about 12 minutes or so. But for now, we have to talk about everything else that we saw over the weekend, because it was a jam-packed weekend. There was NBA, there was NHL. It was wild, and it was a lot of fun, and there were some frustrating bets in there as well, but it is what it is. You can't win them all. That's betting, Susan. And we start with the NBA, and let's start with the games tonight before we talk about the series that have been set and the things that are in the fallout of the weekend. Games tonight, 2 of them. First game is Knicks and Celtics at 7 o'clock Eastern time. And shocker, the Celtics are 9.5-point favorites in this one. Totals at 212.5. Series price right now sits at Knicks 3-1, Celtics -400. Oh, I'm sorry. That is the money line for tonight. The series price is Knicks plus 550 and Celtics -800. It's even longer than you would have thought. And I don't know how you disagree with this price. I'm not saying that I'm dying to lay it with the Celtics in this one, because they are a little bit banged up, and yeah, they've had a couple days to rest up, and the Knicks went through that whole series with the Pistons that was probably longer than it should have been. I think everybody agrees that the Knicks maybe played with their food a little bit, and that series shouldn't have gone as long as it did. Whereas the Celtics, yeah, they let the Magic get 1 game, but the Magic are actually a good team, and even though they were banged up, the Celtics still finished it off in 5. So again, I'm not rushing to go lay 9.5 with the Celtics tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a double-digit win, though. The Celtics have just consistently had the Knicks number. And for as awesome as Brunson is, it's who's going to show up for the Knicks tonight? Is Cat going to show up? Is Mikal Bridges going to show up? Is it just going to be the Jalen Brunson show? Because if that's the case, then Celtics by 15, by 20 for my lungs. But we'll see how that one goes in this one. Kind of just a watch and see moment for me. Maybe some Jalen Brunson overs in this game. But the second game of the night that I will be betting, and I am excited to bet, Nuggets and Thunder, same spread, 9.5 for the Thunder. This is the late game, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. I know Nick Kostos is already shaking his fist about the start time of this one. Totals 225.5. Nuggets plus 340 on the money line. Thunder, you'd have to lay -450. Series price, same as the Knicks and the Celtics. Nuggets plus 550 as the dogs. Thunder -800. I'll take the 9.5 with the Nuggets. That more than 3 possessions, 100% with the Nuggets. I think that, okay, yes, the Thunder have had time to sit and wait, and they've kind of just been twiddling their thumbs, waiting to see who they were going to play. And yeah, I know the Nuggets had a very long series with the Clippers, but the way that the Nuggets won that last game and won the series, like, it wasn't even an issue. They kind of just rolled out of bed and, all right, we're advancing. I mean, shocker, it was a James Harden-led Clippers team, and shocker, he didn't show up. But I think 9.5 with the Nuggets, I will very gladly take that today. I have absolutely no qualms. Give me Jokic, give me Murray, give this Nuggets team that apparently you just fire your coach at the end of the year and it just works out for you. So I will take the Nuggets. I will take the points in this one. I'll probably sprinkle the money line a little bit too. Honestly, what do we talk about with the Thunder? The experience factor. And I do think it's a little bit overblown. Everyone's like, oh, well, the Thunder are inexperienced. They're so young. Yeah, well, they also steamrolled everyone for 82 games all year long. So, maybe they're not that inexperienced. But when you go against a Nuggets team that has recently won a championship, I'll take that with them. Elsewhere in the NBA, Pacers steal game 1 from the Cavs. That was kind of surprising, I think. I mean, it was to me. I didn't bet the Pacers. So, granted, I didn't bet the Cavs either. Just stayed away from that one. But notably, the Cavs didn't have Darius Garland. Pacers win 121 to 112. Series price now is minus 210 for the Cavs. They're still significant favorites. Pacers plus 175. And I can't wait to bet the Cavs in game 2. Sorry, Sean, but I think that especially if Garland is in this game, the Cavs are going to say, all right, that was cute. Now watch as we shove you in a locker. I still think that the Cavs are the much better team, and it seems like that's consensus, which usually I try to go against consensus when it comes to betting, when everybody and their mother is betting something. But I'll take the Cavs in game 2 in a bounce back spot at home. Good for the Pacers stealing home court, and maybe they can win the series. I think this is the series that everybody talked about where the underdog could pull it out and win the series. But I'll take the Cavs. And Sean puts in the chat, Cavs first quarter by 1 million. Yeah, I would agree with that. We'll talk about that tomorrow, obviously. But yeah, that's definitely going to be a look for me. And then how about the Warriors? They pull it out against the Rockets. They win in game 7. I kind of thought that the Warriors just didn't have the juice, especially after the way that they lost game 6 on Friday night. And yeah, we bet the Warriors in that game. That was super fun. But I thought the Rockets were going to be able to win at home in a game 7. And the experience of the Warriors just came through, and they win the series. They win game 7, and they advance to have the distinct pleasure now of facing the Minnesota Timberwolves. Good luck. Have a lot of fun with that. I'm going to be betting the Timberwolves in the series. I'm going to lay the games with them, and I'll be betting the Timberwolves in the games themselves as well, because the Timberwolves have just been sitting at home waiting to see who they were going to fight. I guess fight in a way. I mean, Draymond Green's on the court, so you never know. But play, more notably, on the court in the basketball game. And meanwhile, the Warriors play a 7-game series, and now also it's going to be every other day for the first 5 games of this series, too. There isn't going to be long layoffs of 2 days for this series in the first few games. So I think that you're going to see this Warriors team maybe start to break down a little bit, especially Steph. We know he's dealing with this thumb injury. We know Jimmy has that pelvic contusion famously. So I'm going to be on the Timberwolves here. I think the Timberwolves win the series as well. I will lay it'll probably be 2.5 games, but I will lay that. No qualms about that. And also I think the Timberwolves have the juice too. And do they have the best player in the series? Probably, right? Especially considering Steph's banged up. Like, all things considered, Ant's probably the best player in this series. So I'm excited to bet the Timberwolves. I think the longer that series goes, the more we're going to be betting the Timberwolves in that one. But excited for that series as well. And that does it for hoops. Let's go to the hockey. Let's go to the ice. And Johnny brought it up. I think it was off air. We were like 10 seconds from air. And Johnny's like, hey, let me tell you about my viewing experience of last night's hockey game. Sean's giving him the countdown of, hey, we have 10 seconds here. So that was a lot of fun. But love Johnny, obviously. Johnny VTV. If you missed that here on the BetMGM Network on Send It In, you can catch on the podcast, Send It In, wherever you get your podcasts. Or you can go back while we're live right now or on Twitter, and you can rewind and watch the show from the beginning. If you missed Johnny V, we talked a bunch of college baseball with him, and it was obviously really, really great. And he's really, really great. But speaking of hockey, speaking of the NHL playoffs, one game tonight that we need to talk about before we get into these series conversations. Panthers and Maple Leafs tonight, totals at 5.5. Games at 8:10 p.m. Eastern time. Panthers your favorite, minus 125. Leafs home dogs, plus 105. Series price goes Panthers minus 185. Maple Leafs plus 150. And listen, the Panthers are your co-favorites to win the Stanley Cup. And I don't know how anybody disagrees or points their nose up at that one, especially the way that they took care of the Lightning. The Lightning were the trendy team coming into the playoffs. Everyone was saying, whoa, watch out. They have the goaltender. They have the pedigree. They've won before. They have a MVP candidate in Kucherov. And the Panthers just say, that's cute. And you can win a couple games, but then we're just going to rip your soul out of your body and stomp on it on the ice. So everyone, I think, is going to be saying, oh, the Maple Leafs got the monkey off their back. I think people are going to bet the Maple Leafs as the day goes on here, but I hope that's the case, because even as it is, I don't mind laying minus 125 with the Panthers tonight. And if people are going to bet the Maple Leafs and move this price a little bit, I'm going to wait till the last second and hope that we can get a little bit of a better price. Like, okay, yeah, huge difference, minus 120 and minus 125. But listen, that's business, baby. If you can get a better price, why not wait? So I think the Panthers should have this one. I think they're just far and away the better team. Elsewhere in the NHL, a couple of series prices for you. Caps and Hurricanes. Caps plus 140. Hurricanes minus 170. The Hurricanes haven't played a game in like 2 weeks at this point. They've just been sitting at home waiting, dying to play somebody, and they've just been waiting for these series to wrap up. I kind of like the Caps at plus 140. They have that team of destiny thing, and I know it's so disgusting because everybody's been saying it. I'll back Alex Ovechkin in a record-breaking year. 1,000%. I kind of like the plus 140 on that one. Golden Knights and Oilers is a pick-em in this one. I kind of like the Oilers. Best player in the series. Kind of on a revenge tour from last year. I kind of like the Oilers in that series going forward. But speaking of the playoffs, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. BetMGM users, check your account for an any sport parlay boost token. Use it on a parlay or same game parlay and score a bigger payout if it hits. Boost your bet, boost your win tokens can be used on parlays and same game parlays, brought to you by the sportsbook born in Vegas, BetMGM. And as always, please gamble responsibly. That does it for the first half of the Hassan Hour, the send it in portion of the Hassan Hour. Thank you to Johnny Venezia at Johnny VTV, the host of the Breaking Bet podcast, which you can find on Twitter. Does really awesome stuff, really awesome breakdowns of everything college baseball. You know, not as good as me, but 1A, 1B. But Johnny's awesome. Appreciate him coming on, as always, as he does every Monday. That does it for the Send It In portion of the hour. Stick around here on the BetMGM Network, because Bet Slips and Bat Flips with, guess who? Me, Jake Hassan, coming up in just about 30 seconds here. So stick around just a couple of minutes so I can catch my breath and have a drink of water. And then Bet Slips and Bat Flips starts. We'll recap the weekend and Major League Baseball in just a couple of seconds. See you in a minute.
It's time for Bet Slips and Bat Flips.
This is going to be unbelievable.
With your host, Jake Hassan.
And what do we do is better. Once everybody else likes something, you hate it. And that's exactly what happened with me.
We'll be betting K's and debating your plays.
No sweat. Have a fun time. Good luck out there. Do your best.
Play ball.
Hey, welcome back. It's me, Jake Hassan, at Jake_Hassan on Twitter, by the way. You can also find on Twitter the BetMGM Network. You can also find the BetMGM Network on Twitch and on YouTube, where you can watch this lovely program, at least in my humble opinion, live. Or on Twitter, you can go back and start it from the beginning of the Hassan Hour, the Send It In portion of the hour, which, as you just heard about a minute ago, Johnny VTV joined us, Johnny Venezia. It was really awesome. And now we continue the betting conversation, the baseball betting conversation, that is, for the next half hour or so here on the BetMGM Network. And if you missed the show live, which you shouldn't, because it's really awesome live, and you can watch me live, and we have a lot of fun here, and you could get into the bettor's box when you watch live, and you can drop your bets, your comments, your questions. But all of that to say, if you do miss the live show, you can find us wherever you get your podcasts, Bet Slips and Bat Flips, or Send It In if you feel so inclined as well. You won't see PJ Glasser there for the last couple of podcast episodes. You'll see me, Jake Hassan, and you also see me, Jake Hassan, on Send It In for the rest of the week as well as the Hassan Hour rolls on. But regardless, we appreciate your 5-star reviews. We appreciate your ratings, as always, when it comes to the podcast. And we appreciate you interacting with the show live, should you be here. As I mentioned, the Bettor's Box is open, and you can leave your comments, questions, bets, your weekend recaps of your own. Whatever you got, send it into the Betters Box, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, the BetMGM network. But for now, we get into bet slips and bat flips here as usual with the one game that I absolutely love today. And you get the New York Mets, the New York Metropolitans, as dogs in Arizona. And listen, everybody here knows how much I love the Arizona Diamondbacks. And yes, I do think that they are a good team. And yes, I do think that they'll make the playoffs. And once they do that, they will be a threat. But the Mets are also really, really good. The Mets are leading the NL East right now. They have a very good run differential. And Griffin Canning, their starter today, has been really strong all year. Even though he's been a little bit worse on the road, still getting this Mets team as dogs, getting Juan Soto, Francisco Lindor, Pete Alonso, Mark Vientos has started to play better for the Mets as well. Getting all of those guys as dogs, I'll take it. How often are we going to say that we can lay a minus 102 price with the Mets? And honestly, this is on the move. It's slowly moving, but this was minus 105 like an hour ago. So wait until the last second for this game, and you could probably get even money, if not better, with the Mets in this one. And the Diamondbacks going with Ryan Nelson, who in his career is much worse at home, weirdly, than on the road. So give me the Mets on the money line in this one. I think this is an absolute steal of a price getting the Mets today. But that's the one game that I absolutely love today. We will get to the rest of the card here in just a little bit after we get to your comments, your questions, your bets in the Betters Box, of course. But before we get to the Betters Box, which you have interest in joining, you can do Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, BetMGM Network. But before we get to the Betters Box, of course, we have to touch them all. Injury news, lineup updates, everything that you need to know in baseball since we last talked, which was Friday. I missed you guys. It's been a long time. Some would say 72 hours exactly. Well, I guess not exactly and change, because I've been on for 30 minutes already. But that's neither here nor there. The first thing that we need to let you know about is Jackson Merrill gets activated off the injured list for the Padres today. He has been on the shelf for about a little under a month or so here. He was playing awesome for the Padres. Their star center fielder obviously signed a huge contract extension as well. Your unfortunately runner-up in the Rookie of the Year race last year. But huge injection of ability and talent into the Padres lineup that they have been missing, because the Padres lineup has mostly been just Fernando Tatis Jr. and Manny Machado for the last couple of weeks. They needed another guy to step up in this lineup. And for whatever reason, guys like Luis Arias haven't been really carrying their water and carrying their weight in that lineup. So getting Jackson Merrill back is huge for the Padres. Not saying to rush and bet Jackson Merrill for like MVP or anything, but as far as the futures prices go, Padres are 20-1 to win the World Series, 13-1 to win the National League, plus 650 to win the NL West. Most wins in baseball is 14-1 for the Padres. We'll see how this goes. There will surely be an adjustment period for Jackson Merrill. He's missed a lot of time, but this is a big get for the Padres. They've been sorely needing somebody else to step up in that lineup and makes a really good team even better going forward. Now, somebody else that returned that already happened over the weekend. Welcome back, Lance McCullers Jr. makes his first appearance on a mound since the 2022 World Series. He makes his debut on the season against the White Sox over the weekend. 3 2/3 innings, 3 hits, no runs, 3 walks, which is expected. He missed a lot of time. Got to shake off the rust. 4 strikeouts as well. He was 25-1 for comeback player of the year. We talked about that a little bit on Friday when we talked about him returning against the White Sox. Down to 11-1 now. A heavy crash on Lance McCullers Jr., which makes sense, especially when you consider AL comeback player of the year is kind of wide open right now. Mike Trout goes on the injured list. We talked about that on Friday after the Angels told us they expected him to only miss a game. And then, okay, now here you go. You're on the injured list. That team is unbelievable. But now McCullers, his price crashes, and you're going against guys like Spencer Torkelson, who's coming back from being bad and is having a strong year, don't get me wrong, and Jacob deGrom, who obviously is coming back from a significant injury. But I still think these guys are beatable, especially because if people are going to be betting Jacob deGrom for Cy Young, they're not going to want to give him multiple awards. Now, this could come back to bite us because maybe they'll say, well, we're going to give deGrom the comeback player of the year because we're going to give player X the Cy Young instead. Maybe that'll be Hunter Brown. Pitched pretty well over the weekend. Just saying. But Lance McCullers Jr. makes his return really awesome to see. He's gone through a lot. Obviously, he's missed 3 years I guess 2, the 23 and 24 season. And the last time we saw him was a little under 3 years ago. So awesome for him. Something to watch for AL Comeback Player of the Year as well. Want to make sure he's healthy and that can string together a couple starts, but definitely somebody that I have a little bit of interest in. Some record-breaking performances that we saw over the weekend. The Royals and the Orioles tie the record for most solo home runs in a game. They hit 10 of them. The Royals had 7 on their own. The Royals become the second team this year to hit 7 home runs in a game, joining, I'll give you a second to guess. Yeah, it's the Yankees, obviously, who have been hitting 1 million home runs all year long. But the Royals, it's so funny. Both of these teams have been struggling offensively. Hey, we're going to hit 11 home runs in a game, and 10 of them are going to be solo shots. It's really a microcosm of what both of these teams have been all year long. Just exceptionally frustrating. But all of that being said, the Royals have started to play better baseball. They continue to play really, really well. 8-2 in their last 10. Just saying, Michael Garcia, pretty good. God, if only the Royals could continue to elevate their offensive performances by, I don't know, calling somebody up that's in their minor league system who's playing really well and, hitting home runs off of buildings. But I digress. Another person that just got myself too fired up, lost my train of thought. Let's try that again. Another person who is returning from the injured list and adding to some chaos a little bit in their rotation. The Phillies have activated Ranger Suarez off of the injured list. The subsequent move for this was a little head-scratching to some people. They moved Taijuan Walker to the bullpen in response to activating Ranger Suarez. I get that Taijuan Walker has pitched very well so far this year. He had a sub-2.5 ERA, but it's Taijuan Walker that we're talking about. Did anyone really expect that he would continue to pitch this well for the rest of the year? Now, should the Phillies maybe have considered going to a 6-man rotation, especially considering that Christopher Sanchez has been dealing with elbow irritation and has only made 1 start since he left the game with elbow tightness? Yeah, maybe, but that's above my pay grade. I don't get paid to make those decisions. The people like Dave Dombrowski and the manager, Rob Thompson, they're the ones that get paid to make those decisions. I am just a humble person with a microphone in front of his face. So who am I to say? But Taijuan Walker moves to the bullpen probably for the best as far as the long run goes for Taijuan Walker and the Phillies. Somebody who may be going on the injured list, and we're awaiting news on this, but Shota Minaga left his start over the weekend. He left in the 6th inning with a, quote, hamstring strain. Unannounced and unsure if he'll be on the injured list at this point, but a huge blow for the Cubs. And part of the reason why I think the Cubs are still vulnerable in the NL Central, maybe a team like the Reds or the Brewers can pull this off and maybe win that division, because the Cubs rotation is just completely decimated right now. Justin Steele, you lost him about a month ago. He's out for the year after going under the knife on his elbow. And now Shota Minaga, who had a scare with a hamstring injury in his last start prior to this, now leaves his start against the Brewers over the weekend, and now that seems like he might be dabbling with an injured list stint. If at the best, he's probably going to miss his next turn in the rotation, which leaves you with number 1 starter Matthew Boyd. Ugh. Anyone feel super confident in that going forward? I really like the Cubs. Kyle Tucker's awesome. Pete Crow Armstrong is amazing and plays really, really fun baseball. This Cubs team is very fun. But when it comes to, push comes to shove, this rotation is really scary. And I don't mean that in a good way. I mean it in the way that Colin Ray is going to probably start 30 games for you this year. Again, I say, ugh. It's a little scary. So I think the Cubs are vulnerable. If you want, I have Brewers futures from before the year. I also have Reds futures from before the year. I'm good. So if you have nothing here, though, ask yourself, who do you think, would you rather go? The high ceiling of the Reds, the high floor of the Brewers? And then make your decision following that. I personally would lean towards the Brewers just because the Reds are so volatile and they're so hot and cold, but you make that decision for yourself. RIP, theoretically, fired. Rangers fire their, quote, offensive coordinator. And you might be saying offensive coordinator, but this is baseball, Jake. Yes, This is baseball. And the Rangers have fired their offensive coordinator / hitting coach, Donnie Ecker. The Rangers, as I've mentioned, and as we've been saying, we were fading the Rangers because they couldn't score. There was nothing going on in that lineup. And welcome back to Corey Seager, who got activated off the injured list on Saturday. But this Rangers lineup just doesn't have it. Adolis Garcia, his picture is on the back of a milk carton at your local grocery store, and especially in Texas. Wyatt Langford's awesome, but also they demoted Jake Berger, their big offseason acquisition. Jock Peterson has a minus 1.2 WAR, and he doesn't play the field. So that's all just from him being terrible at the dish. They are 25th in MLB batting average at 228, 27th in OPS with 644. The Rangers, in 15 out of their last 22 games, have failed to score more than 3 runs. I'm going to say that again. In 15 out of their last 22 games, the Rangers, a team with Adolis Garcia, Wyatt Langford, Jace Young, Jock Peterson, and for the most part, Corey Seager, have failed to score more than 3 runs. Not great, even though their rotation is awesome. I still think this Rangers team will figure it out at some point, but right now, they're a fade, baby. They cannot hit. It's bad news down there in Arlington, Texas. Last couple things here that we're going to hit before we get to the bettor's box. The Twins officially activate Royce Lewis off the injured list. Finally, he had been out since March 16th, also known as spring training, when he pulled his left hamstring running down the first base line in a spring training game. This will be his season debut and when he first enters the lineup for the Twins tomorrow. But for now, listen, this is a great story. Fine, Royce Lewis is back. I still don't like the Twins because you know what's going to happen. Royce Lewis is going to get hurt again. That's just the name of the game with him. He comes back, is awesome, and is Barry Bonds for 20 games, and then he goes on the injured list. The guy's made of glass. It's going to be fun to bet on while he's in the lineup and while he's playing, but at the end of the day, no interest in Twins futures. A, because they stink in general, and B, because Royce Lewis is going to end up back on the injured list sooner rather than later. Sorry, it's just facts are facts, is what it is. That's what we have come to know with Royce Lewis over the last couple of years. Last thing here, MLB Network is going to have Jarren Duran mic'd up for Thursday's game versus the Rangers. It will be on a 10-second delay to stop any colorful commentary from Duran, who, as we know, somewhat of a potty mouth. So that'll be interesting to see. One thing, bon voyage to Ross Stripling. He announced his retirement from baseball today on social media. And listen, nice little career for Ross Stripling. Was with the Dodgers for a long time. Well done. More time in the major leagues than I had. But now we go to the bettor's box. We go to you, the people, and we get to your comments, your bets, anything that you have on your mind here on this Monday, this MLB Monday, if you will. Hated that. Not going to use that one again. Immediately gets retired. Didn't like it. But we go to the bettor's box. Frost25, what you got for today's MLB? Well, Frost25, that is what the show is for. And as a first-time listener, clearly, we get to the 7-minute stretch in just a bit, and I will go through the whole card and tell you my thoughts and or my bets on every single game. Appreciate you joining the bettor's box, Frost25. We'll get to the card in just a little bit. Reed Phillips. Jake, I listened to an interview with the Royals GM this morning on Odyssey Station 96.5 The Fan. Shout out the Odyssey Station, 96 Fan in Kansas City. And he said there would be no restrictions on Reagans tonight. Mini ladders versus the White Sox. This was a big thing for me because I did have it in the rundown. I did have it in my notes today. We do get Cole Reagans coming back today. He does go against the White Sox, who are a pretty soft landing spot if you're trying to shake off an injury. I'm a little scared. Sure, he can go on there and say that there's going to be no restrictions, but I have a feeling that Matt Quatraro is going to have a shorter leash on Cole Reagans here. I'm not super confident that they're just going to let it rip with Cole Reagans today. So listen, that's just me though. That's me personally trying to read the tea leaves. If you want to take that as gospel from the Royals GM and what he said, go for it. It's the White Sox. They are a bad team that strikes out a lot. Sorry, Sean, but if you want to believe in Cole Reagans here and take those ladders, 1,000%. I'm not going to tell you not to do that. I personally am not going to be doing that because I'm a little scared of a short leash and a quick hook for Cole Reagans here today in Chicago going against the White Sox. But I get the desire to want to take those overs with Reagan's. As G Still 45 says, he's going Reagan's over 6.5 with the Royals money line parlay. I like that look. And honestly, if you want to take a little bit of not more risk, but if you're willing to take a little bit worse of a price, I would even just go Reagan's over 5.5 or over 4.5 and pair it with the Royals on the money line. I will say Shane Smith has pitched really well for the White Sox. He's been very good for them. Is there some regression coming? Yeah, the difference between his ERA and his FIP are a little more than a run. So probably some regression coming, and the Royals have played really, really good baseball recently. That lineup has finally started to figure it out. Vinny Pasquantino and Michael Garcia finally giving some support to Bobby Witt Jr. in that lineup. But I see the vision. I do, guys. I promise. Brian Giles, excited for the Hassan Hour all week. Hey, I appreciate that. I'm excited for the Hassan Hour all week as well. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited to go a little bit more in depth on other stuff, not just baseball with you guys. So very excited for that one. But now, and appreciate you guys, as always, being in the bettor's box. Sending in your bets, your comments, your questions. And if you missed the show live, you can't get to the BetMGM network on Twitch, YouTube, or Twitter. You can find us wherever you get your podcasts. Bet Slips and Bat Flips. Humbly respect and are thankful for your 5-star ratings and reviews. But let's get to the rest of the bets, and let's get to the full card that we have today. And we start with the 7-minute stretch because, listen, not some great starters today. Honestly, I'm going to be honest, I'm making an executive decision. I'm skipping the starter spotlight. There's a lot of bums that go today. What am I going to do? Put Landon Roop, there it is, in the starter spotlight? What am I going to do? Put Ben Kasparius in the starter spotlight? No. So we go right to the 7-minute stretch. We go right into the games, and we do start with Ben Kasparius and the Dodgers going against the Marlins and Sandy Alcantara. He of the 8.31 ERA, by the way. It has not been a good go of the season for Sandy Alcantara after we thought that the Marlins would maybe trade him at some point in the year because, he won a Cy Young Award just a couple of years ago, but he's been real bad today. I think he'll be bad today and on the season. This Dodgers team, a lot of guys have very good history against him. Freddie Freeman, Max Muncy, Mookie Betts, others in that lineup all have really good history against Sandy. And as he struggles to find it, I think Dodgers plays are the only way to go here. I think that run line, maybe if you don't want to trust Ben Kasparius, the team total over could be a look for the Dodgers as well. Or maybe you just want to take some total bases, some home run props. I have a home run prop in this game that we will give out once we get to the walk-off. We talk about all my bets in just a little bit. But for now, we keep it moving here on the card, and we go to Guardians and Nationals. Luis Ortiz going for Cleveland in this one. Jake Irvin hosting with the Nationals at home. They are minus 105. Total is at 9. I kind of like the Nationals as home dogs in this one. Irvin just had a really strong start at home against the Mets, but Luis Ortiz has been very hot and cold for the Guardians, and the Nationals have been hot and cold as a team. So if you gave me $100 and said, Jake, make a bet on this one, I would go with the Nationals maybe in the first 5 or maybe honestly in the full game because Emmanuel Clase once again blew a lead in the 9th. He continues to have some struggles here. He just looks completely washed. So I'm kind of talking myself into the Nationals on this one. Again, gave me $100 to make a bet. It would be the Nationals on the money line in this one. Padres versus Yankees. Yankees minus 150. Total is at 8. Nick Pivetta going for the Padres. Carlos Rodon going for the Yankees. And this was a pretty easy one for me. I'll take the Padres on the money line here, and we have to wait. This game might not get played. There's a threat of weather in this one, but assuming that it does get played, I'm going with the Padres on the money line. Nick Pivetta has a 1.78 ERA. The peripherals back him up. If this game is played, it should be wind blowing in. So even though he doesn't get a lot of ground balls, even though they're fly balls, the wind should knock him down. Should be okay. Getting Jackson Merrill back is huge as well for the Padres. I'll take the plus money with them in this one. At worst, I think this game should be a pick'em. And Carlos Rodon, I'm not a Carlos Rodon guy. Never have been. He's pitched decently for the Yankees this year, but give me the Padres on the money line in this one. Reds and Braves. Braves minus 150. Total is at 8.5. Going against Cincinnati. Brady Singer going for the Reds. AJ Smith-Shawver going for Atlanta. And you get the Reds at plus 125 here. I'll take the Reds. I'll back Brady Singer. And this one, he's pitched pretty well for Cincinnati, and you're getting good plus money here. And this is a fade of Atlanta after they just played the Sunday night baseball game. And that's generally a place and a spot where you can fade some of these teams. So helps that the Braves are the favorite team in this one. They just played that late night game. Give me the Reds on the money line and this one. White Sox and Royals. Royals minus 250. Total is at 8. Shane Smith and Cole Reagans. As we mentioned, welcome back Cole Reagans after he was dealing with an injury, skipped a turn in the rotation. He comes back today. He has been out since April 24th, little over 10 days with an injury. Listen, I get that you guys want to back Cole Reagans. You guys want to take the K's and overs and you want to parlay with the Royals on the money line. More power to you. You guys are braver than me. I'm going to stay away only because I'm not sure if Matt Quatraro is going to have a quick hook with Cole Reagans on this one. And Shane Smith has been good for the White Sox. Honestly, I don't hate a White Sox first 5 money line look in this one if you wanted to. Same thing. Give me $100. Say, Jake, make a bet. It would probably be the White Sox on the first 5. They've been a little frisky, to be honest. As Sean says, they're very close to being a bad but fun team. Like, they're not Rockies bad where it's just, oh, God, no thanks. Like, the White Sox are kind of fun. Edward Caro has been great. And maybe we should look at him for Rookie of the Year, to be honest, because AL Rookie of the Year, I think, is still wide open as Christian Campbell continues to deal with injury. He missed a game over the weekend, and Jacob Wilson still refuses to hit anything other than opposite field singles. So, just saying, Nick Kurtz, though, hit a triple yesterday. Just saying. But Edward Caro has been awesome for the White Sox and their youth movement, and the White Sox have been a little frisky. They've been kind of fun a little bit, honestly. Astros and Brewers moving on, going to Milwaukee. Brewers are home favorites, minus 115. And this one, Ronel Blanco against Tobias Myers, a couple of 5 ERAs in this one. And I'll take the Astros on the money line. Honestly, the Brewers have been kind of weird with Tobias Myers. He started the first 2 games of the season for his turn in the rotation after coming off the injured list. Then the Brewers sent him to the bullpen. He made an appearance out of the bullpen against the Cubs over the weekend. Just very bizarre. And Ronel Blanco hasn't been great, but he's due for some positive regression here. Doesn't allow a lot of hard hits, doesn't allow a lot of barrels, and he's actually been decent on the road as well. And I think the Astros, even though I don't think they're a great team overall, they are probably the better team than the Brewers in this one. And at least you have some star upside with guys like Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez. So give me the Astros on the money line in this one. Giants and Cubs. Cubs minus 170 with Matthew Boyd on the mound. Giants plus 140 with Landon Roop. There it is. Total is at 7.5. And Roop's been bad. He strikes guys out and gets a good amount of chases and whiffs, but he allowed 4 home runs in his last 4 starts, allows a lot of hard contact. And the Cubs, like I mentioned off the top, playing really good baseball. Kyle Tucker's been awesome. Pete Crow Armstrong has been amazing for that team. He's broken out completely for this team. I like the Cubs' first 5 team total over 2.5. You get plus money against Roop. Like I said, he's allowed 4 home runs in his last 4 starts. Cubs have been a top 10 offense playing really good baseball recently. Was it against the Brewers and the Pirates? Yes. But Landon Roop, not been very good. Give me the Cubs first 5 team total over 2.5. And that one, a real yuck fest here, real garbage slinging fest here. Pirates and Cardinals. Cardinals minus 130 at home. Totals 8.5. Pirates plus 110. Carmen Majinski against Miles Michaelis. Kind of think that minus 130 is a little bit of a short price for the Cardinals. Michaelis, he's got a 4.6 ERA, but has actually pitched much better than his ERA indicates. My bet in this game, though, is going to be Brendan Donovan over 1.5 total bases. 3 for 5 in his career against Majinski. The expected numbers back it up. The expected slugging numbers against Majinski for Brendan Donovan are like 780, which is insane. And Donovan's been really good this year. He's hitting 339 on the year. So give me Brendan Donovan over 1.5 total bases for the Cardinals in that one. As I mentioned, I like the Mets today as dogs against the Diamondbacks. I just don't think that Ryan Nelson and the Diamondbacks should be almost minus 120 favorites against a much better Mets team. That was the game I loved today. Mariners and A's, last game of the night. Mariners minus 115 on the road in Sacramento against the A's, who are minus 105. Totals at 9 in this one. Bryce Miller versus Luis Severino in this one. Decent pitching matchup. Thought about making this one my starter spotlight, but didn't know who I really wanted to back in this one. And I'm just going to go the total over. First 5 over 4.5 in this one. The A's have seen Bryce Miller once already this year in his first start of the year. They tagged him for 3 runs in 5 2/3 innings. And now that first start was in Seattle, where Bryce Miller has pitched very well in his career. Now goes to Sacramento, where we know that is an overs park. It has just been, baseballs have been flying out of that park for both teams, the A's and whoever they host. So I think the A's could tag him a little bit in this one. And Severino has had his own issues when pitching in Sacramento, and a couple of the Mariners like Cal Raleigh and Jorge Polanco, who are having really good years. They have good history against Luis Severino as well. So I'll take the first 5 over 4.5. I do kind of like the A's as minus money dogs in this one. It's just a little bit because I do think that they're the better team, and they're playing awesome right now. They've been playing really well. That win total over, we should cruise to that, and still can get them at 22-1 to win the division. 20-1, excuse me, to win the division. In which, speaking of those division odds, the AL West is kind of weird. It's kind of wild. The Mariners, your favorites right now, plus 105. I had been staunchly against the Mariners all year long coming into the year. I just didn't think that they had the offense. And now here we are. Cal Raleigh's leading the league in home runs. Jorge Polanco is having a career revival in Seattle right now. And oh, by the way, Randy Arozarena and Julio Rodriguez are still not at the top of their powers. So what's that going to look like once they start to hit a little bit too? So I do agree with the price right now. Astros plus 230, Rangers plus 250. Honestly, I think the value's on the A's at 20-1. I think this team is pretty good, just saying. But we close it here with my bets for the walk-off. As I said, I like the Mets on the money line. Don't think they should be dogs against the Diamondbacks. Cubs, first 5, team total over 2.5. Astros on the money line. Reds on the money line. Padres on the money line. A lot of money line plays today, and a lot of money line dog plays today. So we'll see how this goes. Brendan Donovan over 1.5 total bases against Carmen Mlodzinski, Seattle, and the A's. First 5 over 4.5. And the Jakey Rakes, just for funsies, home run play of the day. We hit it on Friday. We hit it yesterday, too, if you were watching Sunday's Bets with me and Chris Mack. Gave out Kerry Carpenter. That was awesome. Let's keep it going. Give me Max Muncy to hit a home run in this one. He has been playing much better at 900 OPS over the last week. 6 for 18 with 2 home runs versus Sandy Alcantara in his career. That's almost 6-1 for Muncy. Let's get another one. Let's go into this Monday on a high note. Thank you for listening, for viewing here on the BetMGM Network. I have been Jay Hassan. This has been Bet Slips and Bat Flips, and the Hassan Hour will send it in as well. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. to win and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment.
Unbelievable!
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM network and on YouTube at the BetMGM network. You can also watch us on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And from 6 to 7 Eastern time, head on over to the NBC Sports Now channel, available on Peacock. That's right, it's a Peacock Power Hour each and every weekday here on YBYB. And as always, if you want to listen to us, you can listen to us live on Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram at Femi_Abebefe. The entire show is on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire BetMGM network on Twitter at BetMGM Network. You like our show, you like Bet Sweats, Bet Slips and Bat Flips, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows across the network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. We got the whole crew hanging out with us here on this Monday. Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Addie Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the next hour with his thoughts on the NBA playoffs over the weekend, seeing the Golden State Warriors win Game 7 Sunday night in Houston. Golden State moving on. Houston season done. So we'll get Nick's thoughts on that Game 7, as well as all the other games throughout the weekend in the NBA playoffs and Stanley Cup playoffs as well. We didn't forget about you, hockey, because the hockey was absolutely madness, which we'll talk about here shortly. But as always, if you miss anything across these 4 hours, check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, you might as well go ahead and subscribe, rate, and review. Boost us up those podcast charts. We have a couple of awesome guests joining us here on this Monday, starting at 5:40 Eastern time. Our NBC and Peacock teammate, you saw him on the coverage for the Kentucky Derby all throughout Saturday afternoon. Stanley Cup champion, NHL on TNT analyst, was on the call of last night's dramatic Game 7 in Winnipeg. The great Eddie Olczyk returns to us here on You Better You Bet. We'll get his thoughts on the Stanley Cup playoffs now that we're in the second round. Conference semifinals start tonight with Toronto and Florida. What a series that is. Defending Cup champions against the perennial playoff choke artists. I wonder who's going to win that one. But actually, it's an interesting series from a betting standpoint. We'll get Eddie O's thoughts coming up at 5:40. During the NBC Sports Now Power Hour at 6:20, we'll be joined by NBC betting analyst, the whale capper, Drew Dinsick, fresh off of a trip to Churchill Downs. Whale, of course, the co-host of the Deep Dive podcast. We'll get his thoughts on what happened over the weekend in the NBA playoffs and get some best bets for tonight's game ones that we have in the conference semifinals. Knicks at the Celtics, Nuggets at the Thunder. We'll talk to Whale at 6:20 Eastern time. But we also want to hear from you guys as well. Join in on the conversation on social media. You can tweet us at You Better You Bet. You can tweet me at Femi Abebefe. You can tweet Nick at the Costos over on Twitter. What was your favorite betting event from the weekend and why? It could be the Kentucky Derby, the NBA playoffs, Stanley Cup playoff. Like, what was your favorite betting event from the weekend? Because it was a busy weekend in the world of sports, a very fun weekend in the world of sports. So let us know by tweeting us at You Better You Bet on Twitter. And if you're not on Twitter, you can put it into the YouTube chat or in the Twitch chat, and we'll give you a shout out later on during the program. But let's get into that weekend that was in the world of sports. And we'll start with last night's pair of Game 7s on the ice and on the hardwood. Will begin in the NBA with the Golden State Warriors, a do-or-die Game 7. Win or go home, Game 7. And the Warriors do what they always do for the better part of a decade. They are victorious in an important game, beating the Houston Rockets 103-89. And I think, honestly, just like watching the game last night, I think the biggest thing that kept sticking in my brain while watching the action unfold was, yeah, man, winners just win. Like, winners win. And it sounds silly to say that out loud because, of course, yeah, the winners won. Great. Like, that's what happened. But, like, it's true. And that's what made it so interesting how this betting market kind of formed after what happened Friday night with the Rockets going into Golden State and beating up the Warriors to force that Game 7. Like, for the better part of a decade, this Golden State run started about a decade ago. 2014-15 was the first time they won the title that season, where they won 67 games, Steve Kerr's first year as the head coach. And ever since then, these dudes have been winners. Steph Curry, one of the great winners in NBA history. Draymond Green, for all of his shenanigans that he does sometimes. Last night, that was the good Draymond Green and what we saw. He was awesome in the game. He's also a winner. Steve Kerr is a winner. Jimmy Butler, even though he's never won an NBA title, he is known as a big-time playoff performer. He is a guy that's led couple of Miami Heat teams to the NBA Finals. I think most people would say, even without the ring, Jimmy Butler is a winner. These dudes get it done, and they always get it done in the big spot. And last night, going up against an inexperienced Houston Rockets team, like, the Warriors just really showed us why they should have actually been favored in the game, and why a lot of people prior to the series, ourselves included here on this show, liked them to advance and beat the Houston Rockets. Like, it wasn't even your traditional, like, Steph Curry going nuclear kind of game. And in fact, the game will probably be remembered 10, 15, 20 years from now as the Buddy Hield game. Like, Buddy buckets, Buddy ball. Buddy Hield was tremendous in the game. He was so good, especially early on in that first half, where I believe he had 22 points in the first half when Steph Curry was being doubled and the Rockets were doing whatever they could to kind of beat up Steph off the ball. Steph was like a decoy in the first half, and Buddy Hield said, you know what, guys, don't worry. I got this. I'll help us carry the load offensively with nothing to fear. Buddy Hield is here. 12 of 15, 9 of 11 from three-point range. He tied an NBA Game 7 record for most three-pointers made in the game. Now, the last one was wide open with, like, the game pretty much over. I think he was going for the record. He clearly knew that 9 was the number, but, like, 9 three-pointers made in the game. 33 points, which of course is a career playoff high for Buddy Hield. And, like, when you have a team that has a winning culture like Golden State, these are the kind of performances that you get even from role players. Like just having Steph Curry take up so much gravity on the court, so much attention. All of a sudden, a guy like Buddy Hield, who, I mean, Buddy Hield's played in like 15 playoff games in his career. Hasn't been that many. You know, he was on the Sixers last year, didn't really do a whole lot. Has been kind of bouncing around the league on some bad teams. Never really has played in like big time moments. But Buddy Hield was awesome in the game, and like having that kind of winning mentality in the organization kind of rubbed off on Buddy Hield. He even said after the game that the Warriors had a players-only team meeting after Game 6 when they lost at home and kind of got blown out and embarrassed in the game when everyone thought they were going to close them out Friday night. They had a players-only meeting, and it was led by Steph Curry. It was led by Draymond Green. It was led by Jimmy Butler. I don't know, the three guys who were like the winners on the team. They led the team meeting, and at that point, that gave everyone else the confidence of, hey, yes, we kind of blew an opportunity Friday night to close this thing out, but we still have what it takes to beat this team, and we're still the better team. And that kind of gave a guy like Buddy Hield that sort of confidence that was needed to perform the way he did. Like, nobody would have expected Buddy Hield to have a 30-point performance. Even your most staunch Warrior fan would not have expected that, but Steve Kerr stuck with them, and they got rewarded with it, with Buddy Hield having the tremendous game. And like, in addition to Hield and what he did, the toughness of the Golden State Warriors, talk about them being winners. Toughness, I think, is also another thing as to why this team won last night, and the manner in which they won, where defensively they absolutely locked down the Houston Rockets. Draymond Green, like a guy that has been left open the entire series. Guess what? What does he do to start off the game? Back-to-back three-pointers made. Like, it was like, oh, this is Game 7 Draymond Green. We all remember that 2016 Game 7 when the Cavs beat the Warriors. Probably Draymond's best game of his career, where he had like 20-something points and a triple-double. He was awesome in that game, although in defeat to LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, and the Cleveland Cavaliers. Last night, though, I mean, you get 2 3-pointers from Draymond. What was his three-pointers prop? At point 5? And the juice heavily to the under? Like, there's no way anybody expected 2 3-pointers, especially early in the game, sort of set the tone from Draymond Green. He gives him 16 points, 6 boards, 5 assists, outstanding defense on Alperen Şengün. Like, Şengün cannot do anything against Draymond. Like, Green was awesome. How about Kevon Looney, who out of nowhere had not played like at all in the series? He's given him 11 minutes in the game. Steve Kerr wanted this one, saying that, hey, all hands on deck. We might pull all sorts of cards that we haven't pulled. We even saw Jonathan Kuminga Now, Kuminga didn't really do much in the game. Like, he was bad. But, like, we even saw Jonathan Kuminga out there for a game 7. But Looney had big 11 minutes in the game. And they just kept beating up on Şengün. Şengün, 9 of 23. Like, he did not have a performance worthy of, like, the all-star lead dog kind of guy that the Houston Rockets needed to advance in this series. The Warriors were just the better team from Jump Street. They grabbed the early lead, and they never really looked back in this game, which is why they're moving on. And like, you just sit there and you wonder, like, hey, like, with all the doom and gloom after Friday, at the end of the day, in game 7, it was still one team being led by Steph Curry and one team being led by Alperen Şengün and Fred VanVleet. Like, come on. Like, looking back on it, obviously hindsight being 2020, but this isn't even hindsight. This is like, Nick, I'll give him full credit. He talked about this last week on Thursday, saying that I hope the Warriors lose game 6 so I can bet them in game 7. And that's exactly what happened. Like, it was such a great opportunity to bet in the Golden State Warriors that, like, having those guys, Curry, like, in a big time game against a relatively inexperienced team, like, that is what we live for as bettors. And the Warriors got it home for us. And for the Houston Rockets, who are now done, hell of a season, 2 seed, 50-plus games. Ime Udoka did a great job turning this team around. I mean, they won 22 games the year prior. So, like, they should not kind of, like, hold their heads down low and, like, feel disappointed about this. Yeah, they can feel disappointed, but they shouldn't think that this is a failure because they're probably a little bit ahead of schedule, to be quite honest. Like, the Houston Rockets, they have a nice foundation, but what this series really proved to everyone, and we all kind of figured it going in, but it really is illuminating once you see it play out, like, they need a dude. Like, you know, and they have one, I think, that's kind of blossoming currently in Amen Thompson. Like, he was awesome in the game, clearly the best Houston Rocket, and the game kind of, like, changed once he had the calf injury. Like, Amen Thompson was tremendous with what he was doing with his defense all throughout the series on Steph Curry. Like, you can just see the flashes from him where it's like, whoa, if he ever figures out this offense thing with what he can do defensively, like, he's probably a future defensive player of the year, but if he can figure out the offense and get the jump shot going, good luck, because that dude's the best athlete in the NBA. Like, in a league full of awesome elite athletes, he stands above everyone else. He is so damn good, and he was really good last night with the 24 points. He was probably the only Houston Rocket that showed up because VanVleet wasn't that great. Şengün wasn't that great. I mean, Dylan Brooks, crickets. Jalen Green, on a milk carton once again in the game. 8 points scored by Jalen Green, supposed to be one of the scorers on the Houston Rockets. It just didn't work out, and you need a running mate for Amen Thompson. Now, you know, they could call up the Milwaukee Bucks. You know, there seems to be a guy, Giannis Antetokounmpo, who could potentially be available this summer. Like, that's the kind of trade. If you're Houston, that's the trade you make. I know there's been rumblings about, oh, maybe Kevin Durant. No, I'm good. Like, Kevin Durant's an all-time great player, probably a top 15 player, top 20 player all time. But, like, no, like, Kevin Durant's a little bit older, gets injured more often. No, like, you go get Giannis if you're the Houston Rockets. That's the trade you make and say, hey, you can take anybody but Amen Thompson. But that's what Houston needs to take the next step forward. If you're going to beat a Steph Curry or you're going to beat an Anthony Edwards or whoever could potentially come out of the Western Conference, like, you need one of those kinds of dudes. Giannis is that dude. The Rockets don't have that. So until they get that figured out, they're not going to be a title contending team. But it's a good foundation, and they have a lot of nice pieces to trade. They have some draft picks. So let's see what Houston does this summer. But Golden State, awesome to see them get it done last night in Game 7. Nice victory, easy, rocking chair winner, as we say it, with the Warriors winning 103-89. Conversely, on the other side of things, the NHL Stanley Cup Game 7, Winnipeg and St. Louis. I was on the Blues in the game last night. That hurt. that hurt to see it play out the way it did. St. Louis plus 152 on the money line. The game starts. I mean, first of all, just like, what a game in general. Like, a hell of a hockey game. Like, if you're not a big time hockey fan, like, that's the kind of game that can get you into hockey forever. Like, that game was so fun and it was awesome. But I just think back on like reflecting on what happened last night, and like, it's pretty simple for me. Like, the Blues just blew the game. Like, the Blues blew it. Like, that is exactly what happened. They blew it up 3-1, less than 2 minutes to play. They're up 3-1. And for some reason, they let this thing go to overtime. Like, it's insane. And, like, you got to give Winnipeg credit for their incredible resolve. I think it was Nikolai Ehlers who said after the game that, like, going into intermission in between periods 2 and 3, they looked around and said, hey, like, we're not done playing hockey, boys. Like, we got to continue doing this thing, because I thought they were cooked. They scored the goal to make it 2-1, and then all of a sudden St. Louis responds right before the intermission, before the third period. I was like, oh, this is done. Like, there's no way they're going to bounce back from this. Early on, Connor Hellebuyck looked absolutely rattled. Like, Winnipeg did not look like they were going to get this thing done. The entire crowd looked disappointed in those final 2 minutes, and then all of a sudden, boom, goal. Like we have Perfetti that scores the goal to go ahead and force overtime, and then once it gets to OT, like I thought that St. Louis could still win. In my mind, I'm like, okay, the Blues can still get this thing done, especially when they kind of like held off the first wave in overtime from Winnipeg. It's like, all right, calm down. You're still in this game. 1 goal and you win it, but you know it's unfortunate. Unfortunately, the puck bounces a certain way. Adam Lowry gets it done, and Winnipeg marches on. But if you're a Blues fan or a Blues bettor like I was last night, just betting on them. Man, like this is just a really, really tough pill to swallow. Hell of a game, awesome game, but man, was it brutal. And for Connor Hellebuyck, based on how that game started, his teammates have given him a mulligan because it's been rough what he's been doing. He's been pulled 3 times in this series. Let's see if he can get back on track as they take on the Dallas Stars, which should be one hell of a series in the Western Conference semifinals in the Stanley Cup playoffs. We're just getting started here on You Better You Bet. On the other side, we'll get to the top headlines here on a Monday on the BetMGM Network. It's Femi and Bebefe hanging out with you guys here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I'm going to have a tough time backing the Knicks in this series. Game 1's a bit challenging, but the rest that Boston was able to get, the best thing in the world for the state of that team. So I'm expecting this to be short. I don't think the Knicks win twice. My decision, does this go 4 or does this go 5? What do you think, big picture?
I don't want to say sweep. I don't want to disrespect New York like that. I'm a big Brunson guy. I know you love Brunson, betting on Brunson. Tibbs is going to find a way to get them a win, maybe 2. And when we think about how Tibbs is probably going to attack the series, they don't want to get in a track meet with Boston, man, because they just don't have the horses. They don't have the guys to be able to get up and down the court. So I would think, and as a guy who covered Tibbs for a long time, he's going to try and muck this thing up. He's going to try and turn this into a half-court game. And looking at the total in not only this game, but the night game, drastically different. So New York Boston total open 214. It's currently 212.5 at MGM, a bunch of 212.5. The total in the night game is 2 touchdowns higher. Mm-hmm. That's definitely what New York has to do. Try and slow this thing down. Do not let Boston get out in transition. And if you don't make your shots on offense, you got to get back because the Celtics will kill you in transition. I think the total and the difference between the 2 totals tonight is very eye-opening if you're just coming into this for the first time.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys on this Monday. 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Kostos with his thoughts on the NBA playoff weekend that was. Warriors victorious over the Houston Rockets in Game 7 in Houston. The Warriors continue to be the absolute just like thorn in the side of the Houston Rockets organization, whether it's James Harden or Van Vliet, Şengün, whatever iteration of the Rockets. The Warriors will always dominate those dudes. Steph Curry is absolutely the boogeyman for Houston Rockets fans, as we saw last night. But it wasn't even the big Steph game. It was a Buddy Hield game. Buddy Hield dropping 33 in the victory for Golden State. So, Nick, we'll talk about that coming up to start the next hour, 20 minutes from now. I'll get into a little bit of Conn Smythe now that we're in the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Do a little Conn Smythe market update. Who you should be betting, which team should you kind of look towards trying to get some guys in your portfolio. We'll discuss that coming up in about 20 minutes. But joining me right now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern time, is our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, what's going on? How we doing? How was the sports watching weekend for you and yours, man?
It was a loaded weekend, Femi. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I also thoroughly enjoy every time Buddy Hield pops off because I had a scorching hot take around the NBA draft several years ago, whatever year was the Ben Simmons draft, where I said Buddy Hield would have a better NBA career than Ben Simmons and got torched for it. Doesn't look too bad now.
Look at you. Like, it's aging like wine. How about that?
Isn't it?
It's early on, it's like you were like 6 feet under. Early on, because like Ben Simmons came out there, I was like, this is like Magic Johnson and LeBron James combined, and then he just like forgot to shoot the basketball and like just became scared to shoot the basketball. So now, like, you know, you never wrong, just early. Bill Zimmerman.
Exactly.
Just a little bit early on Buddy Hield. So as he drops, when's the last time Ben Simmons scored 33 in a Game 7? Never. Buddy Hield just did that last night.
Or hit 9 3-pointers in a season, let alone in a game.
Yes, Ben Simmons playing like it's 1984, where they took like 3-pointers, like 30 of them in a season, instead of actually shooting that thing. So, yes, your take has aged very, very nicely, like a fine wine here in 2025. But enough of that. Let's get to the top stories that we have on this Monday. Bill, what's the number one thing we need to know this afternoon?
All right, Femi. Well, we've got a lot of great NBA, including Game 1 of the Eastern Conference semifinals that tips off tonight between the Boston Celtics and the New York Knicks. And the Celtics are getting a little bit healthier for this series. Drew Holiday, who's missed the last 3 games for the Celtics, he is on track to play tonight. Femi, the Celtics, 9.5-point favorite tonight. The total, 212.5. So, Femi, Celtics are getting their veteran point guard back and are minus 800 to win the series.
Yeah, I mean, that's just right, you know? Like, I think the Boston Celtics are very, very good to win this series. Would I bet minus 800? No, there's probably no point in doing that. I think there's other ways to attack this thing, but Boston's just better. Like we saw it in the regular season when these two teams would meet, and like there were games where the Celtics weren't even healthy with their entire starting 5 out there because Boston felt like, and like the Knicks as well, like we have to like also mention the Knicks had a bunch of injuries, like Mitchell Robinson early, Brunson late, and all that. But like there were games where you see with Boston, no Drew Holiday out there or no Jaylen Brown out there, and they still beat the New York Knicks. Like Boston is better than New York, and I think what makes this interesting, the fact that Drew Holiday is coming back for this particular series, is that there's so many guys the Celtics can put on Jalen Brunson. Like Brunson, like he's going to play that kind of ISO ball, like high pick and roll kind of stuff. It's very predictable what the New York Knicks like to do on offense. And now they're going up against a high level defensive team. Like that, the one thing you cannot be against Boston is to be very predictable. I mean, we just saw that last year in the NBA Finals, Celtics and the Mavericks, and it's Luka Doncic playing the heliocentric basketball where like the whole thing revolves around him. And then like what was to happen? Like the Celtics just kept throwing waves and waves of bodies at him, and he would wear down, and then it wouldn't go well. Like I think that that's what's going to happen in this series as well, because I don't know, for some reason, they only trust that Brunson ISO is the only way to play offense, especially in the fourth quarter. Like, you have Karl Anthony Towns. Like, OG Anunoby's not like some big-time scorer, but he's at least capable. Same with Mikal Bridges. He's capable. Like, you have capable scorers, but it just devolves into, Brunson ISO. Like, that's not going to work against Holiday, Derek White. They could put Jaylen Brown on him if they wanted to. You could put Tatum on Jalen Brunson if you wanted to. There's so much, there's 4 different bodies that the Celtics have that they can throw at Brunson, and they just keep rotating those guys. how does Brunson kind of maintain his like elite status throughout this series? He's going to be worn down by the end of it. So I think that the Boston Celtics, barring them just like playing with their food, which is what they always do. So it's like you can't really like count on them to like win it in 5 or anything like that. But I'll be looking for Celtics maybe laying like the game and a half at minus 275 if you want to play this series. I wouldn't really lay the 3.5 because there's a reason why laying 3.5 games, which would be the Celtics to win in either 5 or to sweep. It's plus 325 for the reason because Boston will just have that game where they only make like 9 or 10 3-pointers and then all of a sudden they lose to a team that is inferior to them. So like I would be looking for some exacta stuff like maybe Celtics lay the 1.5 or Celtics in 6 is 4-1 because I think the Knicks will organically win a game and there's probably a game in there somewhere where Boston just kind of tricks the game off and it's like, okay, how did they lose that one? Oh, well, like the Celtics just have those in their resume, even though they're a really good team. So yeah, like either Celtics in 5 or Celtics in 6. I think Celtics in 6 is the way to bet it. So plus 400, I think it's a fun way to sweat this series. Just like we did last week with the Celtics in 5 over the Magic, we'll go Celtics in 6 over the New York Knicks, plus 400 to try to go ahead and thread the needle there. But I think Boston, I would be stunned if they did not move on to the Eastern Conference Finals. They're the much better team. I think we'll see that as early as tonight as they're a 9.5-point favorite. Bill, hit me with another story.
All right, Femi. Much to the chagrin of many on the YBYB crew here, the Denver Nuggets defeated the LA Clippers Game 7 Saturday night, 120-101. In the second and third quarters, the Nuggets outscored the Clippers 72-40. That was more than enough for Denver to cruise in this one, who will face Oklahoma City tonight. The Thunder, Femi, minus 9.5, and the total points 226.5 over at our friends at BetMGM.
Yeah, last segment I just got done saying that winners win. Like, winners win big games. Nikola Jokic is a winner. Like, you know what? And like the whole time, and I was absolutely furious with myself watching this game Saturday afternoon or Saturday evening, just thinking, because like we all said it, Clippers are the better team. They're better. They should win. But there was a reason why they were down 3-2 in the series earlier. There was a reason why they were even playing a Game 7, because the Clippers are just not serious. Like, they are not a serious team. And I don't know if it's the Clipper curse or whatever it is, because this team, like, they don't even have the Kawhi Leonard excuse of, oh, Kawhi was injured, that's why we didn't make a playoff run. Kawhi was healthy. He was out there. Kawhi this season, especially in March, was playing some of the best basketball of his career. I was saying all throughout this like run up to the playoffs, oh, he looks like 2-time finals MVP Kawhi Leonard. He looks like the guy that was in Toronto, the guy that was in San Antonio going head-to-head with LeBron James, going head-to-head with Steph Curry when he was with the Raptors. Like, he looked like Kawhi, and it still didn't matter. It didn't matter because guess what? The Clippers are freaking losers, man. Like, they are. They just are. To no-show a Game 7, like, it's one thing to lose. Like you there were underdogs in the game, so like them losing was always in the realm of possibility. But to absolutely no-show, like get beat down in the game to where you're down by 30, like come on, man. Like come on. Like that's just so pathetic. And the fact that like I bought into this team and thought that this team could make like a Western Conference Finals run, like I'm ticked off at myself. And that's before we even get into our favorite character here in this program, James Harden, who once again in his decorated, illustrious NBA career has now put up a stinker in an elimination game. How about this for James Harden, the guy that, you know, talked to all of our guests about it last week, said, hey, like, do you trust this team? Like, I think they're better too, but like, let's like pump the brakes a little bit because there's a reason why they're in this situation. Last game, Saturday night, James Harden, 7 points, 2 of 8 shooting. He took 8 shots in a Game 7. 8 shots, fewest of all the starters. I mean, Norman Powell took more shots than James Harden. Derrick Jones Jr., who played 17 minutes, took 10 shots. Harden played 35 minutes. He took 8. Like, what is going on? Like, this team is so they just ooze a losing aura, and I cannot believe I fell for it. This whole time, this Paul George, Kawhi Leonard Clippers program, this whole time, I've never been in on that team. I've been like, nope, they're not going to get it done. They'll find a way to lose. And this was the year that they finally got me. I finally got sucked into this, like, Clippers can make a run thing. And I'm more so mad at myself than I'm mad at them, even though, like Harden, he stunk up the joint. But guess what? I should have known he was going to stink up the joint because he does that all throughout his career. Going back to Arizona State in the NCAA tournament, he stunk up the joint in, like, the second round. Like, this is who he is. So, yes, mad at the Clippers, but more mad at myself for buying in. For Denver, congratulations. You're going to probably lose in 5 to the Oklahoma City Thunder. But I think tonight, actually, Denver first half, that's a bet that I'm going to make. I do think the long layoff for OKC, maybe a little bit of rusty. They've been off for more than a week. So Denver in the first half for tonight's game 1. But, I mean, this is just oozes gentleman's sweep between the Thunder and the Nuggets. I don't think there's anything to see here. OKC's going to the Western Conference Finals. Bill, hit me with another one.
All right, Femi, it's been long reported that Matthew Stafford and the LA Rams were going to get a contract deal finalized to keep Stafford happy in LA, get him the raise that he had earned. That deal was finalized today. Stafford is going to be paid $44 million this year. That's going to be fully guaranteed. He's already been paid $4 million. He's got $40 million more. After this season, Stafford and the Rams can part ways if they wish, but if they want him to return, and in 2026, that'll be a $40 million salary next year. So a pretty good deal here for both sides, Femi. That deal doesn't even become guaranteed until the start of the new league year in March of 2026. So plenty of time for both sides to determine if they want this to be a 1-year or 2-year deal. The Ram League get it done, and they're poised to try and repeat as NFC West champions in 2025.
Yeah, keep it in the Ramley, baby. I mean, this is actually a really good deal for the Rams, I think. I know Stafford obviously is a little bit older, so he's not going to get like the quote-unquote market rate for like the young quarterbacks are getting, like Dak Prescott, Tua, Trevor Lawrence. Those guys are getting all that money. But like, I mean, in a playoff game, amongst those quarterbacks and Matthew Stafford, who do you trust? I trust Stafford a hell of a lot more than any of those 3 guys. Like, and he's only getting $44 million this year. Like, that's a pretty solid deal for the Los Angeles Rams. Now, I am curious to see, because this is like a 1-year deal with the potential to be a 2-year deal, like, do the Rams go all in and push the chips to the center of the table in 2025? Because they have the ammunition now. They now have the 2 first-round picks thanks to the trade with the Atlanta Falcons. Like, they could use that first-round pick to maybe trade for a veteran player who might be disgruntled wherever he is, or use some of their other picks, like maybe some day 2 stuff or day 3 stuff to trade for other disgruntled players. Like, looking at you, Jalen Ramsey, maybe there's a reunion between the Rams and Jalen Ramsey. I know Sean McVay's talked about Ramsey and like, hey, like, you know, like, we're open to any sort of situation, you know, like, he's not gonna like name him specifically because I think that'd be tampering, but like pretty much alluding to that they're open to any situation, which includes bringing Jalen Ramsey back to the Ramley. But I think that this team, like, their win totals probably just fair, like 10.5. That seems to be right. They should be favored to win the NFC West, but like, this team does have Super Bowl ceiling. Like, they were a really good offense. Defensively, they were young. Like, I think that if they can stay healthy with Devontae Adams now there, the wide receiver 2 to go along with Puka Nacua, like, this team can go places. And I do think that they're going to be looking to be aggressive in 2025. We've seen them make these trades in season at the trade deadline. Why wouldn't they do that now if this is going to be kind of Matthew Stafford's last dance or last hurrah potentially this upcoming season? So the Rams, keep your eye on them. I think a lot of people are after what we saw this past season, but I think that they could maybe make a seismic move at some point, either before the season or during the season, based on the ammunition that they have and the timeline of their veteran quarterback. Bill, hit me with another story.
All right, Femi, how about a little hockey? The Dallas Stars advance, a huge win on Saturday night. They defeat the Colorado Avalanche Game 7, 4-2. The Avs had a 2-0 lead in the third period, but Dallas scores 4 times in the third period, including a hat trick from Mikko Rantanen. It'll be the Stars against the Winnipeg Jets, who, of course, win that thriller last night. They face off for Game 1 on Wednesday night.
Yeah, this is getting overshadowed by the Jets-Blues game because, like, you know, Jets-Blues was, like, historic, like, insane Game 7. But Saturday night, this was electric. Like, I thought Dallas was kind of cooked. I bet the Stars before the game. I've kind of liked the Stars to like be like a potential Stanley Cup winner. The only issue has been the injury, so that's why I haven't kind of gone fully invested in the Dallas Stars. So I kind of wanted to bet them in this game because I think they're just better than Colorado. And through 2 periods, you're like, I mean, this doesn't look that great for Dallas. But to score 4 goals in the third period, I guess one of them was an empty net goal, but hey, it counts as a goal as well. But to score 4 goals, that's an unbelievable third period. I mean, Mikko Rantanen, the cherry on top is the fact that he used to be a Colorado Avalanche. Like, to do that against your former mates, a hat trick in a Game 7 in the third period, like, unbelievable performance by Mikko Rantanen. And now, the good thing for Dallas, Peter DeBoer, their head coach, talked about it after the game. They're expecting to get Miro Heiskanen and Jason Robertson back at some point during the second round series against Winnipeg. Like, you get those guys back, all of a sudden this goes back to being the team that when you look at their profile and all their numbers throughout the regular season, this team screams Stanley Cup championship winner. Like, I think that they can actually get it done. If they get these guys back, they have a little bit of a longer layoff for Game 1. It's not until Wednesday night. If those guys are back maybe game 2 or game 3, I think Dallas beats Winnipeg. I think Dallas is coming out of the Western Conference. We'll see who they face on the Eastern side. Like the Florida Panthers, defending champions, are still out there, but like Dallas has as good a shot as anybody to hoist Lord Stanley's Cup because they are that good. And that third period Saturday night showed us exactly why this team is one to be heard from before the season is over. Bill, hit me with the last story before we head to break.
151st Kentucky Derby in the books. It was run in the slop on Saturday. Sovereignty wins. Journalism second. Baeza third. And Femi, the real ones, listened to our guests last week. Could have had a pretty profitable day.
Yeah, our guy Mike Somich came on and gave out Sovereignty. Also gave out the Superfecta. A hell of a day for Mike Somich. Awesome stuff. I got to meet up with him Saturday night to celebrate Sovereignty. That was a blast. But shout out Sovereignty, getting it done. Came in as a late closer. Journalism ran a really good race, but Sovereignty was the winner. It was awesome watching the Derby. Hope everybody cashed on the Kentucky Derby. What a race it was, and we'll do it again in a couple of weeks with the Preakness Stakes over at Pimlico. Absolutely looking forward to that for the second leg of the Triple Crown. On the other side, we'll talk a little Conn Smythe. Now that we're ahead of the second round, update the market, who you should be betting on next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I'm going to go the NFL, and I am going to zero in on Travis Hunter. And, yeah, this is real, and it's an absolute spectacular season-long wide receiver yards prop. And I think Hunter is going to play more snaps than some people believe at the wide receiver position. In fact, I think it's going to be maybe 78% of his snap share. We may see him more infrequently playing on defense, but I'm going to take the over on 650.5 receiving yards in year numero uno there for the Jacksonville Jaguars at a minus 125 juice. My buddy Mike Clay at ESPN's got it projected for 110 targets, 74 receptions, and Horvat 885 yards and 5 touchdowns. Again, this number is 650.5. The guy is all about explosivity. He's going to be able to get a step on any defender in the NFL. Yeah, that game is going to transfer quite smoothly, quite nicely to the next level, whether he's on up in the slot or outside. He can play both those positions. He is going to get that extra step on the defender, and it's all a matter of, well, Trevor Lawrence be able to find him early and often. Jacksonville, leaky, susceptible defensively last year. That's why they have the 13th highest pass rate of any team in the NFL, throwing it on 58.3% of their snaps. It's going to be a similar story that may unfold this year. They finished number 31 in EPA per play defense last season. So put all together, I know Brian Thomas is going to be the wide receiver one, but he's got to draw a lot of double coverage, and Travis Hunter in mano-a-mano situations is going to win and going to win often. And again, it's all a matter of Lawrence. Find him in the open field. I think it'll be enough there of those connections for him to hit the over on 650.5 receiving yards at a -125.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Monday. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys this afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on what we saw last night in the NBA playoffs. Warriors win Game 7 over the Houston Rockets and will advance to take on the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tricky spot for the Golden State Warriors with that series. The games are going to be going every other day, games 1 through 5. So not a whole lot of rest for the Warriors, who I believe have already probably landed in Minneapolis ahead of tomorrow night's Game 1 between the Warriors and the T-Wolves. But we'll get Nick's thoughts on the Warriors win over Houston coming up in about 20 minutes. Jake Hassan will join me here shortly to give out a best bet for the day. I'm assuming from Major League Baseball. Jake out here giving out winners with the Auburn Tigers over the weekend in college baseball. Absolutely love to see that. But before we get to tonight's marquee games, wanted to go ahead and update the betting market for the Conn Smythe Trophy. Of course, the Conn Smythe Trophy is given out to the playoff MVP in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And right now, over at BetMGM, the favorite to win the Conn Smythe is Connor McDavid at plus 750. Mikko Rantanen now 11-1 after his hat trick performance Saturday night over the Colorado Avalanche. Leon Draisaitl 13-1. You have a couple of goalies: Jake Ottinger, Sergei Bobrovsky at 14-1. Sebastian Aho is at 15-1. Jack Eichel of the Vegas Golden Knights is at 16-1. Alex Ovechkin and Sasha Barkov 18-1. Matthew Tkachuk 20-1. Connor Hellebuck 22-1. And then a group of guys: Austin Matthews, Mitch Marner, Kyle Connor, and Frederick Anderson at 25-1. So first of all, when I look at this betting market, you have to factor your opinion into this somehow. There's only way you're going to get through this thing, because the Conn Smythe is going to a player on a Stanley Cup winning team. It could also go to a player on the Stanley Cup losing team. We saw that last year with Connor McDavid winning the Conn Smythe, even though the Florida Panthers won the Stanley Cup over the Edmonton Oilers. So just keep that in mind. It doesn't have to go to the winning player, but you have to do something otherworldly to win it on the losing team, as Connor McDavid did that last year. But you have to factor your opinion into this thing. It's a team that has to make the Stanley Cup final. Like, that's for sure. Like, you ain't losing the Western Conference Finals or Eastern Conference Finals and winning the Conn Smythe. That's just not going to happen. So, in my opinion, I think we have a flawed favorite just based off the fact that I don't believe in the Edmonton Oilers. Like, now, maybe that's my blind spot. I liked LA in the last series. We saw how that went. But I don't believe in Edmonton. I think Vegas is going to beat the Edmonton Oilers this series. Like, that's a very, very fun betting market, pretty much at a pick-em price. Golden Knights have the home ice, Game 1 coming up Tuesday night. But I don't see Edmonton advancing. So, like, Connor McDavid plus 750, I think within a couple weeks we'll have a new favorite, because Connor McDavid is no longer going to be playing in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And a few teams that kind of stand out to me when I look at this market. The first one, you have to look at the Florida Panthers, because they're the defending Cup champions. And why they remain interesting to me is that, like, the production is so level for Florida. Like, they don't have one guy that kind of stands above the rest. Like, when you think of the Edmonton Oilers, you think of McDavid. Like, when you think of some of these other teams, like the Hurricanes, like, you probably think of like Sebastian Aho or whatever. Like, you think of the Dallas Stars right now, you're thinking of Mikko Rantanen and what he's been doing. He has a 5-point lead from the rest of the guys on that team. But the Florida Panthers, I mean, they have like 5 guys that are all within like 1 point of each other so far during this playoffs. And like, that's kind of how things played out last year. And it's almost one of the reasons why McDavid won the award, was because like Florida, you couldn't really like pick. It's like, is it Tkachuk? Is it Bobrovsky? Is it Barkov? Is it Reinhart? Who is it? Like, you couldn't really choose anybody. So like, okay, well, let's just give it to the legendary player McDavid because he was awesome. And that's how McDavid wins. Florida, like right now, like Tkachuk or Bobrovsky would be the guys that I would be looking at. Now, Bobrovsky's the shortest guy of the Panthers, so I'd probably just lay off of that. But if you really are invested or really believe that the Florida Panthers are going to repeat as Stanley Cup champions, Tkachuk at 20-1, I think that's a good way to invest in Florida because he's a guy. Think about the narrative. Like, Tkachuk was injured, hadn't played since the Four Nations face-off, came back, boom, scored 2 goals in Game 1 against Tampa. If he continues to do what he does and is like near the top 3 of those points leaders for the Florida Panthers, I think Tkachuk could win the Conn Smythe because he's seen as a great player. And I think the story of him coming back to help Florida repeat, I think that story writes itself. So Florida, for me, it would be Matthew Tkachuk at 20-1. Vegas, also very interesting because similar to the Florida Panthers, nobody really stands above the rest. Now, in terms of reputation, Jack Eichel is definitely seen as like the best skater on the Vegas Golden Knights. But when you look at the actual production so far through one series, they're all very compressed together, similar to Florida. To where like right now, I'd be looking to take shots on some guys. Now, the betting market is always going to be kind of biased towards Eichel because he is seen as the better player. And over the course of multiple series, you would think that he would kind of stand above the rest. But how about Tomas Hertl? Or Mark Stone. Mark Stone is like kind of the face of the Vegas Golden Knights in essence. Like, he's kind of been one of the guys that's been a mainstay ever since they became an organization. He's at 40-1. I would actually look to like kind of take on Jack Eichel and bet some like both Hertl and Stone for the Vegas Golden Knights because guess what? Like, I think Vegas is going to beat Edmonton. These prices will shorten if they beat Edmonton. That's why they're kind of longer because the betting market thinks, oh, well, Edmonton's probably going to win because they have McDavid and Draisaitl. Like, we should make the Vegas guys a little bit longer because we don't believe. Guess what? I believe. I believe in VGK. So I'm going to be betting both Tomas Hertl 33-1 and Mark Stone at 40-1 to win the Conn Smythe. The Winnipeg Jets, they stand out to me as well, just because the guy that has the shortest price for the Winnipeg Jets is Connor Hellebuyck. In case you've been living under a rock, Connor Hellebuyck has been pulled from 3 games so far in this playoffs. Like, he is an unbelievable goalie, but just given how he's talked about and the narrative that is already building, like, Connor Hellebuyck, he ain't winning no damn Conn Smythe. I'm sorry. Like, I don't think it's going to happen. Like, he is playing well below his standard. And like I just said, he was pulled from 3 games from the series that they just won. And during Game 7, especially in the first period, the broadcast is talking about how Hellebuyck doesn't look focused. He doesn't look sharp. Like, that's not the narrative for a goalie to win Conn Smythe. He's about 22-1. Kyle Connor, 25-1. Like, he should be the shortest price of the Winnipeg Jets. Like, and 25-1, I think if you like Winnipeg, now I'm not in the Winnipeg camp because I think Dallas is going to beat them, but like, I think if you like Winnipeg, you should be betting Kyle Connor at 25-1. He has 12 points already. He was the leading point getter for this team during the regular season. Like, I think the narrative around him will carry weight more than Connor Hellebuyck, who like has now gotten the reputation of being big-time regular season player, but a playoff choker, if you will. Like, playoff choker does not scream Conn Smythe Trophy winner. I don't care how good his reputation is. The guy might win the Hart Trophy. He might be the league MVP, but I don't think he's winning playoff MVP, not after being pulled in 3 games, in 7 games so far. So I do not like Hellebuyck in this market at price. Now, if he drifts out to like 50, 60, 70-1, all right, we can have a Connor Hellebuyck conversation. But at 22-1, I'm not betting Connor Hellebuyck to win the Conn Smythe. It would be Kyle Connor or pass for me with Winnipeg. But the 2 that I really like are the 2 Vegas guys, Tomas Hertl and Mark Stone. And finally, before we get to tonight's marquee games, last point I'll make here on the Conn Smythe. I'm sure we'll talk about it all throughout this round as well as the rest of the playoffs. Currently, now this can change in a few days, but I would look to avoid betting Dallas Stars players right now. Like, Dallas Stars, the time to bet the Stars guys like Rantanen or Jake Ottinger, that was prior to Game 7. Like, because the market had Colorado as the favorite in Game 7. So all the Stars guys were like massive prices. Like Ottinger was like 80-1. Rantanen was like 70-1. These dudes were massive prices. But because they won those games, all the 80 and 70-1, boom, 14-1. 15-1. Like, that's how quickly things can change. So, like, you're buying at the top of the market on the Dallas guys. I would hang back. Like, Winnipeg could take a 1-0 series lead, and if that happens, like, not like it's going to go back to 80 or 70-1, but maybe you get like 20-1 or 25-1 or something like that. Or maybe Winnipeg protects home ice and has a 2-0 lead going back to Dallas for Game 3. Then you can get some of the Dallas Stars guys. So I would wait to see how this series plays out, the order of operation between the Stars and the Jets. I think Dallas will win the series, but they don't have to win Game 1. And if they lose Game 1, you'll get a better price than what's currently available after the high of them beating the Colorado Avalanche this past Saturday night. So that is the Conn Smythe Trophy market, which, of course, we will talk about the rest of the way here in the Stanley Cup playoffs. But real quickly, let's get to tonight's marquee games that we have in the world of sports. And it starts in Boston with the New York Knicks and the Boston Celtics over at BetMGM. Boston, a 9.5-point favorite, total at 212.5. Big news there. Drew Holiday will play in tonight's game after missing a handful of games against the Orlando Magic in the first series. Holiday is back for this Game 1 of the Eastern Conference semifinals. And the betting market seems to like Boston. Surprise, surprise. 50% of the bets, 54% of the handle is on the Celtics laying the 9.5. 78% of the bets and 88% of the handle is on the over 212.5. I kind of like the over. I haven't really gotten there yet with betting it, but if I had to bet this game, it would be on the over. 61% of the bets are on Knicks money line. People like to take the shots at plus 310, but 69% of the handle is on Celtics money line at minus 400. Tricky game to bet. I'm not going to do anything with the side unless for some reason we get like a bunch of New York Knicks money that hits the market. I don't anticipate that, so I'm probably going to hang out on the side. But the total, maybe a bet on the over. Still deciding if I want to do that prior to tip-off. The night game in the NBA, the late night game, I should say, the Denver Nuggets at the Oklahoma City Thunder. Thunder, 9.5-point favorites, total 225.5. We have not seen OKC for more than a week. Like, they closed out that series last Saturday, sweeping the Memphis Grizzlies. They have had, 9 days of rest? Let's see how that kind of factors into that first half. I do like the Denver Nuggets in the first half. You can get 6 in some places with Denver in the first half. Like, I think that OKC will win tonight, but like, who's to say they're not going to be rusty? Like, yes, I'm sure they've been practicing and they're well rested and they've tried to have like high intensity practices. You're not going to be able to replicate a playoff game in practice. You're just not going to do that. I don't care how intense your damn practices are. So I think Denver in the first half tonight is a way to bet that game. 52% of the bets on the Nuggets plus the 9.5. 63% of the handle, though, is laying the number with OKC. A lot of money coming in on the over, and Nuggets money line seems to be the popular bet. Not going to get there for me, but I do like Denver in the first half. And finally, on the ice between Florida and Toronto. Freudian slip there. Wish it was Tampa. Panthers, of course, the favorites. 57% of the bets on Toronto. 51% of the money is on Florida. We'll give out some best bets for that game coming up during Gambling Night in America. And speaking of best bets, how about our baseball aficionado, Jake Hassan, host of Bet Slips and Bat Flips 1:30 to 2 Eastern here on the BetMGM Network. Jake, what do you like tonight in the world of sports?
I don't know what I'm missing here, but I can't believe that the Mets are dogs to Arizona. Arizona just with Ryan Nelson on the mound, who is historically and in his career terrible at home. So maybe I'm the sucker. Maybe I'm just falling for the trap here, but I'll take the Mets on the money line. They're just a much better team.
Is it maybe the Diamondbacks doing the City Edition jerseys tonight? Because I saw them tweeting about that. Maybe that's what's boosting the thing in the market. Like, it's like we got the
went
the
great for the Rockets yesterday.
Yeah, H-Town. How about L-Town? See you guys later. Like, it's not a winner here for the Houston Rockets. Jake, he is on the New York Mets. I have a bet in baseball in the Bronx, which I'll give out later on during Gambling Night America at 6:40 Eastern Time. That does it for the 3 o'clock hour. On the other side, Nick Kostos joins us with his thoughts on last night's Warriors Game 7 victory over the Houston Rockets, setting up a very, very fun series between Golden State and Minnesota. Nick will wrap on all that to begin the next hour here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
going to go with the NFL. And I am going to zero in on Travis Hunter. And this is real, and it's an absolute spectacular season-long wide receiver yards prop. And I think Hunter is going to play more snaps than some people believe at the wide receiver position. In fact, I think it's going to be maybe 78% of his snap share. We may see him more infrequently playing on defense, but I'm going to take the over on 650.5 receiving yards in year numero uno there for the Jacksonville Jaguars at a minus 125 juice. My buddy Mike Clay at ESPN's got it projected for 110 targets, 74 receptions, and Horvat 885 yards and 5 touchdowns. Again, this number is 650.5. The guy is all about explosivity. He's going to be able to get a step on any defender in the NFL. Yeah, that game is going to transfer quite smoothly, quite nicely to the next level, whether he's on up in the slot or outside. He can play both those positions. He is going to get that extra step on the defender, and it's all a matter of, Trevor Lawrence be able to find him early and often. Jacksonville, leaky, susceptible defensively last year. That's why they have the 13th highest pass rate of any team in the NFL, throwing it on 58.3% of their snaps. It's going to be a similar story that may unfold this year. They finished number 31 in EPA per play defense last season. So put all together, I know Brian Thomas is going to be the wide receiver one, but he's got to draw a lot of double coverage, and Travis Hunter in mano-a-mano situations is going to win and going to win often. And again, it's all a matter of Lawrence. Find him in the open field. I think it'll be enough there of those connections for him to hit the over on 650.5 receiving yards at a minus 125.
The BetMGM Network presents to you the show where anything can happen.
Yeehaw!
It's the king of Wagertainment, the prop king himself.
Your boy has got this ish figured out like I always have.
Nick Costos.
Go eat your Five Guys burger with your 1-star take.
You better, you bet.
We need to celebrate betting on sports.
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM Network.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, magnificent Sports Monday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, the crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch, the final hour on NBC Sports Now and Peacock, and heard radio stations nationwide. We're in your hearts. We are in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. We're talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by the sportsbook born in Vegas, the great people at BetMGM. You should download the BetMGM app and visit BetMGM.com All right, you know how we do. Costos, Femi, the crew, and you here on You Better You Bet. So much sports betting goodness is coming your way, including a review and a recap of just a tremendous sports betting weekend, a tremendous weekend if you were a sports fan. You absolutely love it. We'll get to all of it. The Kentucky Derby, the NBA and the National Hockey League, everything that happened this weekend in the world of sports, and spinning it forward like we will when we break down all 4 series in the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Do we like upsets? Do we ever? I can't wait to tell Femi the teams that I like in the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. You'll get Femi's bets as well. We'll get to Conn Smythe if we have time. All sorts of good stuff betting the Stanley Cup playoffs as we move along. We'll also break down the second round of the NBA playoffs, where we had a game 1 in the books yesterday as the Pacers beat the Cavaliers in Cleveland. We'll get to that game momentarily and give you the latest injury updates in Cleveland, where kind of an ominous injury report for the Cavaliers for tomorrow night's game 2 at home, as it concerns not just Darius Garland, but also Evan Mobley and DeAndre Hunter. We'll bring you the latest. We'll tell you what the movement is in the betting market and how we're looking to bet the Cavs and the Pacers in game number 2. 2 tremendous guests will join us. Eddie Olczyk from the NHL on TNT, also on NBC's coverage of the Kentucky Derby this weekend. Eddie O will join us, and he'll talk the Preakness, thoughts coming out of the Kentucky Derby, and, of course, the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. We look forward to welcoming Eddie O back to the show, and the whale capper Drew Dinsick will join us in the NBC Sports Now Hour. All of his bets for the second round of the NBA playoffs. All of our bets for tonight in the world of sports. Leafs-Panthers game 1 in Toronto. 2 games in the NBA playoffs, including Knicks-Celtics basically as soon as we go off the air. Oh, yeah. All our bets for tonight. I'm nervous. Wanted to get that out there. I'm nervous for tonight. Gambling night in America to close the show. Social question today. Awesome weekend in the world of sports. Going to dive into it in a second. What was your, dear listener, your, dear viewer, what was your favorite betting event from this weekend? I know it's easy to say the Kentucky Derby, because I feel like a lot of us won on the Kentucky Derby, thanks to some of our guests from last week. We'll get into that in a second. So maybe it was the Kentucky Derby. Do you know? For me, I'm just being honest, it was last night with the Warriors in Game 7 against the Houston Rockets. For you, maybe it's a different answer. Maybe it's one of those. Maybe it's one of the Game 7s in the NHL, and you won. They were both fantastic. Tweet us at You Better You Bet. Tweet me at the Costos, Femi at Femi Abebefe. Type it in the YouTube chat. Type it in the Twitch chat. We'll read them later this hour here on the show, courtesy of our executive producer, the great Bill Zimmerman. And we begin magnificent Sports Monday edition of the show with the weekend in sports, the aforementioned weekend in sports, which was absolutely awesome. It was sublime. It was ridiculous. It was great. This is why we watch. This is why we bet. Except for me, from the hours of 1 to 4 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, which was my daughter's first birthday party. I was not looking at my phone. I was not following what was happening. I was very happy to see that the Kentucky Derby wasn't starting until 7:02 p.m. Eastern. I mean, what the hell's happening to... We used to be a proper country. The Derby used to start in the 6 or the 5 o'clock hour. Now we're into the 7 o'clock hour Eastern. I mean, in like 10 years, we're going to be starting around midnight. No reprieve for those of us on the East Coast. 7:02 p.m. Eastern post time for the Kentucky Derby. I mean, God almighty. I know we got races on the undercard. Can we get the Derby a little earlier on a Saturday in May? People got things to do, man. Unbelievable. Anyway, it was really great. We loved it. There were bets won. There were bets lost. And I just want to say this, because I thought this on Saturday and got a lot of tweets from people, and I wanted to save my reaction for the show on Monday. And I just want to give a lot of credit to our friend Mike Somich, who came on the show on Thursday last week and gave out the superfecta for the Kentucky Derby and said he loves sovereignty to win. Now, Mike's been coming on the show for basically, we've been on the air for 6 years. We started in 2019. Mike's been coming on the show basically since 2020, doing Triple Crown races on the show every year. I know our listeners and our viewers really look forward to Mike's picks. He's hit a superfecta before in a Triple Crown race on the show. And just his evolution as a content creator, as a host in the space, from where he was then to where he is now, one of the good guys that does this, and could not be happier for him and his success, and also giving us winners and giving you, our listeners and viewers, winners. So a big time and like we appreciate Randy Moss and we appreciate Eddie Olczyk and Drew Dinsick. Michael McCarthy came on the show. We had amazing Kentucky Derby guests. We're going to have you set, locked, and loaded to bet the Preakness, to bet the Belmont as well. And Samich will join us for the Preakness. But he's such a good guy, and he's been coming on for years, and he's been grinding, that I wanted to make sure I devoted a little bit of time just to say, like, could not be happier for him. And for us, we won, but for him that he was able to have that, obviously great for him. In this content space, it can suck sometimes when you feel like I got to win my bets for people to pay attention to me, to take me seriously. It's unfortunate that can sometimes be the way it goes here. Just very happy for our guy, Mike Samich. And again, I'm very happy that we're able to win some money on the Kentucky Derby as well. All right, let's get to the NBA and let's get to the National Hockey League from this weekend. And, we'll begin with what we saw last night. I would say it's the final game, but it wasn't the final game. That was Jets Blues, which we will devote some attention to in a little bit. But want to start with Warriors Rockets. Duh. Did you really think, seriously, and I lose a ton of bets, right? This is not meant to be, hey, you moron, how dare you lose a bet? What were you thinking? But also, hey, you moron, how'd you lose this bet? What were you thinking? If you laid points with the Rockets at home in Game 7 against Golden State. I said on the show on Thursday, following Houston's win in Game 5. This is even before we had Game 6 on Friday night. I said, I'm going to bet the Warriors in Game 6. That was a loser, right? But I said on the show, and I meant it, I actually hope the Warriors lose Game 6. I hope I lose my bet, and I meant it. I want them to lose. I want to lose money on this game. Because if they lose Game 6, we are going to get one of the great betting opportunities in a long time in the world of sports. And, I actually think the phrase, great betting opportunity, probably, and I can be guilty of this too, probably gets overused a little bit. And it doesn't have to mean that there's sinister intent behind it. We just get caught up in the moment, right? I want to be able to draw a clear line here. What we had yesterday, last night, Warriors Rockets Game 7, Houston -2.5. This is one of the best betting opportunities we're going to have in our lifetimes. Not an exaggeration. This was Warriors. It's worse than that. It's worse than Warriors Kings a couple years ago because the market wasn't like this. Sacramento wasn't a 2.5-point favorite in that game. Houston was favored by almost a full possession against Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr. The high school prepubescent Rockets were favored by almost a full possession over Golden State in not Game 5, not Game 1, not Game 4, Game 7. Do or die. Winner goes on. Loser goes home. Rockets -2.5. Vegas knows? Does it? When you hear someone say what Vegas knows is a ridiculous premise in and of itself, we don't have to get into. Just when you hear people say Vegas knows, just say, yeah. What about when Vegas had Rockets -2.5 against Golden State? How about that? Cash me outside. How about that? Rockets -2.5. Seriously? Really? And of course the game plays out like that. Just a quick post-mortem on the Houston Rockets. It was such a fascinating team, right? And there's no betting spin for the Rockets this year. Season's over. But there is going to be for next year. I think it's really clear. This is the team that's got to go get Giannis. You do whatever you can to make it happen short of trading Amen Thompson. Everyone else can go in the deal except for Amen Thompson. And they've got so many pieces and so many picks that they could acquire Giannis and still be a stud team. You have Giannis, you're going to win 40-plus games, no question. But they could be a real NBA Finals contender next year. Jalen Green. It's not easy being Green, especially if you're Jalen. The guy stinks. He's terrible. Şengün, I like him a lot, But at what point does it click in his head? Or does Ime Udoka say to him, hey, dude, like, you're not Kareem. Stop trying to post up Draymond Green and shoot these. Like, it's not working enough. And like I said last weekend, it's not meant to be an insult to Fred VanVleet. Like, you're not winning when your clutch scorer is Fred VanVleet in the playoffs. You could win Game 5. You could win Game 6. You can win Game 2. You're never winning Game 7 with Fred VanVleet as your clutch time scorer when you're going up against Butler, Draymond, Kerr, and Steph. Y'all pay homage to the man. Woo! Stop it. Stop it with the Rockets. Enough. And for Golden State, it's kind of like an un-Golden State-like win in a way, because you take Warriors win in Game 7, they win by double digits. You're probably like, oh, Steph probably had 35 points. He didn't. Had a good game. Led the team in rebounds, 7 assists, double-digit boards, but really didn't get cooking until the second half. Jimmy Butler's cooking late. Draymond was actually awesome scoring the basketball in the first quarter. We'll remember this game as the Buddy Hield game. And like the Ben Stiller classic, 90s comedy heavyweights, the Buddy system. Buddy Hield, 33, 9 of 11 from downtown. And just had this chef's kiss run in the fourth quarter where Golden State's, I'm watching the game, obviously. I had a huge bet on Golden State. It's not meant to pat myself. It's just like I really liked it, right? Please gamble responsibly. And it's like an 8-point game. It's like, can Houston come back? And Golden State goes on like this lightning quick, like 12-0 run. And Hield hits the three-pointer in the corner. And Steph does the night-night. And I hate Golden State. Like, as a fan, I don't like this team. I don't root for them. I don't. I'm a decade into this. This is not a new thing for me. I'm a decade in. And Steph does the night-night. And I'm like, hell yeah. Night-night. And I felt like I would have done this if my daughter weren't asleep. She's 1 year old tomorrow. But happy early birthday to my daughter, Colette. I would have done this. Like when Russell Westbrook, we'll get to Clippers-Nuggets Game 7. That disaster. That abortion. When Russ has that dunk and hangs on the rim for a technical foul, which was awesome, by the way, and is screaming at the crowd after he's been teed, get them the F out of here. Send them the F home. When Steph did the night-night after the Buddy Hield 3, I wanted to stand up and scream at my television, send them the F home. See you later, Rockets. Smell you never. See you next year, hopefully with Giannis on your team. Of course, Golden State gets the job done and advances to the second, just like we told you they would after they lost to the Clippers on the final regular season Sunday. Oh, my God, Warriors in the play-in. Or they're going to beat Memphis and then they're going to beat Houston and go to the second round, where it's all about to come to an end. Because, look, it's one thing entirely for Golden State to take out Şengün and Jalen Green and Amen Thompson and Ime Udoka and the Houston Rockets. It's going to be another thing entirely to take down my Minnesota Timberwolves. I've been dreaming of a series like this, of a betting market like this. And we got a couple of them, either right now or approaching in the next round in the NBA and the NHL playoffs. This is one of them. I think Golden State has not no chance, we'll detail it on the other side, but man, I'ma love me some Minnesota Timberwolves in the second round against the Golden State Warriors. We'll get into more of it coming up next, plus we'll talk Clippers, Nuggets, Cavs, Pacers, and the weekend that was in the NHL. You better you bet on this Monday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I was thinking of all of the many ways to play these NBA games tonight, and I thought to myself, Chelsea, stop getting cute and just play the plays that you want to play. Because I was like, what if I do the money line and this and the no parlays for my best bet. We are simply going with the Oklahoma City Thunder laying the 9.5 at home against the Denver Nuggets. If you look at this matchup and the rest advantage, the advantage hugely goes to the Thunder, who have had 9 days off. Meanwhile, the Nuggets had to go toe-to-toe with the Clippers in a Game 7 over the weekend. It feels to me that they're going to be worn down. And plus, the Thunder were the younger team from the get-go. Plus, if you don't think Mark Daigneault is not going to come up with ways to scheme against Nikola Jokic, I feel like you've got your work cut out for you. Because this is the guy that tried to have a go sub during a game so Nikola Jokic could not do those quick passes off the inbound. He had a guy standing at the scores table the entire time. And in fact, he got I think a foul taken against him for delay of game. But these are the lengths that he's willing to go to stop the Thunder. Stop the Nuggets. So I feel like this is a game that's going to go in the favor of the Thunder. Maybe we get a good series, but I think game 1 belongs to Oklahoma City at home. So let's take them laying the 9.5 against the Nuggets.
You know what makes it feel even better is that they said Lakers in 5 and the Wolves won in 5. So I think that makes it feel 10 times better.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
Anthony Edwards, post-game, after the Wolves dispatched the Lakers in 5 games. I'm being serious. I'm sure there were people in the media that said Lakers in 5. I didn't see any of them. That's terrible. Like, Femi liked the Lakers. Femi was saying Lakers in 7. And I'm not killing Femi. The Lakers closed a big favorite in the series. A lot of people like the Lakers. Lakers in 5 against Minnesota in 5? In this economy? Pretty ridiculous prediction. I liked Minnesota. I enjoy being right. And I'm going to be right on this next series. And I want to preface this by saying, I mean this sincerely. I'm very confident in Minnesota. There is a part of me that's concerned, right? Because it is Steph. And to a lesser degree, it's Jimmy Butler. But Butler's awesome. And he scares you, obviously. But Steph is Steph. And it's still Draymond. And it's still Steve Kerr. And I don't really like Steve Kerr. I don't know if I'd want to have a beer with Steve Kerr, but I respect him. Guy's a great coach. What's the argument against it? It's awesome. So it does concern me The Golden State Warriors do concern me. I don't want to make it like this is just going to be Minnesota wins by 30 every single game. I don't think that's what it's going to be. But I do like Minnesota quite a bit in this series. Because coming up in Game 1 tomorrow night, and over the course of the next couple weeks, do you know what you're going to hear? What everybody's going to hear? You're going to have to call your therapist. You're going to have to call your psychiatrist. You're going to have a conversation with your significant other, with your mother, with your father, with your brother, with your sister, with your best friend, with your confidant. Because you're going to be laying in bed at night, staring up at the ceiling in the darkness. And you'll hear voices in your head. They talk to you. They understand. They talk to you. Last year, first round, Kevin Durant, RKO, 1, 2, 3. Second round, Nikola Jokic, RKO, 1, 2, 3. This year, first round, LeBron James, RKO, and knee injury, 1, 2, 3. And Luka Doncic, revenge, a dish best served cold, RKO, 1, 2, 3. The legend killer, Anthony Edwards. Next up on the list, Steph Curry. Oh, it's coming. And normally what they say is RKO out of nowhere. This one we see coming. And if you don't, shame on you. Because the Warriors got nothing for this Minnesota Timberwolves team. Got nothing for the physicality of this Minnesota Timberwolves team. Got nothing for the mental and physical toughness of this Minnesota Timberwolves team. Like, what do you think's going to happen when Draymond Green tries to bully Rudy Gobert in this series? Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo going to let that happen? Really? Draymond's going to be able to do his usual Draymond shtick with those two guys on the court? Steph Curry and his injured thumb, they're going to make things easy for him? Please. Please. The legend killer. Another pelt going up on the wall. This one, the Golden State Warriors. Minnesota going to the Western Conference Final. Give me the Wolves tomorrow night. We'll lay the points. Minnesota, moneyline parlay piece. Ow! Wolves, game 1. Wolves series against the Golden State Warriors. All right, other NBA from the weekend. Man, it was like 15 minutes of celebration there. Let's talk about something terrible. Clippers Nuggets game 7. Okay. I'll say this about it. I'm pretty pleased that it went the way it did. Because if you're gonna lose game 7, the bet on game 7, and I had the Clippers, not an insignificant bet. And I had the Clippers for the series, not insignificant. If we're gonna lose these bets, I'd love for it to be over by like midway through the third. Like, let's not have Aaron Gordon like alley-oop as time expires. Like, I'd rather not have. Let's just lose by 50. And I know the final score, the difference is 19. Clippers win or lose 120 to 101. You watch this game. Think about this. The Clippers lost by 19. And the final score is incredibly flattering to the Clippers. And they lost by 19. This was, in essence, like a 50-point win for the Nuggets. And what happened coming out of halftime, so Nuggets are up at half. Nuggets have the amazing second quarter. Kawhi immediately comes out to start halftime, the second half with the three-pointer. And I'm like, oh, yeah. Like, they're coming out guns blazing here in the second half. And then Denver goes on a 300-0 run. And the crowd's going nuts. And Russ is woofing. And Christian Brown looks like Michael Jordan. Like, what the hell just happened here? A disgraceful performance by the Clippers. And just on LA very quickly, on the Clippers. I know that everyone, well, here's like the think piece on James Harden, and let's do a half hour on James Harden, and let's make James Harden the subject of everything that we talk about coming out of Game 7. I mean, at what point do we just say, yeah, like, duh, like, yes, this is the expectation. Like, this is what he's going to do. It's like, oh, I touched the burning stove for the 15th time, and this time I didn't think I was going to get burned, but oh, man, let me tell you something. This one hurt. Like, we're the idiots. Like, you think he's going to play well? Like, you're a jackass. Like, you're a fool. You're a moron. You're a clown. I'm a jackass. I'm a fool. I'm a moron. I'm a clown. I had the Clippers in Game 7. Kind of a silly bet in retrospect, given what we know about James Harden. But here's what I'll say about the Clippers. I don't even want to turn this into a James Harden thing. Like, James Harden, this is what he does. It's not a surprise. Just like when Josh Allen loses to Patrick Mahomes. Like, we don't need to do the think pieces after the game. Like, it's just what happens. At what point does, like, anyone say, can Kawhi Leonard be better than this? He's the best player on the team. He's the reason why Femi and me and everybody who liked the Clippers, he's the reason why everyone liked the Clippers in this series. Not that he's better than Jokic, but can he be, Spurs Finals MVP Kawhi Leonard, Raptors Finals MVP Kawhi Leonard, instead of whatever the hell that was in Game 7. And I hate to say this and like boil a 7-game series down to a couple moments at the end of one game, but it's Game 1 that decided the series. Like, the Clippers had it. It was on a silver platter for them. Kawhi turns the ball over at the end of that game like they have the game in hand. That's what cost them the game. That's what cost them the series. Really annoying. And on Denver, I said this when they did it, and whether they could have lost by 1,000 and gotten swept, and I still would have held to it. And I said it the day that it happened. I give the Cronkies credit for firing Michael Malone when they did, with 3 games to play. And they said, Josh Kroenke said, like, our season's going to end in the first round, basically, unless we do something here. Well, fire Michael Malone. I don't know how much David Adelman does, except stand on the sideline with a ridiculous haircut. He used to shave his head. But still, he's coaching in the second round of the NBA playoffs. So it worked. Tons of credit go to the Nuggets for that. What organization? I know Memphis did it. Like, how many organizations have the wherewithal to do that? Like, it's one thing to fire Taylor Jenkins, who's a good coach, didn't win a championship. Michael Malone won a championship 2 years ago. They fired his ass. 79 games into the season. And then won a first-round series. Tons of credit to the Denver Nuggets. Congrats to them on advancing. And in all seriousness, like, I had the Clippers, it sucked. Russell Westbrook's dunk hanging on the rim, technical foul, woofing at the crowd. Pretty cool moments. Got to give them credit for that. Good stuff. As Russ outduels Harden in Game 7 and the battle of former teammates. It's like Dumb and Dumber, man. We really should have seen it coming, man. I don't know how we don't bet Denver. That's just like, I'll speak for myself. I can be way too stubborn as a sports bettor. When I get into these takes and I hold my position firm, and there you go. And lose by 19. And no fun at all. No fun at all. And now it sets up in the second round. You bet on this Monday. Costos, Femi, the crew, and you. OKC and Denver in the other Western Conference semifinal. Game 1 coming up tonight in OKC. The Thunder, big favorites. 9.5, almost 10 at home against Denver. And I don't know what to do with this game. I think Oklahoma City will win the series. I think Oklahoma City's way better than Denver. But Denver has the best player. And that's no shade to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's great. I kind of don't know what to do with this game. I'm curious what Femi thinks. We'll talk about that game as we move along in the show. Fascinated what Drew Dinsick thinks. Again, ask me who's going to win the series. I think the Thunder will win. Who do I think is going to win tonight? I think the Thunder will win. Not a hot take. They're almost a 10-point favorite. Seems pretty obvious. I don't know how I'm going to bet the game yet. We'll talk about it as we move along. On the Pacers and the Cavaliers, then we'll do the NHL for a couple minutes. So, looks like I was way wrong on this series. 1 game in. Now, Darius Garland doesn't play, which hurts. But the Pacers beat the Cavs yesterday, 121-112. I had this whole take planned out, complete with bets, on how I wanted to react to Game 1. And the whole thing was going to be, I'm not going to overreact to Game 1. When Darius Garland doesn't play, and Donovan Mitchell goes 1 from 11 from downtown, and the Pacers shoot 53% from 3. I'm not going to overreact. My take coming in was I think Cleveland's way better than Indiana, and I led Cleveland minus 2.5 games. That's almost certainly going to lose now, right? So we chalk that up as a loser. Not my best work. And I was all set to say I'm going to lay the points with Cleveland in game 2. I think Cleveland still easily wins maybe doesn't win 4 straight, but I think Cleveland still wins the series. And then we get a pretty alarming injury report from Cavs head coach Kenny Atkinson today, where Atkinson tells the media that not only is Darius Garland questionable for tomorrow, and kind of feels like he's probably on the wrong side of questionable. We'll see. I know he told Jared Greenberg yesterday that he thinks he can play tomorrow night in game 2. We'll see. Garland listed as questionable. But Evan Mobley and DeAndre Hunter are also listed as questionable. Now, the betting market has not really moved off of this news, and I'm just going to quickly refresh the BetMGM screen because all of this is happening in real time. Cleveland was a juiced 9.5-point favorite, 9.5 minus 15. So now the point spread is still 9.5, but Indiana's now minus 15. So maybe this comes off a 9.5. So the betting market, a little skeptical that these guys are all going to miss the game based on the movement that we've seen. Maybe a little bit of buying, obviously, on the Indiana Pacers, getting the juice towards Indiana now. Like, this now becomes a big-time wait and see. I think if you're betting this game now, I think you bet Indiana. I don't think you can ever bet Cleveland right now. Maybe if you like Indiana in the game anyway, might as well just do a number grab and grab Indiana. So again, I'm all set to bet the Cavs in game 2, but I need some health here. And I'm even willing to make the bet if Garland doesn't play. But not if Evan Mobley doesn't play. Not if DeAndre Hunter doesn't play. Got to have some of these pieces in for the Cavs if I'm going to make this bet and lay that kind of lumber with the Cavaliers. So unfortunately, we're now in full wait-and-see mode with Indiana and Cleveland. Little hockey here to close the segment now. I mean, I know I said at the start of the show, this is kind of like why we watch and this is why we bet. I mean, just 2 classic, all-time Game 7s this weekend in the National Hockey League. Avs up 2-0 in the third period in Dallas. Like former Avalanche, like Stanley Cup Avs champion Mikko Rantanen with a third period hat trick and an assist as the Stars come back to win 4-2. Like legendary stuff. And I liked Colorado in the series. I had Colorado series in some parlays from before the playoffs started. So I didn't love the result, but you can appreciate it as a sports fan. Pretty stellar. And then Winnipeg, St. Louis last night. I mean, seriously, it's one of the great Game 7s in round 1 in the history of the Stanley Cup playoffs, especially given the stakes for the goaltender for Winnipeg, where it's 3-1 St. Louis in the third period, like 90 seconds to play, a little more than 90 seconds to play, under 2 minutes to play, down by 2. Hellebuck's about to go out as a first-round loser again. Binnington's going to beat him again, just like he did in the Four Nations final, Canada against the United States. And, of course, the irony being Binnington for playing for a team in America and Hellebuck for a Canadian team. Winnipeg scores to make it 3-2. And then Winnipeg scores with a second to go, just over a second to go, to make it 3-3. And then Hellebuck in that moment kind of realizes, right? And he didn't say this post-game, but we're all watching. We're all thinking it, right? Hellebuck kind of realizes in that moment, I'm better than this guy. To shed the mental baggage, to be awesome in the first overtime and awesome in the second overtime, leading to the Adam Lowry game winner past Binnington as Winnipeg advances to the second round to take on Dallas. On the other side, Femi will join me. We'll talk about the second rounds of the NHL playoffs and the betting weekend that was here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I witnessed a 12-year-old boy throw 207 pitches in one day. 207 pitches across 3 games. The reaction was, how is it possible? Well, you have a number of games. You have, in a tournament, a bunch of games in a short period of time. In 2 days, his teammate threw 121 pitches. And not only 207 for that guy, when he wasn't pitching, he was catching. So we're talking, I don't even know how many 100 throws in like a maybe 30-hour period for one team. And if you tried to look it up to verify it, they don't have their stats public. And now I understand why. There's so much blame to go around. We hear stories like that. And, you know, part of me is like, how is that possible? That's insane. That can't be real. I witnessed it. I saw it. I'm like, okay, after we played this team in the morning, I was like, okay, he's done for the day. And then no, he did a complete game the second game. And then he came back out in the third game. Phenomenal player, of course, which is why they're abusing this kid. But man, like the guy that covers youth baseball, that runs it for Driveline Baseballs, like retweeted me and said, we will be talking about this today on the show. Like, yeah, it's unbelievable. And I get the response of child abuse and this and that. It's comes down to the parents. I don't know if the dad is one of the coaches. I have no idea. It's the coaches. It's the parents. These organizations, many of them that run tournaments that take your money, they do not monitor this. They don't want anything to do with it when it is easily trackable. And there are tournaments that do that. But man, I've heard these stories and I've seen some bad stuff. Nothing even close to as bad as what I saw, what they were doing with these 2 players.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
All right, we'll get to social submissions. What was the best betting event of the weekend in a moment. Femi with me now. Femi, you have some breaking news. Yes. Earlier today, we were on the phone with Bill Zimmerman, our executive producer, and we were talking about maybe having Brett Boone on the show this week. Odyssey Sports Major League Baseball insider Brett Boone. And my response was no. Not because I don't like Brett Boone, but because my thing is, I know, like, Jake loves baseball and people love baseball. Like, I don't care right now. And if you're in the audience and you're like, you care desperately about it, I'm not saying you shouldn't care. I'm just saying I don't. And I feel like the majority of people don't. Yeah. That's just, you could tweet me. I don't care if I'm not going to read it. You can, whatever, get pissed. That's my opinion. But here's the news, is that even if I had been like, man, I'm dying to get Brett on the show. Like, can we please get him? Doesn't look like we're ever going to get Brett Boone on the show again because, Femi, Brett Boone, Odyssey Sports Major League Baseball insider, has been hired as the new hitting coach of our Texas Rangers. How about that?
Look at that. The eventual AL pennant winning Texas Rangers. It's funny because I saw this news yesterday afternoon. I was watching the Mariners because the Rangers were playing the Mariners and the Rangers won the game. And it's after the game, immediately after, it's like the Rangers fire their hitting coach. I was like, oh, they seem to hit the ball.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
I thought Winnipeg was done. Literally, when St. Louis scored at the end of the second period, when they immediately responded,
I definitely thought
good.
it was done. I
Yes,
definitely thought the game was
it's
done.
over.
But I will say, when Winnipeg scored to make it 3-2, I was very concerned.
See, for some strange reason, I was not. I just felt that St. Louis was just going to get it done. And the crowd shots too, like in the final 2 minutes, where the fans, you would have thought a loved one died, the way they were looking at everything like that. Okay, they scored a goal, but there's still an empty net situation. Maybe St. Louis can score an empty net goal to make it 4-2, and we win, no problem. But seriously, at no point did I ever consider St. Louis was going to lose until they actually that 1 second left, and then here's going to overtime. I was like, okay, now we might be in trouble. But I thought they had it in the bag. Maybe that's just me being a little bit too confident. But man, it was a bummer. It was a bummer, and it was a great betting weekend too. But to have that happen the way it did, that stung a little bit. But hey, you know what? Overall, can't complain. But man, right there with St. Louis, and they just lose it now. You were mentioning Connor Hellebuyck, he gets a mulligan. You know what? He kind of gets a mulligan because he was going to get destroyed today had they lost that game. And now, they advance. If he shuts down the Dallas Stars, they advance and they keep going forward. I think that's a situation where Hellebuyck, I don't think he'd win Conn Smythe because he's been pulled out of 3 games. But he at least gets a mulligan to kind of redeem his reputation. Though. Yeah, there's a lot of time.
3 more series to go if they're going to win the cup. If he stands on his head, then he could definitely still win.
Yeah, but he's got to get going. He's well below his usual standards. Well below his usual standards. And he's
the point is that if they win the cup, you would imagine that he's going to be really good.
Yeah, I guess so. It's implied. Yeah, I guess that's probably the correct way to look at it. Because if he's not good, they're just not going to beat the teams. St. Louis is not that good of a team to where he was not great in the series and they were still able to win. But yeah, he gets a chance to kind of redeem himself and kind of do a 180 on what his reputation is. Which right now it's currently playoff choker. But if they go on a run, then he's now Connor Hellebuyck, undisputed best goalie in the sport. Which I think we all think of him that way. But he's got to do it in the playoffs, which he hasn't done up until this point in his career. But thanks to his teammates, he now gets that mulligan.
Eddie Olczyk will join us next hour on the show, giving us his thoughts on the second round of the NHL playoffs. Femi and I will hit all 4 series as well next hour here on You Better You Bet. It was a great viewing experience last night, bet notwithstanding Jets Blues. Just an unbelievable game, just like Avs Stars was on Saturday night. And want to give a special shout out here as someone who really enjoys the art of play. I love sports broadcasting in general. I think people can tell that have listened to watch the show for a long time. A special shout out goes to the great Kenny Albert, who had an unreal call, and all the calls were great. The goal to make it 3-2 was great. The winner in double overtime was great. None better, though, than the Cole Perfetti goal with less than 2 seconds to play to tie the game at 3 and send it to overtime. This was on TBS late last night. Kenny Albert's call of the game-tying goal.
8 seconds remaining. Off the stick of Buchnevich. Ehlers fanned on it. Count to 3. Ehlers, cross ice. Score! Perfetti! With under 2 seconds remaining. Ties it!
So, a couple things about this call. Number 1, this is in a really complimentary way. That's a radio call on television where twice in the final 10 seconds, and I think there's an extended version there where it's which is what Jake did was great. That call's awesome. But leading up to it, you can hear it in his voice, the urgency of the moment, where he's accurately telling the story here. He's getting more urgent as season on the line for the Winnipeg Jets. 8 seconds to play. Boom, boom, boom. 3 seconds to play. He even has the whiff, which I love. Jim Montgomery talked about that in the Blues coach in the postgame press conference. Puck luck going the way of the home team in all 7 games. Home team goes 7 for 7 in this series, where the whiff on the one-timer, if that shot is not whiffed on, St. Louis almost certainly wins the game and advances to the second round. How crazy the sport is, the way the puck bounces. 3 seconds to play, boom, 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 goal scored, and then he hits you with the double score like a Mike Breen double bang. Mm-hmm. Jake, can you so everyone think about what I just said? Jake, play the highlight one more time, please.
8 seconds remaining. Off the stick of Buchnevich. Ehlers fanned on it. Count to 3. Ehlers, cross ice. Score! Perfetti! With under 2 seconds remaining, ties it!
Amazing. Just, you get goosebumps. Not only if you're a sports outlook, we bet St. Louis, that sucked, but you're a sports fan. Like you love like the art of broadcasting. That's an A++ job by Kenny Albert on the call there.
Yeah, that's top notch. It's absolutely top notch. Meets the moment. Like it's everything you'd want in a call. And yeah, we're lucky as fans. I mean, they're going to be doing the Stanley Cup final as well, so we're going to have that treat all throughout the rest of the playoffs. But yeah, like that is as top notch as it gets, and it just goes to show you like how fun sports can be and how great it is, and like it's why we love it. You know, like it's honestly like bets aside, this is why we love it because we were fans before we were bettors, and this is the stuff that got us hooked.
All right, hour one done, hour two for you coming up on the other side. Eddie Olczyk will join us in hour number 2. We'll get his thoughts coming out of the Kentucky Derby and second rounds of the NHL playoffs. Femi and I will hit all 4 series in the Stanley Cup playoffs as well. But coming up next, we get into the NBA, the conference semis in the East and the West, here on a Monday on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I stumbled across this market. The eyes in my head popped out of its sockets. My pants just melted away. I couldn't believe this market existed. Ashton Genty over 999.5 rush yards in year number 1 for Las Vegas Raiders. Yeah, it's real and it's spectacular at a minus 115 juice. I emptied the account, Horvat. I could not believe the number was this low. I understand Vegas has a barely, an arguably a top 20 offensive line. We'll see. But they made some investments in that category. You add Geno Smith to the mix, so you got a respectable passer. They'll be able to keep the defense on their toes and keep the overall offense for Vegas relatively balanced. But Genty is a generation running back. We've said it time and time again. Number 1 in total yak last season. Number 1 in total missed tackles. He gained yards after contact, initial contact, on 75% of his carries. That's just insane in the main production. And Pete Carroll's going to lean on him heavily and a run-first, run-heavy offense. I think at a minimum he's going to touch the rock 275 times. The only downside, of course, is the menacing injury imp. If he comes to snacking on lower appendage, we're going to lose this wager. But even if he plays 13 games, I think he's going to hit the 1,000-yard mark on the ground in year 1. So Ashton Genty over 999.5 rush yards at minus 115. One of my favorite season-long wagers out there in the NFL.
Biggest names in the business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening, as you do every day, to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network.
The magnificent sports Monday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, the crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. First hour of the show was great, recapping the weekend that was in the NBA playoffs, the NHL playoffs, and the Kentucky Derby, spinning it forward a little bit to the Winnipeg-Dallas series in the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. 40 minutes from now, Femi and I will hit all four series in the Stanley Cup playoffs, our bets, and how we see the rest of the postseason shaking out. The great Eddie Olczyk will join us in 20 minutes, talking Stanley Cup playoffs and the Preakness coming out of the Kentucky Derby. Next hour on the show, final hour, power hour, NBC Sports Now hour, all our bets for tonight, Gambling Night in America, including Game 1 between the Knicks and the Celtics in Boston, and all of Drew Dinsick, the Whale Cappers NBA playoff bets as well. Femi and I will give you our thoughts on the second round series in the NBA in a moment, but we do have some breaking news, Femi, in the National Football League that we need to get to. So the news comes off the heels of quotes this morning from Ravens head coach John Harbaugh, who said that their decision on the kicker for this season will be a football-based decision. Now, in the NFL draft, for people that were not paying attention, and I don't know why people would be paying attention to the stuff unless you're a Ravens fan or you're just a draft diehard, the Ravens drafted a kicker in the 5th round, Tyler Loop. And when something like that happens, the thought is always, well, the incumbent's going to get cut. Why else would they draft a kicker? In the 6th round, they draft Tyler Loop. Why else would they draft a kicker if that guy's not going to, you wouldn't waste that asset? I think everybody knows about the allegations, and we don't have to get into them, surrounding Ravens kicker Justin Tucker, who has vehemently denied these allegations, but a lot of them are out there. John Harbaugh said it would be a football decision. Well, moments ago, the Ravens released Justin Tucker. So arguably, off-field stuff, not whatever happened off the field, maybe the best kicker in the history of the National Football League, released by the Baltimore Ravens, and you would have to imagine that his NFL career is done. Ravens Executive Vice President and GM Eric DeCosta releasing this statement, quote, "Sometimes football decisions are incredibly difficult, and this is one of those instances. Considering our current roster, we have made the tough decision to release Justin Tucker. Justin created many significant and unforgettable moments in Ravens history. His reliability, focus, drive, resilience, and extraordinary talent made him one of the league's best kickers for over a decade. We're grateful for Justin's many contributions while playing for the Ravens. We sincerely wish him and his family the very best in this next chapter of their lives." Okay. I mean, is this like the biggest clown show statement that's ever been released? I don't understand why we have to have the dog and pony show here. This is a football decision, and he's so great. And yes, he maybe is the best kicker ever. He should go to the Hall of Fame if kickers are going to be in the Hall of Fame. But the idea that, and he wasn't great last year, so maybe this would have happened anyway. But the idea that he gets this send off, here's your Rolex, ride off into the sunset with all the allegations surrounding him right now, this does not sit well with me. I really don't like that, Femi, from the Ravens. Am I reading too much into this? What's your opinion?
No, I mean, I think it's them trying to cover their ass, essentially, because I guess they can't say we're releasing him because of these allegations or whatever. I don't know what the legality is. That? I mean, I don't know. Maybe he'd sue them or something like that. Who knows what the legality, if it's proven that for some reason he's innocent in this matter. I don't know the whole legal spiel with all that stuff. But I'm assuming that's why they want to just keep it to football, quote unquote. Now, do we believe that? No, none of us believe it. I agree with you. I think everyone listening probably agrees with you as well. Just saying yeah, even though he had a down year last year, I don't think he's getting cut on May 5th if he just had the down year and didn't have any of the off-field stuff. Worst case scenario for him, they probably just bring in competition during training camp if they're really concerned about how he's kicking. No, he's a legendary kicker. That would not happen. So yeah, it's ridiculous that they put the statement out there. I don't think that was even necessary. You could just cut the guy and just leave it at that. I don't think you needed to put a statement out there, but the statement reading how it does, it's silly, but I think they're probably just trying to do it to make sure that they don't maybe get some sort of legal recourse coming back the other way. That's the only thing that I can come up with to why they would do this nonsense, because it's nonsense, I think, to anybody with half a brain.
Just Justin Tucker, a football decision to release Justin. And look, he was not good. He was not good. He was actually good down the stretch, right? And in the playoffs. But I mean, to call this a football decision.
He had a down year. Yeah, but
fair. His standards had a down year. That Steelers game was really frustrating. The first one.
Renegade starts playing.
Yeah, right. Oh, mama, I could feel all my money going to my bookie. Dun, 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 dun. No fun, man.
It's every year with that team, man. They go to Pittsburgh and they don't know how to act.
The kick is up and it's wide right and I've just lost.
Here's TJ Watt's sack strip fumble.
Open up my Venmo app and send all my money. Really? Honestly, it's a great song.
It works for them. It works. I miss football, man.
You don't like it.
I mean, it's not guys, we've had this conversation. I'm not going to my Apple Music or whoever, and I'm not saying play Renegade. I'm just not happening. But
you wouldn't listen while you're working out. You wouldn't listen, and I think you just do the Peloton, right?
Yeah, I do the Peloton rides. Yep.
But let's say you go to the gym. You're lifting weights, whatever. You wouldn't listen to. I would definitely listen to Renegade.
I have a hip hop track list for my workouts when I'm clanging and banging. So it would never, not Renegade. But
I think we did this on the show. I don't know what. It must have been during football season. Maybe it was after this game. Jake wrote something in our chat that I still remember as being really funny, which was, it's the type of you'd be sitting with all your buddies in a garage, drinking beer. It'd just be just sausage fest. Just you and 4 guys. And and everyone's drinking beer and you're listening to Renegade in the garage. Everyone's vibing to it. I thought that was really funny, and I could listen. Just imagine, you're 4 or 5 beers deep. You're with your boys, and you just Oh, mama, I am fear for my life on the long arm of the law. It's a great song.
In the garage playing beer pong, that's just what you're doing,
I have these moments just while we're on the subject of music. You ever have these moments sometimes where I don't know if this is just I'm old now. I'm older, at least. I didn't used to have this before. I'll hear a song that I've heard before, many times before, in this instance, and it never struck me how the song is great, great, until this moment. And I think to myself, how did I never see this before or hear this before? You ever have something like that? And I can detail what I'm talking about in a second.
Oh, all the time. Yeah. So do you have those moments by yourself or with other people, in an environment where the vibe is just so high and the song is now levitating?
I would say that my wife's, this is where I wish we could curse on the show. So say my wife's tired of my tired of my bleep. It's I can't really say this stuff to her. She doesn't want to hear it. And I don't blame her because this is all I had to talk about. She's hey, we have to move soon. We should probably start packing up the house. And I'm let me tell you about the song I like.
She's could not care less.
Yes, and I don't, and to be fair, she's not wrong. So Saturday morning, as in 2 days ago, we put music on, feed my daughter breakfast, whatever. We put Alexa, play whatever. And What a Wonderful World by Louis Armstrong comes on. Everyone knows the song, right?
Yep.
I see trees of green, red roses too. And
what a voice.
I heard the song. Insane. What a talent, right?
Yeah.
I've heard this song a million times. We all have, right? And like, I don't know, not that I never thought, just like it never registered with me. And I'm like listening to the song, and like feeding my daughter. I'm like, this is like the greatest song ever made. It's unbelievable. Like, how do you not listen to and honestly, it makes me want to like shed a tear when I listen to it now.
Yeah.
It's like unread. I've listened to it like 30 times over the last couple. I kept like putting it on my phone. My wife got tired of it. We had a band at my daughter's first birthday party, like a full band, a couple singers. It was a little over the top.
I was gonna say, went all out for this one. You guys are having the band or DJ discussion for your daughter's first birthday.
Yeah, well, it was band. It's always band. At our wedding, we had to play. It was a band.
Yeah.
And
I
had the band play it. Yeah, and look, that's like, it's like not Coke or Pepsi. Coke's better than Pepsi, unless Pepsi wants to sponsor us. But that's just like just beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Yep. I prefer the bands. A lot of people prefer DJ. All good. Like I had them play it. They played it twice, once at the end and once at those. Like, I want you to play What a Wonderful World. And the guy, he did the Louis Armstrong voice too.
Oh wow!
And he was great.
I see. Like where it's like a little bit.
He was awesome. And I think too. I'm not even going to try into it.
Yeah, it's you cannot. Yeah, if he was that good at it to like where he kind of impersonated a little bit, kudos to him, because that is a tough,
how about this?
Unique voice to impersonate.
Give me and this doesn't have to be like something that like is related to a really sad event in your life. That's not like the point of the question I'm going to ask. It is not. Okay. But what's a song that you can hear where if you're like by yourself, I don't even want to say in a vulnerable moment. It doesn't even have to be that. Where if you're by yourself, walking, driving in your car, where you could actually see the song bringing a tear to your eye would be what?
Oh man, probably Mariah Carey, "Hero," because I think I was like you'll always be a part of me.
I don't know this. Do I know the song?
I'm sure if you played it, like you would know it. Like,
but that's "You'll Always Be My Baby," right?
That's Always Been My Baby. Yeah, like a Hero is a different one. I totally messed that one up. Yeah, but Always Be My Baby is a really good one.
Always Be My Baby is gonna make you cry.
No, it's like when a hero comes along with his strength to carry on. Like that one. Yeah, like that's the one. Like Always Be My Baby is a really good one as well. That also sometimes makes me sad. But Hero, like that's like the one. I don't know if it's probably because it is like associated with like a sad time, like when I was like in a vulnerable state. So like when I hear that song, it's like, I at least get chills, and like I'm getting chills like right now just talking about the song. Like sometimes like I'm not like a big like crier. I'm not saying like I'm like some tough guy or whatever. I just don't cry often. But like that's the one that like could like really get me. Like you get a really good montage or something like that, and like you get that song rolling. Like that's one where I'm like, okay, like we're on the verge of some waterworks here. But yeah, I'd say that's for sure the song for me.
I've got like 50. It's a lot. I don't know about 50, but like
I was gonna say I'm an emotional guy.
Double
which is
digits.
Great, you know. Some people are emotional.
Yeah, I'm a sissy. No doubt.
I don't have to be a sissy. Emotions are good.
Why do you think I have like? Why do you think I like lift weights and get tattoos?
To justify the crying, I guess.
Well, to hide the fact that I'm an emotional wreck. So people will look at me and think, oh, like, wow, this guy's probably got like a mean streak or something. It's like, no, actually, I listen to The Scientist by Coldplay and become like a quivering mess.
You know what song? Because like you were talking about like songs that like it hits you that like, wow, this is a great song. And I already knew it was a great song. And I'm sure we've even talked about this song as well on the air, like during the show. But I was Saturday night celebrating sovereignty with our buddy Mike Somich. And we're at a bar like downtown Las Vegas. And like it was like a very big like older millennial crowd. So like everyone into like 2000s music. And they play My Own Worst Enemy. The entire bar belting it out loud. Like belting the song out loud.
Yeah, by
like just like yes, yeah. Like everyone's just absolutely so into it. And like we're singing along with it too. Like we like kind of like made some friends or whatever. Like, oh, like can we sit down in the spot? Like we're hanging with them. They're into it. Like everyone in the bar is
into
it.
Did Somich tell these people that he hit the super or no?
No, he did not. No,
did you tell them?
Bring that up. No, we did not. We did not say that. No, they were
honestly.
They were
it's a terrible job by you. It's a terrible job by you. I would have sat at that table and been like, he hit the super.
You guys into horses? This guy, Kentucky. Yeah.
Well, because on Kentucky Derby Day, everybody's into horses.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, people were walking around with their stuff going on. And,
I mean, you've got women who would never watch sports who are drinking mint juleps with stupid hats. Everyone loves the Kentucky Derby.
You don't like the hats? I like that.
I think they're stupid.
I think they're fun. Express yourself.
Yeah,
it's an expression. You know.
So I'd like to rephrase my statement. Yeah, it is fun. You're right. Yeah, I'm actually wrong. I retract my statement. It is fun.
Springtime, people dressing up, mint juleps flowing.
It's cool.
It's a great time.
Yeah. You know what? I would actually like to. I would like a complete 180. I was hating unnecessarily. I admit it.
That's what the backspace is for, you know?
See, man enough to admit that, and also man enough to admit that I tear up when I hear the Christmas song by Nat King Cole.
And that's why he's got tats.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
Yeah, Christmas music doesn't
My
make me
full
emotional.
right arm tattooed.
Yeah. It's joyful Christmas music, yeah. But I don't get sad.
I just become a quivering mess. I don't know what to say. On the other side, look to get a little more testosterone injected into the show when the great Eddie Olczyk joins us. Eddie will give us thoughts coming out of the Kentucky Derby, heading into the Preakness, and his thoughts on all 4 playoff series in the Stanley Cup postseason coming up next here on a Monday. You better, you bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
We understand that Oklahoma City has been the best team in the NBA all season long in the regular season. They're minus 800 in the series against the Nuggets, though. So the Nuggets are plus 550. Is there a chance that the Nuggets win this series? Because judging by these prices, odds makers don't have a ton of faith in them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not laying minus 800 with the Thunder. I think the Nuggets have a shot. I do understand why the Thunder are rested, which doesn't really bode well for game one. Like, I think the Nuggets, having gone through a 7-game series and then getting a fresh Thunder team and having to go on the road is not going to be good for Denver, at least in the first game of this series. But ultimately, look, we've talked about championship DNA. We've talked about how that matters. And also, I will say, the Nuggets, I wasn't a big fan of them firing Mike Malone, but it looks now to have been the right move. And if they could sort of replicate what we saw against the Clippers in Game 7, they have a real chance. I think the issue for the Nuggets is you can't just rely on Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, right? Yesterday they had over the weekend they had 5-6 players in double figures. Like Christian Brown was great. Aaron Gordon was great. If they can get more of a team effort, they're going to have that against the Thunder. But again, this is a team that has been there. The Thunder have not, so the Nuggets do have that advantage. So I wouldn't mind a little bit on the Nuggets at plus 550. The Thunder at minus 800, I feel like, is a bit of an overreaction.
down low. Connor back up the boards for Pionk. Pionk shoots. Score! The Jets win it on the deflection. The Winnipeg Jets will move on to face the Dallas Stars.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
We played the highlight last hour of Perfetti's game-tying goal with 1.3 seconds to play. What an unbelievable broadcast that not only last night, but throughout the entire Stanley Cup playoffs. Turner Sports does an unbelievable job with their coverage of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Kenny Albert, Eddie Olczyk is going to join us in a moment, Brian Boucher, and the studio crew is unreal. I was talking about this with Femi and Bill this morning. We're going to get Liam McHugh on the show coming up later this week. Rick Bowness is amazing. Bissonette's great. Anson Carter's great. Liam's great. They do a terrific, terrific job. Can't wait to watch the Stanley Cup final this year on Turner Sports with Kenny and Eddie O and Brian Boucher. They are great. And speaking of Eddie O, joined us last week on the show. Nice enough to join us again here to break down the second rounds of the Stanley Cup playoffs and give us some early thoughts on the Preakness. So NBC does a great job of horse racing on NBC. You watched it on the Derby broadcast this weekend. Of course, the NHL on TNT. And check out all his horse racing work with our friends at Twin Spires. Great horse racing betting app, Twin Spires. Eddie, welcome back to the show. How's it going?
Nick, fam, nice to be with you guys. Thanks for having me. And quite the I'm going to be a little selfish here for a second. So I'm doing the Kentucky Oaks on USA Network on Friday. I get to do USA Network and NBC, the Ultimate Daily Double for horse racing on Saturday. And then I get to travel, lo and behold, from Louisville to Cincinnati to Minneapolis to Winnipeg and get there for that epic game last night. What a weekend for yours truly. Very lucky to have been a small part of a great weekend of horse racing on NBC. And then, as you mentioned, Nick, the big time game last night on TNT, and was just so happy to be there. And I spent almost 6 years of my 16 years in the NHL in Winnipeg, so have strong ties there. And obviously, it wasn't looking good early in that game, but just a tremendous weekend. So it's nice to be back with you guys.
After everything that you just said, there's really only one follow-up that needs to be asked. Are you exhausted?
Well, you could probably tell it in my voice. I had a few texts last night during the game asking me, geez, you all right? And I said, yeah, I'm good. I'm on.
How many connecting flights to Winnipeg? 4? I think I counted 4 to get to Winnipeg.
I was able to drive from Louisville to Cincinnati, and I get Cincinnati to Minnie, and then Minnie eventually to Winnipeg. So
this is like planes, trains, and automobiles.
It worked out, and like I said, lucky to do and lucky to sit in the chairs that I do, and it's been a long weekend, so long-winded. Yeah, I guess I am a little tired right now, but I just got my assignments. I'm going to be in Florida actually for games 3 and 4 on TNT. I'm going to work with the great John Forsland, so we'll be down at Sunrise, and I'll be keeping a close eye on that game 1 tonight between the Leafs and the Panthers. So I got a couple of days off, and then we'll get back in the saddle on the weekend.
I got to tell you this, and I promise I'm not just saying this because Eddie brought him up. This is not like I'm blowing smoke, just promoting everybody. I've said this on the show before. I've tweeted about this guy before. I think John Forsland might be the most underrated voice doing hockey on television play-by-play. I think he's great. And that is not the first time I've said that publicly on this show or on social media. So I'm very much looking forward to Eddie, you and John Forsland on the call of those games coming up here. Just one horse racing question, and we hope to get you on before the Preakness to get full betting breakdown there. But just coming out of this weekend, so Sovereignty wins the Kentucky Derby. Journalism second, Baeza third. Like, those were the horses that you liked. And I mean, no disrespect when I say that. They finished second and third in the Kentucky Derby. And the big question on everybody's mind, can Sovereignty win the Triple Crown? We always ask that about the Derby winner, right? So, Eddie, I ask you, is Sovereignty a legitimate threat to win the Triple Crown, the Preakness, and the Belmont Stakes?
Well, it sure looked like the last half mile, the way that he was running. He was just going by those other horses like they were standing still. So he's got a shot, right? He's 1 for 1, and quick turnaround, obviously, in 2 weeks, and that's the greatest challenge for these equine athletes is to get back and crank it up and never, I should say never, that's a long time. The chances of them running another race 2 weeks after they just ran is probably slim and none, because that's just not how horse racing is now. 35, 40 years ago, you had horses running 8 and 12 days later, sometimes running twice or 3 times a month. So super impressive, incredible team there. With Bill Mott, the trainer, Junior Alvarado, the jockey. Now, it was on an off track, a very muddy day at Churchill Downs, but let's see who all draws into the field. I know there's a couple of fresh horses, obviously, that did not run in the Kentucky Derby, whether they didn't qualify or they just, didn't want to run. It's going to be a little bit shorter for people that may not know. The Preakness is 1 mile and 3/16, Kentucky Derby 1.25 miles, and then when we get to the Belmont, which is going to be run at Saratoga, and that's another day, or another story for another day. That'll be 1.5 miles. So he's well on his way, and certainly the breeding suggests that he can come back quickly and be able to, to run that 1 mile and 3/16. So he ran a hell of a race. He really did, and I was pulling for journalism, and I think, not getting too inside the weeds, I just kind of thought that Umberto Rispoli, the writer of journalism, maybe got a little, I guess we use this in a hockey term, and it's not, well, I guess his nickname is what I'm going to say, but like Patrick Hornquist, he got a little horned up there, I think, when he started moving about a half mile up. I think he got a little excited and think he might have moved a little bit earlier, but when I watched the replay again, Sovereignty was just kind of drawing off. So happy with the 2 runs of my horses, and so why not? Why can't he get the second jewel, the Triple Crown? But you got some fresh horses that are going to be running in that race, and now he's got to have the quick turnaround in 2 weeks.
You better you bet here on this Monday. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and you on the BetMGM Network. Talking now the Stanley Cup playoffs with our friend Eddie Olczyk, and check out all of Eddie's horse racing, handicapping, and work with our friends over at Twin Spires horse racing betting app. All right, Eddie, let's try and hit all 4 series coming up in the second round to get your opinions. And I want to start with the team that you called last night, the Winnipeg Jets, who will be taking on Dallas now. And I don't know if you agree with this. I think this is the Western Conference Final. I think winner of this series is going to win the West and go to the Stanley Cup Final. Dallas is a pretty big favorite in this series, despite Winnipeg having home ice. Dallas minus 165, Eddie. Winnipeg plus 140. How do you see this series playing out with Winnipeg as the dog?
Well, I haven't seen the injury. I mean, we won't get any injury reports, and probably for a day or two. Look, Winnipeg played that last game without Mark Scheifele, their top center iceman, and they lost Josh Morrissey. 6 shifts into the game? He only played a couple of minutes. So I mean, that's a major blow, and obviously props to them for the 5 defensemen that got them through that Game 7 win against St. Louis. And St. Louis, they had a hell of a series. If Miro Heiskanen is back for the Dallas Stars, and there was some speculation, guys, that Heiskanen was going to be able to get into that Colorado series. Now he didn't. Now all of a sudden he gets another 3, 4, 5 days off. He's skating. He has been. I haven't looked at that series much, obviously, since I was doing that series, Colorado-Dallas. So I can understand. I mean, I think it's probably more weighted because maybe of the injuries, obviously the 2 major injuries to Winnipeg. But if Scheifele can get back and Morrissey can get back, Winnipeg, because Connor Hellebuck looked a lot different late in that game than he had, I think, in the entire series. He looked like he got some confidence back and his swagger back. So, I mean, look, Dallas should be the favorite. As far as, the pricing, I think it might be a tad too high, but, maybe they're just looking at it and thinking that, Heiskanen's coming back at some point and maybe Scheifele and Morrissey aren't. The Morrissey injury on the back end is that's a tough blow if he's out for an extended period of time, because he's an outstanding defenseman.
Well, Eddie, what about the other series in the Western Conference between Edmonton and the Vegas Golden Knights? Obviously, Vegas, they beat the Minnesota Wild in 6. Edmonton does the same against the rival LA Kings. The betting market kind of has it, though, as a coin flip sort of a series in this one with Vegas having the home ice. How do you see the series playing out?
Yeah, I mean, I would lean more of Vegas than I would Edmonton. Give Edmonton credit. I mean, they won that series without their top defenseman and Matthias Ekholm. He was out of the lineup, and they went to their backup goaltender in Calvin Pickard. So, LA. I mean, there's no other way to say it. LA blew that series in Game 3. I mean, they had them on the ropes, and they're done. So. Edmonton, obviously, with the two guys, and I've used this analogy, and I think you guys will know where I'm going here, is that it just seems that whenever Edmonton is trailing in a game, when they have the puck on their stick late in the game and the goaltender's out, I get that same uneasy feeling as when the Kansas City Chiefs have the ball and they're trailing in the game and Patrick Mahomes has the rock in his hand, and I'm like, yeah, they're going to score. I mean, don't give them the ball back. Like, do whatever you can. Just don't allow that. And I know it's a little different in hockey, but that's just the confidence that team has. And I mean, you have two of the best players in the world that are on the same team. And but I just think Vegas is a wagon. I think that they have the guys on the back end. The key will be, don't give any freebies to the big boys of Edmonton. They're going to get their chances. They're going to get their points. They're going to get their looks, but just don't give them any freebies. And the depth, I think, up front for Vegas. So I would lean more Edmonton. I would lean more Vegas over Edmonton. But I would expect that series to have a little bit of length in it. I think it's got a chance to go 6. I think it's got a chance to go 6 games.
How about in the Eastern Conference, though, where the Washington Capitals have been one of the great stories this NHL season? Then here you have Carolina, who once again, in contention, almost a co-favorite to win the Stanley Cup final. Washington has home ice, but the betting market heavily favoring Carolina. Do you think Washington's being a little bit slept on by the betting market here?
Yeah, I've seen that on Carolina. I remember seeing that maybe 6-7 weeks ago, and I kind of just stuck out to me is how much money came in on Carolina, or at least Carolina being on the top of the top of the heap. Washington's going to want to play a certain way, and I think a lot of it's going to have to do is, can Carolina take a punch? And I'm not saying the fighting part of it. It's going to be a physical battle, and I think when you play Carolina, you got to try to play along the wall. They throw and funnel everything at the net offensively. They got an unbelievable coach there in Rod Brindamore. But I just think that, Washington has played with a cause all year. The regular season was because of the grade 8 trying to break Wayne Gretzky's goal scoring record, and obviously he accomplished that. But they have 4 lines. They can play any way you want. Logan Thompson's played very well in goal. Charlie Lindgren has filled in when Thompson has been out. And obviously you got a pretty, you have a couple of guys there offensively that can put the puck in the back of the net for the Capitals. So it's going to be a physical series. There's no doubt. And if Carolina can answer the bell and push back every once in a while and stay out of the stuff after the whistles and, don't get caught up in that stuff, because they got a very good penalty killing team, if they happen to be on the shorthanded. But I would give the edge. I would give the edge to the Capitals.
And Eddie, let's close with this in 30 seconds. I know you'll be on the call of games 3 and 4 of the series. Game 1 tonight of Florida and Toronto in Canada. Florida favored in the game, and Florida big favorite in the series, -185. Leafs +150. As much as you can, kind of like an opinion of how the series might play out, knowing you'll be on the call of a bunch of games.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this thing has got the chance to go to distance. I think it's a lot closer than maybe what the wagering lines may say right now. I think Toronto has been built for the playoffs and the way that they've played and been tested. But Florida, look at it, they're going to be a tough out. I mean, we saw what they did to Tampa, and a lot of people had Tampa going to the Cup Finals. So I expect it going 7 games.
In 15 seconds, final question. I've never been to Winnipeg. I doubt our listeners and viewers have. What is the best thing about the city of Winnipeg in 20 seconds? Hard 20 seconds here.
I mean, look, I was there almost 6 years of my NHL career, and the one thing that I could say is that they're unbelievable people, and they're so passionate about the greatest game in the world. So for me, Winnipeg will always be one of the favorites, and I think a lot of people saw what Winnipeg was all about last night, how it brought community together on that whiteout in the overtime win against the Blues.
My favorite thing about it was the game was in Winnipeg, and then they would score, and they would go to the outside the stadium, and there was like 1 million people there. I think it wasn't a road game, like it was a home game, and they still had all the people outside the stadium. I loved it.
And
Eddie,
it was 88 degrees there, by the way, so it was pretty warm there in the bag yesterday. Yeah.
Unbelievable. NBC, NHL on TNT and TBS, and all the horse betting, handicapping can be found with our friends over at Twin Spires. Eddie, we appreciate it. Get some rest, man, and we'll talk to you.
Good night, everybody. See you next CFM.
Eddie O joining us here on You Better You Bet. On the other side, we got Eddie O's thoughts on the 4 NHL second-round series. Femi and I will give you our thoughts next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
This has become like the woman who is 40 hours into a 48-hour labor, realizing it's way too late to ask for the epidural and that you got to just breathe through it. Breathe through it with me, honey. Just breathe through it and just... He's going to get here eventually. He's going to show up. We're going to give birth to this Aaron Rodgers baby. He will be here when they get to St. Vincent College in Latrobe in July, maybe even earlier for mandatory minicamp in about a month from now. Just breathe. He'll get here. He'll bug the hell out of all of us with some crazy things that he'll say. But if he finds just a sliver of what may be left in there, well, congratulations. You go from being a 9-win team under Mason Rudolph that may lose in the first round of the playoffs to being a 10-win team that will probably lose in the first round of the playoffs with Aaron Rodgers. So, look, I've just given myself up to this thing at this point that he will be here eventually. There are people closer to the situation who know more about it than I, who keep telling me to just breathe through it, Chris. And he will get here eventually. It was just funny that, the Kentucky Derby of all places, he just pops up in the middle of the coverage, and it's like, wait a second. You said you had some very important personal things to take care of, but you had time to jump on a PJ halfway across the country, 2/3 of the way across the country, to go watch some horsies run around in a circle all afternoon.
McCarr kept it in. Free puck. Lindell didn't get good one on it, but Sagan got it out. Rantanen again. Unbelievable. A legendary performance by Rantanen against his former team.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
What a weekend in the National Hockey League. Sean McDonough with the awesome calls on Saturday night. Avs are up 2-0 early in the third period. Nathan MacKinnon scores. I found out that the Avs were up because I was doing the thing where like you lose a bet and you just don't change the channel on my main TV. Watching Clippers Nuggets. And Charles Barkley's talking about like the Clippers Nuggets game and goes, Nathan MacKinnon just scored again. And the Avs are up 2-0. And then I flipped over to the game. I'm like, oh, well, I guess Colorado's going to win. Nope. Rantanen with one of the great periods in the history of the league. A hat trick and an assist in Game 7 against his former team as the Stars beat the Avalanche 4-2, advance to the next round. So, Femi, we have Dallas and Winnipeg, Edmonton and Vegas in the West. In the East, Washington, Carolina, Toronto, and Florida. Let's start in the Western Conference here, and we'll work our way to the NBA over the course of the segment. Dallas and Winnipeg first. Stars minus 165. Jets plus 140. We'll see about Scheifele. We'll see about Morrissey. It feels like Dallas is going to get Robertson, maybe Heiskanen back as well in this series. What do you think about the Stars and Jets in the Western Conference?
Yeah, I think these are two teams that are like top notch. Like if they won the Stanley Cup, nobody would like bat an eye. Like Winnipeg won the President's Trophy. Dallas has been like a contending team for like the last handful of years. So it's going to be a hell of a series, but I think Dallas is the better team. And I think Dallas is going to win. I think that we saw in that third period Saturday night, like obviously like Rantanen doing that's like a nuclear, like once in a career kind of a performance in a Game 7 with that magnitude, like with everything at stake there. But like Dallas just shows us like they're so complete as a team. Like their third line's really good, their fourth line's really good, and like that's what makes them strong. They're almost a little bit similar to Florida last year, the Panthers, who like it wasn't like there's one guy that stands above everybody else. It's a little bit of Barkov, a little bit of Kachuk, a little bit of Reinhart, a little bit like all these guys. Dallas is sort of like that, and now they're getting potentially two of those guys back. Jason Robertson, if folks haven't been paying attention, he was their leading scorer, their goal scorer this past season. So they were able to beat Colorado without their leading goal scorer. Now you maybe get Heiskanen back as well, a defense who hasn't played since January. This team is so complete. If Ottinger could just continue to do what he's been doing, because he kind of has a little bit of that sometimes doesn't win the big game aura to him as well. I think Dallas is the better team. I think Dallas will beat the Winnipeg Jets. I like Dallas quite a bit in this series. So we're like minus 165. I would actually lay that for the Dallas Stars to win this series. I think Dallas is going to take care of business. I have them going to the Western Conference Finals.
So, we don't really have updates on the Winnipeg guys yet, right?
No, I mean, last night. I mean, you're probably not going to get something until tomorrow would be my guess at the earliest, since Game 1 is Wednesday night.
I'm percolating on a take.
Time for the percolator. It's time for the.
It's a good one. It's a good one. I think. Now, I'd like to get a little more injury information. And when Game 1 is tomorrow with Winnipeg and Dallas?
Wednesday. Game 1's Wednesday, so you get a little bit of time off.
Yeah, we got everybody. Yeah. Well, everybody's got some more time here. I think we are going to, and picking Toronto against Florida is going to feel really dirty. I agree with that. Maybe Florida wins the series. The price is a little nuts, right, for the Panthers to be that big of a favorite. Toronto's got home ice. Like the Maple Leafs are awesome. It feels to me like the Maple Leafs and Winnipeg, and Toronto has won a first-round series in the last couple of years, but it feels like they both kind of got the monkey off their back a little bit. Like they both kind of fought back the demons a little bit. Winnipeg with the big comeback, hella buckets out of the first round, in really impressive fashion last night. Toronto wins impressively on the road in Ottawa. Game 6, Femi avoids the Game 7 at home, all the pressure on them in their own building. I think we're going to get 3 Canadian teams in the conference final. I think we get an all-Canadian Stanley Cup final also.
Hello.
I'm going to take the Winnipeg Jets. I'm going to take Winnipeg over Dallas.
So you have Winnipeg, you have Toronto, and it sounds like you have Edmonton. So you have three. Edmonton beats Vegas.
Absolutely. Edmonton,
yeah, I can't get there. Yeah, I can't get there. I can't. No.
So tell us why you like Vegas. And quickly, and people can go back and listen in podcast form if you weren't listening live or watching live. 3 o'clock hour today, Femi gave some detailed thoughts on Conn Smythe. But Femi, when you talk about Vegas and Edmonton, give us like a 15 to 30 second synopsis on Conn Smythe as it concerns the team you like to win this series.
100%. I like Vegas. I think they're just a better overall team. And even like in talking with Eddie O in the last segment, like he even said like LA blew the series against Edmonton. Edmonton is flawed. Now, Edmonton, the thing that they have going for them is they have the best player in the sport, and they have a guy that might win the Hart Trophy in Leon Draisaitl. Like, it's not the same person. It's McDavid and Draisaitl. Those dudes are awesome. And, like, their ceiling is very high on any given day. They can beat you. But, like, I mean, like, defensively, they're not, like, the most stout defense. Vegas is actually, like, a really good team. I think, like, Eichel, the fact that Vegas is balanced, I do like balance quite a bit in the Stanley Cup final. Like, those are the teams that I feel like I like to back, not the teams that are so reliant on the stars. Like we saw with Colorado against Dallas this past series, where it's so McKinnon and McCarr reliant that it's like, okay, like if those guys don't have it, where else are you getting it from? Like you don't have guys that can step up for you. So I think Vegas is going to take care of business. I'm surprised the betting market, not surprised because it's McDavid. So of course he's going to get a healthy amount of respect. But like I think Vegas is flat out the better team. They have the home ice, and I'm getting them at a pick 'em price on the series price. Like this is my favorite bet of this round. I love Vegas, and because I love Vegas, to apply that to the Conn Smythe market, like those Vegas prices are being kind of suppressed just because the betting market is infatuated with Edmonton, as like everyone is, because McDavid is the favorite to win the Conn Smythe.
To a degree, right? Because Dallas is the favorite to win the West.
Yes. Yeah, like the betting market's always been infatuated with Dallas. Like on the Dallas note for Conn Smythe, the time to bet those guys was before Game 7. Now everyone's now back to being like Ottinger and Rantanen, like those guys are high up there because now they have advanced. But like Edmonton, like you see Draisaitl, you see McDavid, those guys are high up there, and because of that, all the Vegas guys are down below outside of Jack Eichel. Like Eichel is like the big star, he has the reputation, but his production is not like so far like beyond everyone else's, to where I think some long shots for the Vegas Golden Knights would be fun. Like Mark Stone, Tomas Hertl, those would be the guys I'd be looking to attack if you agree with me and like the Vegas Golden Knights to beat the Edmonton Oilers.
Wow. I feel like I might be missing something with the series. You love Vegas. All right, you bet on this
UGK.
Monday. So I gave my thoughts. Winnipeg over Dallas. Edmonton over Vegas. Toronto over Florida. At price. Like, you gave me minus 110 both ways. I'll take Florida. But at a big plus price, bet the Maple Leafs. And, like, Washington's I know you're saying, like, Vegas is your favorite bet. Maybe the easy. Like, is there an easier click of the button and, like, you live with whatever the result is than going against Carolina? Like, I'm on the Capitals here. Maybe Carolina sweeps them. I can't do this with Carolina. I'm not doing it. I'll be on Washington.
Are the Hurricanes like the Baltimore Ravens of the NHL? Is that what they are? Like,
see,
I wish you look at it.
I wish I knew enough, like, and I like paid enough attention to the NHL. Like NBA, I could do that with. Baseball, I could probably do that with also. I don't know if I could give you like I don't know if I could do that. Maybe
because like you look at their profile. Like I have it up right now. Like you took up like record in 1-goal games. They're really good. Like in terms of how they're rated amongst other teams in the league, they're top 10. Look at penalty kill percentage, special teams. How big is that throughout the playoffs? Like penalty kill percentage, they're the best team in the league at killing penalties. Like they're awesome. But
do you want to bet
trust them? I do not want to bet them because like I've also seen like, and I don't follow the sport like religiously, but I watch during the playoffs and I see them lose every year in the playoffs. So like that's where like at price, no. Like if it's like you said, coin flip price, perfect. I'd bet Carolina, but at price, I mean, I feel like it's Washington or pass. I might even take pass because I'm not in love with Washington, but like I would bet it to be a longer series than shorter. I think it's going to be.
I'm kidding.
The series, series goes minimum 6 games. That's my take.
Okay, let's see it.
So over 5.5 games, something like that. Yeah.
Edmonton's not a dog. It's minus 110 both ways at BetMGM. I was going to say I like the 4 dogs in the series: Washington, Winnipeg, Toronto, and Edmonton's the road team. I guess technically kind of the dog because they're the road team, but minus 1, whatever. Yeah, Edmonton, Toronto, Winnipeg, Washington for yours truly. I think we get 3 Canadian teams in the Final 4. And as an American, I feel like I'm supposed to be like F Canada. I don't know. I kind of like it.
Tense times between the two countries.
Yeah, but sports way more important than politics. It'd be a hell of a spectacle. I think it would be great. Great for the sport and like great for me and my wallet. It would be awesome. I gave my thoughts, Femi, earlier in the show on the NBA second round. And we'll give our bets for tonight's game ones, Knicks, Celtics, and Thunder Nuggets at the end of the show. I like Minnesota. I think Oklahoma City's going to win the series. I don't have a strong read on game one. I'll save my Knicks Celtics stuff for the end, and I like Cleveland pending health. Where are you at on these series? Like strong takes that you've got here.
Yeah, I have a pretty strong take for game one between the Nuggets and Thunder. I'll save that for Gambling Night in America. I think it's gonna be a really interesting game. Celtics and Knicks. I think that's Celtics and 6. Like that's the bet that I'm gonna make in this one. Like, is it trying to thread the needle? Yes, it is a little bit, but I think that the Celtics, like, they always give up one game. I think the Knicks can steal another one just being like the better team on that given night. So like I think 4-1 at BetMGM is the price for Celtics to win the series 4-2. That's the way to attack that. I'm not worried about Cleveland, but like also let's talk about this tomorrow as well when we have a more clear picture on the injury report. I think the Cavs still win that series in 6. Indiana was just absurd with their shot making. Like Andrew Nemhard, that dude could not miss. Like he was as hot as the sun in the game last night. That's not going to sustain itself. I think the Cavs get back on track. I bet Minnesota, like the numbers that are no longer available for game one. Like that was an instant bet. Like, and I think a lot of people had the same idea, fade the team off of the game 7, especially an older team with limited amount of rest, game one being tomorrow night. And that series, games 1 through 5 are all with 1 day's rest. So kind of a bad sign there for the Golden State Warriors. But yeah, I think the what I'm most excited about is tonight's game 1 between Denver and Oklahoma City, and the bet that I have with that game. But I think we see 4 of the favorites.
Yeah, I don't want to hold on a second. I don't want to belabor this because you have Golden State to win the West, right? From
yes.
Before the playoffs starting.
I have Golden State and Boston in the NBA Finals exact matchup at 40-1.
How are you feeling about that now for Warriors?
Not great.
Series wise.
I don't feel good. No, I don't feel good. No, I don't.
You needed the Lakers.
The idea was the Lakers would be playing in this series. That was the idea. And Golden State
Do you like
would beat
Minnesota
the
to win the series?
Yeah, I think Minnesota wins the series. They're just too big. Yeah. Like they're too big, and they actually have experience. They're not children like the Houston Rockets.
I like Minnesota also, and I'm not like hedging verbally when I mean this. And I don't know how you couldn't think this. If you like Minnesota, it's still terrifying that it's Curry on the other side.
Oh yeah,
and I still like Minnesota. Just saying, I am scared. Final hour,
the legend killer.
Power hour, well, RKO's. NBC Sports Now hour coming up next. All our bets for tonight, and we'll get NBA playoff bets from our friend the whale capper Drew Dinsick.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Oh, it's absolutely massive for the city. Now, there does need to be some things worked out. The D.C. City Council needs to approve it, so it's not a done deal yet. But this is as close as this deal has been since this was a talking point, for years and years and years. And it's really interesting how quickly things have moved now that Dan Snyder is not with the team. That was a big sticking point. But now Josh Harris has come in, and very quickly things have improved like that. So when you think of this franchise and you go back, all of the history-filled videos that you see, the memories, they're all from RFK Stadium. That's when the team was winning Super Bowls, when they had Hall of Famers. The history is pretty sparse over the past 2 decades, and that absolutely has to do with ownership. So it just feels right for this team to be back in the city. And honestly, it's huge because D.C. almost lost the Wizards and the Capitals. That came very close to happening, and at the last second, that deal in Virginia fell through. So now the Wiz and Caps are in D.C., and now potentially the Commanders could be in D.C. as well. If you haven't been to the nation's capital in a long time, you know, it's not a huge city compared to L.A. or Chicago or New York. It's pretty small. Now, the DMV is big, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, but the district itself, D.C. proper, is pretty small. So to have all of these teams potentially right here, specifically the Commanders, with all of their history, is just huge for the fan base. Everybody has wanted this for so long. Let's just bring it back to the spiritual home, as the owners call it. So it's something that's really exciting, and there's renderings out. And if this goes through, then they want to begin in 2030 and potentially host, you know, WrestleMania, concerts, a Super Bowl. They'll have the potential to do that. Even Roger Goodell has said, we'd love to have a Super Bowl in the nation's capital. And now that's an actual possibility.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
Bring it up, Jake. Femi Abebefe, the crew, and you. You Better You Bet's NBC Sports Now Power Hour, presented today and always by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the BetMGM app and visit BetMGM.com. Coming up 20 minutes from now, Femi Abebefe and yours truly, me, Nick Costos, will be joined by the great Drew Dinsick, better known to you and yours as the Whale Capper, NBC Sports betting analyst. And Drew will give us all of his thoughts, all of his bets for the second round of the NBA playoffs. One of the sharpest NBA handicapping minds out there, NBC Sports betting analyst Drew Dinsick, the Whale Capper, joins us in 20 minutes and 40 minutes from now. You know who we are, and you know why we're here. To get you, dear listener, you, dear viewer, set to bet and win tonight in the world of sports, gambling night in America. all of the bets, all of the handicaps, all of the analysis. Is there baseball tonight? I'm seriously asking. There is, right? There has to be. There are games tonight. I'm still hashtag not there on baseball, but the rest of our crew is. Femi's got baseball bets for tonight. Give them out at the end of the show. I'm hashtag not there yet on baseball. Mike Brown has written in our show chat, our video producer, at least 8 games, which means that he has built a full screen graphic with eight baseball games. Like he built it by hand, like with sides and totals manually inputted onto the screen. My guess is it's at least a 15-minute assignment. It will be on our screen for about 4 seconds. Is the juice worth the squeeze? For Mike, no. For me and you, yes. Yes. So also, does anyone hear my daughter screaming upstairs? Just like, yeah, it's very loud in my ear. Sorry, everybody, if that's the case. So Major League Baseball bets, and we'll get you set. We got 2 game ones tonight in the NBA playoffs. Thunder Nuggets, my Knicks against the Celtics, and 1 game 1 in the NHL second round, Toronto and Florida. All of the bets for tonight will close the show. It is all on the way. In the fastest hour in all of Wagertainment. And it starts right now.
Lights. Camera. Action.
Oh, man. The gold coins cascading down around me. Keep them coming. No, I want more. Because we told you. Said on the show on Thursday. All right, enough. Thank you. Said on the show on Thursday, following Golden State's loss in Game 5 in Houston. Said on the show following that loss that made it 3-2. Said, look, I'm betting the Warriors in Game 6 on Friday night at home. But it is my sincere hope. People thought I was nuts when I said it. And it is a little crazy at face value. I said, I'm betting Golden State in Game 6. And I hope I lose. It's not often you hear somebody say that. It's pretty antithetical, right? It's pretty stupid. Pretty anathematic. It's anathema. Whatever. It's dumb. So let's dumb this down a little bit. It's idiotic. It's moronic. It's asinine. Stupid. To say, hey, I'm going to bet money on something. Hope it loses. But I meant it. And the reason why I meant it, I'm betting the Warriors in Game 6, and I hope they lose, is because if they do lose, we are going to get, this is an overused phrase, but in this instance, it is appropriate, one of the great betting opportunities in a decade in the world of sports and sports betting. You know, we talk about get-rich-quick schemes. People always trying to sell you something. I get text messages from, hey, would you like to be a recruiter for my company in Ohio and make a ton of money? Email me. Click this link if you want it. Who falls for this stuff? I mean, seriously. It's 2025. Who's still falling for this crap? The get-rich-quick scheme, and please gamble responsibly. It's not actually get-rich-quick. It didn't have to go this way. Think about this. Now, it's easy to say in retrospect, right? The game has been played. The bet won. Golden State with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr and Buddy Hield were underdogs at the prepubescent high school Houston Rockets. Great season for the Rockets, in all seriousness. 2 seed in the West took Golden State to 7 games. But, do you really think, seriously, like, if you bet Houston minus 2.5, they can't score, Jalen Green's horrible, Şengün thinks he's Olajuwon, like with these hook shots against Draymond Green down low, like, stop shooting, buddy. Like, Fred VanVleet, your clutch time scorer, like, you can win Game 2 with Fred VanVleet shooting shots in the clutch. You could win Game 5 with Fred VanVleet shooting shots in the clutch. You could win Game 6 with Fred VanVleet shooting shots in the clutch. You're not winning Game 7. Not against Steph Curry. Not against Draymond. Not against Jimmy Butler. Not against Steve Kerr. Not against the Golden State Warriors. So it's not a surprise that Golden State won. I mean, we're going to look back on this. I'm being dead serious. In like 5 years from now, you bet. Maybe we're still on the air. Maybe we're still on NBC. I don't know. We're going to say, hey, remember, like, I don't know, like maybe like a civilization will have, whatever. It's going to be like The Last of Us. We're all going to be talking like, it's going to be like 10 people left, and we're going to say, hey, remember when Golden State was plus 2.5 against Houston in Game 7 on the road? That was pretty great. What a joke. Whenever someone tries to tell you, Vegas knows. Oh, yeah, Vegas is so good. Yeah, great job by Vegas, which is a nonsense to begin with, but just saying. So Golden State, what an easy bet in Game 7. They win by 14. They go on that huge run. I hate the Warriors. Like, as a sports fan, I've hated them for a decade. But, man, when you got money on them, and Steph Curry does the night-night, feels pretty good. Great job by Golden State. Winning, getting the job done for us, and advancing to the second round of the playoffs. Where, unfortunately for them, but fortunately for us, you, the listener, you, the viewer, me, your old pal Nick Costos, Minnesota awaits. And Minnesota is not like the Houston Rockets. Minnesota, mentally tough. Minnesota, physically resilient. What's going to happen if and when Draymond Green tries to bully Rudy Gobert? You don't think Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo, two former Knicks who are absolute dogs, dogs spelled D-A-W-G. You don't think they're getting right in Draymond's face? You think the Warriors are going to be able to pull the nonsense that they pull with everybody else? And it works. God bless them. Won 4 titles. You think they're going to be able to pull that on Minnesota? With Minnesota's depth? With the dogs that Minnesota's got? Minnesota's way better than Houston. Minnesota's got home court in the series. And you know what Minnesota's got? They've got somebody who's a little out there. He's a little off. He's a little mentally disturbed. Because you know what he hears? He hears voices in his head. They talk to him. They understand. They talk to him. Coming up on Peacock in just a couple weeks. Backlash. WWE. John Cena against Randy Orton. Randy Orton in 2025 is no longer the legend killer. That's not his gimmick. Because that gimmick, by the way, you see what I did there, NBC? It's a little promotion for you guys. The legend killer gimmick now belongs to Anthony Edwards. Last year, round 1, Kevin Durant, RKO, 1, 2, 3. Last year, round 2, Nikola Jokic, RKO, 1, 2, 3. This year, round 1, Luka Doncic, RKO, 1, 2, 3. This year, first round, LeBron James, RKO, knee injury, 1, 2, 3 to 5 weeks. Can't attend the Met Gala. And now, Steph Curry. What they say about the RKO normally, hashtag out of nowhere. But like Jim Carrey said in the critically acclaimed 90s comedy Dumb and Dumber, frankly, my dear, I don't care where you listen to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. What Jim Carrey also said in Dumb and Dumber, man, we should have seen it coming. If you don't see it coming, shame on you. The Warriors are not as good as the Wolves. Minnesota's got their number. Minnesota wins game 1 tomorrow night. We'll lay the points. And Minnesota going to win the series coming up against Golden State. Courtesy of the legend killer, Anthony Edwards. So game 7 was awesome on Sunday in the NBA. Not so much on Saturday in the NBA with the Clippers and the Nuggets, where, you know, I said this earlier in the show, I think one of my many issues, candidly, as a sports bettor, is I can be really stubborn and stick to my guns too much. Because love the Clippers in the series and then love the Clippers in Game 7 against Denver, and what the hell was I thinking? Now, when everybody wants to throw James Harden under the bus because James Harden was yet another no-show in a Game 7, what I have to say to that is what are people expecting? What the hell was I thinking? This is like you're going to get pissed at the sun because it comes out tomorrow. Like you're going to walk outside your house and see grass and see that it's green and go, oh, man, I can't believe grass is green again. Touch water and like your hand gets wet. Wow, can't believe water is wet. can't believe James Harden was a bust in another Game 7. You can't? Really? I can't believe I bet this team. Of course James Harden's going to do that. But I don't even want to make this about James Harden. For me, it's about Kawhi Leonard. I didn't bet the Clippers because, what series is going 7? I think James Harden's going to be awesome in Game 7. Who would think that? I bet the Clippers, I thought Kawhi Leonard was going to be Spurs Finals MVP Kawhi Leonard. I thought he was going to be Raptors Finals MVP Kawhi Leonard. Instead, we got, I don't know what that was. He's fine. Honestly, it's like, hey, Kawhi, what do you think about me betting on you? And it was the way he laughed after they won the finals. So that, what an idiot. Credit to the Nuggets for winning by, the final score is 19. They won by 19. They won by 50, basically, in the game. It was embarrassing. Credit to the Nuggets for firing Michael Malone. Felt like their season was going to end in the first round. They win the first round series and advance to play Oklahoma City. Spoiler alert, I think the Thunder will win the series and go to the Western Conference Final. What do I think is going to happen in Game 1? You're going to find out, but not right now. You'll find out at the end of the show in Gambling Night in America.
Crazy stuff, not this time.
As far as the Cavs and Pacers go, great win by Indiana yesterday in Game 1. Shoot a blistering 53% from downtown. Darius Garland misses the game, and Donovan Mitchell goes 1 from 11 for 3. And you end up with Indiana stealing Game 1 on the road. Now, we have a bit of an interesting betting market for tomorrow night's Game 2. And I loved Cleveland coming into the series. You would expect them to be at somewhat full health if you're going to like Cleveland in the series. So Darius Garland is questionable for tomorrow night. Complicating matters is that Evan Mobley and DeAndre Hunter are also questionable for tomorrow night's game. Now, the betting market has not really budged too much off of this news from Cavs head coach Kenny Atkinson, who revealed that earlier today. Cleveland at BetMGM, our show sponsor, was a juiced 9.5-point favorite, so close to being a 10-point favorite in Game 2 after losing Game 1 at home by 9. After all this news, it's still a 9.5-point spread, but the juices towards Indiana were close to coming down to 9. So it feels like the betting market does not necessarily believe right now that all these players are going to be out for Cleveland. I don't think we can bet this game until we know for sure what's happening with these Cavs players. And if all the guys are playing, hell, if Garland misses but Mobley and Hunter play, I'm going to like Cleveland in the game. Great performance by Indiana. Full credit to them. I was wrong about Game 1, but man, it's unlikely they're shooting 53% from 3 again. It's unlikely Donovan Mitchell goes 1 from 11 from downtown. So I'm going to be on the Cavs in all likelihood, but need to find out more injury information for tomorrow night.
If you're scared, go to church.
I am scared. I do need to go to church. I need to say some prayers. Because tonight, it's not just, it's in 45 minutes. Literally, we're going off the air, and I was going to say I'm going to park my ass on the couch, but I have to help my daughter get ready for bed. #dad life. So at some point in the first quarter, I'll have my ass parked on the couch for my Knicks against the Boston Celtics. Boston, a 9.5-point favorite in the game. I mentioned a few moments ago, one of my issues as a sports bettor is I can be stubborn. Another one of my issues is I can sometimes let fandom influence my decision-making. Get more on that later. But on the other side, the whale capper Drew Dinsick joins me, Femi Abebefe, and you here on NBC Sports Now.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
it's absolutely massive for the city. Now, there does need to be some things worked out. The D.C. City Council needs to approve it, so it's not a done deal yet. But this is as close as this deal has been since this was a talking point, for years and years and years. And it's really interesting how quickly things have moved now that Dan Snyder is not with the team. That was a big sticking point. But now Josh Harris has come in, and very quickly things have improved like that. So when you think of this franchise and you go back, all of the history-filled videos that you see, the memories, they're all from RFK Stadium. That's when the team was winning Super Bowls, when they had Hall of Famers. The history is pretty sparse over the past 2 decades, and that absolutely has to do with ownership. So it just feels right for this team to be back in the city. And honestly, it's huge because D.C. almost lost the Wizards and the Capitals. That came very close to happening, and at the last second, that deal in Virginia fell through. So now the Wiz and Caps are in D.C., and now potentially the Commanders could be in D.C. as well. If you haven't been to the nation's capital in a long time, it's not a huge city compared to L.A. or Chicago or New York. It's pretty small. Now, the DMV is big, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, but the district itself, D.C. proper, is pretty small. So to have all of these teams potentially right here, specifically the Commanders with all of their history, is just huge for the fan base. Everybody has wanted this for so long. Let's just bring it back to the spiritual home, as the owners call it. So it's something that's really exciting, and there's renderings out. And if this goes through, then they want to begin in 2030 and potentially host, WrestleMania, concerts, a Super Bowl. They'll have the potential to do that. Even Roger Goodell has said, we'd love to have a Super Bowl in the nation's capital. And now that's an actual possibility.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
All right, 20 minutes from now, all our bets for tonight. Gambling night in America, including the game that is making me very nervous. And it's not the Nuggets and Thunder. It's my New York Knicks against the Boston Celtics. Game 1 in Beantown. Boston a huge favorite, deservedly so, because the Knicks this season have been the Eastern Conference version of the Memphis Grizzlies. Beat all the bad teams, can't beat any good teams. Is that going to stop me from betting the Knicks tonight? No. But what is Drew Dinsick like? What is Femi Abebefe like? We'll find out at the end of the show. Drew Dinsick will join us momentarily. But Femi, we are coming off one of the great sports betting and sports weekends in recent memory. 2 sick Game 7s in the NHL, which we did not touch on in the opening segment to the NBC Sports Now hour, but we'll have to do a ton of hockey on the show. The Stars coming back from 2-0 down in the third period Saturday night to beat the Avs 4-2. Former Av Mikko Rantanen with a third period hat trick and an assist as Dallas scores 4 unanswered to win that game. And then Winnipeg scoring 2 goals in the final 2 minutes to tie against St. Louis, including a goal with 1.3 seconds to play in regulation, sending it to overtime. They win in double OT to advance. All the NBA, the Kentucky Derby. What was your favorite betting event, Femi, from the weekend?
Oh, it's got to be Warriors winning Game 7. That was one where, Friday night they lose Game 6. I'm just jamming in plus money bets on the money line for Golden State. plus 130, plus 120, plus 115. I was very convicted in Golden State winning Game 7 and watching the game play out how it did, thanks to Buddy Ball, Buddy Buckets, Warriors getting home. Just an awesome, awesome game. I guess not an awesome game from an entertainment standpoint, but awesome for me for the money that was won last night. So that was probably my favorite. With the Kentucky Derby, a close second with Sovereignty getting home for us, thanks to our guy Mike Samich.
Yeah, shout out to our friend Mike Samich giving out the Superfecta winner on the show last week. All right, you bet on this Monday. Joining us right now, did an amazing job covering the Kentucky Derby this past weekend at Churchill Downs, plus the Kentucky Oaks, for our friends at NBC sports betting analyst, the very handsome Drew Dinsick, better known to you and yours as the Whale Capper on Twitter at Whale_Capper. My friend, welcome back to the show. How did Churchill Downs treat you, my man?
Oh, it was an incredible experience. It gets better every year. Some of that is just because you learn new things about, how to make the most of your time there. And some of it is just because, that some years you run hot. When you're at the track in a given day and you're running hot, there's maybe no better feeling as a sports bettor, even if you're not winning life-changing money. When everybody around you is asking your opinion on a horse and you're like, man, well, I'm going to let him down if I'm wrong. Like, let's keep the win streak going. And, when you're sun running at a track, it is like a very, very special feeling. And I had that going for me all day Oaks Day, and then ran it back on the Derby. So it was extremely fun. Spent a lot of time, at Churchill Downs, kind of doing my homework on Thursday. Really kind of got to meet some of the trainers, some of the connections, learned as much as I could to be ready to fire into those bets on Friday and Saturday. And in the end, it was a lucrative and a successful experience. And, again, like the best you're ever going to do in a horse race, like the Kentucky Derby, is like, man, the horse like Sovereignty was 7-1 in the close. He was 10-1 all day Saturday. And you look and you're like, there's no way that this horse doesn't at least have a 10% chance to win this race. You know what happens with a 10% chance? It loses 9 out of 10 times, And when you happen to hit the one that gets to the window for you in a horse race of that magnitude with that many possible outcomes, it's just a wild feeling. And that was all day Friday and Saturday for me. So I cannot wait to potentially go back and I mean, covering it or not, this is probably something I'm doing every year for the rest of my life.
Well, I don't see why you wouldn't be covering. You do an awesome job for our friends at NBC Sports Now. But being honest, NBC Sports Now Power Hour. And Drew joined us last week on the show, Kentucky Derby breakdown. Randy Moss from NBC joining us last week on the show. Eddie Olczyk from NBC joining us last week on the show. Michael McCarthy, journalism's trainer, joining us last week on the show. Mike Samich joining us last week on the show. Amazing guests on the Derby on You Better You Bet. And we'll run it back for the Preakness coming up next week here on You Better You Bet. All right, one horse racing question here, Drew, at 60 seconds, because we want to hit all the NBA series in the second round. Sovereignty wins the Kentucky Derby. 2 more legs of the Triple Crown. Preakness and the Belmont, which is at Saratoga again this year. Do you think Sovereignty is live to win the Triple Crown?
I do not. And I say that while qualifying that he is clearly the best 3-year-old and that he is going to be a monster all summer long. He is going to be a factor in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Not even just this year, but in future years too. I think this colt has a long and I don't want to say historic, but certainly well decorated campaign of races ahead of him. But the Preakness is not one of those, and it's pretty straightforward handicap. Preakness is a sprint, guys. They just ran 1.25 miles. The whole reason, and I'm sure so much may have even said these words to you guys last week when you tipped him, is like, this horse wanted 1.25 miles. Like, none of the horses that ran that race in Kentucky Derby had ever run 1.25 miles in their lives. This was the first time they had ever hit that distance. The past performances, everything you saw when you looked at the run up for Sovereignty was like, this horse wants 1.25 miles. He is going to thrive down that home stretch. And sure enough, that was the difference in the race. You turn around now and you say, okay, now in a smaller field with a as much, this 3-year-old class has elite speed, tactical speed all over the place. Like, the idea that he's going to be able to get a closing trip in that type of a race at a shorter distance, I'm not buying that. No. So the other kind of major obvious key factor is Bob Baffert owns the Preakness, and his barn scratched Rodriguez, the 4, and they said they did it out of an abundance of caution. Okay. I think they realistically did it because they know that he is better suited for a smaller field in a shorter race where he can use his tactical speed to go wire to wire. So Rodriguez, to me, feels primed to be the spoiler for the Triple Crown, and would be my early pick in the futures pool. And I'm sure you can find some prices around, but if you can get better than 8-1 on Rodriguez, I would just go ahead and fire now, even though we don't even know if he will run.
All right, well, that's a really good handicap on the Preakness coming up next week. Let's talk some NBA playoffs because we do have all 4 series set. Last night, Golden State wins Game 7. They're now quick turnaround. Game 1 tomorrow night, 7.5-point underdog on the road against the T-Wolves. Series price Minnesota -180, Golden State +150 in about 60 seconds. How do you see the series in Game 1 playing out?
Well, Game 1, 6.5 is disrespectful to the Warriors, except for the fact that this is a very, very quick turnaround against a very, very good team. And I'm going to steal a quote this morning that I had heard from my NBC partner, Jay Croucher. The Golden State Warriors just drew the same team that the Rockets are, except they can score. And all of the problems that existed for the Warriors as in that matchup with the Rockets that got that to a Game 7 exist in this matchup with the Timberwolves, with the exception of they're not going to have, 5-minute scoring droughts because the Timberwolves have so many different ways that they can really hurt this Warriors team offensively. So the Timberwolves, I think, cleanly get a cover here. I laid the 7 this morning. It's out to 7.5, which, correct direction. I think it probably closes in the 7.5 range. And this is probably one where the Warriors, if they're not competitive in, say, the third quarter, do a little let go of the rope and let's regroup and try to get on the right page for Game 2. I, in particular, kind of look at the rotations, in hand for Chris Finch and this Timberwolves team, and just dying to see what the Warriors, can do to match, particularly the size there. I mean, this is almost a series where the Warriors are going to have to get 15-20 minutes a game out of Kevon Looney. I don't know that there's really much else they can hope for other than, Julius Randle losing his mind or something. But the Minnesota Timberwolves are for real. Right now, I would have them as pretty clearly your second best team left in the West. My fair price for the series is... I just had it up and I blew it. Sorry, guys. My fair price for the series is Timberwolves -185. And I would say that if you really do if you want the chance to bet on Curry and the experience and, the what you think is the better coach, then take a deep breath, wait for Game 1. Because this being a shocking upset where the Warriors steal one, considering the series they just came out of and the quick turnaround they have, and this, just the makeup of this Timberwolves team it's not something that I think I'd subscribe to as very likely. So if you like the Warriors at price now, just wait like 40, give it 48 hours. So you'll like them even better.
All right, you bet here on this Monday. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, talking the NBA playoffs with our friend, NBC sports betting analyst Drew Dinsick, the Whale Capper, on Twitter at Whale_Capper. We got 5 minutes left in the interview. We got 3 series to hit. We'll save the 2 games tonight for the end. Let's talk Game 2 and the rest of the series now for Indiana and Cleveland. So Indiana wins Game 1 yesterday on the road in Cleveland. Cavs a 9.5-point favorite tomorrow night in Game 2. But we got some injury concerns here where Darius Garland's questionable. He missed Game 1. Evan Mobley and DeAndre Hunter also questionable for the Cavs per head coach Kenny Atkinson. Betting market hasn't really budged that much, Drew, so maybe everybody's just going to play, or maybe Garland misses but Mobley plays and Hunter plays. What's your read on Game 2, Cavs Pacers, and the rest of the series for Cleveland and Indiana? And we need this in about a minute, so we save time for the Game 1s tonight.
Yeah, sure. So right now, no action for me at all in this series. I thought the Cavaliers were going to get a pretty clean win in Game 1, but I also thought that there was really low likelihood we were going to still see Garland out. The Cleveland Cavaliers have had defensive questions swirling. really since like the All-Star break, and the Pacers can take advantage of all of those holes. I know a lot of the Pacers' success in game one really came on the back of some hot hand shooting, which may not last, but the Pacers are still going to get in the 115, 120 range with the way their offense matches up against this Cleveland defense. You take Mobley out of the picture, we got huge problems. If you bring Garland back and he's not the Garland that we saw for the balance of the regular season, I'm not sure that the Cavaliers offense can go toe to toe with the Pacers. So consider me a concerned Cavs East ticket holder. And I'll just sprinkle into the mix that the Kenny Atkinson playoff inexperience in terms of his decisions and how he handled his rotations yesterday were pretty obviously on display. So he's got a lot of pieces to work with that these guys are healthy. But, realistically, I think the entry point for Cavs series is going to be after game 3, because I'm kind of seeing a world where the Pacers are up 2-1 after 3 games.
Maybe a little love Ty Jerome. Maybe a little too much Ty Jerome yesterday. Kenny Atkinson just won Coach of the Year. So I just won a good amount. I think that's been expected for a long time. But I had Atkinson preseason. That's a good one.
Super quick question for you. Kenny Atkinson, how many playoff wins?
4, right?
He's got 1 for the 4 that he had in this year's playoff. So just still a lot to figure out as far as how he
one more
wants
than
to.
I thought.
Yeah.
I never thought he had
Yeah.
when he was the coach of the Nets. So the 1 more than I had expected. All right, we can combine the 2 games tonight into 1 here. What do you like? Thunder 10.5. So that Oklahoma keeps getting bet. Oklahoma City now a 10.5 point favorite against Denver. 228.5 the total, similar to kind of the Minnesota Golden State handicap, right? Denver coming off game 7. Now, Oklahoma City's been off literally since April 26th. The Thunder have been. So Oklahoma City with a huge rest advantage. And then Boston, the Knicks keep getting bet. This was 9.5. Now it's 8.5 tonight in Beantown. 213.5. 60 seconds here. Bets for game 1s tonight in the NBA.
So I'm in absolute lockstep with everything the market is doing for both of these games and both of these series. Oklahoma City, I laid the 9.5 this morning. Really, really excited about that. As far as if you wanted to have a bet of the day, I still think 10.5 is bettable. Them going with their 2 big lineup against this Nuggets team, that is a just press, repeat days until they prove they can stop it. I don't know how they're going to do it with what they have in terms of options with Denver. They already know the secret to really making the Nuggets hurt, which is turn Jokic into a 3-point shooter and not the kind of master distributor. So Thunder, I think, are going to, kind of flex a little bit on them tonight. And to me, at least, likely to win the series in the 4-0, 4-1 range. On the other game, my fair in that one is Celtics -7. My fair total in that one is just under 215. So I agree that this has been bet up, and I agree that it is being bet in the direction of the Knicks. I think this Celtics-Knicks series is going to be relatively tightly contested through the first 4 games before ultimately the Celtics kind of stretch their legs and get a little bit of distance against the Knicks in games 5 and 6. So I'll predict Celtics win 4-2. But I think the Knicks plus the points is going to be the bet. Repeat over games 1 through 4.
Money line? I know you're saying I'm just kind of hoping for it. I'm not betting money line. No,
it's a big price.
They're the Grizzlies. They're Memphis. They're better than Memphis, but they're the Grizzlies. They're Eastern Conference Memphis. They can't beat anybody good. I don't think they're going to get swept, but yeah, I think it's going to be right. I think they're going to lose a bunch of close games, and now I'm going to be aggravated. Great job, buddy. At whale _. I mean, I am. It's my daughter's first birthday tomorrow. Have I mentioned that on the show yet today? Far be it from me to make it about me and my family. But, I feel like my day might be ruined tomorrow by the Knicks tonight. Have a good one, Drew.
Best of luck, you guys.
On the other side, all our bets for tonight, gambling night in America.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
would you want to add this guy to your rotation? Like, we see it across all sports. Guys, sometimes you just need to get into a winning situation, get out of a certain situation. Maybe the team you're going to is seeing a flaw in your pitching right now. Is this a guy you would trade for? Do you believe in Alcantara big picture, or you're looking at him saying, no, I'm scared off by what he's doing right now?
I would definitely accept him. If I was a GM and I needed another arm, he would probably be the first phone call. And I understand what you're saying. It's a fair question to look at his ERA and see a huge crooked 8, right? 8.31 is his ERA. That's alarming. I'm trying, though, not to put too much stock into this year and balance out what he's been over his 8-year career now. I mean, look at that stretch from 18 to 22. 344, 388, 3 flat, 319, 228. So I'm trying to balance the checkbook, I guess, and not put too much into it. But really what's concerning is the walks. I mean, he's got 17 walks in 6 starts. That's not really like him. And his strikeout to walk ratio is just over 1. 1! That can't happen. I mean, his career average strikeouts to walks, 2.79. To be at 1.12 is ridiculously bad for Sandy.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
All right, some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the show with all our bets for tonight. Gambling night in America. But before we give you all the bets, we have some thank yous here, which I just said. It's not the best 20 seconds of my broadcasting career. We had 2 tremendous guests on the show today. We had the great Eddie Olczyk, who joined us. We love Eddie Olczyk. He was on NBC this past weekend breaking down the Kentucky Derby. And he was on TBS last night on the call of Jets Blues, a sensational job by our friend Eddie O. Eddie O giving us thoughts on the Preakness, early thoughts there, and on the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. And we just had the whale capper Drew Dinsick on the program as well. Tons of talk on the weekend that was in the world of sports and sports betting. Femi and I gave you all our thoughts on all 4 series in the NHL playoffs, and Femi with a breakdown of the Conn Smythe betting market. Who's going to win Conn Smythe as playoff MVP in the NHL? He's got some really good stuff there. And if you missed any of everything I just laid out, I got good news for you. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcast. You can go to the Odyssey app. You could go to Spotify. You could go to Apple. It's like Marlon Brando said in the critically acclaimed 1972 drama, The Godfather. Frankly, my dear, I don't care where you listen to You Better You Bet. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Our executive producer is Bill Zimmerman. Our technical director is the under the weather, Tyler Morales. Apparently, Tyler texted this to me. Apparently, he was offered the afternoon off and said, no, I can still work. I just can't come on the air, but I will get the podcast up. I will do yeoman's work and get the podcast up. To which I say two things. One, thank you, Tyler. Two, man, you're dumb. Our engineer, Jake the Snake Hassan, and our video producer, God's Perfect Creation. Take the day off, man. Downtown, Mike Brown. Coming up after us on the BetMGM Network is BetMGM Tonight with Ryan Horvath and Brad Evans. Brad Evans will join us momentarily. But first, an appearance from our friend, NBC Sports betting analyst, the great Brad Thomas. And Brad has a play on tomorrow's Champions League semifinal in Milan between Barcelona and Inter, a scintillating 3-3 draw in leg one at the new camp in Barcelona. Brad, what are we expecting Barcelona-Inter in leg number 2 in Italy?
Yeah, listen, this play just has way too much value. I'm taking Denzel Dumfries 2+ shots. Doesn't matter if he hit the target. Doesn't matter if he hits him into the stands. It's plus 180. If you look at every high leverage situation they've had in the Champions League this season, he's taken at least 2 shots. He has a really good matchup against Gerard Martin, who he should absolutely cook if Barcelona keep that high line.
Brad, awesome job. Good luck with the bet. Also, just real quick, only because I have Barcelona to win the Champions League. Barcelona's minus 145 at BetMGM to advance. Is that a bet? Barca just to... So for people that don't know, This is not Barca to win in the 90 minutes. This is coupling everything together. Barcelona to advance to the Champions League final, minus 145. I like that. I'm betting it.
You should bet it. You should absolutely bet it. I'm holding an Inter ticket, and I hate the position that I'm in.
Oh, well, Brad, you may hate that, but we love you. We appreciate it, my friend. On Twitter at Mr. Brad Thomas. Thank you very much.
Take care.
Brad Thomas joining us here on the show, from one Brad to another, to Brad Evans, the host of BetMGM Tonight here on the BetMGM Network, weeknight 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern. He's handsome, he's energetic, and he's with us now. Brad, happy Monday. Hola, amigo.
Hola, amigos, más tequila, gentlemen. It's Cinco de Mayo, after all.
It is Cinco. This is where, it sucks. I didn't realize it was Cinco de Mayo until just now. I'm so washed. Are you going to drink any tequila tonight or no?
Yeah, the late night tip. I already had a big old fat plate of enchiladas, made some homemade guac for the fam. So, yeah, I'm already in Cinco de Mayo mode. And what better way to have a little digestive and late night tip than a little añejo and a smooth and sweet pour?
A digestive of tequila before the show is pretty, or after the show is pretty great. Do you cook or does your wife cook? Who made the enchiladas?
I do. From scratch, baby. Just like my guac. From scratch. My own recipe. I'll give it to you sometime.
Okay, so I have a question. So I'm being serious. I would like that. There's enchiladas mole. There's enchilada suizas, which is the green sauce, right? There's a red sauce. What sauce do you have the enchiladas when you cook them?
Christmas style. So it's red and it's also green.
All right, so you made it up. Okay, that's not like a real thing. Okay, so Brad
has chosen to freestyle. Christmas style is not made up. It's a real thing.
Brad has chosen to bastardize Mexican cuisine by saying, I'm going to do... So, guys, look. Can we look this up, please? Is Christmas style actually a real thing?
Christmas style's a thing. Yes.
First I've heard of it.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to...
Oh, come on, guys. Oh, that's how we used to say it when I lived in Denver forever. So,
you know what?
Enchiladas before the show is bold, man. I'd be passed out.
Yeah,
man.
Well, how's your stomach?
It is ironclad, gentlemen. I always do a pre-show workout, so I hop on the bike for 10 minutes, burn off some calories, and I'm in tip-top shape right now.
Wow, what a workout. 10 minutes on the bike. Wow, you're going to kill a ton. You're going to kill one small piece of the tortilla from the enchilada and 10 minutes on the... This guy goes, I do a pre-show workout. I'm like, oh, okay, wow.
Yeah.
Dude, lifting weights
Brad, this is a Peloton show.
40 minutes. 10 minutes on the bike. That's not a workout, bro. That's a drop in the bucket.
It's just a warm-up bag, man. There's a lot more to it. It's my second workout of the day, gentlemen. Continue.
Now he's just...
Now it's adding.
What's the best? Yeah. Now it's... Yeah, okay. But, you're cooking enchiladas, you're doing a show, you're working out twice. Are you a real person? What's the best bet for tonight?
I'm going to go with SGA, also known as Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, for 2 or more block shots, gentlemen, at plus 210. Of course, taking on the Denver Nuggets. Game numero uno of that series, the NBA playoffs. Denver's allowed the most opponent block shots per game in this postseason at 7.1. And you look at SGA in the regular season against Denver, went 2 blocks, 3 blocks, 1 block, and 3 blocks. So he has been over this in 3 of 4 contests. Yeah, I know he only went over once against the Grizz in the last series, but I'm going to maximize the matchup. I'm going to play the recency bias based on the matchups they had in the regular season. I say SGA swats a couple in the seats, which will burn some calories. I know a little something about that. Plus 210 is what I wagered on that bad boy at BetMGM.
A couple brags, and I got to tell you, I don't hate it. Brad, have a great show tonight on BetMGM tonight.
Pete Alonso over 1.5 total bags. I'm out.
And to be fair to Brad, I did look this up. Christmas-style enchiladas, Femi. And burritos is a thing. So he was telling the truth. He did not make that up.
Learn something new every day. Thanks to Brad Evans. I'd never heard of that before.
I got a hankering for Mexican food now, man.
Cinco de Mayo. No better way to celebrate. There's a Mexican joint that's probably about 15, 20 minutes from us that it's unbelievable. It's Tex-Mex, so it's not like truly authentic Mexican stuff, but it's really good. Give you like the little table side bean dip. Oh my god, yeah, it's
my wife made turkey kale soup and it wasn't very good. Thankfully, she doesn't watch or listen to the show. No, it's well, you hear the volume I'm speaking in. All right, we got to pay the bills and then we'll give you all our bets for tonight. Jake, please drop the dope ass beat. The soup is terrible. BetMGM is our show sponsor. It's awful. It's usually good. BetMGM is a sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM account holders will receive the kale is crunchy. She used water instead of chicken. We forgot to buy the chicken stock. It's bad. BetMGM account holders, it's awful. I wish someone would say no soup to me. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager hits with the Parlay Boost token. Tokens can be used on parlays and SGPs. Download the BetMGM app today and please gamble responsibly. PFT Live is absolutely incredible on NBC Sports now with Mike Florio and Chris Sims. They are recapping everything that happened in the NFL draft and getting you set for the upcoming NFL season. 7 a.m. Eastern, you can watch it on Peacock and the new NBC Sports Now channel, and listen wherever you get your podcasts. All right, we are feeling patriotic on this Monday. All right, let's start in the NBA. Knicks and Celtics. I'm nervous. My stomach hurts. I don't even eat the Christmas-style enchiladas. My stomach hurts. And we got Nuggets and Thunder game 1. Thunder keep getting bet. Knicks are getting bet. Femi, how are you betting tonight in the NBA?
I'm going to pass the Knicks and Celtics game. I think the over would have been my look for this one, but I just want to see one of these games first before I really dive in and betting a total. But if I had to bet something, it would be to the over. There's some 213 that's out there, so shop around and try to get the best of the number if you like the over. But I really do like the second game tonight in Oklahoma City. Give me the Denver Nuggets in the first half. I think this number's starting to get a little bit rich on the OKC side. Like you mentioned earlier in this hour, Nick, the Oklahoma City Thunder have not played since April 26th. That was the Saturday of the NFL draft when Shedeur Sanders got drafted. That's the last time they played in a game. That's been so long to where sometimes you just get a little bit out of rhythm. They're clearly the better team, but I think in the first half, Denver can hit them up pretty good. So I like Denver to keep it close in the first half. I'll take the Nuggets plus the 6 tonight in the first 24 minutes.
So I don't know what to do with OKC Denver as far as the full game is concerned. So here's what I'm going to do. I think OKC is going to win. I'm going to parlay Oklahoma City money line with Cleveland money line tomorrow night. I'll risk the injury stuff. And Minnesota money line on Wednesday. That 3-team money line parlay, which extends into Wednesday, even money, plus 100 at BetMGM. And I can't stop myself. I'm letting my fandom get in the way. I'm being honest about it, right? Here's how I think it's going to go. I think the Knicks are going to be in this game down to the wire. I think it's going to be a really close game, and they will lose at the end. I think Boston's going to win, but I think the game is going to be close at the very end. Give me the Knicks plus the points. I love the bet. I think the Knicks will cover. I think the Celtics will win. So Knicks plus the points tonight. If you like Boston as a money line parlay piece, go for it. One game tonight in the NHL. Game 1. I think winner of this game wins the Eastern Conference. Winner of the series wins the East. The Panthers, a minus 125 road favorite at the Maple Leafs. Total in the game, 5.5 juiced under. Femi, I'm betting Toronto tonight. I think Florida's awesome, obviously. I disagree that Toronto should be a plus price at home here. Give me the Maple Leafs plus 105.
Yeah, it's a small bet for me on the under 5.5. I think both of these goalies are really good. Stolarz has been awesome throughout this season. Bobrovsky's been good so far in the playoffs. I think under 5.5 is how I'm going to bet this game.
Mike Brown spent no fewer than 15 minutes putting this graphic together. Get it on the screen, please, Mike. Get it off the screen, please, Mike.
It's beautiful.
Baseball bets for tonight. Femi, what do you got?
Padres first 5 on the money line. Whenever they start the game, I do think they at least win in the first 5. I like Pivetta in this spot. Solid starter against a Yankee lineup that, yes, like Judge has been historic. He's been great. But like also on the other side, Rodon, who's been really good, he's volatile. I'll play against that with a really good Padres team. They're tied with the Dodgers, top of the NL West. So give me the Padres at the plus money price in the Bronx.
And what Femi was saying there about the game being delayed, it is raining right now in New York. So I think we're expecting the game to get in tonight, the Yankees and Padres, but it's not going to start on time. I'm off tomorrow. It's my daughter's first birthday. Hanging out with my wife and my daughter all day. People that think that's lame, you're right. Also, I'll see you on Wednesday. And until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you, dear listener and dear viewer, minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck. Go New York. Go New York. Go.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
You know, it'd be one thing if he was going to a very good organization, which I'm not saying the Saints aren't because they've had some success in the past, just not with this current regime. So we've seen some really bad quarterback play from the Saints, and I feel like Tyler Shuck's not going to go in there and light up the world. Like, I could be wrong because I understand some GMs are super sold on his arm talent, but we've seen this in the NFL. It takes way more than just arm talent. It takes, you know, mitigating big mistakes. And we've seen this with Will Levis. How many times do I have to say it? Will Levis is super athletic and somebody who's a gamer and competitive. But did you see some of the interceptions that he threw last year for my Titans? So I feel like that is going to be the thing for Tyler Shuck. When you see some of the mistakes that he made in college football, playing, you know, what they play in the ACC. Is Louisville still in the ACC? I don't know. But not against top-notch competition is what I'm saying. But does he have a chance to be the starting quarterback if Derek Carr is hurt? Sure. What's the quarterback room? Spencer Rattler and Jake Hayner.
God.
So, yeah, it could be him.
This is going to be a bad year for the Saints. Their win total is set at 6.5. It's juiced to the under, minus 160. I would take the under. I think it's going to be a bad year. Like, the Saints have all sorts of salary cap problems. And Spencer Rattler went 0-6 last year as a starter for the Saints. Tyler Shuck's 25. I mean, my God, if you're going to draft a guy who's already 25, you might as well start him immediately. Give him a head start. It's not like he's a kid any longer. I just feel like the Saints are a mess right now.
madness begin.
Who wants to get nuts tonight? The streak ends tonight.
This four-legger, let's come out the gate strong.
With the sledgehammer, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action. They got to listen to the Sharps. Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well.
Daddy gotta have it. I am Sledgehammer. How you doing, girl?
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
There was a pair of shoes for $200, and they went on sale this past weekend. You had 3 days to get them for $60, and you didn't. Now they're back to $200. Would you buy them? And she's like, no. I said, then why would you bet the Mavs at 6.5?
Bringing you all the late night sweats and bets.
It's seduced by that juice, gentlemen.
Never forgive Al Horford. No, he's old. He's 6'10". Dunk the basketball. Instead, he tries to lay it in and he misses a bunny.
And helping you win big in fantasy.
I think Baker, the touchdown maker.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise. Another Mas Tequila edition of BetMGM tonight. Happy Cinco de Mayo to you and yours, mi amigos. So we got a loaded and buzzy show for you this evening. We're going to review, of course, our picks on our cards here momentarily. It could be a mixture of the NBA, could be the NHL, could be Major League Baseball, or even looking ahead to some of the lines out there in the futures market in the National Football League. And then we're going to get more bets on the board. And we're going to say hello to our little friend Parlay Pete's got to jog on in here and give his parlay of the day. We're going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time wagers as well. From there, another edition of Better Up. We got a few games left of the Continental Divide tonight. We'll get some bets on the board in Major League Baseball, including our hot hit parlay at nearly 4-1 odds. So you definitely want to stick around if you want to fade or follow some of that action a little bit later on in the program. Bo Morgan is going to drop on in, and we're going to talk some Atlanta Falcons, previewing the season upcoming in the National Football League. Bijan Robinson could be the RB1 of ones this year. What will Michael Penix Jr. look like in his first full season under center? And what about the new bells and whistles and some of the other guys that are key contributors for fantasy rosters and ones that could sway the action in the futures market there for the Atlanta Falcons? We'll discuss all that with Bo. Then Hoops Scoops, all NBA playoffs all the time, running on our favorite wagers, including action in game numero uno between the Denver Nuggets and Oklahoma City Thunder. In the news in the NFL, we'll catch you up to speed on the latest NFL headlines and spin it forward for fantasy football purposes and sports betting devices as well. And then a brand new series. We're going to be debuting the 3-point stance. These are team-by-team previews. Going to be doing these over the next several days. Tonight, we're going to start with the ATL, the Atlanta Falcons. We're going to give you a fantasy value. We're going to give you a proposition bet as well. And on top of that, are we going to be over or under on team wins? We'll do a team lean on the ATL to boot. So we're going to break all the information down on that franchise tonight. And then Jarrett Smith, for his usual Monday hit, is going to be dropping on by. We're going to break everything down in the NBA, the NHL, Major League Baseball, the NFL as well. He is a jack of all trades and a gambler extraordinaire. And two, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine program. If you have any questions for us, could be fantasy football related or something in the sports betting markets, easy way to contact Tori and I. All you gotta do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our poll dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this. Tonight, we're beginning our NFL team preview series, again, with the Atlanta Falcons. What discount ATL fantasy football option is most attractive to you out of Darnell Mooney at a 144.2 average draft position, Kyle Pitts at a 167.1 ADP, or Michael Penix Jr. at a 146.5 ADP, over 140 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and fire off any comments you may have on the Atlanta Falcons. We'll read those a little bit later on in the program and give you a shout out on air. So keep firing. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. Let me bring in my esteemed and handsome colleague, Ryan Horvat. And Horvey, we are down to 8 teams remaining in the NBA playoffs. So I'm going to give you a little dealer's choice here. Out of some of the longer odds teams to make the NBA Finals and potentially win the whole shebang, which one would you sprinkle a little action on out of the Golden State Warriors at 22-1? The Sirs, as our producer Mario, a.k.a. War Daddy, likes to call them, that being the Indiana Pacers, at 40-1. The Denver Nuggets, also at 41, or the real longest of long shots, the New York Knicks, who are going to be in action here against the Boston Celtics, at 55-1. So dig deep, my man. Of those true underdogs that are still registering a pulse in the NBA playoffs, which one do you think has the best shot of maybe, just maybe, pulling off the impossible?
Definitely not the Knicks. I think at most this series goes 6, probably 5, though. I would go to Golden State. I was talking about this before the show with Mario. It's kind of remarkable what they're doing, especially Draymond and Steph Curry, right? Like the Rockets, and I know we'll get to James Harden, who another Game 7 choke job for the Clippers. And for the 5th consecutive year, my Clippers futures go right into the fireplace. But it's kind of remarkable, man. If you remember it was almost like a decade ago now with Chris Paul and James Harden, and the Rockets kind of changed the way the basketball was played. They shot a bunch of threes. The problem was they went to Game 7 against that really good Warriors team, and they shot like 7 of 42 from 3. Fast forward 10 years later, they've went full rebuild. Harden no longer there. Chris Paul no longer there. They have this young core. They get the 2 seed in the West, and they get eliminated by 10 years later, Draymond Green and Steph Curry still. The Warriors, I'm not the biggest Jimmy Butler guy, but that was a hell of a pickup. So if I had to make a pick or I had to go with a long shot, it would be in the West just because OKC's great, but they don't have a whole bunch of playoff experience. Meanwhile, Jimmy Butler does. Steph Curry has championship pedigree and championship rings, and he's one of the greatest of all time. And Draymond, love him or hate him, still a great player, could still defend all 5 positions on the floor. And anytime I bet against him, all of a sudden he's a 3-point marksman as well. So it would be Golden State for me. Definitely not the Knicks. Although the Sirs might be a little bit more alive in this series, especially with Cleveland all beat up. I don't fully trust the Cavs. So for me, it would be in the West. It would be Golden State.
Yeah, probably Golden State for me as well. I mean, obviously, you've got oodles of experience there, championship caliber experience on that roster, the greatest shooter in the known universe in Steph Curry. So at 22-1, I think Golden State is a tremendous value. I would even sprinkle a little action, too, on the Denver Nuggets. Again, they have the world's greatest player, pound for pound, bar none. I will fight anybody who disagrees with me. Nikola Jokic, I mean, he's averaging a triple-double this NBA postseason. Jamal Murray can step up. They get that third consistent scorer. Maybe it's Christian Brown. Maybe it's Michael Porter Jr. Somebody, again, given the pedigree of that team that won the title a couple of years ago, you never know. 40-1? Yeah, again, that's worth a little peppering on that kind of prop as well. So I like Golden State. I'm with you. And I do like the Denver Nuggets to boot there again at 40-1 odds currently at BetMGM. All right, with those bets on board, let's get some other ones up there with our card this evening. These are our top 3 plays on this Monday night. Could be on the diamond, could be on the hardwood, could be on the ice, or even the gridiron. Horvey, what do you got at numero uno?
Yeah, I've been going back and forth on this one all day. I had to have something in this game, and the number told me a little bit too high, take the points with the Knicks, so I did grab them at 9. Closed at 8.5. Don't love it because it's Boston. They swept them in the season series. I don't really fully buy into the Knicks. I do think that they're going to steal a game, most likely probably at MSG. Maybe they even take 2. But I feel like there's going to be that game where Boston only shoots 25% from the floor, and that's what they do. They rely on a ton of threes. But like I said, the season series, and I know I always joke that the regular season doesn't matter, but they beat them by 21, 27, 13, and then they had one close game. Boston won that game by 2 points. It was pretty much a pick. I worry a little bit about Jalen Brunson in this game just because you have Derek White, you have Jaylen Brown. You could obviously throw Drew Holiday at him, so really good perimeter defenders. And then it depends what you get from Karl Anthony Towns, man. If he's out there and he's playing soft against Horford and Porzingis, Knicks are probably screwed. But I just thought 9.5 at times earlier today. I thought that point total was a little bit too high. The spread was a little too high. So I bet the Knicks. Hopefully I'm not wrong here. Hopefully we get a close game after 2 Game 7 blowouts. But for play number 1, I'll go with the Knicks +9.
All right, doing it for John Starks. I can appreciate that. Yeah. Numero uno on my card tonight. Let's get a little same-game parlay on the Major League Baseball Diamond. Give me Cole Reagans over on 6.5 strikeouts, and give me Kansas City on the money line. You put those hands together, it's at a +116 juice. Who are they taking on? Yes, the Chicago White Sox. Now, the Southsiders are playing better baseball than I am actually giving them credit for, but Cole Reagans is an absolute ace for this Kansas City team. He has gone over 6.5 Ks in 4 of his last 5 starts, an astronomical 13.50 K per 9 on the season. Yeah, he's only got the 4.40 ERA, but look at the expected ERA. That number could come tumbling down in a positive way at 2.45 is that measurement. Outstanding. 32.3% call plus swinging strike rate. I know, look at the White Sox, number 6 in K rate over the last couple of weeks. They're punching out on 23.5% of their plate appearances. And you also look at Kansas City going back to last year. They have won 7 straight games against the White Sox straight up. So to recap, SGP Cole Reagans over 6.5 strikeouts, and the Royals to score the victory on the money line +116 built there at BetMGM. Numero dos on your card. Please share.
All right, I'll go to the Diamond. We got a couple rain delays right now, so this one I feel like we'll be good with. 7:45 first pitch. I'm going to go with a player prop here. I'll go over 1.5 total bags for Ke'Bryan Hayes. We've talked a bunch about Miles Michaelis, his struggles this season, 1-2, 4.66 ERA. Pretty big sample size here. 21 at-bats, 9 hits. He's got a 4.28 average. 1.5 total bags is +145 for Ke'Bryan Hayes for the Pirates. I really like that price, so that's play number 2 for me tonight.
All right, numero dos for me. I'm going to go with a pitcher prop. Give me Ryan Nelson over 1.5 walks against the New York Mets at a +120 juice. Yeah, very attractive odds there. If you look at what he did last time against the Mets, that was earlier this season. He had 2 walks and just 4 innings pitched to the Arizona Diamondbacks starter on last year. Because he's only had 1 true start this year, 2.44 walks per 9 mark, which isn't all that shabby. But you look at the Mets, 6th highest base on balls percentage the last couple of weeks at 10.2%. So Ryan Nelson, I say, issues a pair of free passes or more at a +120 juice. Numero tres, Harvey, bring it home.
All right, I got another baseball. This one coming up also 7:40 at Wrigley Field, a.k.a. Heaven, where we got the wind blowing in tonight. The total 7.5. It is juice right now, -120 at BetMGM, but it's -125 elsewhere, so I like this. I think it's going to be a lower scoring game. Famous last words. Anytime I bet a under in a Cubs game this year, I get destroyed, but I do like this. I still believe in Landon Rupp. He gets the start for the Giants. 2-2 this season with a 5.10 ERA. His last start only lasted 4 1/3 against the Padres, gave up 4 runs and 7 hits. I think there's going to be some positive regression. And the Giants offensively, man, only hitting .231, 7th worst right now in the league, 10th ranked scoring offense, but just 21st in hits accumulated. So I think Matthew Boyd should be all right tonight. 2-2 this season, 2.70 ERA, and it's a lefty against the Giants. So I kind of like the under here. The thing that would scare me would be the Cubs exploding for 8 runs themselves. They're hitting .262, first in all of Major League Baseball. They've scored the most runs, nearly 6 per game, but I still like this under 7.5 tonight at Wrigley.
Yeah, give you the meteorological update. Winds blowing in out of left field / center field. So right there in that corridor at 7-11 miles per hour. And game time temps only 55 degrees. It's going to be rather chilly there on the north side tonight. So the bats could be cooled, to say the least. I like that call. All right, numero trace on my card. Same game parlay. Let's go with the NBA. Give me the C's, -4.5 on that alt line. And then give me Jalen Brunson, a little negative correlation here. 30 or more points plus assists, and that generates even money at a +100 there at BetMGM. And look at Boston cover this 4.5 line. They did in 3 of 4 regular season matchups against the Knicks. And if you look as well, they have done this in 2 of 4. At least Jalen Brunson has 2 of 4, I should say, 30 or more points plus assists. He's averaging 32.1 per game against the C's this season. Yeah, Boston, number 3 in net efficiency in the NBA postseason. The Knicks at number 7. I kind of like the +9 on your New York call there, but I think Boston's going to win within that 5 to 8 point range. So again, I'm going to lay Celtics -4.5 on the alt line. And then Brunson to get 30 or more points plus assists, and the key will be assists on that one, and hopefully that cashes in at a +100 juice. All right, we got to exit stage left. Take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, Parlay Pete's going to drop on by and get his parlay of the day. We'll do a little sledgehammer special, roll the shoulders as well, and get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time bets as well. Don't you go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
and Ryan Horvath bring out their sledgehammers on BetMGM tonight. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
On this Cinco de Mayo, hopefully the love juice is flowing with you and yours. I already made a big old fat plate of enchiladas here at Casa de Evans. And I put the sauce on Christmas style. For those who have no idea what the heck it is, I'm looking at you, Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe. They had no clue what Christmas style was. You take a little verde and red sauce, and you mix them together. You put them on top of the same enchilada dish. It's red, it's green, it's Christmas style, folks. Simple as that. It's been around for an eternity, but they just got educated on that way to decorate your enchiladas, and it's a high recommendation, whatever sauce that you like. And I make my little homemade guac as well, and I put that on top with some shredded chicken that I cooked in the crock pot for hours on end the day before, wonderfully seasoned. I'm not going to lie, my enchiladas are kind of the shiz. They were definitely the biz here at the Evans household this evening. Casa de Evans was certainly salivating over the prospects of those enchiladas. So congratulations to me, Dad of the Year. Until tomorrow, when I'm going to lose that award probably, and I'll have to give it back because my kids will be like, you failed. You didn't make a better dinner for us on night number 2. And when you're the cook in the house, Horvat, that kind of goes with the territory. So anyway, we're going to be breaking down all kinds of additional action here in this segment. Parlay Pete's got to drop on by and get his parlay today on the board. We're going to say hello to our little friend. We're going to roll the shoulders, get seduced by the Jews and working some bonus time wagers as well. And two, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine program. You got any questions for us? Simple. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: what discount Atlanta Falcon fantasy football option is most attractive out of Darnell Mooney at a 144.2 average draft position, Kyle Pitts at a 167.1 ADP, or Michael Penix Jr. at a 146.5 ADP? Over 140 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop off a comment. We're going to read those a little bit later on in the show. Give you a shout out on air. So keep on firing on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. Speaking of BetMGM, let me tell you about the sweet promo going down right now at the King of Sportsbooks. BetMGM account holders are receiving any sport parlay boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with a Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and SGPs, and you can use this token right now with Parlay Pete on tonight's action. So without further ado, let's get after with our little friend. Hey, Parlay Pete, get your butt over here. Yeah, shiver me timbers, I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, that's right. Parlay Pete is in the house, and he is digging in on a little action. Just got underway. So if you want to do a live dive on this, be my guest. In the Braves and Cincinnati Reds game, leg numero uno is going to take Sean Murphy to get a hit of the backstop there for the ATL. And leg numero dos, A.J. Smith-Shawver, who is on the mound for the Bravos, to issue 2 or more walks. And that's it in the parlay tonight for Parlay Pete. Here are the reasons why he likes both of these legs. You look at Murphy going against Brady Singer of the Cincinnati Reds. He's 5'8" lifetime. With a couple of doubles and a couple of home runs. That checks out to a 2,250 OPS against him overall. I know you might say, sample size, Evans. But 5'8" lifetime, Parlay Pete will certainly roll the dice on that, considering that Singer has given up a 44.2% hard hit rate this year. Leg numero dos for Parlay Pete. A.J. Smith-Shawver, 2 or more walks. His first 4 starts, he's gone 3 walks, 2 walks, and 1 walk. So he's been over this in 3 of 4 rotation turns with a 4.26 walks per 9 mark accumulated. His zone percentage way down at 45.3%. Really anything above 50 is respectable. This is disrespectable overall. And you look at Cincinnati, number 14 and base on balls percentage for the last couple of weeks, earned that free pass on 8.6% of their plate appearances. So yeah, shiver me timbers. Parlay Pete on the SGP. Roll with Sean Murphy to get a hit. And A.G. Smith-Shawver for 2 or more walks. That checks out to a cool plus 156 there at BetMGM. By the way, Parlay Pete up 10.90 units lifetime in this little exercise. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer.
Yes, sir.
There it is. I'm going to go out to the diamond, actually, and I guess technically the Astros would be underdogs. It's pretty much a pick. The Brewers minus 108. That's the highest I saw. The Astros minus 105. I could be wrong here, man, but I'm just going to go with the hotter team. I'm going to go with Houston. They've won 4 of their last 6. Milwaukee, meanwhile, has dropped 7 of their last 10. Tough weekend against our Chicago Cubs. Houston struggled at the plate so far this season. Kind of every year they start like the first month and a half, 2 months of the season, and they can't hit, and then they figure it out when it gets a little warmer. But on the mound, they've been great. They're second in whip right now as a team, 110. They're 6th in ERA, 3.35. Milwaukee's 23rd in whip, 1.36. 25th in ERA this season at 4.45. Blanco's going. He's given up 4 runs in his last 2 starts, so he's been a little bit better in his last 11, 2/3 of work. And then, meanwhile, Tobias Harris, he's made 3 starts this season. He's made 3 appearances this season, 2 starts, 1 out of the bullpen. Didn't give up any hits or runs in 1 inning of work when they lost on Friday to the Cubs, 10-0, but gave up 2 runs in each of his first 2 starts this season. So I'll roll with the Astros. Could be wrong, but I think that they're the better team, so I'll take the minus 105 price for the sledgehammer.
All right, let's let the bias bleed with my selection. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Let's go. Ooh, yeah. And, of course, I'm going to bet on a game that I have the pregame on right now. Shout out to you, Cole Wright and Cliff Floyd. That is on Marquee. That is Chicago Cubs. In action tonight, taking on the San Francisco Giants to chilly north side of Chicago, and I think the Cubs on the SGP are going to take care of business. So sledgehammer special, give me Matthew Boyd. Now this is a little negative correlation being built into the bet. 3+ hits allowed. I'm going to pair that with the Cubs to win straight up on the money line. Put those hands together, plus 118 there at BetMGM. You look at Boyd. Yeah, he's got an excellent 2.25 home ERA this season, only a 34% hard hit rate allowed, but he has given up at least 3 hits in all 6 starts this season. San Francisco, they're no slouches. They're also not outstanding offensively here last couple of weeks. Number 20 in WRC plus, number 20 in batting average as well, hitting 234. But all I need is 3 smacks into the outfield, and that first leg hits. And then leg numero dos, the Cubs win this bad boy straight up on the money line. I mean, Chicago's been white hot. They're leading the Central for all the right reasons. And you look at San Francisco, a team that, outside of Logan Webb, there's some sketchiness in the starting rotation, to say the least. And on the back end, they've been pretty good. Hopefully the Cubs will get a solid 5 or 6 innings out of Boyd and slam the door with the bullpen, which is also quite adventurous in its own right. So put all together tonight's sledgehammer special for me. Same game parlay. Matthew Boyd of the Cubs, 3 or more hits allowed, and the Cubs to win on the money line, plus 118 there at BetMGM. Let's get some more plus money on the board and work those shoulders, because we're about to get seduced by the juice. Oh, yeah, bartender. Muchas gracias here on the Cinco de Mayo. All plus money all the time. Horvey, let's catch a buzz and cash a winner. What do you like?
Yeah, so I was going to go with an NBA prop, but you have it, so I'll save that one for you a little bit later, but we're going to be on the same side. It's going to be a little unity play coming up, so that's a tease. And here's another tease. This team we're going to be talking a lot about tonight. We're going to talk with Bo Morgan, who works for the Atlanta Falcons radio network, and I was just shopping around today. Plus 220 for them to win the South. I like Baker Mayfield. I like the Bucs, but now Baker Mayfield, another new OC this year. And we'll see with that defense. Injuries do happen. Hate to say it, but Atlanta, I usually don't buy in, man. But again, this season, they play a top 5 easy schedule. They're sitting there right now at 4 behind the Saints, the Patriots, and the Niners. And I think this is a playoff team. I'm going to take a shot with them to win the division, plus 220. They've been a quarterback away. I am a Penix guy. Year 2, we'll see what it looks like with a full offseason where he's the guy. Maybe it's the year finally for Kyle Pitts. Probably not. But Drake London, they just picked up the 5th-year option, so he's going to be playing for a new contract. You have Bijan. You have Tyler Algier. They have the offense. They just needed the quarterback, and they needed the defense. I love what they did in the draft. I know they got a little aggressive, trading back up for pick 26 in the first round for James Pierce Jr. I get he's not the biggest edge rusher, but I think he's going to be an absolute stud, man. I love Jalen Walker. And then I thought that was a steal, getting Xavier Watts in the 3rd round, pick 32, and Billy Bowman Jr. You get 2 safeties. I love what Atlanta did on the defensive side of the ball. I'm pretty excited about the offensive side of the ball. So let's take them to win the division, the South, plus 220.
Some attractive juice there. Definitely worth the shoulder roll, to say the least. All right, I'm going to go back to baseball. I'm going to go with an old man river selection. A guy that's been around, I think, since the dead ball era, and that is Andrew McCutchen. Give me the under on a half a hit. I'm expecting an overnight in the Lou, taking on the Cardinals at a plus 165. And the reason why I like McCutchen, he has gone under this in 2 of his last 4 games and 2 of his last 3 this season against the STL. In fact, in his career against the Cardinals, he is just a 256 hitter overall. And Miles Michaelis, a guy who's just 3 for 25 against Lifetime. That's a 120 batting average with a 280 OPS. I know Michaelis has a 4.66 ERA, but I'm going to clack and roll the dice and say McCutchen will not be clutching tonight. I'm going to take the under on a half a hit in St. Louis at a plus 165 juice. All right, little bonus time. Horvat, whether it's in baseball, basketball, the NHL, or maybe looking ahead to an NFL player prop or team prop. What do you like? Just give me another bet.
All right, so full disclosure, I'm going back and forth right now on the Nuggets. I kind of like the first half just because I feel like we haven't seen OKC on the floor in about a month. Really, it's been 10 days, so I'm thinking there might be a little bit of rust. I know that the Nuggets just went to a 7-game series, but they didn't have to do a whole lot in the second half of that game. So I kind of like them in the first half, plus 5.5 in full game, but let's give out a winner instead, and I feel really good about this. Mario, cover your ears. North Carolina under 7.5 wins in the college football season. I bet this today huge, minus 110. Like, do I need to say why? One, they went 6-6 last year. I get Mac Brown is 100 years old and he's out. They finished with a loss to UConn in the Wasabi Fenway Bowl, 27-14. And I'm not going to lie, guys. Not loving what I'm hearing out of the camp. The whole Bill Belichick situation with his 24, 25-year-old girlfriend seems like it's a mess. I'm a little bit worried about Bill, really worried about Mario's boys. Drake May ain't walking through that door. North Carolina under 7.5 wins. Please don't waste money on them to win the ACC. If this comes back to haunt me, we could run the tape back.
Dude, I absolutely love this. I would be slam dunking the under on anything North Carolina right now, given all the drama that has transpired off the field, to say the least. All right, let's go with a football bet. I'm going to go with the pro circuit, though. Give me Jackson Dart to have the most passing yards of any New York Giants quarterback this season at 4-1. Yeah, 4-1. That's a crazy market, in my opinion. Look, Russell Wilson's just merely keeping the seat warm. If you look at Mike Clay's projections, he's got Jackson Dart with 11 games started this season, Russell Wilson with only 6. And I think that's more than fair because the Giants, according to Clay as well, have no better than a 42% chance of winning either one of their first 6 games of the regular season. So if they start out like 1-5, even 2-4, the fans in the stands here at MetLife are going to be screaming and yelling, "Give us Dart! Start Dart, you bastards!" And on local media, they're going to be saying the same thing over and over again in a city that never sleeps there in New York. So I think Jackson Dart is indeed going to get at least 10 starts under center. If he gets that, he's got to throw for better than probably 2,100 yards. That will greatly best in that Russell Wilson puts up, or God forbid, famous Jameis Winston as well. So 4-1 for Dart to have the most pass yards that G-Man this year. That is bananas. I'm an investor. I'm in. I will tie my money up gladly for months on end. Horvey, your thoughts on that wager?
Yeah, I would only be with you on that one, man. And I want to see Jackson Dart. Hell, I want to see him week 1. I've seen enough Russ Wilson, especially as a Green Bay Packer fan, for the next 3 lifetimes. I love Jameis, but come on now. At this stage of his career, he's a career backup. And Tommy DeVito should be playing in the UFL. So, yeah, hashtag start Dart. I like that.
Yep, start Dart all day. All right, so we got a stage left here. When we come back, another edition of Better Up. Stick around. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's cash in on the diamond with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Ryan Horvath in the house on this Cinco de Mayo, and hopefully the love juice is flowing at your casa. We're going to be breaking down some Major League Baseball bets here in a minute, another rollicking edition of Better Up. But a quick reminder, if you want to talk a little fantasy football with us, NFL futures, Major League Baseball bets, the NBA, the NHL, whatever is on your brain, betting or fantasy-wise, easy way to contact Horvey and I, you just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: what discount Atlanta Falcons a fantasy football option is most attractive? Out of Darnell Mooney at 144.2 average rap position, Kyle Pitts at a 167.1 ADP, or Michael Penix Jr. at a 146.5 ADP. Over 140 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and fire off any comments. We'll read those a little bit later on the show, so keep them dropping right now on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. Quick update in the NBA playoffs. It's 29-29. Make that 30-29. Boston up early on the Knicks. Early on in the second quarter, your leading scores right now, Karl Anthony Towns. Naturally, the night that Ryan Horvath doesn't bet on him, he's got 10 points and 3 boards already. Yeah, he's so unpredictable. Meanwhile, leading the way for the C's, you guessed it, Jason Tatum has already got 13 and 3 in this game. Also a pair of steals. But Boston, a team that's really making their hay right now at the charity stripe. They're at 30-29 over the New York Knicks with about 10 minutes to go there in the first half. All right, we'll keep you up to date on that. We'll keep up to date on some of the action on the diamond. But right now, we got to get more bets on the board in baseball. Let's get after it with another edition of Better Up. All right, here's how this game works. Ryan, of course, always batting leadoff because he has elite speed. He's got like the PCA on the base pass on this show. His first, home to first time is just off the charts. So he's going to book it out of the box. He's going to give his first selection. He's going to give some supportive reasons for that. Then he's going to drop a little baseballism. Brando is working the board, is going to then feed us a maybe movie line or a famous baseball call, and that'll be the handoff to me, and I will do the same thing. So we got a few games, a couple that just got underway, including the Pittsburgh and St. Louis game. I'll allow a pick in that one. And, of course, on the later night tip, we got Mets and D-backs, Mariners and A's, or if you want to fire off a future, that is entirely eligible as well in this edition of Batter Up. So, Ryan, you're up first, my man. Smack one of the outfield. What do you got tonight?
All right, so also really quick, I am betting the Maple Leafs. I don't have a great breakdown for you other than I love that team and I want them to get it done, so I'm hitting send right now because I almost forgot that starts in 15 minutes and not 10 p.m. tonight, thank God. Let's go with the Diamondbacks tonight, Brad. I like Arizona. Yeah. Now, scary right now betting against the Mets. I bet all those people that were ripping the Juan Soto deal probably feel pretty dumb right now, but they had to play a doubleheader in St. Louis yesterday, then fly immediately to Arizona to get ready for this game. I just feel like it's a bad spot, especially coming off, again, a doubleheader, having to make the travel. And these teams just met last week. Diamondbacks won 2 of those 3 games in New York. So let's roll with Arizona. Play number 1. The game is about to start. Actually, no, it doesn't start for 2 hours, so we got plenty of time. The scary thing is we got to trust Nelson in this spot. 1-0 this season with a 5.82 ERA. Canning is going for the Mets. He's been excellent, 4-1 with a 2.61. But I like Arizona here at home, minus 112. Brando, let's play 2.
You idiot! He was out when he ran the baseline. All right, I've had enough. You're out of here. What do you mean? You
can't throw an umpire out of the game. Yeah, all right, you're out of here.
I like it.
Oh, a little Naked Gun throwback. One of my favorite movies of all time. It just never gets old. It really doesn't. I watch it around the holidays for whatever strange, peculiar reason, and I just laugh and laugh and laugh some more. And I can't wait for the reboot with Liam Neeson that's supposed to be coming out later on this year. All right, let me go to the Pittsburgh game. And this game just started against the St. Louis Cardinals. Give me Brian Reynolds. It's a slap, not one, but 2 hits in this one. So over 1.5 hits at a plus 205 juice. Yeah, I got seduced by that juice. A guy, you want to talk about a sample size. Against Miles Michaelis, a 14 of 39 lifetime against him with 5 extra base hits. That's a 359 batting average. He is gone for at least a pair of hits in 2 of his last 5 games. Michaelis, we know he's been struggling on the mound this year with that 4.66 ERA and 43% hard hit rate on top of that as well against left-handed hitters this year. Michaelis giving up a 293 batting average and 359 on base percentage. So Brian Reynolds over 1.5 hits at a plus 205. One of my favorite plays of the evening. Brando, let's touch them all.
Here's a list of the players we'll be inviting to camp.
I never heard of half of these guys, and the ones I do know are way past their prime.
Most of these guys never had a prime.
This guy here is dead.
Cross him off then.
Yeah, there you go. That's one of my favorite quotes in any movie. This guy here is dead. Cross him off the list then. That, and you may run like Mace, but you hit like, you know. Actually, I want to go back to that same game, man. I never do this. I bet an over 9.5, minus 110 in Mets Diamondbacks. So Canning's going to make his 7th start of the season, 4-1, like I said. They've been hot when he's on the mound, too. They've won his last 5 starts looking at it. His ERA, 2.61. He's got a 31-14 strikeout to walk ratio. In his last start, went 5 scoreless. So let's look for some negative regression for him. The Diamondbacks didn't even name their starter until earlier this morning. It's going to be pretty much a bullpen game. They're going with Ryan Nelson and his 5.82 ERA. Bullpen hasn't been great. That's been the issue with this team. 23rd in the league in team ERA, 4.42. So I'm going to go over 9.5. Brando, hit me with a little bloop. A little blooper.
Oh, what are you doing? He threw him out of the ball game. You gotta be paping me. What in the hell are you doing? What are you doing, Wagner? You gotta be kidding me. That is so bad. That is absolutely brutal.
Yeah, you want to drop a 4-letter word, a special maybe 1 or 3 in that moment, to say the least. And hopefully I'm not going to be doing that tonight in regards to this bet. Give me Pete Alonso over 1.5 total bases at a minus 105 against Ryan Nelson and the Arizona Diamondbacks. Pete Alonso's gone over the total bags in 4 of his last 7 games. He's got 22 extra base hits on the year. He's batting .344 with a 1,124 OPS. He has been white hot, to say the least. Against Ryan Nelson, lifetime 4 for 9 with 3 home runs to go along as well with a 1.889 OPS. Nelson's got that 5+ ERA and a 46.9% hard hit rate allowed. I say Pete Alonso collects at least a couple of bags. Give me the over 1.5 total bases at a minus 105. Brando, swipe a bag.
You ain't good enough to lick the dirt off our cleats. You eat dog crap for breakfast, geek. You play ball like a girl.
Just watched that one with my son this weekend. That in Wayne's World he saw for the first time. Now he wants to watch the sequel. Yeah, he was up until like 11:30 last night watching Wayne's World, not going to lie. All right, let's go. We got one more side. Let's see. Minus 112 right now. I'm going to go with the Mariners. Here's another thing I never do. Fade my A's, man. They've been really fun this season, haven't they, the A's? They're 19-16. They don't even have a home. But I'm going to go with Seattle here with Miller on the mound. He's 2-3 this year with a 3.52 ERA. Severino's pitched really well of late. He's given up only 6 earned runs on 21 hits and 6 walks over his last 4 starts. But I kind of like this spot here for Seattle. Their offense, finally, has been red hot, man. And I know Bryce Miller has struggled with control. He's got 19 walks and just 30 innings of work. But he hasn't allowed a single run in 2 of his last 3 starts. Current A's, looking at the lineup tonight, 10 for 52 with a double and 2 homers against them. Current Mariners, 10 for 45 with 3 homers against Severino. So give me Seattle. It's pretty much a pick, minus 112. And Brando hit me with a little brushback pitch, actually. Send a message.
That ball hit deep, way back. Maxwell at the wall, jumps. What is it? You can put it, no, safe. You can put it on the board or what? Anyway, he's coming around. You can put it on the board, yes!
All right, I'm going to fly through this. Hopefully this one's going to make you swing, a little Wayne's World reference. Luis Severino, give me the over 1.5 walks. I know it's a heavy juice at minus 165, but find something to parlay with it. Reduce the juice and get seduced by it. Guy's got a 2.68 walks per 9. It's not terrible, but only a 23.3 call plus swing and strike percentage. He had 4 walks issued against Seattle in a start back in late March. He has gone over this in 4 of his last 7. And the M's numero uno and based on balls percentage for last 2 weeks at 11.4%. All right, quickly, we got to do a little crew to cash. Our hot hit parlay of the night. I'm going to go first. Give me Jorge Polanco. Speaking of the M's, that's who he plays for. A guy that is 4 of 9 lifetime against Luis Severino. Switch hitter, batting .355 against righties. He has gotten a hit in 8 of his last 10 games and 5 for 11 against the A's so far this season. Horvat, who do you got to get a hit tonight?
Yeah, real quickly, I'll go with Lawrence Butler, man. He's been really good this season. 5 homers through 33 games, and I really like this spot. I just talked about Bryce Miller. Not a bad pitcher, but he does struggle a little bit against lefties. Power hitters has given up a 1.48 home run through 9. He's given up a 50% fly ball rate as well. In Sacramento, a really good ballpark, obviously, for power and with temps in the mid-80s. I like Lawrence Butler to get a hit. Kind of like him to homer, too, but we'll go with the hit, obviously.
Mario, go!
Brandon Nemo, 348 the past week, 5.71 against Ryan Nelson. Let's go, Brandons. Brandon Combs, Brandon Nemo, Brandons.
Yeah, and Brandon working the board for us. Brandon Combs, fire away.
Luis Robert, after a nightmare start, is now hitting .380 with 2 home runs and 7 RBIs over the last week. Give me Luis Robert.
I like it. All right, Jorge Polanco, Lawrence Butler, Brandon Nimmo, and Luis Robert. Put those hands together. Plus 387 built there at BetMGM. Fade or follow, that, of course, is entirely up to you. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. We're talking Atlanta Falcons with Bo Morgan. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
begin.
Who wants to get nuts tonight? The streak ends tonight.
This four-legger, let's come out of the gate strong.
With the sledgehammer, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action. They got to listen to the sharps. Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well.
Daddy gotta have it. I am Sledgehammer. How you doing, girl?
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
There was a pair of shoes for $200, and they went on sale this past week, and you had 3 days to get them for $60, and you didn't. Now they're back to $200. Would you buy them? And she's like, no. I said, then why would you bet the Mavs at 6.5?
Bringing you all the late night sweats and bets.
It's seduced by that juice, gentlemen.
Never forgive Al Horford. No, he's old. He's 6'10". Dunk the basketball. Instead, he tries to lay it in, and he misses a bunny.
And helping you win big in fantasy.
I think Baker, the touchdown maker.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
Back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans within the house alongside me on the Cinco de Mayo is the one, the only Ryan Horvat. We're going to be talking to Bo Morgan here momentarily about the Atlanta Falcons doing our season preview team by team. And, of course, we're going to start with an A team, and that being the ATL. We'll get his thoughts on what is upcoming from a sports betting and, of course, more importantly, a fantasy football perspective as well. So all kinds of inside scoop and nitty-gritty. Don't want to miss our conversation with Bo Morgan. And, hey, if you want to talk some ball, if you want to talk some sports betting, you absolutely can. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: what discount Atlanta Falcon fantasy football option is most attractive out of Darnell Mooney with a 144.2 average draft position, Kyle Pitts with a 167.1 ADP, or Michael Penix Jr. with a 146.5 ADP? Over 140 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep bringing your votes, and also drop in your comments on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. Right now, through the power of animated picture and sound, let's bring on Bo Morgan, host of the morning shift on 92.9 The Game, an EP for Falcons Radio Network. Make sure you follow Bo on X, where he's always giving it to you there at SquidBilly929. Again, on X at SquidBilly929. Bo, welcome to BetMGM tonight. Straight away from me, my man. In year two, under OC Zach Robinson and with Michael Penix Jr. at the controls full time, what offensive changes do you anticipate seeing this year in Atlanta? And also, for Penix specifically, what areas do you feel that he really needs to develop his game to be highly effective?
Well, it's funny. I can give you the cliches answer. Well, I expect him to be a better leader and all this crap. But the reality of the situation is, when it comes to what changes, I think, Zach Robinson was limited with Kirk Cousins and what he could do last year. I mean, we all know what Kirk Cousins is and isn't. And he's a lot of very good things, but he's not a guy that can move. And the pocket can't move. And I thought that part of it with the rollout game and the bootleg, those are very limited with Kirk Cousins. And look, when he was drafted here, I got reminded about he wasn't, and Penix, I should say, wasn't a guy that was mobile. And I pushed back on that very heavily. If you go back and watch Michael Penix at Indiana, yeah, I know that he came away with 2 torn ACLs. Don't remind me of that. But I do know that he was a guy that moved a lot. We even had Kalen DeBoer on right after he was drafted about how they used him. And I said, why didn't you use him that way at Washington? You were at Indiana with him. And he said, we didn't need to. We had a team that we didn't have to do that. I think they're going to move the pocket a ton. I even would like and actually expect to see a little bit of read stuff inside the red area. I think that's something that they want to utilize, and they couldn't with Cousins early. And I don't think they tried to with Penix late last year. I think it was more of the situation where they didn't want to risk that. So I expect the pocket to move a lot. Those are some of the changes really that I expect with Penix being the the guy at the helm. And you asked, your second was, hey, what can he improve on? If you guys go back to the Washington game, everybody harks on the timeout that Raheem Morris did or didn't take late in that game, right? That, to me, is, yes, that's an issue. And that was a situation that cost them. But what really cost them was Penix's anticipation throws. He missed, if you go back to that drive, he missed Darnell Mooney crossing the field, where if he can make that throw and have better accuracy on that anticipation throw and the timing, that's a first down, and they're in field goal range, and he's out of bounds. He missed him early in the game. He missed Drake London early in the game in the red area. So to me, his accuracy and anticipation throws, the guy has a cannon, an arm cannon as we call it on the broadcast, and he can absolutely fire it in there in some tight windows. But that anticipation throw, the timing, that to me is his number one thing that he needs to improve on coming into this year. And I obviously think it's a playing time. I talked to Dave Archer literally at the end of that game and said, dude, what's up with that? And he said, look, some of that is timing, getting to practice with guys. Some of that is just being in the league, and those things will improve. But those are the things for me that he needs to improve on.
Yeah, obviously the quarterback play has to improve to win the NFC South or to be a playoff team, but also the defensive side of the ball. And I know that, a couple off seasons ago, they spent a ton of money. I really like what they did in the draft, and I want to get your thoughts on the Jalen Walker pick and then moving up for James Pierce. I really like taking the two safeties as well. But do you think the defense improves this year finally? And what did you think? I know that there were a lot of haters, I guess you could say, with the James Pierce move, moving up in the first round for him.
Yeah, I love the moves.
Yeah.
So I had heard from one of my sources, and we all have sources, and some of mine have come and gone, and some are still there, and some aren't, but still are tied into the building. And I got a text probably about 11 o'clock Thursday morning of the draft and said, hey, here's a name for you, James Pierce Jr. And I went, because we're drafting 15 guys, and we've been a team that has been aggressive. And we've stayed pat with Terry in the first round because we've been drafting 8 seemingly every year. But except for the pitch year where it was 4. But we've always moved up in the second round. It feels like every year we've moved up. And it worried me a little bit because I'm like, I love the thought of taking James Pierce Jr. However, I don't like it at 15. I thought it was kind of an overdraft there at 15 if you're doing the best player available thing. So when we're at the draft party, we're down there at the Mercedes-Benz, and Jalen Walker falls. And I get really, really nervous. Like, oh, crap, they're going to take James Pierce Jr. Because I just knew that my intel was right. I was like, they're not going to take Jalen Walker, but Jalen Walker's the best player available. And, man, they took Jalen Walker, and I was pumped. I was like, yes, best player available is really what they do. And then they trade back in for James Pierce Jr., and I absolutely love that pick. I love trading back in because it was a desperation need as far as you need edge rush, you need athletic guys on the outside that can finish and that can track down these guys. And you go back to the Washington game again. You go back in the first half of the Washington Falcons defense shut down Jaden Daniels, and Cliff Kingsbury had nothing. You know what Cliff Kingsbury's great adjustment was? His great adjustment was, let's run Jaden Daniels. Jaden, drop back. If it's not there, run. And he ran, and he ran all over us. And we had no one athletic in the linebacker core to get there. And so I absolutely loved the pick to go double down on it because now you've got Jalen Walker, who I think was probably the best defensive player not named Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter. I mean, he was the third best player in that draft defense. James Pierce, who's an athletic freak. He's strong and he's fast. You add those with Leonard Floyd for 1 year, Arnold Ebiketie, who's gotten better each year. And oh, by the way, I don't know if you forgot, but they drafted this guy last year in the third round named Braylon Trice, who tore his ACL in the first half of the first preseason game in Miami. Who knows what he'll be, but there's a lot of pressure taken off him just to come in and kind of be a guy. And it's great for him in the first year because of, your rehabbing. So I absolutely loved those moves. And I loved what they did with the safeties too.
Yeah, I totally agree, man. I think the defense should be much improved. What about Drake London? He's coming off a career-best season, and that was with shaky quarterback play. Now, we talked already about Michael Penix Jr. You think this could be his best year yet? I know he's looking for that one big contract, his first big deal. What kind of season that do you think he could have?
Well, he's coming off a 100 catch right at 1,300 yards with 9 touchdowns. And that, to your point, is with shaky quarterback play. In fact, non-existent quarterback play for, I would say, 3, maybe 4 of the games. You can even start with week 1, bad quarterback play. The Chargers game was bad quarterback play. Raiders, I don't have to go through them all. You guys know I already did kind of. But, yeah, I expect everything. Drake London this is going to sound like a shot, and it kind of is, but he's like a better version to me of Michael Thomas when he was in his prime with the Saints, because he's a big receiver who can catch anything, and you can play him inside. He's kind of like a possession receiver on steroids. I asked Drake London in the training camp last year, I said, dude, what's the part of your game that's so underrated? No one gives you any credit for. He's like, I'm quick. He goes, I'm good. I'm not straight line speed. I'm not this 4.3 guy, 4.4. He's like, but I'm quick and I can move. And we watched him last year, and when they got him with good quarterback play, anticipation throws with the ball in the run, man, he got some plays going. So I expect Drake London to just go up. I mean, Wes Durham, who's our play-by-play guy in Atlanta for the radio, the last week of the season, he said you can expect more of the 9-to-5 connection, and that's Penix to Drake, and I love it. 9-to-5. I think double-digit touchdowns. I expect him to go around 1,500 yards. I mean, you go look at what Darnell Mooney and Drake London did. Darnell was 8 yards away from 1,000, and he missed the last game. Drake had almost 1,300 yards. I mean, Ray McLeod, who I think his best season in the pros was like 300 yards receiving, had almost 700 last year. These guys, they excelled with just average quarterback play and an elite for maybe 3 or 4 games. So to me, Drake London is just going to double everything. I don't want to go overboard, but I mean, how does 115 to 120 catches sound next year? I love it for Drake London.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, go the extra $1. Maybe extend that go gadget arm in your fantasy draft a round or 2 earlier if you are buying what Bo Morgan is selling right now on Drake London. We're talking to Bo, host of the morning shift on 92.9 The Game, EP for Falcons Radio Network. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at SquidBilly929. Bo, only got a couple of minutes left, but I got one more for you. For seemingly a decade, it seems, fantasy managers believe this is the year Kyle Pitts is bound to break out. Now discounted early drafts with an average draft position well outside the top 150 overall. What are your thoughts on the talented but terribly inconsistent tight end this year?
I don't know if we have time. Look, I like Kyle. I grew up a Florida fan, so it's always been fun for me to watch Kyle Pitts, in college and in the NFL. But I break it down to, is Kyle Pitts motivated? And he's now in the 5th year of that deal, and he's just a contract year for him. So you're gonna. I want to say yes, because you're gonna get that motivated guy who's looking for his next contract. But I look at his inconsistency, his route running, and I defended him until it was like, I don't think I can defend the lazy route running, the quitting on routes. Yeah. I'll say this. He's never had a quarterback with the testicular fortitude and the arm strength to force balls into him and the willingness to. Kirk Cousins said last year in training camp, I got to ride Kyle and keep him motivated. That's a terrible thing to hear a starting quarterback say about seemingly what we think is his most talented weapon, right? I mean, Bijan Robinson or Kyle Pitts. So I would tell you anything over 50 catches and 700 yards at this point seems like a win. The guy doesn't score touchdowns. He's got, I believe, 10 in his career. Drake London had 9 last year in one season. So I would love to tell you that this is going to be the year. I think his production is better because I think he's got a guy that's going to put the ball in there more. And Bijan Robinson, to me, is coming off over an 1,800-yard all-purpose year. And so maybe Kyle gets a little bit more focus. So I expect him to be better, but, anything over, to me, 50 catches and 5 touchdowns is bonus for Kyle Pitts right now. I'm just not high on him, and it's not because I don't want to be, because that's what he's shown me the last 2 years.
Yeah, I totally agree, man. He's such a roller coaster ride and a king of inconsistency and very unreliable. Right now, tight end 16 in average fantasy drafts, and might be a little bit better than that, but doubtful he's going to be DE1 this year. Outstanding stuff from Bo Morgan, host of the Morning Shift on 92.9 The Game, EP for Falcons Radio Network. Give him a follow on X at SquidBilly929. Bo, we appreciate the time. Tremendous insights, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks, man.
Anytime, guys. Appreciate y'all.
All right, there he goes. Bo Morgan, our Falcons insider, and man, he absolutely nailed it. Kyle Pitts. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. From the gridiron to the hardwood. Coming up next, Hoop Scoop. So we're going to get an NBA play or 3 on the board when it comes to Nuggets and Thunder. Maybe looking ahead some of the matchups tomorrow or the futures market. So don't you go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Cinco de Mayo. We're going to be jacking some shots and hopefully going to splash the cylinder. Another edition of Hoop Scoops here momentarily. But a friendly reminder, you want to talk some NBA betting. How about some NHL, MLB, or fantasy football on the gridiron? All you got to do to contact Horvat and I is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this. Tonight, we're beginning our NFL team preview series with the Atlanta Falcons. So what discount ATL fantasy football option is most attractive out of Darnell Mooney at 144.2 in average draft position, Kyle Pitts at a 167.1 ADP, or Michael Penix Jr. at a 146.5 ADP? Over 140 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming. And fire off a comment. We're going to read those a little bit later on in the show and give you a shout out on air. So again, keep them a comment on X at BetMGM Tonight. On X at BetMGM Tonight. Ian Haps has hit a 2-run bomb as the Cubs go up 2-0 on the San Francisco Giants in the bottom of the third inning. Meanwhile, for you NBA fans that are out there, we're going to be having some discussion on various player props. C's already pulling away 61-45 at the half over the New York Knicks. Give you a stat update real quick. The Knicks, Karl Anthony Towns, your leading scorer with 10 points. Jalen Brunson has 9 points and 3 assists along with 3 rebounds. Hart's got 8 points, 6 rebounds, and an assist. Meanwhile, for the C's, Jaylen Brown with 14, 4 boards and 3 assists. Jason Tatum with 13, 7 rebounds, an assist, and 2 steals. And Drew Holiday with 8 points and a couple of rebounds and a steal as well. And Peyton Pritchard coming off the bench with 13. 5 for 5 in the charity stripe. Also drained a couple of triples as well. Again, Boston up 61-45 over the New York Knicks at halftime, game 1 of that series. And again, hey, if you want to get some more betting action on the NBA, I got to tell you about this sweet promo going down right now at BetMGM. It's playoff time, fools, and the NBA and BetMGM is a perfect spot to place your wagers and make a fast break for the action with an NBA playoffs odds boost token. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning playoff bet. So opt in right now on that NBA playoffs odds boost token only at BetMGM. With that put aside and out of the way, let's get after it with another edition of Hoop Scoops. And maybe not. I will continue.
Let's hit the
There we go.
there it is. To bring
There it
in
is.
the cash.
Cinco de Mayo, it's drunk.
A shot on Elo. Good! The Bulls win! They win! Set the Cleveland Cavaliers!
And find the Cinderella story.
Clark in a straight check. Oh, he didn't need to do that. He threw it away.
It's Hoop Scoops on BetMGM Tonight.
All right, nice recovery there by Brando working the board here on BetMGM Tonight. Your options to pick from, any action you want in Nuggets and Thunder. Game numero uno going down a little bit later tonight at OKC. Maybe you're looking ahead to some of the Tuesday matchups or the futures market with some of the series odds posted there at BetMGM. Ryan, of course, is once again going to bat leadoff. He's going to give his selection, a couple of reasons why, and he's going to then tell Brando, hey, Brandon, hit me with the hoops, and then Brandon's going to drop a little sounder. It could be from a classic video game, could be a famous call, could be a movie quote, whatever Brandon has up his sleeve. He's going to press a button. We're going to find out what that is. That'll be the proper handoff to me. and I'll do the same thing, rinse and repeat. We're going to squeeze in as many NBA plays that we possibly can in this segment. So, Horvat, you're up first, my man. What is your first hoop scoop?
All right, let's go with a couple NBA props for game one between the Nuggets and the Thunder, which, man, I just remembered. Hey, we get SGA against Jokic, the two MVP candidates, right? But I'm going to go with Michael Porter Jr. This is kind of scary. I'm going to go under 12.5 points. Mario talked about this before the show. Right now, he's struggling to get his shirt on. I feel his pain. Took a pain injection just to play in Game 7. So this is Game 1, man. Now, he could burn me here. He's averaged over 17 points, 17.1, 7.3 rebounds, and 1.1 assists in 15 career games against the Thunder. I would rather bet the over on his rebounds, though. I'm going to go under on the points. He's always streaky. Had 15 in Game 7, but only 5 in Game 6. He's not fully healthy. So I'm going to go under 12.5 points, minus 105, Michael Porter Jr. for play number 1. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
Jordan trying to shake off Starks. Oh, what a move by Jordan! It counts. And the foul.
Take that, Starks.
Yes, and it counts. I love the Marv Albert references. Go a little bit old school there, and I am going to go to an old school bet for me. Every single time I see it at plus money, it is an auto play, and that is on the Joker. He's a smoker. He's a midnight toker. Yeah, the basketball stalker himself, Nikola Jokic, should get a triple-double at plus 120. Of course I'm going to fire off on this. Why? He's averaging a triple-double, and the playoffs are crying out loud. Against LAC, went over in 3 of 7 games. He netted 24 points per game, 1.9 rebounds per game, and 10.1 assists per game. And against the Thunder in the regular season in 4 matchups, had a pair of triple-doubles. In fact, he also averaged a triple-double over that 4-game span, tallying 24.5 points per game, 15.8 rebounds per game, and 11.5 assists per game, netting 52.6% from the floor. So just hit your average, Nikola, against the Thunder. And we're cashing in on that triple-double for the Joker. He'll get the last laugh at plus 120 there at BetMGM. Brandon, hit me with the hoops.
Buddy, you get the ball. Give the Merle on the picket fence. He's going to take the last shot. All right, let's go. What's the matter with you?
I'll make it.
All right. Buddy, get the ball to Jimmy, top of the key. Preston, you spread the floor. Let's go. Let's see.
What a great motion picture. Great film right there. Hey, let's stick with the Batman reference, right? You got the Joker. I'm going to go with a guy that I like to call the commissioner, Aaron Gordon. Commissioner like Gordon. Shut up, Ryan. Yeah, over 15.5 points. We'll go with the guy that I like to call the hashtag commish. He's went over this number in 7 of 10 games. I feel like he's feeling himself, man, after that game-winning dunk last week. He scored 22, 19, and 23 in his last 3 games. The point prop, 15.5. Again, I'm going under on MPJ, going over on Aaron Gordon. Denver doesn't have a whole lot of depth. So it's going to be Jamal Murray. It's going to be Jokic scoring the basketball. And he's been their third scorer. Bigger sample size, 30 games. He's went over this number 70% of the time. So let's stick with Aaron Gordon, over 15.5 points. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
Bryant, yes! Serving up a facial on Yao Ming.
A lot of Marv tonight.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with a little Marv Albert in your life. All right, I'm going to go to a bet. And you know what this one demands? It demands a certain someone. Daddy want, Daddy need, Daddy gotta have it. Let's go, Brando! Ooh, baby. Yeah, I'm getting seduced by the juice. I'm breaking out the sledgehammer. I cannot believe this bet is available at better than 2-1 odds. It's plus 210. And that is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 2 or more block shots. And I already fired off on this. The juice is just too attractive to pass up. Why do I like this bet? Well, Denver's given up the most opponent block shots per game this NBA playoffs at 7.1. Hey, look what SGA did. In 4 regular season games against the Nuggets, he went 2 block shots, 3 block shots, 1 block shot, and 3 block shots. I'm no math major, but that is over on 3 of 4 of those matchups against Denver this season. I know he had a couple of block shots in a single game in the last series against the Grizz one time, But again, play the recency bias. It is a hell of a drug. And again, maximize a matchup with those Nuggets who've given up the most opponent block shots per game. That's why I said hello to my little friend, SGA. 2 or more blocks at plus 210. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
Well, first of all, let's be real friendly here, okay? My name is Norm. Secondly, your coaching days are over.
All right, you brought up SGA. I'm going to take the points. I'll go over 31.5, man. Now, didn't have to score the basketball a whole lot because they beat the living hell out of the Grizzlies in round 1. But now it's the Nuggets. We do get a matchup of the 2 MVPs, so we get a little narrative. Also, he averaged 30.3 points per game, almost 7 assists and 5 boards in the 4 games against the Nuggets in the regular season. He had 38 in the clincher against the Grizz, had 40 earlier this season against Denver. And I think the volume and the field goal attempts are going to go up. Unless this one is a blowout, which I don't see it happening, man. I know it's a big spread and it only continues to go up, but I think the Nuggets are going to be competitive. I think there's going to be some rust. So I talked myself into Nuggets plus 5.5 in the first half. Don't want full game. And SGA, though, over 31.5 points. I think he scores at least 34. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
Elizabeth, I'm coming, baby.
All right, let's get to the block shot prop on the board, shall we? And let's go with a long drink of water himself, and that being Chet Holmgren. I'm going to take the over on 2.5 blocks at plus money. And Horvat, I know you like this bet as well, at plus 105 especially. Again, the Nuggets have given up the most opponent block shots per game in this NBA playoffs at 7.1. It's a primary reason why I like SGA to get 2 more block shots. And you look at Chet in the regular season in 5 games. Against the Denver Nuggets, he went over in 2 of those 5, so pretty reasonable when you throw in the fact that this is available at plus money. On top of that as well, he averaged 2.8 blocks per game against the Memphis Grizzlies. So hit your average of what you posted so far in the NBA playoffs, and we're cashing in, son. Again, on Chet Holmgren, over 2.5 block shots at a plus 105 juice. All right, now Horvat, I know you love that bet. But what do you think of SGA? 2 more blocks. Nikola Jokic to record a triple-double at plus 120. If I give you $100, where are you going to lay it on in either one of those 2 bets? SGA on blocks or Nikola with a triple-double?
I like both. I'll go with the Jokic triple-double. Like you said, he's averaging a triple-double, and I think the Nuggets are going to be more competitive than the market is telling us that they're going to be in this game. That said, though, I also thought the Clippers were going to be competitive against the Nuggets, and they lost by 30. So I would go with the Jokic triple-double, man. They don't have a whole lot of depth. It's like Christian Brown, playing heavy minutes. I've been taking the over on his points the last couple games, so I'd go with Jokic. But I do like the SGA bet, too. That's why he's going to be the MVP of the league. Not only can he give you 33, 34 every game, but he also plays really hard on the defensive end. That's why I love him as a player. So I like both bets, but if you give me a free $100, I'll go Jokic triple-double, man. 80% of the time, it works every time.
Yeah, no doubt. Maybe I can convince you of a live dive right now. Second half just got underway.
Oh, yeah.
In Beantown. Again, Celtics up 61-45. The live line now 61-48. So live line is shifted. It is now 13.5 is what the C's are laying. The total at 213.5. Somehow, some way, if you believe the Knicks are coming back, they're plus 625. They're on the money line. So Horvat, whether side, total, money line, any action entice you?
Oh, man. I won't take the total because my total now at Wrigley is going to be shaky. It's now 2-2 out at Wrigley. 2-run shot right there. Didn't see who hit it. So I'm staying away from any totals tonight. I would go with the Knicks on the side. This is why I should have just waited and got the 13.5 or the 14 rather than the 9 or the 9.5. And this is always how it goes in the NBA, man. I'm like, just wait. Bet this thing live. You're probably going to get a better number. So I would take the Knicks still. I think that they got a run in them here in the second half. I think Boston wins the game, but I think it's more by like 7 to 8 points. I hope. I might just be jinxing myself more here, though.
Yeah, 64-48 as you were talking. The C's expanded lead. By the way, that is Luis Matos with his 3rd bomb of the season. 2-run shot to even things up at Wrigley Field, 2-2, as Matthew Boyd hung a curveball up in the zone, and you could have crushed it. I think you might have put it on Waveland. A little bit better than Matos. Only got 1 seat into the left field bleachers. But 2-2 right now at Wrigley. Cubs and Giants top of the 4th inning. In the next pitch, Matthew Boyd probably gives up a rope single right into center field. So he's struggling a little bit right now. I might have to get the bullpen up. He's only at 64 pitches. So still a little bit of life left in this game. But the Cubs, as Tommy Honaby's coming out to buy some time, probably get the bullpen up and loosen up. Yeah, it's not looking great right now for the Cubs. But again, it's even, and there's a lot of action left to go. Only at the top of the fourth inning.
Yeah, you just don't want to see the Cubs bullpen when you have an under. That's the last thing that you want to see, man. So it's gonna be sweaty here the next 5 innings.
Yep, going to be pulling up in all the wrong places, to say the least. All right, coming up next here after our little siesta on BetMGM tonight, we're going to throw a little paper at the door with another edition of In the News, talking some NFL news and notes, suspending it for fantasy purposes. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I want to go higher.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on the Cinco de Mayo. Mas Tequila. You know what? I'm thirsty. Brando, could you pour me a little beverage, please? I got to raise a glass of love juice to all the 2.02 average listeners. Thank you very much. And viewers of this fine program, hopefully you're enjoying your enchiladas, your fine Mexican cuisine, and celebrating with a glass of añejo as well here on a Cinco de Mayo. And if you want to talk a little fantasy football with us, maybe some NFL futures, MLB bets, maybe they ain't even gotten underway yet tonight. The NBA, we still have another game on the docket this evening with the Thunder and Nuggets. The NHL, whatever pick is your poison. All you got to do to contact Tori and I is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And we have our pole dancing poll question of the day posted there right now, and it's asking you this. Tonight, we're beginning our NFL team preview series with the Atlanta Falcons. This is actually coming up in the next segment. And our 3-point stance and one of the questions that we're going to kind of dig into and on a few of these players, what discounts Atlanta Falcon fantasy football option is most attractive out of Darnell Mooney with a 144.2 average draft position, Kyle Pitts with a 167.1 ADP, or Michael Penix Jr. with a 146.5 average draft position. Over 140 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep your votes a-coming and fire off any comments. So we're going to read those a little bit later on in the show, so keep on firing on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Before we get to some NFL news and notes, let me give an update of what is going on right now in the NBA playoffs. And I can tell you this game is becoming a bit of a snooze fest as the Celtics are up 20. It is 72-52 right now. C's over the New York Knicks. To give you a stat update, Jalen Brunson, our leading scorer for the NYK. Brunson has 11 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and a couple of steals. So stuff on the stat sheet, but he's going to have to pick up steam, but they're going to make this game competitive. Meanwhile, for the C's, you've got 5 players right now in double figures. Jaylen Brown with 14, Jason Tatum with 13, Derek White with 13, Drew Holiday with 11, and off the bench, Peyton Pritchard with 13 points as, again, Boston in complete command. Game 1 of this series in the Eastern Conference playoffs, up 72-52 over the New York Knicks with 6 and change to go there in the third quarter. Again, I got my eye on Cubs and Giants here at Casa de Evans, watching on Marquee Sports Network. Cubs and Giants knotted up at 2. PCA just got an infield hit, but 2 outs. He's the only man on base, bottom of the 4th inning. We'll see what happens in the fate of the Cubs tonight at a very chilly Wrigley Field. All right, with all that put aside, let's get after it with another edition here of In the News. These are polls of NFL news and notes. I'm going to read them off, and then we're going to spin it forward for gaming purposes. A lot of heavy leans and various takes on fantasy football. And, of course, as well, if it applies to the sports betting markets on top of that. Oh, base hit for Nico Horner, runners at the corners now as PCA advances the third. 2 outs, bottom of the 4th inning. Again, Giants 2, Cubs 2. I'll break in if anybody does score in that game. First up, though, let's go to the Sonoran Desert and try to find some water. We were holding a divining rod, and it was going to lead us in the right direction. Arizona head coach Jonathan Gannon is, quote, really excited to see where, in quotes, Marvin Harrison Jr.'s game goes in year 2. We said this on Mad Dog Sports Radio there on Sirius XM a couple of days ago. So, Horvath, let me give you a little background on Marvin Harrison Jr. He's wide receiver 18 right now. An average fantasy best ball drafts for half-point PPR. That's number 40.00 overall. So, guy you're generally getting in round 4 of fantasy drafts. So, knowing that price, do you feel that he's overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued? Knowing that Gannon is, so excited to see where he goes.
I'll say undervalued, actually, Brad. Just like, we remember where he was being drafted last year, and we both thought that was insane, especially for a rookie. And the targets were there, though. He had 114 targets, which was top 20 among all receivers, even as a rookie. So now it's year 2 in the offense. I think Kyler Murray, as long as he stays healthy, is going to have a solid season. I bet Arizona's win total. I bet them to make the playoffs. So Marvin Harrison better make this year 2 leap. And he was all right. He had 62 receptions, 8 touchdowns, 885 receiving yards. The problem was, man, what Malik Neighbors did, right, his rookie season, and Brian Thomas as well. So I think he could actually be a steal. Last year, I know people were taking him as a top 5, top 10 pick. I definitely think that he finishes with more than 62 receptions. But again, it wasn't a great rookie season, man. But the targets were there, so I think actually you're kind of buying low right now on Marvin Harrison.
And Dansby Swanson stays hot. 2-run single. Cubs have recaptured lead 4-2. He has been in fuego. Breathing fire here last about 10 days. Really locked in right now. Again, Cubs up 4-2 in the bottom of the 4th inning. 2 outs against the San Francisco Giants. I think he's properly valued. I really do. I think right there, wide receiver 18 is exactly where I have him ranked, actually. At the current moment in time. A guy that, he had the 8 touchdowns last season, only 62 receptions or 85 yards, but the targets are pretty hefty there overall with 116 in 17 games. Mike Clay's got a projected for 123 targets, 74 receptions, 987 yards, and 7 touchdowns. So he says he's slightly overvalued here. Wide receiver 18. He's got him at wide receiver 21, a half-point PPR setting. Look at the secondary analytics. Number 6 in air yards. Okay, 6.8 targets per game. Hopefully that'll rise a little bit. He was only number 64 in catchable target rate. And number 5 in unrealized air yards. So hopefully some of those unrealized air yards become more realized. He's in better sync. With one at Kyler Murray, the Docs in the Desert, I like to call him. He was only number 70 in total yak, number 58 in yards per route run, but number 10 in total route wins, and a guy that was respectable number 25 in total red zone targets and number 7 in deep ball targets. He'll improve, but I think wide receiver 18 is exactly about where he's going to finish. So give me properly valued on Marvin Harrison Jr. year 2 down there in the desert. All right, let's go a few hours west of the Phoenix area and go to Los Angeles as LA Rams head coach Sean McVay expressed his desire for Matthew Stafford to play for a couple of more seasons. That was a direct quote, as he said on SiriusXM radio. I think Stafford would sign like a $44 million one-year deal. That's a whole lot of moolah for him. But a guy, even though he's long in the tooth at 37 years old, show that he's still got plenty left in the tank. What are your feelings on Stafford? I'll give you his ADP right now. QB 21, 149.44. So if I said he is going to be a top 20 quarterback in fantasy this season, a little bit better where he's going in average drafts, are you buying or are you selling?
I'd buy, man. The only thing is, right, like they have to protect him, and I like what they've done with the offensive line enough. He has to stay healthy, and that's the only concern as he approaches, 40 years old here. That's why I know that's what McVay's saying. I do think that Stafford probably plays at least another year, but when these guys get old and the drop-off happens, it happens quickly. And also, they fleeced the Atlanta Falcons. I still like what Atlanta did going out and getting James Pierce Jr., but they acquired a 2026 first-rounder, so I think McVay is going to get his quarterback next year, and then he's probably going to want him to sit for a year or two under Stafford. But this year, I'm all in, man. I love the Devontae Adams pickup. I know Cooper Kupp's gone. I think that's a good thing, right? Like replacing him with Devontae Adams, who even at 32 years old, a much better route runner and receiver at this point of his career. You still have Puka. Love that run game with Kyron Williams. Yeah, I think that Stafford could definitely be a top 20 quarterback in fantasy, man. If everybody stays healthy and that offense lives up to the hype, I'm pretty high on the Rams this season. Love their offseason.
Yeah, and I love Tutu Atwell, too, as your
Yes,
wide
him
receiver
too.
3. The guy gets a lot of separation, does a lot of dirty work, especially the intermediate field, an excellent and reliable receiver there. I'm with you, man. I think Stafford's undervalued. I will probably go the extra buck. I play in nothing but Superflex leagues, which is a 2-quarterback format, so I always have a heart for Stafford. and I'm definitely going to spend my money on him this season. A salary cap / auction draft would even go the extra mile in a traditional snake draft. If it being super flex, I think he's going to be a top 20 quarterback this season. Mike Clay at ESPN's got projected for 3,931 yards, 25 passing touchdowns, 11 INTs. That's quarterback 16. So he is quite aggressive on him. A guy that was number 12 in total air yards last season, number 9 in deep ball completion percentage. Where he struggled was inside the red zone. Number 25 in red zone completion percentage, but he has one of the best red zone receivers that we've seen in the last decade now in Devontae Adams. Even though he's on the wrong side of 30, I think he's got plenty of petrol there in the tank. So, yeah, give me Stafford to be a top 20 quarterback in fantasy this season. I'm certainly buying that. All right, last NFL news to know. NFL Network's Cameron Wolfe noted in conversations he had with Titans head coach Brian Callahan, the team has designs to, quote, get the ball out of Cam Ward's hands quickly, end quote, divulging a lean on, quote, screen routes to Calvin Ridley, end quote. What do you make up of this schematic, and what do you make of Cam Ward in year number 1?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely my favorite rookie quarterback, right? If I have to take any of these guys just because we know he's going to be out there, the only other guy I would look at, Jackson Dart. He's not, like the most – he's not Mike Vick, so I don't think you're going to get a ton of rushing yards and rushing touchdowns. He's not Jaden Daniels, so I think that makes sense. Like, what worries me is he's a gamer, man, but – kind of like the knock on Shador is he holds onto the ball a long time. He's always hunting the big play. So I think that would make sense, right? Like, get rid of the ball quickly, make your reads, get to your reads. So I think that he could be, I don't even know where to project him right now. He would be my favorite out of all the rookies as a fantasy option. But, man, I really like Calvin Ridley after hearing that, especially using him a little bit more in the screen game.
Yeah, it could be like an 80, 85 catch season for the Riddler. Yeah. So I'm with you there. And I think Cam Ward's definitely going to exceed his QB 28 ADP. I think he's a fine quarterback, too. Again, in super flex formats. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. Our 3-point stand series make its debut with the Atlanta Falcons. Don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Let the madness begin.
Who wants to get nuts tonight? The streak ends tonight.
This four-legger, let's come out of the gate strong.
With the sledgehammer, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action. They got to listen to the sharps. Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well.
Daddy gotta have it. I am Sledgehammer. How you doing, girl?
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
There was a pair of shoes for $200, and they went on sale this past week, and you had 3 days to get them for $60, and you didn't. Now they're back to $200. Would you buy them? And she's like, no. I said, then why would you bet the Mavs at 6.5?
Bringing you all the late night sweats and bets.
It's seduced by that juice, gentlemen.
Never forgive Al Horford. No, he's old. He's 6'10". Dunk the basketball. Instead, he tries to lay it in, and he misses a bunny.
And helping you win big in fantasy.
I think Baker, the touchdown maker.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
5-inch advantage there on Taylor. And a big play to keep this drive going. Now it's Bijan Robinson. Hits the hole. Stays on his feet. Speeds down the sideline to the end zone. Touchdown Atlanta. In a flash from 37 yards.
For much of the season last year. Will it be more of the same this time around? We shall find out. Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Cinco de Mayo. And let the love juice flow. And hopefully you're enjoying it with your family. Hopefully you were dining on some fine Mexican cuisine while you're sipping on a little bit of that añejo reposado, or maybe kind of a mezcal if you're into the smokiness. And I certainly am into all of it, to be frank. I'm going to be indulging as soon as I get off the air. But we are here to talk some NFL football. We're going to be breaking down our very first 3-point stance. And we're going to be covering every single team, one per day over the next several days right here on BetMGM tonight. We're going to start down in the dirty South with the Dirty Birds, that being the Atlanta Falcons. And, hey, if you want to talk some fantasy football or NFL betting with us, if you want to talk some NBA, Major League Baseball, NHL, whatever is top of mind, all gaming all the time, all you got to do to contact Tori and I is to pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, which is asking a certain question on our pole dancing poll question of the day. And what a coincidence. It's about a subject we're about to tackle right now. What discount Atlanta Falcon fantasy football option is most attractive out of Darnell Mooney with a 144.2 average rap position, Kyle Pitts at a 167.1 ADP, or Michael Penix Jr. at a 146.5 ADP, over 140 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a coming and drop off your comments. We're going to read those coming up a little bit later on in the show on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. And holy guacamole, the Boston Celtics and New York Knicks game has gotten muy interesante. Yes, as all of a sudden the Knicks are on a magical run. They have cut this lead with 10 and change to 6. It is 84-78. C's over the Knicks. Let me give you a stat update. Jalen Brunson tied with OG Anunoby as the leading scorers in New York, both with 18. Brunson also has 4 rebounds and 4 assists. You look at Josh Hart. He's got a double-double in this game. 13 points and 10 boards. Karl Anthony Towns hasn't really done much since early on, but he does have a dozen points with 6 rebounds. As for the C's, who are now only up by 4, kind of crazy that this game has come alive. I thought it was DOA just a few minutes ago. Tatum with 19. Derek White with 16. Jaylen Brown with 14. By the way, Tatum also has 13 rebounds, so he's got a double-double in the game. Peyton Pritchard with 13 off the bench. Drew Holiday with 11. So very tight game. 84-80. Again, Boston up by the skin of their chin right now with 9:25 to go over the New York Knicks. We'll keep you up to date there. Cubs up 4-2, top of the 6th inning. as Boyd comes out and is looking to deal another clean inning up to 82 pitches. This looks like it's going to be his final inning no matter what. Again, we'll keep you up to date. Action on the diamond, action on the hardwood in the NBA. But right now, we got to go to the gridiron and talk a little three-point stance, Horvat. And here's how this rolls. We got 3 different categories. One is going to be fantasy value, one that really tickles your fancy. Then we're going to do a little prop stop, and I'm going to be dropping a prop. We're going to have a discussion on it. Tonight, it's tied to Bijan Robinson, as you heard there in the rejoiner highlight. And then we're going to do a little team lean at the end, over-under on the team wins, and that is something you can bet on right now at BetMGM. So let's go ahead and get after it and start off with the fantasy football side of things. And all of our ADP data is pulled from Best Ball 10s. So they've got a very large draft sample. It's like something like 59 drafts that have been conducted since the end of the NFL draft. So really good sample size there. And I want your favorite fantasy value on the board. And here's how I kind of describe values. You know, any pick available after pick 100 overall or outside of the starter ranks in a 12-team league. In most 12-team leagues, you start 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, tight end. That'll count as well. So if it falls outside of those rankings, whether top 36 a wide receiver, top 24 running back, top 12 at tight end or quarterback, I will allow it as a fantasy value. Otherwise, just use ADP overall as a guide outside the top 100. So, Ryan, who's your guy on the ATL that you think is going to yield a nice fantasy value this fall?
I was looking at skill position players, Brad, but I think Bijan's properly rated, and I think he's an absolute stud. Tyler Algier, this could be the year where maybe the touches go away or at least diminish a little bit. Drake London's a stud, but he's top 10 if you're looking at best ball. So I went with Michael Penix Jr., who I ended up selecting right now, 146.5, QB 20. Here's a bold hot take for you guys. I think he's going to be a top 10 fantasy quarterback. Not NFL quarterback yet this year, but fantasy quarterback. You go back, you watch what he did week 18, threw for over 300 passing yards, had 318 through the air, 2 touchdowns, also had a rushing score. That week, he was QB7, so he was a top 10 quarterback. Loved him at Washington. I liked him at Indiana. The problem at Indiana was he was a dual-threat quarterback playing behind a really bad offensive line, and he couldn't stay healthy. So I know he's had some injuries, but I like the fact that he can make every single throw, literally every throw. I like what I saw in a small sample size. I like the fact that, unlike Kirk Cousins, he could take snaps under center because he can move, right? You don't have to primarily just use him out of the shotgun or the pistol. And he's experienced. These quarterbacks that have stuck around in college, even like Joe Burrow, that had to bounce to 2 different programs, these guys have just came into the league and kind of lit it on fire. So I think anywhere from like 28 to 32 touchdown passes, 3 to 5 rushing touchdowns, maybe like 3,000 to 4,000 passing yards, and 450 to 500 rushing yards are realistic expectations for Penix. So I like him as quarterback 20, man. My hot take is I think he's a top 10 fantasy quarterback as long as everybody stays healthy. Maybe this is the year for Kyle Pitts, so I'll go with Penix.
Yeah, and that defense is still a work in progress. So, made a lot of investments and upgrades in the NFL draft and during free agency in the offseason, but it's going to take time to meld, to gel, to come together, right? So, Penix, you got to like the duality. I got to like the weapons around him. Yeah, I think he's grossly undervalued at QB 20 as well. And again, I play a lot of those 2 quarterback formats, those super flexes. Yeah. He is somebody worth going the extra mile to try to get because he's probably going to turn a tidy profit this season. And I believe, too, that Darnell Mooney is going to do the same. So I'm going to shoot for the stars there. Wide receiver 51 is the ADP at 144.2 overall. I think he's easily going to be a top 50 wide receiver. I think he could be a top 40 wide receiver, where he finished last year as wide receiver 34, so a back-end WR3 in 12-team half-point PPR leagues. He had 107 targets, 64 catches a season ago, 992 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Mike Clay, ESPN, has got him projected for 96 targets, 59 catches, 820 yards, and 4 touchdowns. He has him exactly at wide receiver 51, but I think he's underselling him. 6.7 targets per game is what he netted last year. He was number 16 in total air yards. That's attractive. Number 27 in ADOT. That stands for average draft or average depth of target. He was number 10 in total deep ball targets. Only number 78 in catchable target rate. Thank you, Kirk Cousins, for sucking. And I think that number will improve. Number 28 in total route wins. And what I love about how Atlanta is utilizing him under Zach Robinson is he's extended branches of the route tree, right? In Chicago, he was just a streak threat. Now he's still a streak threat, but he's a guy that they utilize in the screen game, in the intermediate pass game. Short slants, quick outs. He can run those routes and was in a rhythm and flow with either Kirk Cousins or Penix. So I like the overall game. I think is an exceptional value right now at wide receiver 51. And a guy, ultimately, again, I think could yield a back-end QB3 total in 12-team and deeper fantasy leagues. All right, let's go to a prop stop. Not a whole lot of props out there, so let's just have a general discussion on this one. Because I love the value of this. Bijan Robinson is your old boy. That's Offensive Player of the Year at 12-1. Are you a buyer or a seller on Bijan winning that coveted award?
Yeah, I was really happy to see that you put this in the rundown today, man, because I'm a psycho. I bet Gibbs and I bet Bijan. I think he's going to have a monster year. Hot take. He had 304 carries last year. That would make him running back number 4. He had over 1,400 yards, and that was, with Tyler Algier still getting a lot of touches, and that was third among all running backs. He had 14 touchdowns, and he's also used in the pass game. I think Atlanta's offense is going to be much better this season. And I think it's going to be a big year for Bijan. So 12-1, I love that price, man. I think realistically he could have 50 to 60 catches, another 14 to 1,500 rushing yards, and 20 touchdowns on the ground. I really do. So I love that price.
I do too. And right now, in terms of average draft position in fantasy, he's 2.95. He is RB1 overall. He's going ahead of Saquon Barkley right now.
Yeah.
And I think that's entirely fair. I mean, Saquon's always got the downside of injuries. He had a monster overall workload last year. Can he remain upright this season? A lot of continuity there. And, of course, the Eagles' offensive line, one of the NFL's best. But believe it or not, the Falcons ranked number 1 last season in run blocking efficiency according to Pro Football Focus. So they were exceptional in that regard. And I agree that I think 2,000 combined yards, entirely realistic. This is kind of a next step for him in his football playing evolution. He had over 1,800 combined yards last season, and he got off to a slow start. I mean, I remember some dude was talking hellified junk to me on social media at Noisy Huevos every single week saying, you're an idiot for ranking Bijan Robinson number 1. And he kept reminding me every Sunday. And he did that for 4 or 5 weeks. And then I hit him back and said, dude, where you at? Bijan is all of a sudden inside the top 5. Dude, where you at? Bijan's now inside the top 3. Radio silence. He couldn't even stand up for himself and accept that he, got it wrong and accept defeat. But I always, accept my defeats. You should do the same. Have some huevos if you're willing to talk some smack to the general on-air people that are out there. But Bijan Robinson, a guy that's got to leave the smack down on the opposition. Number 4 in total missed tackles last season. Number 3 in total red zone touches. Number 1 in yards created. And again, it's all about the trench warfare. And Atlanta wins in those situations. He's catching a boatload of balls. There are no weaknesses to his game. And I'm with you, man. I think they dialed back Tyler Algier this year. Bijan is going to be the bee's knees. Go the extra yard, 10 yards if necessary to get him on your fantasy team.
Yeah, man. And really quick, just to piggyback off what you said, the last 5 games of the season, when Michael Penix Jr. took over as the starting quarterback, he averaged 115 rushing yards. And that was because when Kirk Cousins was out there, remember the first 3-4 weeks, he couldn't take a snap under center. So if they were running the ball, they were out of the pistol. If they were throwing the ball, they were out of traditional shotgun. So that doesn't help Bijan, right? Because you could just stick 8 men in the box when you see Kirk Cousins dinosaur ass out there on one leg in the pistol. So having a quarterback, a dual threat quarterback like Penix Jr., even though he's not Mike Vick, I think that's really beneficial for Bijan. So I love this bet, man.
All right, let's get a team leaning here. Over-under on wins. The number is at 7.5 right now at BetMGM. The over a -145. The under a +120. What say you?
Sheesh, -145. I don't really want to lay right now, but I would only bet the over. I think this is an 8 to 10 win football team. I bet them to make the playoffs. I like +220 for them to win the division. Let's say finally there's some regression in Tampa on the offensive side of the ball for Baker and the boys. Atlanta's got all the weapons on offense. You brought up the run block win rate, so the offensive line's been fixed up. Now it comes down to can they improve that defense, especially that pass rush. I love what they did in the draft 2 off seasons ago. They spent the 4th most money in all free agency on the defensive side of the ball, I think this is the year that it finally pays off. So I would go over. I haven't bought in on this team the last 3 years. This year with Penix, that offense, Bijan, and that defense, I think this is at worst an 8-win football team in a weak division. And they have the fourth easiest schedule.
Yeah, I concur, Captain. I'm going to take the over as well. Strength of schedule is quite attractive, as you just laid out. They're number 13 EPA per play offense last season. They're going to be much improved with Penix under center the entire year. That defense is only number 20 in EPA per play deep. All the investments, I realize, are going to be young, but Pierce and Walker and also Watts in that defensive backfield, a lot of improvements there. Hopefully those guys show up and show out. All right, we got exit stage left here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Our buddy Jared Smith's going to drop on by. We're going to pick his brain about a smorgasbord of topics in sports betting. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Evans with it. Ryan Horvat in the house on the Cinco de Mayo. When Masakila, mi amigos, going to be talking to our friend Jared Smith here momentarily, breaking down all the things in the sports betting world. He's a man of many trades, to say the least. Cubs up 6-2, bases still juiced for the boys in blue in the bottom of the sixth inning. Nobody out. Nicky Lopez, a love of the gambling gods, just drew an RBI walk with the bases jammed. Seriously, Hayden Birdsong, you couldn't just feed him one right down the middle to a light hitter, a guy that had one whopping home run last season on the south side for the White Sox. With the Cubs starting to break open this game, they may end up scoring 10 runs in this sucker, if not more, on the San Francisco Giants. Meanwhile, in the NBA, very quickly, we got a barn burner that has certainly come down, and one that's a bit of a surprise is the Celtics are in complete command. Not anymore. They're losing. 3:48 to go. Knicks up 94-91. I, for one, am stunned based on how things are going. But as Jared said during the break, Boston likes to play with their food. Leaves that door always ajar. And tonight, the New York Knicks are kicking the door down. Again, up 3 with 3:48 left there in Beantown. We'll keep you up to date on all the action going on the diamond. And as the Cubs has got another run, Ian Happ sacrifice fly 7-2. And also on the hardwood. And hey, if you want to talk to us, you can. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also take to the X, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: what discount Atlanta Falcons fantasy football option is most attractive out of Darnell Mooney at 144.2 ADP, Kyle Pitts at a 167.1 average draft position, or Michael Penix Jr. at a 146.5 ADP. Over 140 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Go ahead and drop in your comments and keep the votes coming on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. Now let's go with the tightest beard in the game. An animated picture and sound. The one, the only, the drop dead gorgeous Jared Smith, betting analyst and host on Fox Sports Radio and right here on the BetMGM network. Follow Jared. He is a wise fellow to follow on X at Jared Smith Bets. Again, on X, where he's always giving it to you there at Jared Smith Bets. Jared, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Straight away for me, mi amigo, you are the Yerfy Nerfy daddy. So with a pair of West of the Continental Divide matchups on the schedule tonight, hook up our listeners with some first inning action, either Mets and Diamondbacks or Mariners A's.
Gentlemen, always great to be back. So of the two, it looks like the Yerfy in Arizona would be the better of the two bets. I would say neither of them are great wagers, especially the Sutton Health Park, which has played very unique this year. We've seen a lot of action there. But Seattle and the Athletics, I don't want to call them Sacramento. I don't want to call them Oakland either. We'll just call them the ATH. That one's basically showing up a coin flip. So 54% for Mets, D-backs. I think that would be the one. Ryan Nelson, Griffin Canning. Canning's actually been pretty good for the Mets so far this year, but a little bit of a different animal on the road. Nelson, nothing to write home about, especially the top of that Mets lineup hit him up pretty good. So I would say of the two, Brad, again, it's late. You only got two on the board for these late night games. I would say of the two, the Yerfy in the desert would be my preferred choice there.
Yeah, I like that look, too. You bring up the A's, man. They're a lot of fun. The Mets off to a hot start, and that's what I wanted to ask you. What team off to maybe a fast start or a slow start in Major League Baseball are you either looking to maybe buy low or sell high on right now?
Yeah, it's a good question, Ryan. I think we're at that point now. It's been a month where you can kind of make the assessment of which teams are legit and which teams maybe kind of got off to those fugazi starts. I still think, if you ask me, what strategies would I use to analyze teams, I still like to keep it pretty basic. I think run differential and comparing that to their win totals, I think, is a really easy way to kind of gauge which teams have kind of overachieved or underachieved. For example, Cleveland and our Athletics are a negative run differential, but they're both above 500 on the season. Now, does that mean they're going to lose every game over a long period of time? No, but I think what that tells me is maybe they're just a little bit, playing above average. And on the flip side, you have a team like Minnesota, 5 games under 500, Tampa, a couple games under 500. Those teams are plus run differential. Same thing with Milwaukee and Houston as well. I think Boston, even Cincinnati, that are kind of hovering around the 500 mark, but plus run differential. I think those are really good ways to kind of gauge teams as we kind of get through this first month of the season.
Absolutely, man. Thoughts so far? I don't know if you're into the Stanley Cup playoffs. Like this weekend, I was all excited for the NBA Game 7s. Those were a letdown, but the Stanley Cup playoffs are the gift they keep giving. Any sides, totals, any teams that you're really buying into right now in the NBA or the NHL playoffs with all the action going down?
I agree with your take. I actually posted this last night. I said, I don't care what the ratings say. The NHL playoffs always superior to the NBA. And
Yes.
I actually think this NBA postseason has been relatively exciting. You've had some upsets, right, in the early rounds. You've had some lower seeds. I know maybe not technically upsets in terms of the odds, but you've had some lower seeds advance, especially in the Western Conference. But the NHL, those Game 7s with those teams coming back were absolutely nuts. Now, that being said, both of those Game 7s came from the same pod of bracket in the West. I think that's the weaker of the 4 teams left in the Western Conference. I think the winner of that VGK Edmonton series is going to go to the Stanley Cup final. If you look at the odds right now, it was actually interesting when I was looking today. The market's pretty condensed. Like all 8 teams left, they're all kind of within 4 and 10 to 1, right? There's not like this true long shot or this true favorite like we see in the NBA. I think VGK, I mean, I don't want to be a homer, but Money Puck's got him at almost 14% to win the cup, and the odds right now plus 650, that's about 13%. So you're not getting a ton of value, but I do think the Western Conference team to represent in the cup will come from that Oilers Knights bracket there, and I would say VGK right now, who's the favorite, would be my choice.
Ooh, yeah, I like that call right now. All right, we're talking to Jared Smith, an awesome betting analyst, host on Fox Sports Radio, right here on the BetMGM network. And make sure you follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there at Jared Smith Bets. Again, on X at Jared Smith Bets. Jared, let's go to the NFL. Examining division odds in that sport. Is there a plus money winner that has your attention?
You know, I was going through the division odds today, and there's a couple that are intriguing. I don't think I'm ready to pull the trigger yet, Brad, but here's what I'll say right out of the gate. Pittsburgh at 6-1. Are we assuming that the market's fully baking in Aaron Rodgers yet? I don't think fully.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That might be one where I don't think Pittsburgh's going to win the division with Aaron Rodgers, but if you want to talk about getting ahead of the market, I would not be shocked if you bet that now 6-1, Rodgers signs it's 5 or 4-1 in a few days. The ones that have realistic win equity, I think you get Houston at even odds. You get Tampa at plus 110. I mean, the South is disgusting. So I would expect the favorites to at least be in the race for pretty much the entire season there. And Warren Sharp came out with his projected strength of schedule this week. Niners at plus 170. The Niners have the easiest strength of schedule right now until we see the schedule in the NFL. I know everyone loves the Rams in the West, but I could see the Niners bouncing back. You're kind of buying low on them this year. So I would say those are the ones that stand out. The key is bet the divisions, Brad, where you can eliminate one team, right? Turn a 4-team market into a 3-team market, and then you feel like you can get a little bit better value.
Yeah, that's a good call there. Jared, we started the interview with baseball, so let's go and finish with a little spin of the stitches, shall we? What awards market, whether MVP, Cy Young, Rookie of the Year, in either league do you think is worthy of consideration? And obviously Aaron Judge when AL MVP is off the board at minus 900.
Why? Come on, we just parked that money, right? That's like a certificate of deposit. You know, we just parked that money in the bank for the next 5 months, and we know we're going to cash on it. No, I think in the NL, so like the Mets look like they're pretty for real. Of the Mets players, I think Soto has had the worst of the first month. So that would be probably my choice. Like in terms of a guy that probably has a little bit of upside, right? We think the Mets are going to be in the race the whole year. We think Juan Soto eventually is going to play to his averages. He hasn't been terrible, but he hasn't been up to his level of expectation so far. And again, if we think the Mets are going to be this rocket ship in the NL East this year, I think Soto 14-1 maybe has a better summer than he had early spring.
Oh, yeah, that's a great call. I mean, Pete Alonso's been on fire this entire year, but I'm with you on the Mets. Francisco Lindor has been swinging a pretty hot bat as well. Yeah, I think that team is the real deal, Holyfield. Jared, we appreciate the time. Jared Smith, betting analyst, host on Fox Sports Radio and the BetMGM Network. Make sure you follow him on X, or he's always giving it to you there at Jared Smith Bets. Again, on X, at Jared Smith Bets. Jared, pet jackpot for me, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, man.
Good stuff, gentlemen. Good luck. I'll talk to you next week.
There he goes. Jared Smith, a man who has an adorable dog. And I love dogs. I really do. I've got a corpulent Norfolk Terrier who caught and ate a bird a couple of weeks ago. I'm dead serious. I went out to in the backyard. He's got this little area. I'm like, what the hell is he eating?
Yeah.
And he plucked a bird out of the air and just ate the whole damn thing.
Pretty impressive when you think about it, man. Right? Like, I don't know how he was feeling the next morning. I've never ate a bird, but that's really impressive.
Oh, you've eaten a bird. You've had some chicken. You've had some turkey.
Well, yeah, that's true. Just I've never plucked one out of the air. I did. True story though. One time, the first time ever, I went on a water slide. A bird landed on my head. It took my cousins tried to get me to go on this big water slide for like an entire summer, and I wouldn't do it. So the first time I go on it, a bird lands on my head. And my dad doesn't believe the story because he doesn't think that this is possible. But it did happen. My grandfather saw it. Some guy just started like punching the bird on my little 11-year-old head, just like whacking it. So that happened one time. So I don't really mess with birds, man. It's weird. Growing up, my grandma was afraid of them. The Hickok movie, The Birds, she was always afraid of it. So the only bird I acknowledge is Larry. Speaking of, man, if I love Jared. I hope he didn't jinx this. $100, 5.5 seconds to go. Tatum just missed a three. Knicks have possession. If this game goes to overtime, that's where bad things happen. That's where dogs usually go to die. So let's hope that the Knicks win this. I still can't believe that they're tied up right now with the ball, 5 seconds to go here in game one, man. Crazy finish.
It is absolutely crazy. Jalen Brunson now leading the way for the Knicks with 29 points, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds. Anunoby has had a monster game. 26 points, 4 rebounds, a couple of assists and a steal. Josh Hart with 14 and 11 in this one. I mean, Cat hasn't done jack nor squat really since the early stages of the game. He's got 12 and 9. That's a little bit misleading. Meanwhile, for the C's, Tatum leading the way with 21 points, 15 rebounds, and 6 assists. Does have 5 turnovers. Jaylen Brown with 20 points, 5 and 5. Derek White with 19 points and 9 rebounds. Drew Holiday, 16 points and 5 rebounds. And the Knicks are a team. Oh, wait, the score just changed on me, but it went back in time as I had it up on my Yahoo app. Yeah, still 5.5 seconds to go. 100 all between the Knicks and the Boston Celtics. And again, midway through the third quarter, I thought this sucker was going to be a blowout. But as you always say, Horvat, you want a team to get up by a lopsided amount because chances are they're going to squander it with that much time on the clock.
Well, that was the only reason why I thought that the Knicks would be able to make a comeback, man. And it was also kind of scary though because Boston was not shooting the ball well, shooting the three well, which is what I said. There's going to be one game in this series where they don't make 40% of their threes, and that's when usually they're in trouble. Like Jared said, they do play with their food, but they weren't shooting the ball well, and they were still up double digits on the Knicks. So wanted to see what was going to happen here. Now, oh no. So Boston, I think they had a foul to give. All right, so they used their foul, 5 seconds to go. It's always interesting seeing what Tibbs is going to draw out of the timeout. Most likely probably Jalen Brunson ISO, but we'll see, man. But yeah, in the NBA, I always joke you want to be down about 20. Unless you're the Clippers. Then you're just big screwed if you're down 20, it turns out.
Yeah, no question about it. All right, we got a little update on the diamond. Unfortunately, your Cubs wager on the under. I love that thing coming in tonight. That's gone. Bye-bye. Adios, amigo. 9-2. As the Giants were just making a comedy of errors over and over again. Cubs had the bases juiced. We're taking advantage. Now we got 11 total runs entering the top of the 7th. So hopefully the bullpen is going to come out and take care of business. But, man, the Cubs just keep putting crooked numbers up on the scoreboard. They're the best, arguably, and really undeniably, offense in baseball. They got some unfortunate news today with Shota Imanaga being placed on the DL with that hamstring strain that he suffered in the last start. But if they just keep, blasting the box score, it doesn't matter, Horvat, who's out there throwing, as long as it's like even a subpar start, their team is going to put 7, 8, 9, the occasional 10-run spot on the board.
It looks like my father-in-law wasn't so crazy a couple months ago when he said, I think PCA is going to be a top 5 player in baseball. And I was like, could he be a top 50 player in baseball? That would be really fun. But, I mean, this team is just so exciting. They run the bases. They hit with power. This is one of my favorite Cub teams of all time. I know it's early. It's only May 5th, right? A lot could go wrong, but I think they're going to add some arms. Hopefully, you get some of these. Hopefully, you get Shota back healthy. It's only a 15-day stint, but this offense, man, they're a scary-ass team.
Yeah, PCA 50-1 to win MVP. It's worth a sprinkle, folks, and that is no punchline or joke. All right, we got to take a little CFC here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Our cards in review. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Cinco de Mayo, and hopefully you're enjoying it with your fam and Mas Tequila, and the love just going to be flowing for your boy here in a matter of minutes as I'm going to exit stage left here momentarily. Horvat, of course, going to be sticking around for a bonus hour, bonus time of BetMGM tonight. So if you want some more gambling insights, they're going to be far more insightful than mine. By all means, please stick around and listen to Horby and what he has on tap. We got just a ridiculous game. It's in overtime right now in Beantown as the Knicks are up 103-100. And the Celtics, I was looking at this, and I thought the app was wrong. They've taken 59 stinking threes. They're 14 of 59 from distance in this game. Jaylen Brown's 0 for 9, outstanding. But somehow, some way, they're still in spitting distance, and understandable why they squandered the big lead they had. Maybe they were up by, I think, a 20 or a little bit more than that at one point in the third quarter. And then the Knicks roared back. Were able to push this into the extra session. You normally say, in overtime, this is where underdogs go to die. But right now, New York has a 3-point lead, 103-100. Over the Boston Celtics with about 3 minutes ago in that bonus session. Meanwhile, in Chicago, 92 Cubs, as Dansby Swanson just got another double. Here, note to self, you and I need to start betting on Dansby Swanson hitter props, like in the short term at least, because he has been one of the hottest hitters in the game for like the last about 7 to 10 days. So tomorrow in the Cubs and Giants in game 2, I'm going to take Swanson. I don't give a damn if he's going to be bat number 8 in the order. Ever since he was moved down in the order by Craig Counsell, his bat has come alive, and it's certainly just ablaze tonight. So your thoughts on Celtics Knicks, your thoughts on the Cubs as well. What do you have?
Cubs are an offensive juggernaut. I got to stop betting unders that feature the Chicago Cubs. If anything, maybe like Oppo team total under. But then you got to worry about the bullpen. They're fun, man. They are really fun. And, I mean, the NL Central, it was already going to be a down year, so I think they could win that division. And I think that they could be a serious threat in the postseason, but I don't want to jinx it. I don't say those kind of things as a Cubs fan. We'll take what we could get. This basketball game has been excellent. The Celtics, man, they shoot way too many threes. I was telling you guys this story. A couple months ago, they were on the Saturday night primetime game, and even my wife was like, this is not basketball. That said, though, they did win a championship by shooting all these threes and playing good defense. So, clearly Joe Mazzulla knows something that maybe I don't. But right now, down 108-102, I considered hedging because usually this is where the dog goes to die. You worry about Tibbs burning out his guys. You worry just because Jalen Brunson, he's been so clutch all season, man, but his usage is insane. And I'm glad that I didn't hedge. I let it ride out with the Knicks. I got some money line, plus 320. I got the Knicks plus 9. Thought about betting Boston. Didn't do it, although I'm just going to shut up because now Tatum hits a 3 and it's a 3-point game, 1:15 to go. I'm just glad we finally get a good one, man, after a weekend of blowouts in the NBA.
Yeah, I totally agree, man. And there were some major letdowns in those Game 7s. I mean, usually sign me up for any kind of Game 7 because the drama's on high-pressure situation. You might get a memorable or famous moment. No, you just got a bunch of basketball that you wanted to forget. Quite frankly, I turned the TV off or turned it to another event after, like, the third quarter because it was utterly pointless. Some of those teams just were DOA in the fourth quarter, and there was no chance for resuscitation. But tonight, it's living up to the hype and the billing. A bit of a surprise in Knicks and Celtics, their game 1. But yeah, as Horvat said, we're under a minute to go, actually under 20 seconds ago. 108-105 New York as Boston has a ball, and they got a chance to tie this thing or at least cut into it a little bit deeper with a few ticks remaining. Again, I'll break in with a scoreboard update here on that momentarily. But we got to offer you a little friendly reminder that, hey, if you want to talk some NBA betting with us, you want to talk some NFL, maybe some fantasy football, Major League Baseball, or the NHL, You absolutely can. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter, where we have, and I'm going to shut this down right now, our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it was asking you this: what discount Atlanta Falcons fantasy football option is the most attractive? Your options are Darnell Mooney at 144.2 ADP, Kyle Pitts at a 167.1 average draft position, or Michael Penix Jr. at a 146.5 ADP. Horvey, we had officially 147 votes cast. Who led the way, Mooney, Pitts, or Penix?
Oh, man. I want to go Pitts just because it's Kyle Pitts, right? And everybody's always buying in on Kyle Pitts, but I'll go Michael Penix, actually. I think Penix, my hot take, again, was he's going to be a top 10 quarterback, not top 20. So I'll go with Michael Penix, actually, man, and all those weapons surrounding him.
All right, Michael Penix, correct at 37.4%. Darnell Mooney, your silver medalist, at 34%. And Pitts bringing up the rear at 28.6%. We had a few comments, including Brandon working the board here on BetMGM tonight. He said, Penix for sure. I think I am done believing in Kyle Pitts being good. I agree. One Purple Dog just sent me a Michael Penix Jr. animated GIF from his days as a Washington Husky, so no bias being baked in to that image at all. Roy Brooks said, Cousins really late if he's around after June 1st? Say what? Kirk Cousins is cooked. This is Michael Penix's team. Cousins is going to be a backup. He's looking to have a job. Brent Collins says, imagine drafting Kyle Pitts. LOL. I agree. He's dead to me. I'm done drafting Kyle Pitts. By the way, New York's going to line to shoot 3 free throws. Is that correct, Horvat?
Yeah. So, oh no, they called it on the floor. Thank God. All right. So, Cat just shoved the man. Jaylen Brown, of course, who was shooting a 3. Thank God. Yeah. So it turns out that it was actually pretty good foul, man. But that was not going to be good. That would have probably lost the Knicks the series. So now Boston takes another timeout. 3 seconds to go, and they will have to shoot a 3 and try to tie the game.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's eons in the NBA, so should be able to get off a decent shot here at the buzzer to try to push it to another extra frame. 108-105, drama on high right now in Boston, inside the other garden, as the Knicks up 108-105 over the C's. Let's go in and get after it, my friend. We got to review our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays tonight. Horvey, how are yours looking?
Knicks +9. Just like, let's cheer it on. So that was play number 1.
Yeah,
God only knows what'll. Boston's probably going to hit a 3 and send this to double OT, though. I can't believe they called that play on the floor. Cubs Giants under 7.5. Turns out that was not a great bet, so we're probably looking at a 1-1 night. And then I had Cabrian Hayes over 1.5 total bags. But I've been so locked into this Stanley Cup playoff game where I have the Maple Leafs on the money line, and they're up right now big, 4-1, man. So I'm feeling really good about that I forgot to check what Cabrian Hayes was even up to. So I'll get back to what's he probably not over 1.5 total bags, I would assume.
No, it's 0 for 3 night for Cabrian Hayes.
Yeah, so that would make sense. Looking like a 1-2 night maybe on the card. I had the Astros money line. That's not looking much better either. Still to come tonight, I do like the Nuggets in the first half. The Knicks just won, though, so it all works out. Knicks money line +320, Knicks +9. They win in overtime, 108-105. The other one I had was Atlanta to win the NFC South. I feel pretty good about that, +220, although I got to sit on that ticket for 6 months. And then Nuggets in the first half, Mets, Diamondbacks over 9.5, and that's what I had tonight on the card. But, man, just the Knicks winning that game was huge for me.
Yeah, and Mets Diamondbacks already got a run on the board, bottom of the first inning. Still nobody out as the Diamondbacks drew blood first, 1-0 Arizona. Runner on first, still with nobody out against Griffin Conning and the New York Mets. All right, numero uno for me. Looks like this was about to cash, barring a complete meltdown. I had Cole Reagans over 6.5 strikeouts. He blew past that against the White Sox, and I had the Royals on the money line. They're up 2-0, top of the 8th. White Sox do have a runner on first base and 1 out, so finish them, Kansas City. Finish them. Yeah. And that'll cash in at +116. Ryan Nelson, I had the over 1.5 base on balls against the Mets. He walked Juan Soto in the first inning. And that's all we've got so far. It's the bottom of the first in that one. So all I need is one more free pass, and that will cash in at plus 120. And number 3 on the card, Boston minus 4.5, Brunson 30+ points and assists. The second leg came through, but of course, the C's lose that game in the bonus session. So that one's a loser. Parlay Pete lost. Smith-Shawver had 2 or more walks. They actually had them in the first inning, but Sean Murphy didn't get a hit. So Parlay Pete unfortunately fell short there. The Sledgehammer special, Cubs money line, and boy, 3+ hits allowed. That's looking really good.
Yeah.
Because boy did give up the 3 hits, and the Cubs in full command right now. Seduced by the juice was Andrew McCutchen, under a half a hit. He's 0 for 3. Got one more at bat probably to sweat out. That one at plus 165. Hopefully that'll come through. Meanwhile, let me see if Brian Reynolds got another hit. No, he did not have the over 1.5 hits there. Let's find out about Pete Alonso. Pete Alonso just started, so that hasn't clicked in really yet either on the 1.5 on the over total bags. And then had some action on Severino. That game's yet to start on the over 1.5 walk. So mixed bag for me, but it could be a positive night on the card. And every time you get a positive night, you absolutely take it.
Yeah, and anytime the Cubs win, man, and anytime the Cubs score more than 8 runs in a game, I'm not going to complain. So if all it takes, Brad, for the Cubs to be the highest scoring team in Major League Baseball and win a World Series and win 100 games this season is me betting their unders every night, count me in, man. I'll make that sacrifice. I will make that sacrifice for the Chicago Cubs and nobody else. Take my money. Keep scoring runs. I love this team. I got my PCA jersey in the mail on Friday. I'm pretty jacked. Maybe I'll wear it on the show. Got my kid one. My wife got a Kyle Tucker. She didn't want to join the boys. That's okay. But I love this baseball team, man. I really do. They're a lot of fun. I also love the Toronto Maple Leafs. Well, go on.
Did you go with the throwback baby blue?
I got that, like the crosstown, like the city edition ones that I was showing you guys, which I like. I got the classic white with the Kyle Tucker. I got one for myself too, but I had to send it back because for whatever reason they sent me a double X. And your boy, without being able to bench press still for another month, nowhere close to a double X these days. But man, yeah, I love this baseball team though, Brad. Hopefully they keep it rolling, man.
Yeah, which means we'll be betting on that action tomorrow and probably taking it over. All right, I got exit stage left until tomorrow. Adios, amigos. Finish him, Cubbies. Finish them.
You can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
No, the Cubs are still going.
All dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
Dark, the solo hour, the Ryan Horvat Show, as the real ones like to call it, here on the Odyssey app, of course, the BetMGM network. We're on YouTube, where you could always stream the show and all of our great content, as well as Twitch, twitch.tv/BetMGM network. Right now, NBA playoff action. What a night after a disappointing weekend of Game 7s. And they probably weren't disappointing. Like, if you bet the Nuggets over the Clippers, that wasn't disappointing. It was a free bet for you. It was a free, no-sweat bet. But for me, it was really disappointing because for the fifth consecutive year, I had some Clippers futures. Never again. We're going to get to that in a minute. Earlier tonight, though, the Knicks upset the Boston Celtics in Game 1, 108-105 in Boston. They were 9-point underdogs. Total, actually a push because it closed at 213. But the Knicks were plus 320 on the money line. Plus 310 is where they closed. Your boy had a little piece of that, thank God. Now, I also like Boston to win this series at most, in 6 games. I like the gentleman's sweep. That would worry me a little bit now, though, as the Knicks do steal Game 1. Celtics shot over 52 threes. They missed a ton of them. They probably bounce back Game 2 at home in Boston. But a big win for the Knicks, taking Game 1 and stealing home court advantage in a game where not a lot of people gave them a shot to win outright tonight. I'm on the Nuggets here in the first half, plus 5.5. The Thunder haven't played a game in 10 days after beating the living hell out of what's left of the Grizzlies in the first round. And so far, it looks good. I kind of wish I would have played a little first quarter rather than the first half. Eventually, I think OKC is going to make a run. They're going to win this game. Right now, if you like OKC, if you like them at 10, they're down to 7.5. I would want a better price. I kind of want the Thunder at like 4.5 to 5. So I'm going to wait, hope that Denver hangs in there. It's 24-20 right now. Early in the first quarter, still 3:17 to go. Live total, 233.5. A little higher scoring, especially considering you have a team that just played in the Game 7 and another team where we figured there was going to be some rust. Young team, they haven't played in 10 days. NHL action looking really good right now for the Maple Leafs, but I don't want to jinx it, especially a team like the Maple Leafs. They don't really need a whole lot of help getting jinxed. But right now, up 4-1 on the Florida Panthers. Also bet that. Really quick Major League Baseball. Yankees up 3-0 on the Padres. Cubs beating up on the Giants, 9-2 out at Wrigley. Brewers up 5-1 on the Astros. White Sox doing what they do best, losing 3-0 right now to the Royals. The Cardinals up 6-3 on the Pirates. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, this one I did bet, so I kind of care about it, up early, 1-0 on the Mets. Still to come tonight, the artist formerly known as the Oakland A's out in Sacramento, plus 100 even money dogs, taking on Seattle. I like the Mariners as minus 118 favorites. Let's get to the weekend overreaction. I got to start with that Clippers loss. Disappointing. I got to be done with the Clippers, man, right? And where do the Clippers even go from here with that roster? They're not getting any younger. James Harden not getting any younger. Kawhi Leonard, I mean, he wasn't healthy to start the season. Played 30-plus games, though. Love what I saw from that team the second half of the season. And Kawhi, they just paid him, so he's not going anywhere. But, man, like I said, that team's not getting any younger. I do like Norm Powell. This was his best season as a pro, averaged over 20 points per game. I like Ty Lue enough as a head coach. But, like, the West is getting younger, man. OKC, they're probably a better team next year. And this year they were the best team in the entire league. And they're probably going to get better. All these other teams are only going to continue to get better. The pressure will be on even in Denver, man, after a weird season where you fire Michael Malone. They're going to have to go out and probably do something this offseason, add some more depth. They're going to want to keep Jokic around for the next couple of years. We'll see what ends up happening with the Lakers. But, man, I just don't know where the Clippers go from here. My overreaction, guys, James Harden. I think there's a lot of different adjectives that describe James Harden. When it's all said and done, great player, great regular season player, slasher, scorer, former MVP candidate, former sixth man of the year. For me, here's one adjective that I would not use to describe James Harden. Clutch. One thing you could never call James Harden, Mr. Game 7. Jesus Christ. And the worst part about it, I on Friday night was feeling really good about my Clippers series price. So I said, I think James Harden's actually going to show up for the first time in his career in a Game 7. Boy, was I wrong. And, of course, our social team, who does a great job, of course, clipped it. And people were calling for me to be old takes exposed. And I should be. I trusted and I believed in James Harden in a big spot. And I only have myself to blame. Trusting Kawhi Leonard, that's fine. Guy's got 2 chips, right? He was the best player on a championship team twice. Led the Toronto Raptors to a championship and then dipped the hell out of there. Don't blame him. But, man, he's got to be one of the worst, all-time worst Game 7 players in NBA history, James Harden. Great regular season player, but like something in his brain, I don't know what happens in these big situations, these big Game 7s. Go back to Houston. That team, I thought they were going to beat the Golden State Warriors, one of their better teams. And James Harden was, I mean, the whole team, they shot like 15% from 3 in that game. I think they were like 7 for 48 or something like that. I'd have to go back and look. But I know he himself was 2 for 13. So he was brutal. Mario, is that an overreaction from the weekend that James Harden is the all-time worst Game 7 player in NBA history and he lacks the clutch gene?
No, because we've seen this story so many times before. We know how it ends. It's like watching every Batman movie. You know how it's going to end. Batman's going to win. He's going to defeat, the villain. James Harden, it's just at the point that he is in his career, you have to have guys around him that can kind of pull their weight and kind of be there for him when he doesn't, show up or doesn't want to be the James Harden that we all know him to be. And, if you're the Clippers, this is what you kind of ping yourself to. You ping yourself to Kawhi Leonard, who's not healthy all the time, and to an aging James Harden that even at his prime when he's on the Rockets and they had this revolutionary offense, they didn't win. They couldn't beat the best teams. Even when he was on the Nets, yes, he was hurt in that Bucks series, but still, he didn't show up. And Philadelphia can tell you the same story. This is, you kind of reap what you sow a little bit. And the Clippers had all the talent. They were the best team headed into the playoffs statistically. And they fell short. And it sucks because I really wanted the Clippers to do it do it for the first time ever. But they don't. And they have themselves to blame. And it's not looking any better for them. Like you said, it's kind of a tough contract situation coming up.
Yeah.
Not as bad as like the Bucks, but it's looking pretty brutal. So I don't know what their next steps are going to be. I imagine if I'm in their spot, I just keep trying to ride it out with Kawhi and see if you can get one last run out of him. But, man, I think it's over for the Clips. They're not going to win anything with this current roster. They have to do a complete rebuild.
Brando, I know you're not the biggest NBA guy, but just your thoughts on James Harden and am I being harsh, or is he just like does his brain just like fall out when we get to Game 7 and he just can't play the sport of basketball anymore? And also, I like James Harden, man, but remember when him and Giannis were in the MVP conversation and he was like, well, anybody could just be 7 foot and run up and down the floor and dunk, and I was like no, they can't though, because like we can't all be 7 foot or we'd all be in the NBA. But he was talking about his skill set and how he thought he was the best player in the league. Where is this at when we get to Game 7, bro? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm not a huge, look, over the last 5 years, I'm not a huge NBA regular season guy, but I do follow the NBA and I do watch the playoffs. And one of the things that I saw yesterday on Twitter too was somebody tweeted out that they got a text from an NBA official that said, has a player ever been investigated for point shaving? alluding to James Harden and how he is. And I looked it up. So I looked up the numbers for Game 7s, and I got to tell you, he's not actually he's bad. But there's been a lot of big names that have been bad in Game 7. Do you know Kobe Bryant's game score is actually lower than James Harden's in Game 7s?
Yeah, but like Kobe has championships, and Kobe played with Shaq. Yeah. I mean, but yeah.
But I'm just saying that's enough. But I agree with you. Like he's disappeared, and you can't find him in Game 7s. It's kind of like LeBron James in the fourth quarter of playoff games.
Yeah,
like you can't find him anywhere. But it's crazy to me that James Harden, as good of a scorer as he is, too, just disappears for full games, and it just always happens to be Game 7s.
And that's where I wanted to go. I didn't mean to cut you off right there, but it was like, okay, so like if Kobe, MJ wouldn't always have the best shooting performances, even in the playoffs and even in the finals. But before that last year, at least, MJ played defense. Kobe played defense. And also just him being on the floor, eating up those double teams, somebody else was going to be open. That's where you get, the role players to step up, the Tony Kukocs and the big shot Bobs of the world. Where James Harden, that's the other thing, man. Like, they don't even, these teams, because one of his best assets is he's a playmaker. He's a facilitator. He's a point guard is really what he is, obviously, man, and he's a playmaker. And that's the thing. Like, if you're shooting 20% from the floor, that is what it is. There's going to be games where you go cold, but it's the assist-to-turnover ratio. It's how sloppy he is with the basketball.
Yeah.
And how he gives, no effort on the defensive end, especially when things go bad. That's when, you could just tell. I don't like to say pro athletes quit, but I don't know. I was watching that game on Sunday, and I was like, or Saturday, and I was like, they clearly quit.
So
I quit. I'm going to Sinners.
A great, compare.
That's really what I said to my wife. I go, they don't effing care. I don't either. We're going to Sinners.
A great comparison, too, of just, the difference in one's an NBA champion and one's not. And on top of this, too, Harden's playing style, he's not a guy that relies a ton on his athletic ability. So, if you see him later in the playoff series, he's just tired, so his explosiveness isn't there. His playing style, the way he scores to the basket, it's not the fastest thing in the world. He relies on kind of outsmarting you. He relies on getting contact. Yeah. And it's slow motion in a way. It's unfair to call it slow motion, but it's a slower type of play. Not like this high speed, Anthony Edwards, Russell Westbrook, I'm going to jump out of the gym, and that's how I'm going to get by you. That's how I'm going to score points.
Yeah.
But, and this other thing is Curry last night, you see him get just absolutely swarmed by the Rockets. He doesn't score, I believe, at all in the first half. But what does he do besides that? He has 2 steals. Plays defense. He has 2 blocks.
Yeah.
He gets 10
winning
boards,
player.
Leads the Warriors in rebounding. Has 7 assists. He sets up his guys where even if he's not affecting the game like he usually is, he's finding ways to succeed. And Harden just never did that and just doesn't do that. He just becomes a bigger liability.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's just, that's the guy he is. And Los Angeles Clippers, that's what you signed up for when you got him.
And that's why I was like, what are we doing here, dude? And I was excited when the Rockets didn't, because remember that was the rumor that he was going to go back to Houston. Also, by the way, Jesus Christ, God. Florida has scored back-to-back goals, Brandon, damn you. 4-3 now, Toronto. 15:30 to go here in the East, second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Maple Leafs will Maple Leaf.
You have got to be kidding me, bro. Really quick, 2 more overreactions, and then Mario had some in. We're going to hear from Jared Smith, and then we'll wrap up the show with some more from the weekend. I want to hear your guys as well. Here's mine. So James Harden lacks the clutch gene. It is a real thing. James Harden, one of the all-time worst Game 7 players in NBA history. Here's my other overreaction from the weekend. Not really an overreaction, but if I'm a Rockets fan in Houston, obviously, or anywhere else on the planet, I hate the Golden State Warriors and Steve Kerr and Steph Curry. I know Steph Curry, nobody hates Steph Curry. He's so lovable, man. He's a hard guy to root against because he's a good guy on and off the floor, right? Seems like a good family man. We all like Steph. If you're a Rockets fan, you have to hate him. You have to hate Steve Kerr. Think about it like this. We just got done talking about James Harden and that Rockets team with Chris Paul that reinvented the way that we play basketball for better or worse, 53s a game, right? And they had them on the ropes, Game 7, and they would have won that game. But Chris Paul, in typical Chris Paul fashion, wasn't healthy. What's so crazy is Chris Paul this year plays all 82 games when they don't want him to. They're just trying to tank. That season, though, and every other season when his team's got a shot to win a chip, he's hurt. But 10 years now, right? So the Rockets, James Harden's gone. Chris Paul's gone. The entire coaching staff's gone. Nobody from that roster. Trevor Ariza, all those guys are gone. So they reinvented themselves, which is hard to do in the NBA. We're Bulls fans. We've been trying to do it now for like 2 decades. Brand new team. You get the number 2 seed in the West. You should win that series 98% of the time. We all knew the Warriors were going to win, or at least thought that they were. But when you're the 2 seed playing the 7 seed in the NBA playoffs, you should win 98.9% of the time. Instead, 10 years later, who eliminates the Rockets in this young team? Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr all over again, dude. They've been trying to do this for 10 years. They went from MVP candidates to now Jalen Green, who may be a bust, by the way. I don't know if that's an overreaction or not, but he was terrible in the playoffs, man. And they still can't beat the same team. So if I'm a Rockets fan, I hate Steph Curry. I don't care how cute his kids are and his wife's cookbook and this and that. I hate them. One last overreaction. I want to get your guys' take on that in a second. Sinners, one of the best movies of all time. I don't want to ruin it because you guys haven't seen it, I don't think, yet. But I'm going to say this. I thought it was just going to be like a vampire movie. I was totally wrong, man. Number 1, Michael B. Jordan is the GOAT. He might not even be the best actor in this movie. I'm in love with Josh Allen's fiance. Totally get what he's up to, man. Love her. 11 out of 10. This movie is like a musical. It's an action film. It's a vampire movie. It's a horror movie. It was honestly a top 3 movie all time and theater experience, and I don't think it's number 3. Also, Michael B. Jordan's arms. Holy, I almost swore. That dude is yoked. He's got to be taking something. Speaking of taking something, I'm not calling Aaron Judge a cheater or saying that he's taking steroids or stealing signs. All I'm saying, he's under the Horvat eye. Nobody could be that perfect. He's hitting like 400, and every at-bat is a homer. He's on the him and Michael B. Jordan. I'm watching both of you guys. Nobody's that perfect. Anyway, your guys' thoughts on anything I said? You could also, do your own overreactions here in a little bit.
Yeah. Interested to see what the Rockets would put on the table for Giannis. I was thinking about that. Are you you have to start the conversation with Amen Thompson, I believe. If I'm Milwaukee, I'm saying no deal is done without his name in it. And if I'm Houston, I'm saying no deal will be done if his name is in it. So
I agree.
We'll see how that goes.
All right, 4-3 Toronto. Brandon's trying to jinx all my bets around here. Right now, OKC regains the lead 27-26 over Denver. We'll take a quick break. We're back in 5. BetMGM the night.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Evans with you. Ryan Orvat in the house on the Cinco de Mayo. When Mas Tequila, mi amigos, going to be talking to our friend Jared Smith here momentarily, breaking down all the things in the sports betting world. He's a man of many trades, to say the least. Cubs up 6-2, bases still juiced for the boys in blue in the bottom of the sixth inning. Nobody out. Nicky Lopez, a love of the gambling gods, just drew an RBI walk with the bases jammed. Seriously, Hayden Birdsong, you couldn't just feed him one right down the middle to a light hitter, a guy that had one whopping home run last season on the south side for the White Sox. With the Cubs starting to break open this game, they may end up scoring 10 runs in this sucker, if not more, on the San Francisco Giants. Meanwhile, in the NBA, very quickly, we got a barn burner that has certainly come down, and one that's a bit of a surprise is the Celtics are in complete command. Not anymore. They're losing. 3:48 to go. Knicks up 94-91. I, for one, am stunned based on how things are going. But as Jared said during the break, Boston likes to play with their food. Leaves that door always ajar. And tonight, the New York Knicks are kicking the door down. Again, up 3 with 3:48 left there in Beantown. We'll keep you up to date on all the action going on the diamond. And as the Cubs has got another run, Ian Happ sacrifice fly 7-2, and also on the hardwood. And hey, if you want to talk to us, you can. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also take to the X, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: what discount Atlanta Falcons fantasy football option is most attractive out of Darnell Mooney at 144.2 ADP, Kyle Pitts at a 167.1 average draft position, or Michael Penix Jr. at a 146.5 ADP. Over 140 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Go ahead and drop in your comments and keep the votes coming on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. Now let's go with the tightest beard in the game. An animated picture and sound. The one, the only, the drop dead gorgeous Jared Smith, betting analyst and host on Fox Sports Radio, and right here on the BetMGM network. Follow Jared. He is a wise fellow to follow on X at Jared Smith Bets. Again, on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Jared Smith Bets. Jared, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Straight away for me, mi amigo, you are the Yerfy Nerfy daddy. So with a pair of West of the Continental Divide matchups on the schedule tonight, hook up our listeners with some first inning action, either Mets and Diamondbacks or Mariners A's.
Gentlemen, always great to be back. So of the two, it looks like the Yerfy in Arizona would be the better of the two bets. I would say neither of them are great wagers, especially the Sutton Health Park, which has played very unique this year. We've seen a lot of action there. But Seattle and the Athletics, I don't want to call them Sacramento. I don't want to call them Oakland either. We'll just call them the ATH. That one's basically showing up a coin flip. So 54% for Mets, D-backs. I think that would be the one. Ryan Nelson, Griffin Canning. Canning's actually been pretty good for the Mets so far this year, but a little bit of a different animal on the road. Nelson, nothing to write home about, especially the top of that Mets lineup. Hit him up pretty good. So I would say of the two, Brad, again, it's late. You only got two on the board for these late night games. I would say of the two, the Yerfy in the desert would be my preferred choice there.
Yeah, I like that look, too. You bring up the A's, man. They're a lot of fun. The Mets off to a hot start, and that's what I wanted to ask you. What team off to maybe a fast start or a slow start in Major League Baseball are you either looking to maybe buy low or sell high on right now?
Yeah, it's a good question, Ryan. I think we're at that point now. It's been a month where you can kind of make the assessment of which teams are legit and which teams maybe kind of got off to those fugazi starts. I still think, if you ask me, what strategies would I use to analyze teams, I still like to keep it pretty basic. I think run differential and comparing that to their win totals, I think, is a really easy way to kind of gauge which teams have kind of overachieved or underachieved. For example, Cleveland and our Athletics are a negative run differential, but they're both above 500 on the season. Now, does that mean they're going to lose every game over a long period of time? No, but I think what that tells me is maybe they're just a little bit, playing above average. And on the flip side, you have a team like Minnesota, 5 games under 500, Tampa, a couple games under 500. Those teams are plus run differential. Same thing with Milwaukee and Houston as well. I think Boston, even Cincinnati, that are kind of hovering around the 500 mark, but plus run differential. I think those are really good ways to kind of gauge teams as we kind of get through this first month of the season.
Absolutely, man. Thoughts so far? I don't know if you're into the Stanley Cup playoffs. Like this weekend, I was all excited for the NBA Game 7s. Those were a letdown, but the Stanley Cup playoffs are the gift they keep giving. Any sides, totals, any teams that you're really buying into right now in the NBA or the NHL playoffs with all the action going down?
I agree with your take. I actually posted this last night. I said, I don't care what the ratings say. The NHL playoffs always superior to the NBA. And
Yes.
I actually think this NBA postseason has been relatively exciting. You've had some upsets, right, in the early rounds. You've had some lower seeds. I know maybe not technically upsets in terms of the odds, but you've had some lower seeds advance, especially in the Western Conference. But the NHL, those Game 7s with those teams coming back were absolutely nuts. Now, that being said, both of those Game 7s came from the same pod of bracket in the West. I think that's the weaker of the 4 teams left in the Western Conference. I think the winner of that VGK Edmonton series is going to go to the Stanley Cup final. If you look at the odds right now, it was actually interesting when I was looking today. The market's pretty condensed. Like all 8 teams left are all kind of within 4 and 10-1, right? There's not like this true long shot or this true favorite like we see in the NBA. I think VGK, I mean, I don't want to be a homer, but Money Puck's got him at almost 14% to win the cup, and the odds right now plus 650, that's about 13%. So you're not getting a ton of value, but I do think the Western Conference team to represent in the cup will come from that Oilers Knights bracket there, and I would say VGK right now, who's the favorite, would be my choice.
Ooh, yeah, I like that call right now. All right, we're talking to Jared Smith, an awesome betting analyst, host on Fox Sports Radio, right here on the BetMGM Network. And make sure you follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Jared Smith Bets. Again, on X, at Jared Smith Bets. Jared, let's go to the NFL. Examining division odds in that sport, is there a plus money winner that has your attention?
You know, I was going through the division odds today, and there's a couple that are intriguing. I don't think I'm ready to pull the trigger yet, Brad, but here's what I'll say right out of the gate. Pittsburgh at 6-1. Are we assuming that the market's fully baking in Aaron Rodgers yet? I don't think fully.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That might be one where I don't think Pittsburgh's going to win the division with Aaron Rodgers, but if you want to talk about getting ahead of the market, I would not be shocked if you bet that now 6-1, Rodgers signs it's 5 or 4-1 in a few days. The ones that have realistic win equity, I think you get Houston at even odds. You get Tampa at plus 110. I mean, the South is disgusting. So I would expect the favorites to at least be in the race for pretty much the entire season there. And Warren Sharp came out with his projected strength of schedule this week. Niners at plus 170. The Niners have the easiest strength of schedule right now until we see the schedule in the NFL. I know everyone loves the Rams in the West, but I could see the Niners bouncing back. You're kind of buying low on them this year. So I would say those are the ones that stand out. The key is bet the divisions, Brad, where you can eliminate one team, right? Turn a 4-team market into a 3-team market, and then you feel like you can get a little bit better value.
Yeah, that's a good call there. Jared, we started the interview with baseball, so let's go and finish with a little spin of the stitches, shall we? What awards market, whether MVP, Cy Young, Rookie of the Year, in either league do you think is worthy of consideration? And obviously Aaron Judge when AL MVP is off the board at minus 900.
Why? Come on, we just parked that money, right? That's like a certificate of deposit. You know, we just parked that money in the bank for the next 5 months, and we know we're going to cash on it. No, I think in the NL, so like the Mets look like they're pretty for real. Of the Mets players, I think Soto has had the worst of the first month. So that would be probably my choice. Like in terms of a guy that probably has a little bit of upside. Right, we think the Mets are going to be in the race the whole year. We think Juan Soto eventually is going to play to his averages. He hasn't been terrible, but he hasn't been up to his level of expectation so far. And again, if we think the Mets are going to be this rocket ship in the NL East this year, I think Soto 14-1 maybe has a better summer than he had early spring.
Oh, yeah, that's a great call. I mean, Pete Alonso's been on fire this entire year, but I'm with you on the Mets. Francisco Lindor has been swinging a pretty hot bat as well. Yeah, I think that team is the real deal, Holyfield. Jared, we appreciate the time. Jared Smith, betting analyst, host on Fox Sports Radio and the BetMGM Network. Make sure you follow him on X, or he's always giving it to you there at Jared Smith Bets. Again, on X, at Jared Smith Bets. Jared, pet jackpot for me, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, man.
Good stuff, gentlemen. Good luck. I'll talk to you next week.
There he goes. Jared Smith, a man who has an adorable dog. And I love dogs. I really do. I've got a corpulent Norfolk Terrier who caught and ate a bird a couple of weeks ago. I'm dead serious. I went out to in the backyard. He's got this little area. I'm like, what the hell is he eating?
Yeah.
And he plucked a bird out of the air and just ate the whole damn thing.
Pretty impressive when you think about it, man. Right? Like, I don't know how he was feeling the next morning. I've never ate a bird, but that's really impressive.
Oh, you've eaten a bird. You've had some chicken. You've had some turkey.
Well, yeah, that's true. Just I've never plucked one out of the air. I did. True story though. One time, the first time ever, I went on a water slide. A bird landed on my head. It took my cousins tried to get me to go on this big water slide for like an entire summer, and I wouldn't do it. So the first time I go on it, a bird lands on my head. And my dad doesn't believe the story because he doesn't think that this is possible. But it did happen. My grandfather saw it. Some guy just started like punching the bird on my little 11-year-old head, just like whacking it. So that happened one time. So I don't really mess with birds, man. It's weird. Growing up, my grandma was afraid of them. The Hickok movie, The Birds, she was always afraid of it. So
oh yeah,
the only bird I acknowledge is Larry. Speaking of, man, if I love Jared. I hope he didn't jinx this. $100, 5.5 seconds to go. Tatum just missed a 3. Knicks have possession. If this game goes to overtime, that's where bad things happen. That's where dogs usually go to die. So let's hope that the Knicks win this. I still can't believe that they're tied up right now with the ball, 5 seconds to go here in game 1, man. Crazy finish.
It is absolutely crazy. Jalen Brunson now leading the way for the Knicks with 29 points, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds. Anunoby has had a monster game. 26 points, 4 rebounds, a couple of assists and a steal. Josh Hart with 14 and 11 in this one. I mean, Cat hasn't done jack nor squat really since the early stages of the game. He's got 12 and 9. That's a little bit misleading. Meanwhile, for the C's, Tatum leading the way with 21 points, 15 rebounds, and 6 assists. Does have 5 turnovers. Jaylen Brown with 20 points, 5 and 5. Derek White with 19 points and 9 rebounds. Drew Holiday, 16 points and 5 rebounds. And the Knicks are a team. Oh, wait, the score just changed on me, but it went back in time as I had it up on my Yahoo app. Yeah, still 5.5 seconds to go. 100 all between the Knicks and the Boston Celtics. And again, midway through the third quarter, I thought this sucker was going to be a blowout. But as you always say, Horvat, you want a team to get up by a lopsided amount because chances are they're going to squander it with that much time on the clock.
Well, that was the only reason why I thought that the Knicks would be able to make a comeback, man. And it was also kind of scary though because Boston was not shooting the ball well, shooting the 3 well, which is what I said. There's going to be one game in this series where they don't make 40% of their threes, and that's when usually they're in trouble. Like Jared said, they do play with their food, but they weren't shooting the ball well, and they were still up double digits on the Knicks. So wanted to see what was going to happen here. Now, oh no. So Boston, I think they had a foul to give. All right, so they used their foul, 5 seconds to go. It's always interesting seeing what Tibbs is going to draw out of the timeout. Most likely probably Jalen Brunson ISO, but we'll see, man. But yeah, in the NBA, I always joke you want to be down about 20. Unless you're the Clippers. Then you're just big screwed if you're down 20, it turns out.
Yeah, no question about it. All right, we got a little update on the dime, and unfortunately your Cubs wager on the under. I love that thing coming in tonight. That's gone. Bye-bye. Adios, amigo. 9-2. As the Giants were just making a comedy of errors over and over again. Cubs had the bases juiced. We're taking advantage. Now we got 11 total runs entering the top of the 7th. So hopefully the bullpen is going to come out and take care of business. But, man, the Cubs just keep putting crooked numbers up on the scoreboard. They're the best, arguably, and really undeniably, offense in baseball. They got some unfortunate news today with Shota Imanaga being placed on the DL with that hamstring strain that he suffered in the last start. But if they just keep, blasting the box score, it doesn't matter, Horvat, who's out there throwing, as long as it's like even a subpar start, their team is going to put 7, 8, 9, the occasional 10-run spot on the board.
It looks like my father-in-law wasn't so crazy a couple months ago when he said, I think PCA is going to be a top 5 player in baseball. And I was like, could he be a top 50 player in baseball? That would be really fun. But, I mean, this team is just so exciting. They run the bases. They hit with power. This is one of my favorite Cub teams of all time. I know it's early. It's only May 5th, right? A lot could go wrong, but I think they're going to add some arms. Hopefully, you get some of these. Hopefully, you get Shota back healthy. It's only a 15-day stint, but this offense, man, they're a scary-ass team.
Yeah, PCA 50-1 to win MVP. It's worth a sprinkle,
that.
folks, and that is no punchline or joke. All right, we got to take a little CFC here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Our cards in review. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Tonight on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
All good.
Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM the night after dark. Toronto right now up 5-4, an empty net goal there for Florida. 1:53 to go on ESPN, and we're going to have to sweat this thing out. Nothing that you could currently bet because the totals already went over and then some. And we got a 1-goal game, still 1:45 to go in the third period as Toronto's looking to take a 1-0 series lead against the Florida Panthers. They were slight dogs. This game pretty much closed as a pick. And we got a good one right now. The entire postseason, the entire Stanley Cup playoffs has been awesome and lived up to the hype, as it usually does. Right now, OKC, they're going to take care of business if you bet them in the first half. It looks like it's 5.5-point favorites. They're up 10. They have possession with 12 seconds to go, so they'll hold for the final shot. Denver had the lead in the first quarter, but then OKC just took over. You could tell that there was a little bit of rust because the Thunder haven't played in over 10 days. But tonight, now, all of a sudden, Denver looks like fatigue setting in after a 7-game series. They're down 60-50 at the half. We'll get that live line here in just about 1 second. Earlier tonight, the Knicks win as pretty big underdogs, 9-point dogs. They win 108-105 by 3. Total closes at 213, so that was a push. The Knicks on the money line, plus 310, so a nice little hit. Boston, a huge favorite on the money line tonight, minus 395. They go down 1-0. I want to see that series price, or at least look at it before we get out of here, if it's up. And then OKC currently a 12.5-point favorite. They closed as 10-point favorites, so looking pretty good. Total 224.5. Again, Toronto's up 5-4 on Florida. 1:55 seconds to go there. Major League Baseball, San Diego up 4-3 on the Yanks. They're just trying to get this game in, man. It is pouring rain right now. It looks like the movie The Fan. If you've ever seen it with Robert De Niro and Wesley Snipes, if you haven't, Mario, that should be on your list right there. 2-1 now, Mets over Arizona. Don't like to see that. The A's up 2-0 on Seattle. Dodgers go final. They win 7-4 over Miami. Cleveland and Washington gets postponed here in D.C. where it was raining. There was thunder. There was lightning. So that game scratched. We'll have a doubleheader, I believe, tomorrow. Braves win 4-0 over the Reds. And then the Cubs stay hot. That's where I got to bring you in, Brando, running the board out in Chicago. Brandon Combs. 9-2 winners tonight. They were big favorites, minus 176. The Giants just can't hit for whatever reason right now. Total goes over. Unfortunately, I bet the under. But Brandon, this Cubs team is damn good. They win again 9-2 tonight. Are you worried, though, about these injuries starting to pile up, especially with the rotation?
Season. And my thing was his last outing, he grabbed at that same hamstring, and they said it was just cramps. And then in this outing, he pulls the hamstring. So I think maybe they missed something there, but you know, this team offensively is so good that I think that they could overcome a couple of injuries in the starting rotation, especially, I mean, you got Cade Horton on the wings, and Cade Horton is shoving down in AAA right now. I mean, you're talking about a guy who hasn't given up more than 3 hits in any of his 6 starts down at AAA. He's got an ERA close to under 1 right now in Iowa. So I think that you'll be all right. I think it's time you give the kid a call up, let him see what he can do for a couple of weeks. Shoto's going to miss about 3 or 4 starts, and I think this offense can carry him through, though, man. They're so good.
Dude, Boyd's been really good, too, by the way. Like, really underrated. He's allowed 3 earned runs or fewer in each of his 7 starts this season, man. So, like, if he could stay consistent and you're getting enough offense, and that's the thing, like, not to be cliche guy, but, I mean, we're not even dealing with, like, 80, 90-degree weather yet. I mean, unless the bats go cold. I got to shut up, though, because I said that in, like, 2016. This is a dynasty, and then everybody forgot how to hit off-speed pitching. Like, literally everybody.
Yeah.
But, man, Ian Happ tonight, homers, drives in 3 runs. I love this Cubs team. And 22-14, they continue to take care of business. It's early, but they're a lot of fun.
Colin Ray's been a steal. You know, I mean, you've got guys pitching in on the offense that, I mean, you know, like you're talking about Carson Kelly, PCA. These guys are just having great seasons so far, and I like what you're seeing from them. If Colin Ray continues to pitch the way that he's pitching, and you bring up Cade Horton and you can put Ben Brown in the bullpen, I mean, you can do all that as your Toronto Maple Leafs hang on for the win here.
Big dub.
Yeah. Big dub for the Maple Leafs.
Can't believe you faded them, Brando. You got to be.
I faded them in the series, just so you know. Not tonight. I faded them in the series.
We're a family, Brando. Why?
Yeah,
we're a family.
We're one big Canadian family.
Because
you, me, Rachel, Dory.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just can't. I can't pull for any team from Canada to win the cup. Keep it in America, baby.
Pat McAfee
I like
over here.
that.
Speaking
USA.
big match coming up on
Attaboy.
Saturday, Mario. I don't know if you know this. Pat McAfee
versus-
is wrestling against Gunther, which Google him.
Oh yeah.
You need to Google Gunther. He is a freaking specimen.
This-
McAfee's pretty much gonna just fight this dude.
I saw this on Twitter today. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. The first thing I thought of is, holy crap, I don't care. And I just
It's because he's not a wrestling fan.
UFC 315's on this weekend. 2 title
McAfee's
fights.
gonna win.
Yeah, it works out great. The pay-per-view will be over, and then all of a sudden the UFC card will take over. It's going to work out great.
Okay, there you go. We'll
It's the same
double
company.
dip.
It's
Yeah,
the same
double
company.
dip.
TKO, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to The Rock.
Oh, yeah.
Game goes final, like you said. Toronto does win, so they take a 1-over series lead. I need now the Padres to hang on, which it's 4-3 in the 9th, and I would love for the Diamondbacks to come back and win this game against the Mets. Man, the Mets are good. Brandon, what do you think about Aaron Judge? He's like a minus 900 favorite to win the MVP. What he's doing is absolutely ridiculous. Do you think it'd be dumb to bet anybody else even to win that award? I mean, injuries happen, but what he's doing right now, and can he continue? Can he keep this up? He's hitting 400.
That's where I think like you could just because of the value in other players right now. Because sure, he's probably winning MVP, but if he gets hurt in July and he misses 2 months, somebody else is winning that award. So I think you can find value in other players, and you wouldn't be crazy to place a bet on other players right now. But if he stays healthy, man, nobody's touching him. I mean, what he's doing is absolutely insane right now.
I consider taking
it's
the
Barry
under on his
Bonds-esque.
homers. It is. And Barry Bonds, in my opinion, the greatest baseball player of all time, at least that I've witnessed,
He is.
at least that I've seen.
He is.
You know, and this
It's
is
not
without,
even close.
This is without the steroids too, bro. Like, he was a hell of a player. He was a 30-30 guy without the steroids. The steroids just made him a lot more fun. Made his head a lot bigger, but it made him a lot more fun.
And people talk about steroid, and they can talk about it all they want, but Major League Baseball made billions of dollars off of the steroid era. Then their hand got caught in the cookie jar, and they threw the players under the bus. Barry Bonds, the greatest player of all time, and it's not even close. Anybody that argues that has no clue what baseball is.
For sure. And on this show, at least from my point of view, we are a very pro-steroid show. Hell, I will be taking steroids in 2 months when I could finally lift again after shattering my shoulder and neck and back. All right, I got series prices really quick, Mario.
Yeah.
Celtics down to now minus 300 favorites.
Okay.
The Knicks plus 240 to win the series. Correct series result. Celtics in 5, plus 325. Celtics in 6, 3-1. Celtics in 7, plus 250. Or do you think that there's really any shot that the Knicks win this series? Or is that just a wake-up call for Boston?
That's just a wake-up call for Boston. KP also went out, which I believe he got sick. They shot really bad from 3. Knicks also did a good job on closing out on shooters. Like, the defensive effort that OG and Miles Bridges had late in that game is fantastic.
Yeah.
But don't get it confused at all. Boston is the much better basketball team. They're going to find their rhythm in this next game. They've been known that they've been playing with their food. They've been playing their best basketball. And when they do, Knicks are going to pay for it. They had a great game, great rally. Guess what? You're going to lose the rest of the series. It's going to be 4-1 Boston. I still stand by that.
I think at most, like, you bet like 6, right? Like Boston in 6 at 3-1, or you take a stab at 5. But I'm with you. I don't even think the series goes 7. The series that I think could go 7, and you said this, man, like the Cavs with injuries might be in some trouble. That series price has really shifted after one game, man. So also crazy both dogs win in the East. Pacers plus 180 now. Cavs minus 220. That price right there tells me that the Pacers have like a realistic shot. The Sirs, as we call them here on the show. Is it now? I'm not going to bet it because I could have had it like plus 500 or plus 400. But man, I think that'd be an awesome story. And all year I've kind of thought that the Cavs are a little fugazi. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
What do you think about that though, Mario?
It was plus 375 going into yesterday too.
Damn.
Yeah.
For them to win the series.
Should have just taken a little bite of that.
I think it's just if Garland's healthy and if Evan Mobley plays next game, the Cavs are going to bounce back big. But if they keep having this injury bug, man, the Pacers, they're too fast, they're too physical, they're too sound, they're too talented to, lose to a team that's not at their full capacity. So I think the Cavs are in massive, massive trouble right now. Tyrese Halliburton is getting more and more uncomfortable in late game scenarios. And if that becomes more and more of a thing, the whole East is going to be in big trouble. And not only Tyrese Halliburton, Nebard is one of the best wing defenders in the NBA.
Yeah.
He is the
And he's
most
shooting lights out.
annoying guy on the floor. He is every guard's worst nightmare. He's going to pick you up as soon as you walk on the floor, and he's going to put you down as soon as you go on the bench. It's just going to be waiting for you. It's like when you have a butler on a honeymoon. He's going to be right there.
Yeah.
That guy is a nightmare, and he's the most important piece to that Pacers team. Wouldn't be surprised if Cavs stay this unhealthy. I think Pacers win in 6. I think if they get all their guys back, it goes 7 and Cavs win. But it's going to be a long, long series for Cleveland.
Yeah, dude, I completely agree, man. I wish I would have at least played a little bit of that, man. Even if it was just pizza money. Nebhard, like you said, and because he's so solid defensively and he's such an old-school type player, they love when he goes off in these games like he did the other night. 23 points. He was 5 of 6, I believe, from 3. And then Halliburton right now, he's playing like he's – that was the other thing. Like, that was my takeaway watching that game, kind of half-ass watching that game because it was game 1 on a weekend. But, like, I was like, you know what, man? The Pacers took the Cavs' best shot in, like, the third quarter, I believe, and it almost just pissed them off, right? It was like a heavyweight fight where, like, it was like, remember the Simpsons episode where Homer, his whole objective is just to continue to get hit and tire out the opposing boxer? Like, the Pacers are playing with, like you said, like kind of like a chip right now. Halliburton, you know, he really took offense to that poll question or whatever it was. They called him the most overrated player. He was
I still think that's insane, but yeah.
Yeah, 22 points, 13 dimes, and you brought up the injuries for Cleveland. That would be my concern, man, if I was laying a big price on them or if I was one of those guys that were picking them to win the conference finals or win the championship. Kenny Atkinson wins Coach of the Year today, but the bad news is Mobley and Hunter, both questionable for Game 2. And Darius Garland's all beat up with the toe injury. Mobley, ankle injury. DeAndre Hunter, thumb injury. All questionable before tomorrow night's game. That's a short turnaround, too. So that series got a lot more interesting, man. And just maybe the Sirs are live. But be honest, though. Do you think that the Pacers could keep up with Boston in the 7-game series? Like, do you think we should be cheering for Cleveland just because they got a better shot?
Oof, that's a good question.
You know, that's what I would wonder.
Actually, I don't know. I think it's... Right now, I'd say it's 55-45 on like who can give the tougher chances to Cleveland. But like I think
Go Sirs.
Pacers can definitely give them in 5.
Yeah, I'm with you. Go Sirs. Tomorrow night, though, we'll be here for that one. They are 9-point dogs taking on Cleveland. Cleveland looking to bounce back. We also have Game 1 tomorrow out west. Minnesota laying 7.5, total 209.5. We're back tomorrow night.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. And now it's time for Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner.
Hey, welcome in. Back to the Futures. Back again here with our great friends at the BetMGM Network. Obviously, the show is presented by BetMGM Sportsbook, born in Vegas. I'm Brandon Sprague over here in Portland. Over there is my main man, to quote Ahmad Rashad. Will Ortner, the pride of Hockinson, Washington, the 71st greatest offensive lineman in Hockinson high school history, according to most publications. Will, good evening, my man. How are we doing? I see you're still walking or rocking the wood grain closet behind you. How was the weekend?
The weekend was good, man. I had a brother and a sister-in-law come into town for the Derby, so got to go hang out with them. I'm bouncing back and forth between my apartment and a dog that I'm sitting, so me and Pepper are having a good time. And we got some great sports, man. Although the NBA wasn't great last night, the NHL more than made up for it. Big Mikko Rantanen fan now.
How about that guy, right? From hero to villain pretty quickly for Abs fans. I want to ask you, before we get into the meat of the show today, which is a lot of NBA, right. You're a big Derby guy? You're a big Kentucky Derby guy? Or is this like a one-off, brothers coming up, we're visiting, we're hanging out, let's make it an event? Here's Derby, it's an event.
The Cinco de Mayo and the Kentucky Derby has become a thing in my life after college. So during college, this weekend was always when Central Washington had our spring game. So I didn't really care about the Derby. I didn't really care about Cinco de Mayo. It was all about football. Then what was I going to do after football? Well, now that I'm in forced retirement, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, there are things happening. Last year was the first year I bet on the Derby. I won the Derby as a rookie, bet on Michigan 20-1. No big deal. Thank you, Randy Moss. And ever since then, I think I've been a little bit addicted to betting at least the three big races. I like betting the Derby, I like betting Preakness, and I like betting Belmont. Unable to get a win or a place, but I did get Baeza for show. So I do want to shout out Randy Moss. He gave me that one on You Better You Bet. It was a great interview.
Very quickly, though, can you give us the three horses you did bet on, like that didn't place?
Yeah, I mean, of course I had to bet on journalism, but I bet on journalism straight up to win. I didn't bet win, play, show, which is a normal thing for me. I just bet him straight up to win because his odds weren't all that great. And then I bet on Luxor Cafe. I don't really remember my exact reasoning for it, but I just I feel like Randy had said something. I'm sure he did, and so it's like, okay, well, I'll bet on Luxor Cafe then. I wish I bet on Sovereignty. I thought about it. I mulled it over. I didn't pull the trigger. Should have pulled the trigger.
Well, going on right now, Kentucky Derby yesterday. You mentioned the basketball yesterday. We'll get to that. Right now, we've got Pacers Cavs. Game one, we got a doubleheader today. We got game one of the Eastern Conference second round. Indiana at Cleveland, the 4-1. Cleveland came in today as an 8.5-point favorite. Money line was pretty juicy here. You had Cavs minus 360, so bet $360 to win 100. And then the one I jumped on, and it's not looking great right now, but I did it sheerly out of the odds. Pacers plus 280. The over-under's 229.5. Right now, there is a TV timeout, and the Pacers are only down one. They just had a nice block at the rim, and the ball landed on a Cavs. So a nice block and causing the change of possession there. So Indiana's got a chance to go up with the lead here in the fourth quarter. Where were you at on this matchup? When we have one show a week, a lot can happen. And so last time we talked, we didn't have this matchup. Where are you at on Indiana, Cleveland going in? I think Indiana can win this series. I think Indiana can push this to 7. And so I took Indiana money line because it was a juicy money line bet. But where are you at in general in the feel for this series?
I think we're kind of in the same spot. Like, I didn't really know what to think about Indiana because I don't really think that highly of Milwaukee, especially after Dame went out with his torn Achilles. I mean, shoot, remember, this is what, week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, there was talk that Dame might not even play in this series, then all of a sudden he was, and it just felt like there was too much going on with the Bucks, and I didn't feel like they could really push the Pacers, but that didn't tell me how good I thought the Pacers truly were going to be. Like, I like Halliburton, but I feel like at times he can be too passive instead of going and attacking the rim. Siakam, he's been there, done that before, but I still don't think that he's an A, right? Like, he's probably a B plus, B type of player. It just feels like they have a collection of really good players running into a Cavaliers team that has a true superstar in Donovan Mitchell. So when I was going back and forth on this series, I think I'm with you where I think the Cavs win. I think they win in 6 or 7. Neither one would surprise me. Anything less than that would shock me. But I think that this is going to be a series where it's within a couple buckets throughout most of the game. I don't think you're going to see a big blowout one way or the other. The Pacers are grimy. They're gritty. They're going to fight through a bunch of stuff. I just think that the talent and the different ways that the Cavs can beat you is going to be enough to outlast the Pacers and win this series. There's a reason why the Cavs were the best team in the East all season long.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, I don't want to disrespect Cleveland. Their season was phenomenal. Evan Mobley, more than deserving of winning Defensive Player of the Year. By the way, cash the ticket for Back to the Futures. I said months ago, once Wemby went down, I liked Evan Mobley's odds the most. Jaren Jackson Jr. had juicy odds at that point, and Draymond was a little bit of a long shot, and he kind of came back to the front of that line very briefly for a couple week stretch, but I didn't quite understand that. That felt like more of a reaction to Jimmy's impact getting traded from Miami to Golden State. And so I liked Evan Mobley all along. He cashes that ticket. Evan Mobley, Defensive Player of the Year. Mitchell, we'll see where he ends up, MVP type votes and all that stuff. We still got to tally it, but more than had a dominant season for them. I just also, with Indiana, I agree that I don't know if there's a superstar. I think Halliburton, fair or not, is a star. Now, the level of star, I think, is up for interpretation. He was voted the most overrated player by the players, according to an athletic poll. And I think since that's happened, he's done nothing but perform well. And his dad will tell you about it, too, if he does. But I think the thing about Indiana is Siakam, to me, on a really great team, is like the perfect third option. He can have a game where he can be a 2. He can have a half where he's even a 1. But for the most part, he's your perfect 3. You know who else is kind of this way? I think when he plays, Miles Turner's a little bit of this. Like, Miles Turner can do a lot of grimy things, pick and pops. On nights, he can be a good 2. And some halves, he can be like, oh, Miles Turner has 19 at the half. That's exactly what you need. But I think that collection, McConnell, really disciplined ball handler, point guard. Obi Toppin's had a fantastic year for them. Obviously, you've got Nembhard and Nesmith off of the bench. I just think they're a really good team. Carlisle's a great coach, and they know their identity. They're tied right now, by the way. Cleveland is shooting free throws, about 7 minutes to go. And so that's why I took a flyer on them in this game and why I legitimately think they can win the series. They were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. And I know they got swept, but let's replay those games. They were up double digits, I think, in every single one of those games. They just couldn't quite close out. So I think Indiana's live here for a potential upset. This also could just be the first game jitters, being off for a minute for Cleveland because they took care of business in round 1 against Miami. And we'll see. Maybe game 2 it'll be different. But I think Indiana knows who they are. And knowing your identity at this point while having that confidence carry over from what you were last year, I just think that's something worth betting on. The question's going to be, can Mitchell and Mobley kind of carry the load since we don't seem to have Garland playing?
Yeah, I'm interested to see how much of a step up that Mitchell takes in this series as long as Garland is out. And even when he does come back, what type of player are we going to get out of Garland? Is he going to be at 60%, 70%, 80%? Like, what are we going to get out of him? You saw this year Donovan Mitchell kind of take a step back in certain scoring roles and being on the ball quite as much because he learned or has been taught that it's going to be better in the long run for the team to have good ball movement, moving it around. I just got done reading the 3 Ring Circus book about the Lakers, and you see in the book all the time about how much anger the Lakers have towards Kobe. And it's not because that Kobe was just being a ball hog and shooting all the time. It's that they could never get into the flow. So then when Kobe would get doubled and the rare occasion that he would pass the ball to Shaq or Fox or Horry or whoever you want to throw in there, they were cold and they weren't able to get their shots up. And so sometimes they were hitting everything. Sometimes they were hitting nothing, and it was very inconsistent. So you saw a lot of anger because they could never get the consistency. Donovan Mitchell has been taught, hey, man, sometimes you need to give up 2 or 3 shots a game so that other guys can get their shots and be consistent. And you can see from a leadership standpoint that Donovan Mitchell has done that. I wonder, with Garland out, does he now take those 2 or 3 shots that he was taking last year to kind of pick up the slack for his fallen brother?
Well, we got another game. This one, a game 7. We had a game 7 yesterday in the association. We got another game coming up after this Pacers-Cavs game, and that's going to be Houston hosting Golden State, game 7. After what I would say most of us, I think you and I talked for the show. Yep. We both took Houston. I was kind of zigging while everybody was zagging. Totally get why people would take the Warriors here. But I think Houston's legitimately a good team. Now, they are missing that solid number 1 option. I won't refute that. I think their offense can be a bit puzzling at times, but I think defensively is why I bet them. And then I'm just kind of fading the public a little bit. This one's interesting. Houston's a slight favorite in this game, and I know that they're hosting game 7 as, a 2 seed, but they're 2.5-point favorites. They're a minus 140 on the money line. The Warriors are plus money here. Where are you at, and do you think the books have this right? Should Houston be the favorite, and how are you feeling as a Houston bettor for the series?
Well, I'll tell you right now, I think most people zigged or they stayed with Golden State. They've been there. They've done that before. You zagged for basketball reasons. I zagged for gambling reasons only. I was going to bet whoever was the plus money team in this series. It just felt like it could go either way. So where was the value? It was going to be on the team that was plus money. If Golden State was plus money, I was going to ride with Steph and the Warriors. If it was Houston, I was going to bet on the young kids and Van Vliet, right? And so it happened to be that it was Houston at the beginning of the series that they were plus money. That's the only reason why I bet on this Houston team. After watching this series, I hate that they're favored in game 7. I understand that it's a home game. I understand that they've won the last 2 games big, but I swear in games 1 and game 4, when they needed a bucket, they went to Alperen Şengün, and I just didn't feel comfortable with that matchup against Draymond. Draymond, for all the trouble that he causes, he is unbelievable in crunch time defense of not getting that foul, going straight up and forcing a difficult shot. Şengün wasn't able to get to the bucket and get a shot that was a quality look. He misses it. Jimmy goes and gets the rebound, and they end up losing that game. I worry that this game is going to be close and that it's going to go Golden State's way. It feels like in Golden State, whether it's right or wrong, you know who's going to take a final shot. It's one of 2 guys. If they need a 3, obviously it's going to be Steph. And if it's not Steph, it's going to be him making the smart pass to Jimmy Butler, right? When I look at this Warriors team, I don't trust anyone to go get me a bucket. Van Vliet can have a game where he goes 50, 60% from the three. He can also have a game where he shoots 5% from the three. Amen Thompson, I think the world of that kid. He's unbelievable, really fun to watch. He's going to be a superstar in the league. Well, he's going to be a star, right? Maybe a superstar. I don't trust him in late minutes. I hate watching Şengün. It reminds me in Portland of watching Nurkic at times where, yes, I get that you get your buckets, but it just doesn't feel right. It's awkward moving. I would so much rather have the Warriors be the favorite in this one. I would feel so much better about Houston winning the series if they weren't the favorites in this game. And I know that doesn't make a lot of sense, but it makes sense in my brain.
Yeah, I think the thing that's tough about this series is which side do you trust? I think it's easy to look at the Warriors and go, well, playoff Jimmy, Game 7, guaranteeing victory. Steph Curry, points-wise, fine, but like shooting-wise, you can kind of tell that thumb is bothering him a little bit, right? Dylan the villain, Dylan Brooks saying, I'll go at the thumb. I don't care. If you're out there, you're out there. I think the thing here is I agree with the sentiment of who should be the favorite and how I feel about it, but I'm also like, what are those last two games? Like, am I just supposed to disregard what happened in Game 5 and Game 6? This is a 3-1 series lead, and they smacked them at home by 30, right? Game 6, Golden State, like this series is a wrap. They're over. I did an alternate spread of Golden State -8. I thought this was going to be an ending to a series and maybe a fight at the end. Nope. Fourth quarter they locked down defensively, the Golden State Warriors. Draymond Green has 15 made field goals and 19 turnovers. So, like, Draymond's a problem offensively. Pedigree's there's no doubt. But this is where I kind of want, like you mentioned, Fred VanVleet. I mean, I kind of do trust it. His last couple games, he's just been in fuego. Now, being at home in Game 7 and the minute you go down, the crowd nerves, like all that's real. But I think that's the hard thing with this series. No matter whether you liked Houston or you like Golden State, I don't think either side should feel all that confident. And so it's a matter of like, what do you buy? Do you buy 3 of the first 4 games and the way it went? Or do you buy the last 2 to get us to this point? And I think that's the tough thing to gauge because that's a Houston Rocket team that might be deficient of talent in terms of having that number one go-to option offensively. But it's not a team that lacks toughness. It's not a team that lacks, grit and determination and defense and good coaching. That's for damn sure. So I'm looking forward to this one. I think it's going to end up being a good game. At least I'm hoping so because, my God, yesterday's Game 7 in the NBA playoffs was woof. Buzz your girlfriend bad. We need to talk about that. So we'll get to that coming up on the other side. We got some other futures to talk about in the NBA playoffs, and we'll give you a quick update. This one just went to a TV timeout in Cleveland, Indiana, and the Cavs, and where that score is as well. So it is a loaded show. Will Ortner hanging out with us as always. I'm Brandon Sprague over here in Portland. We're back with more Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to the futures here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Brandon Sprague with Will Ortner, who is the 88th greatest offensive lineman out of the Hockinson High School pipeline. You can look it up. You can find it at every website, www.offensivelinemanranking.com, www.heavyboysbigd.com. You'll see a picture of Will Ortner. He'll have long flowing locks from his days in high school. But we're hanging out with you here on a Sunday evening. We were talking about that game one of Indiana-Cleveland, which is 114-106. Paces are up right now, so my money line bet's feeling okay. But there is still 2:21 remaining in the fourth quarter. Cleveland has the ball. They're taking a side out right now, 14 on the shot clock. So we'll try to keep you updated as much as we possibly can. I think set to start here in about 10 minutes to 13, depending on this game, is going to be that Houston-Golden State game, which, look, I love doing this show. I say this all the time. But if I'm able to catch a lot of the action off air, I'm usually pretty excited. So if this game starts closer to 5:45 Pacific, I will be very happy because I won't miss all that much on the program. We have a lot to get to. I want to talk about some futures of some teams, some matchups that we have here in round 2. We only have one more first-round series to dictate, and that is that Golden State-Houston series. Halliburton with an up and under 116-106 now, minute 50 to go. So Indiana might be stealing home court today in this game 1. Let's talk about the game 7 yesterday. My Lord, if there ever was a day where casual / non-diehard basketball fan was like, okay, I'm out, it was that game. Now, that game was close. Clippers were up after the first quarter. Nuggets come back in the second. Third's kind of tight. Boom. Big, massive Nuggets run. Clippers are out, man. James Harden has the worst field goal percentage of any player in Game 7 history. He is, historically the worst Game 7 player in league history, I think, for most people. Scored 7 points. And I don't want him let off the hook because he wasn't as bad as Harden. Kawhi Leonard shot the ball 13 times in a Game 7. I'm sorry. If Harden hasn't not going, I need Kawhi to shoot 20 times. That's just I'm falling away with Kawhi shooting all our shots. Didn't do it, and the Nuggets just absolutely housed the LA Clippers. Game 7, they're moving on. Were you surprised by the Clippers' performance in Game 7?
I was surprised by their performance. I wasn't surprised by James Harden's performance. I feel like when you get into a crucial game, Game 5 or Game 7, Game 5 when it's tied in the series, Game 7 when it's obviously win or go home, it feels like Harden seems to shrink for whatever reason. That being said, I would have thought that Zubac and Kawhi would have picked up the slack. Honestly, I would have thought Nick Batum, a guy who's been in the NBA for years, would have been able to pick up the slack. And it just felt like once the Nuggets onslaught got going, it was over at that point. I don't want to say that the Nuggets had completely figured out the Clippers after Game 5 because they obviously lost Game 6 and it wasn't all that close. It just felt like once the Nuggets got back to Denver, the Clippers had their chance to win, the 2 games up in Denver at the beginning. They should have won Game 1 in Denver. If Kawhi holds onto the ball one series or if James Harden holds onto the ball in the other one, they win that game. They win that series in 6, right? You go down the list. If Jokic ends up shooting the ball, 2 feet further, they win Game 3 or Game 4, whatever that was, where Aaron Gordon has his big dunk at the very end of it. So it felt like the Clippers kind of played with their food, and then it got to the point where they couldn't play with their food anymore. It was over. If you're a basketball fan too, the juxtaposition of having that Game 7 go on at the same time as the Stars Avalanche Game 7, I think is rough. Because you hear a lot of that negative talk from non-NBA fans or NBA casuals where they go, oh, it's not the same, it's not the same, it's not the same. Look at the NHL. It just felt like all of the haters of basketball won yesterday because they got to say, hey, that Game 7 wasn't a very good game. And you have the NHL over here where they're fighting and dying and Ratnan's going off and scoring 3 goals in one period against his former team to win the whole thing. I just felt like if you're an NBA purist, that day kind of had to suck for you a little bit.
Oh, no doubt. I won't refute that. I also think less people know the significance of the result of that hockey game. They might have caught it, and it certainly was more entertaining than what happened. There was a payback by a former Avs player who's now a star. I get all of it. All we want is to get to a Game 7 in sports, and sometimes they deliver and sometimes they don't. For every Stars Avs Game 7, I could probably give you a Game 7 from another hockey series that maybe it was 3-1, 3-0, 4-1, whatever it may be. That doesn't have to be the end-all, be-all of negatives. You got to Game 7. Now, I want to ask you this. If I would have told you going into Game 7, Jokic is going to score 16 total points, who wins to you?
Oh, it's Clippers. Easy. If Jokic goes in and scores 16, unless he has 20 assists, I would have thought that the Clippers end up getting it done. Kawhi, for whatever reason, he's either on him, helping shut him down, or he's shutting down one of the ancillary pieces. He's shutting down Murray, or he's shutting down Brown, or he's shutting down Gordon. Like, he's doing something to where they're allowing Jokic to get his assists, but not to get his points, and they're going to try and shut someone else down. I would have thought the Clippers won this game. So to see the rest of the supporting cast kind of fill up and do what Denver needs to get done to win this game, you have to feel a little bit better going into the OKC series if you're a Nuggets fan.
And that's kind of my point, is like 16 points. Okay, I'll give you the full stat line, 16, 10, and 8. And that's not a horrible stat line, but like if I would have told you that's the stat line from Jokic,
yeah,
you still would have taken the Clippers to win that. And like that's kind of what we're talking about here is in Game 7 in sports, sometimes we have this myth that we create in sports where it's like the all-time great athletes in Game 7 are always awesome. And it's not that Jokic was bad. It's just that he didn't need to be awesome. He was Jokic. And it like a subpar Jokic game for what his standards are. People forget the Lakers beat the Celtics in a Game 7 in the NBA Finals. Kobe Bryant was god-awful in that basketball game. Like, if we went back and watched that, I think Kobe was something like 6 for 24 or something. It was like an all-time awful stat line. But guess what? Ron Artest made a play. Pau Gasol was awesome. They win Game 7 at home. Game 7s just are very unpredictable. And so going in, if I tell you that's the Jokic stat line, you take the Clippers, but then I give you the stat line of all the other players. And it wasn't just that like Murray didn't go for 50. It was the bench. It was Christian Brown, Russell Westbrook, good Russell Westbrook. It was Aaron Gordon had a nice series for himself in this one. And the other side, it's like, well, James Harden is an all-time bad Game 7 big game player. Kawhi was meh. Zubac was meh. Like Zubac shot 10 times and made 5 field goals, and that was kind of it. Other than that, like, who did you get anything from, right? So the Clippers roll, guys, and I think this is very interesting. I want to get to the Nuggets and the other series here, but like, what do you do if you're the Clippers? You have no draft capital because you traded it all for this Kawhi era, right? Mm-hmm. But James Harden is the worst Game 7 star of all time. Like, I'll give you one further. I don't know how many MVPs in the NFL. I know Dale Murphy in Major League Baseball. James Harden's not a Hall of Famer. James Harden's an all-time stat patter who has not delivered in a big moment. If you haven't had even one of those moments, you're not in the Hall of Fame. So I know that's going to be a little bit of a debate when he does get in, because everybody that breathes on a basketball gets in the Hall of Fame because it's a joke. But James Harden is not a Hall of Famer to me. You cannot be that bad in a Game 7 and never have a moment. And he's largely going to have his whole career with it. What do you do if you're the Clippers? Do you look to trade Kawhi? Do you trade James Harden? Like, what do you do if you're the Clippers? Because you cannot run this back in good conscience and say, well, Kawhi got healthy. Okay, is he going to be healthy next year? There's zero evidence that's true. James Harden can't carry a team. Like, Zubac is good, maybe third-team All-NBA guy, but what do you do if you're the Clippers?
Well, I don't know if there is any move to do. Like, who's going to take on Harden for his contract, for his age? And I think you can make an argument, and I know this is a regular season argument, but he has helped in the growth of Zubac. The pick and roll that they've done, you saw what he did when he was in Houston with Clint Capella. Like, remember, when Harden was in Houston and he was at his peak, remember, like, he won an MVP. He made Clint Capella a lot of money. And Clint Capella is a good basketball player. I don't know that he's quite as good as Zubac was. And, you know, maybe there's a little bit of revisionist
Where was that in
history
the
there.
playoffs?
He doesn't perform in the playoffs. But again, who's going to take on his contract? How do you get younger? What moves do you make?
So you're just going to run this back? The solution is run it back?
Unfortunately, I think you run it back or you blow it completely up. And do you want to blow it completely up?
Yes.
After you just built the whole new stadium. You think that's what
yes.
Ballmer's going to do?
No, I don't. I think Ballmer's going to do what he can to sell tickets and keep revenue coming in. And he's going to be like, well, what did he do? Developers develop. Playoff team. Yeah! Like, he's going to do the Ballmer thing, the shtick. And Ty Lue's going to get the accolades of being one of the best coaches while being outcoached by the guy who just, subbed in because they fired everybody in Denver. I'm just saying, like, would I blow it up? I would. What have they achieved? They've achieved nothing. And this series is maybe the biggest indictment. I mean, I know they blew a 3-1 lead to the Nuggets in the bubble, but like that's the bubble. So like maybe the bubble and the mental health stuff, all that. This was analytically, they should have won this series. They choked game 1 away, right? They went on a 39 run to come back against Denver just to allow Aaron Gordon to alley-oop at the buzzer. And like it's one thing to lose maybe at a buzzer beater or lose in a really tight contest. Like you got embarrassed in game 7. You got thrown around like rag dolls. Like, yeah, what have I accomplished in this era? The best thing I've accomplished is getting rid of Paul George and building a new arena. That's all. This team has accomplished nothing else. So, like, I took the Clippers to win this series. I'm a little pissed because I think they're the better team. But, what would I really be getting excited for? Like, there's like 8 Clippers fans that are real, and I know one of them. There's nothing to get excited about with this team next year. It's going to be like, hey, you know that feisty first-round team that got to Game 7? They're back. It's like, cool. Okay, and what are they going to be? So it might be reactionary, but yeah, I would definitely look to blow that up. Now, I don't know if you have thoughts on what I just said there, but like also Denver. I think Denver's going to lose in 5. I'll just come out and say it. I think the Thunder are going to house the Nuggets in this one. I have Thunder in 5 in this next series.
I've long ago put a bet in a future on Back to the Futures on my Oklahoma City Thunder, formerly Seattle Supersonics, on them to get out of the West. I just like the way that they can play. They can beat you in so many different ways, and they're going to have the MVP this season. I could see Denver being feisty, getting this to a Game 6, but I think that OKC takes care of business. Now, I do want to get back to what you were talking about with the Clippers because I do think it's interesting. I don't think you're wrong, right? You're not wrong. Can you trust Kawhi at this age to stay healthy or at least to be healthy in the postseason? That's why everyone was so excited about this year because he finally was. And analytically, you're right. They were playing at a high level. But here's the problem. They run into this Nuggets team. Harden falls apart Game 5 and Game 7. That's what he's amped to do. Who do you trade him for? Who do you get rid of him that you bring in that's going to satisfy Bomber? Because I do think there comes a point with a lot of these NBA owners where it is about getting as many stars as possible. Look, not to be the guy that read one book and then just keeps drawing everything back to the one book that he read, but you can look at the last 2 years of that Kobe Shaq dynasty there in LA. They all freaking hated each other. They all hated each other, and they didn't want to play with one another. And instead of just going out and saying, hey, we're going to take Kobe and we're going to build around him, or we're going to take Shaq and we're going to build around him, what does Jerry Buss do? He goes, oh, Gary Payton, you're like a 12-time All-Star. I'm going to grab you. Hey, Karl Malone, you're the second best scorer of all time in NBA history. I'm going to grab you. Do either one of them fit the system that they're running? No, they absolutely do not. And they're old, but they're stars. And that's going to get people in the building. People call them a super team and expect them to win a bunch of titles. I see Bomber going down that route. I'm not saying that that's the right route. I think I'm more in line with you. Blow the whole thing up. Suck for a year or two. Trust the process. Go out and get young stars. People are going to want to play in LA, especially in the new building, especially if you're paying them. But that doesn't seem to be the way that most NBA owners handle those situations, especially after you just built a new stadium.
Totally get it. And we'll get to some series futures here. By the way, Pacers final. They win Game 1. They've stolen game home court and won Game 1. Cash plus 280 right there on the Yesers. Winning Game 1 money line bet. That was a nice one. We'll see what the next one is. I just would say this, like, you keep going to Harden, and I'm not a Harden guy at all. I never have been.
Right.
I mean, Kawhi's the one that's going to fetch you the stuff. You don't have draft capital, and I would argue that you should lean into it because you have good talent evaluation. Who took SGA? Now, you loved SGA, but you had to throw him in a pick or a trade because you wanted to get Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. Nobody blames you for that in the moment. Did you go get Zubac from the Lakers? Yeah, you identified that pretty easily. You got good eye for talent. I don't know what you're selling to people anymore. Like, nobody's going to trust that next year. Let's get to some futures for these other matchups that we have. Game 7 for Houston Golden State around the corner. We're going to wrap it up. Back to the futures, back with more on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the futures. We'll be back with Brendan Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we have a lot to get to here in the final segment of the program. Back to the futures here on the BetMGM Network, of course. We got Game 7 in Houston. Golden State is just about to tip, and I will tell you very quickly, side note, is the jersey choice of the Houston Rockets is not making me feel more confident. It's making me feel less confident. They're going with the H-Town across. I don't mind the center court, but it's like, why aren't we wearing the old school Rocket jersey instead of this H-Town one? It's a bit ridiculous, but I digress. Important little note for the show's sake. My Atlanta Braves are currently on ESPN, and they are up in the 6th inning. Although there's runners on the corners, they're up 4-1 on the Dodgers. Dodgers have dominated the series. Now, Will, I think we've got a difference of opinion here based on how things are going. My baseball team, they're playing significantly better. They're going to lose their first series, I think, in their last 5. But they're playing better baseball after coming out the gate slow and getting waxed by the Dodgers and the Padres to start the season. I've had a little bit of a depressing season as a Bravos fan. You being a Mariners fan, you've had a slightly different feel. But do you buy your red-hot Seattle Mariners?
Yes, I'm ready to be hurt again. It's like a toxic girlfriend that says that she is going to change. She's going to quit texting her ex. She's going to delete Snapchat. There will be no late night missed calls or anything like that. It's fantastic. I'm ready to get hurt. Matt Brash just came back. We've won, 8 straight series. Cal Raleigh, anytime he's on the left side of the plate with a torpedo bat, he just hits home runs. Edgar Martinez made it possible so that everyone can hit. Logan Gilbert's going to come back. George Kirby looked fantastic in his AAA rehab start. I don't know what's not to like about the Mariners. Oh, and Andres Munoz is the best closer in the AL right now, and he won the AL Relief Pitcher of the Month award. So at this point, I think we should just stop playing, go right to the World Series, Mariners and Dodgers, and we'll just duke it out from there. Why wait until September for people to get hurt or players to come back? We should just play right now and let the season be over. Let my Mariners finally get a championship that they have so thoroughly deserved.
Absolutely. There's definitely no history with the Mariners to suggest this is all going to end very poorly whatsoever. But we digress. That is where our fandoms stand right now in Major League Baseball. It's been a fun season so far, even if your team isn't out of the gate very strongly. Want to remind you guys to step into the batter's box with BetMGM. Snag this odds boost token and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your MLB bet this season. So if you're interested, go to BetMGM and step into the batter's box. It is 8-2 Warriors. So already off to a rip-roaring start. Our beloved Houston Rockets in the Game 7. Draymond's hitting threes. Houston will not win this series. All right, let's go to some series odds. So very quickly, we both like Oklahoma City. Now, I think OKC can win this in 5. That's plus 200 at BetMGM. You're saying more OKC in 6, which I'm actually keeping my eye on because I want to be right, but I love boosted odds. And so OKC in 6 to win the series against Denver would be a plus 450. Thoughts?
I like it a little bit more now. My thought process on this is just Nikola Jokic is going to have a game or two in this series where it's going to keep things close. When he needs to, he can go out and score. When he needs to be the facilitator, he can do that. And he's going to figure out how the Thunder are going to play him, right? He's going to find open looks for his teammates. And I believe that this Denver team, because for the most part, it is still largely, at least from the contributors, from that same team that won that title 2 years ago. I mean, obviously Westbrook's an addition, but aside from that, it's really just a couple guys that left, not a couple guys that got added in. So I do think that they've been through a lot of postseason wars together. Jamal Murray at times has shown that he can turn back in to that 2022-23 Jamal Murray. So I do believe that Denver is going to be able to get at least one game and be inside of 4 or 5 points and a couple others. So I'm going to keep my fingers crossed on that one. The other one I was looking at on that was just parlaying the Thunder at minus 800 and the Celtics at minus 800. I know that's not exactly going to get me plus money odds, but it's going to get me better odds.
Minus money odds, right?
I believe so. It's not going to be plus money because they're both at minus 800. But I think that could also be a safe play where I look at it kind of like an investment and I just throw in the money and say, hey, it's going to come back. It's going to pay me. It's not going to double my money, but hey, all you need to do is get 7% for 7 years and I'll double my money that way. I think that's how math works.
Updated series odds. Cavs are a minus 205 despite losing in game 1 at home. Pacers are plus 172. Where are you at on this series? Did today change your mind in any way? And are we going with the plus money of Indiana? Or, by the way, Draymond has 2 threes now. Like, this is insane.
It's over.
Are we going with the plus money Pacers? Or do you think the Cavs, this is game 1, they've been off, they're shaking off that rust, they'll make their adjustments? Where are you at on this series? Those odds, BetMGM, Cavs minus 205, Pacers plus 172.
I think I'm going to personally stay away from the series, but if I was going to bet on it, I would still side with the Cavs. I think I might start looking at maybe how long will the series go. I think now would be a time to bet that at that 7-game stretch. I think the Pacers have shown that they are clearly a force to be reckoned with. And, like I had said earlier in this program, you didn't know how good this Pacers team was because that Bucks team wasn't that good, right? It was a shell of what it was before because of all the injuries and the age. And, well, Kyle Kuzma's not very good at basketball. So I didn't know how much I could take out of that Pacers going in and dominating that Milwaukee team. It's very clear now that this Pacers team is a force to be reckoned with. And if the Cavs try and play with their food, they're going to be in trouble. I think that Donovan Mitchell and that crew, they're going to be able to take a step forward in game 2. They're not going to want to go down 0-2 in this series and then have to go on the road. And I think you're just going to see a knock 'em, sock 'em, drag it out affair. And I don't think you're going to see a lot of games that lead to blowouts in this series. This is going to be a fun series. This might be the most fun series of the second round. I think it's going to be back and forth the entire way as you see two teams battle for that second best spot in the East. Look, I know the Cavs are they finished the season higher than Boston. The East is still Boston. You got to beat the champs to be the champs right now. And so that's why I think this would set up to be the second best team in the East, not the first.
Yeah. If Indiana pulls off a game 2 stunner, that's going to shift. It's going to be minus money. If you
100%.
believe that Indiana can do it, I think you might as well be served to take a half of a unit. If you want to lay a full unit, whatever your unit is. I love in America that everybody that does a gambling show pretends they got big units. Reality is stats say everybody's unit's small. So whatever your unit size is, never be insecure about your unit. Lay a unit. It's plus money. It's plus 172. Pacers at home are hard, and they pulled off a game 1 stunner. So we'll see what the series is, but maybe Pacers plus money now is the way to go. Now, if they lose, it's going to increase in Pacers plus money. So even if they do take an L, maybe you wait and then you take Pacers plus money. Cavs, very good team. I don't want to discredit the fact that they could still win the series. Trying to search for the Celtics in 4 odds. Celtics, Knicks. Round 2, past the Pistons. Knicks are a plus 550 to win this series. The Celtics, as you had mentioned, are a minus 800, as we both kind of agree that Celtics are the cream of the crop in the East still. I want to see what these odds are with Celtics in 4. Where are you at in that series? I just don't think this series is very long. Celtics in 4, by the way, have a sweep, plus 325. Now, do you think it's a sweep, or do you think it's a 5-gamer, or do you got the Knicks maybe pulling an upset or going long and going the distance in the series?
I think the Celtics absolutely smacked the Knicks. Just look at the regular season. The Knicks really couldn't beat the Cavs. They really couldn't beat the Celtics. For whatever reason, they're not built for it. Look, Jalen Brunson's going to have good games. I think Cat will have a game or 2 where Cat looks awesome. Cat's also going to have a game or 2 where Cat looks horrific. I mean, game 6 of that series, he largely disappeared. Now, without him in game 4, the Knicks don't win that series, right? If he doesn't go off and hit 2 huge shots, one where he's literally behind the basket, another one where he's taken the shot darn near from Wisconsin to win that game, they don't win that series without him. So I just look at this Knicks team, and I don't think that they have the bodies to throw at the Celtics. And for whatever reason, sometimes they're just bad matchups. And I think this Knicks team is a bad matchup for what they want to do to this Boston Celtics team. The other thing about this series is, how does Drew Holiday come back? How does he play? Obviously, Jaylen Brown's been dealing with some injury issues. This Boston team, they're known for their depth. Well, if they have 2 guys that aren't going to be able to play much or play as a shell of themselves, well, maybe that works its way back towards the Knicks' favor. I don't necessarily think that's the case, but if you do like the Knicks in this series, that's going to be something that you might want to watch in game 1. How does Drew Holiday look? How does Drew Holiday even come back? And how does Jaylen Brown look? Is he able to get to the basket on a quick first step? Is he able to stay in front of the guy he's defending? It might be a nice couple matchups to look at.
I'll tell you right now, we're gonna wait to see, and by the time we do the show next week, we'll have the result in hand. Golden State is up 16-13 here. It's about 3:40 left in the first quarter. Okay, I don't think it matters. The winner of this doesn't matter. I am taking the Wolves to beat whoever they face in the second round in 5. I don't know what those odds are, whether it's Golden State or Houston. I am taking Minnesota to beat whoever the winner of this one is in 5. I think we have an Oklahoma City, Minnesota collision course. Western Conference Finals, Anthony Edwards, who was caught on his couch, sent on the internet. I beat Luka and LeBron. Who am I scared of? And, I understand the question marks. Alexander Walker's not shooting the ball really efficiently yet. Jay McDaniel's not been stellar necessarily. Rudy Gobert has his playoff ghosts. But I think Randall's playing really well. And I'm kind of surprised more national pundits aren't all in on what the Timberwolves are. It's not that they just beat the Lakers in 5. And I felt very weird about that series because I thought it was a bad matchup for the Lakers, but it's Luka, LeBron. It's hard to doubt it. The way that they played, if they didn't have a bad first quarter game 2, they sweep that series. So I love the Timberwolves regardless of who wins today's game 7, Houston Golden State. I love them in 5. I think the Minnesota Timberwolves are going to the Western Conference Finals.
I would agree with you. I don't know that I love them in 5, but I just feel like most of this team went through the bumps and scrapes last year, and they know how to handle it more appropriately.
Agree.
Like when you listen to Ant talk about last season, his issues were that he got tired in the finals because he used too much. He didn't use as much in the last series. I don't think he'll use as much in this one. I love Minnesota.
All right, good stuff. For Will Ortner, I'm Brandon Sprague. Thanks to Kenny and Zach, who do a great job behind the scenes. Thanks for hanging with us. We'll talk to you guys next week. Enjoy Game 7, Golden State, Houston. We're back with more next week. Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Future. Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Madness begin.
Who wants to get nuts tonight? The streak ends tonight.
This four-legger, let's come out of the gate strong.
With the sledgehammer, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action. They got to listen to the sharps. Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well.
Daddy gotta have it. I am Sledgehammer. How you doing, girl?
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
There was a pair of shoes for $200, and they went on sale this past week, and you had 3 days to get them for $60, and you didn't. Now they're back to $200. Would you buy them? And she's like, no. I said, then why would you bet the Mavs at 6.5?
Bringing you all the late night sweats and bets.
It's seduced by that juice, gentlemen.
Never forgive Al Horford. No, he's old. He's 6'10". Dunk the basketball. Instead, he tries to lay it in, and he misses a bunny.
And helping you win big in fantasy.
I think Baker, the touchdown maker.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise. Another Mas Tequila edition of BetMGM tonight. Happy Cinco de Mayo to you and yours, mi amigos. So we got a loaded and buzzy show for you this evening. We're going to review, of course, our picks on our cards here momentarily. It could be a mixture of the NBA, could be the NHL, could be Major League Baseball, or even looking ahead to some of the lines out there in the futures market in the National Football League. And then we're going to get more bets on the